You merely picked up the unconscious protagonist of destiny during a villainous simulation. Yet, during the process of detoxification, she intercepted her destined fortune. And unexpectedly lifted the curse that had been cast upon you for 18 years. Awaken the forbidden physique of the Supreme Emperor's Bone. Previously, you were merely a useless second young master unable to condense spiritual energy. In today's world, countless techniques can be effortlessly mastered by you in the blink of an eye. What you are unaware of is that a scene of thoracotomy and bone excavation will unfold 2.5 hours later. The so-called destined heroine and fated protagonist are merely pawns in the hands of those who orchestrate events behind the scenes, all aimed at you. According to the simulated narrative, there remains 1 hour until the emergence of the protagonist, Qian, of destiny. Upon breaking the curse, you awakened a formidable and forbidden power within you. In the midst of overwhelming ecstasy, he commenced his cultivation of the ancient dragon-elephant scripture of the Liu family. In just a few breaths, he ascended to the first realm, transcendence. At this moment, you cannot help but feel a sense of astonishment. After all, this martial art is an ancient body refinement technique of the 8th tier celestial level. Even as the elder brother and heir of the Liu family, it took him several months to attain the initial stage of transcending the mundane. Yet you merely took a fleeting moment. Once you attain the first realm and transcend the ordinary, you shall be able to refine your physical prowess to 1,000 June through the essence of spiritual energy. Soon, you harnessed the power of an elephant, stepping into the pinnacle of transformation. At this moment, you will also notice that the speed of detoxification coupled with cultivation is significantly accelerated. Half an hour has elapsed, and you have transcended to the second level of cultivation, the spirit awakening. Within you, spiritual energy has coalesced. Liu Ruyue began to awaken, only to be rendered unconscious once more by your swift intervention. At this moment, the protagonist Qian is still en route. Half an hour has passed, and you have transcended to the third realm of cultivation, with your internal spiritual energy coalescing into a spiritual lake. Once the Supreme Emperor Bone is activated, even the most formidable beings of the divine ability realm cannot contend with you. One can surmise that the rapid advancement in cultivation is significantly influenced by the presence of the Supreme Emperor's Bone, as well as the unique constitution possessed by Liu Ruyue. At this moment, the protagonist Qian is still on his way. At that moment, the Supreme Emperor's Bone began to forcibly absorb a portion of Liu Ruyue's destiny, granting you a fleeting enhancement of divine favor. I never anticipated that the Supreme Emperor's Bone would be so formidable, not only accelerating the intensity of cultivation but also possessing the ability to usurp the fortunes of others. No wonder the mastermind has chosen to curse themselves. Such a formidable constitution is indeed unparalleled, even surpassing that of the ancient sacred bodies. As I gazed upon the contents of the simulator, I felt not the slightest hint of joy. Instead, a profound sense of unease coursed through me. Since awakening the Supreme Emperor's Bone, my cultivation has surged with remarkable rapidity, akin to a rocket's ascent. If one continues at this pace, it is likely that within a few years, one may attain the status of a terrestrial immortal. However, those who once cursed themselves would surely not stand idly by and watch. At this moment, you have transcended to the third realm of enlightenment. You find yourself enraptured by the allure of power, teetering on the precipice of reason. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain surged through the Supreme Emperor's bones, accompanied by an encroaching chill, as if some significant event were about to unfold. Upon awakening, you became acutely aware of the imminent danger. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air, followed by the furious voice of Qian emanating from below the hotel. After 2.5 hours, the other party finally arrived. However, it seemed as though they were acutely aware of your whereabouts, making their way directly towards the luxurious penthouse suite at the top. You sensed that something was amiss, for the guardian assigned to you by the Liu family did not intervene. That was a formidable being of the 7th tier of the saint level, capable of safeguarding your reign in the demon city. Yet, no matter how fervently you summoned the guardian, there remained an unyielding silence in response. You have come to realize who has obstructed the guardian of certainty. As the destined protagonist, Qian is merely a pawn. The mastermind seeks to use his hand to eliminate you. The initial emergence of Liu Ruyue was indeed fraught with complications. However, those behind the scenes could hardly have anticipated that you would unravel the curse due to Liu Ruyue. Even awakened the Supreme Emperor's Bone, transcending to the third realm of profound understanding. You sensed that Qian's aura was merely a wall away. To your surprise, the opponent's momentum emanated from the 4th stage of divine powers. Although you possessed the Supreme Emperor's Bone, you remained unfazed by the adversary. However, wary of the unseen puppeteer manipulating the guardian, one unhesitatingly chose to make a swift retreat, fleeing without a trace. Qian yearned to pursue his target, yet he had not even caught a glimpse of the exhaust fumes. In a fit of rage, he could not help but unleash a torrent of invective reminiscent of his earlier outbursts. At this moment, you continue to race forward, for that chilling premonition has yet to dissipate. However, the Supreme Emperor's bone appears to possess the ability to conceal its aura. Coupled with the endowment of destiny and fortune, that chilling sense of dread gradually begins to dissipate. At this moment, a Maybach appeared before you. The person was none other than your driver, who was also the 7th-tier guardian assigned to you by the Liu family. Overjoyed at the sight, you promptly entered the vehicle, just as you were about to inquire why the driver had not shown up earlier. A sudden chill envelopes the air. By the time you realize something is amiss, it is already too late. Suddenly, the driver's head spun around 2.5 times, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his visage contorted in anguish as he gazed at you. He has caught you. In the next moment, a shadowy hand pierced through your chest, extracting the Supreme Imperial Bone directly. In disbelief, your head was wrenched off by the same dark hand. Just before your demise, it seemed you could hear the sound of the creature feasting. The simulation has concluded, and we shall now proceed to the final settlement. The host may select 3 options from the 5 presented below. The primordial dragon-elephant scripture of the 3 layers of profound realization. The second awakening of the forbidden physique, the Supreme Emperor's Bone. The third fixed blue talent, Slick Soul, becomes one's innate talent. The fourth item bestows upon Qian a vibrant green cap. The fifth destiny of the female protagonist, Liu Ruyue, encompasses certain aspects of fate and fortune. Gazing upon the vivid scarlet simulation before me, my gaze turned exceptionally frigid. If one were to adhere to the description provided by the villain simulator, it would imply that I am destined to perish tonight. I never anticipated that this would turn out to be a trap designed specifically for my demise. The destined heroine, Liu Ruyue, and the fated protagonist, Qian, are mere pawns in the grand scheme orchestrated from behind the scenes, all aimed at seizing the Supreme Emperor's bone that resides within me. A fortnight ago, I found myself embroiled in a conflict with Guo of the Gu family in the capital of the Great Xia Empire, compelling me to seek refuge in the city of demons to evade the ensuing turmoil. Perhaps by that time, they had already been schemed against by the unseen orchestrators. After all, the Great Xia Empire boasts numerous formidable beings in the celestial realm, and there even exist those of the terrestrial true immortal caliber. However, the true mastermind behind the scenes remains uncertain. The information at hand is insufficient for a definitive confirmation. However, based solely on the information from the simulator, the existence of the Supreme Emperor's Bone is indeed enough to drive countless individuals to madness, and even the Celestials are no exception. At this moment, I exhale a breath of murky air, directing my gaze towards the middle-aged driver, Liu Ruyue, ahead. A sense of relief subtly washes over me, for I find solace in the fact that I am still safe in this moment. Liu Ruyue is unwaveringly loyal to the Liu family. His strength has long ascended to the 7th realm of sainthood. Even if it meant sacrificing his life for self-protection, he would not hesitate. In the initial simulation, the mastermind intends to set a deadly trap, luring away Liu Ruyue, the guardian. This signifies that the adversary is wary of Liu Ruye's formidable strength. Otherwise, what need is there to set a trap? Simply capturing oneself while digging one's own grave would suffice. In this light, the advantage lies with me. I gazed at the final settlement rewards, and without the slightest hesitation, I chose the top 3 options. The third layer of the ancient Dragon-Elephant Sutra. This grants one the preliminary possession of profound power. At present, I find myself on the brink of perilous circumstances. In the face of numerous dangers, it is imperative to harness the strength that rightfully belongs to oneself. The awakening of the Supreme Emperor's Bone in the second aspect is even more significant. Without awakening, the curse remains ever present. Even possessing the profound cultivation of the first realm, the spiritual energy within will swiftly dissipate, leading to a regression in cultivation and ultimately transforming one into an ordinary mortal. As for the third reward, the elusive escape mechanism, this blue talent has already demonstrated its preliminary efficacy in simulations, earning its reputation as a miraculous tool for evasion. As 3 choices descended, a river of time suddenly pierced through dimensions, manifesting before me, unveiling scenes from the inaugural simulation of a villain's life. I beheld a corpse from which the spine had been extracted, bearing an uncanny resemblance to my own visage. However, it was adorned with 5 resplendent fruits, each radiating a luminous glow. Unexpectedly, 3 orbs suddenly plummeted, hurtling towards me. In the next moment, the formidable power of the 3 layers of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra was instantaneously infused into my being. As the roar of the ancient dragon elephant resonated in my mind, I was bestowed with the power of 10 elephants. The ancient dragon elephant scripture is an ancient, celestial-level martial art of the Liu family, emphasizing the physical form. Yet, in comparison to the awakened Supreme Emperor Bone within my spine, this so-called power of 10 elephants appears trivial, akin to bowing before an unparalleled sovereign who commands the heavens and earth. In this moment, all traces of my cultivation are subdued, revealing not a hint of their presence. However, the guardian in the front seat, Liu Zhong, seemed to sense something amiss. It was a force stemming from the very depths of his bloodline, causing even him to involuntarily shudder. Accompanied by the rewards received, the recent passage of time and the remnants of the deceased have also begun to dissipate. At this moment, nearly 5 minutes have elapsed since the initial simulation. There remains time before the impending deadlock. Thus, I have resolved to initiate a second simulation. This time, I shall unveil the mastermind behind my demise, while also seeking to extract some benefits from the destined protagonist, Qian. As the chilling light flashed in my eyes, the third simulation of a villainous life commenced. It has been detected that the host possesses no villainous traits. The talent extraction phase is to be disregarded. Following the failure of the initial simulation, you have become increasingly cautious. This time, you did not alight to retrieve Liu Ruyue, but instead chose to remain seated in the vehicle, patiently awaiting Qian. An hour has elapsed, and Qian's figure hastily approaches from the distance. As the target emerges into view, you instruct Liu Zhong, who has attained the 7th realm of the saint level, to take action against Qian. There is no need for capture, simply sever the opponent's head. Having perused countless online narratives, you are well aware of the outrageous nature of those fortuitous protagonists, who time and again transform peril into safety through sheer serendipity. Nature would not allow Liu Zhong to hold back in the slightest. At the same time, he wished to observe what abilities the protagonist of fate, Qian, possessed. Although Liu Zhong felt a sense of bewilderment, he nonetheless utilized his physical form to rend the very fabric of space, vanishing in an instant. The hastily arriving Qian was suddenly struck by a chilling sense of dread. In the next moment, a colossal golden hand reached out towards his head. Upon witnessing the arrival of a formidable being from the sacred realm, Qian uttered a voice filled with trepidation, yet simultaneously, a radiant light of the soul suddenly manifested around him. His cultivation momentarily surged from the 4th realm of divine abilities to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers, narrowly evading Liu Zhong's assault. However, one of his hands was still torn away by Liu Zhong. In the next moment, it was immediately enveloped by a beam of soul light, retreating into the distance. At this moment, he was evidently more concerned about his own life than about Liu Ruyue. To his astonishment, he discovered that a lingering soul was concealed within Qian. Liu Zhong furrowed his brows and reprimanded sharply, before hastily pursuing Qian. As I gazed upon the contents of the simulator, I instantly discerned the anomalies surrounding Qian, as well as the distinctive characteristics of the golden finger. It is highly likely that it is the remnant soul of a formidable being. It is uncertain what level of cultivation this entity possesses, yet it clings to an object in the form of a lingering soul. In life, its lowest status must have been that of a celestial being, and it is even possible that it was once a terrestrial true immortal. You observe Liu Zhong pursuing relentlessly, as he single-handedly alighted from the vehicle to retrieve Liu Ruyue, proceeding along the same path as before. This time, it is not Liu Zhong behind the wheel, but rather you. Soon, you arrived at your destination accompanied by Liu Ruyue, embarking on the process of detoxification, followed by the cultivation of the ancient dragon elephant technique. An hour later, you attained the intermediate level of enlightenment, further augmenting your being with the power of the 3 manifestations. Half an hour has passed once more. You have successfully transcended to the advanced stage of the arcane realm, and your primordial symbolic power begins to amalgamate at an accelerated pace, ultimately culminating in the formidable strength of a dragon. At this moment, although you have not cultivated any martial arts or mystical techniques, your physical form alone possesses the strength to strike down an adversary of equal rank with a single punch. At this moment, you realize that the pace of your cultivation has begun to decelerate, and the divine fortune surrounding Liu Ruyue is also starting to diminish. Soon, she awakened. This time, unlike the first simulation, you did not render her unconscious. Instead, he grasped her neck, demanding answers about the sudden appearance tonight. If she remained silent, the entire Liu family would meet their demise. During the initial simulation, you couldn't help but suspect that Liu Ruyue's appearance tonight was far too coincidental, inevitably linked to some underlying factor, perhaps even connected to a certain puppet master. Liu Ruyue sensed a suffocating discomfort enveloping her neck, a poignant indication of the Liu family's declining fortunes and the troubles that had befallen them. In an effort to preserve the integrity of the Liu family, her father organized a gathering this evening, hoping to arrange a match between her and the eldest son of the Zhao family. She was unwilling to pay the price with her own self, thus, during the banquet, she seized the excuse of needing to use the restroom and simply fled. Upon hearing that it was the Zhao family, one of the four great families of the Magic City, I was momentarily taken aback. Although it may not be as terrifying as the Liu family, it is nonetheless entangled with numerous powerful factions in terms of interests. Could it be that the Zhao family of Magic City has connections with the hidden mastermind, or perhaps they are merely complicit accomplices? At this moment, your Supreme Imperial essence was once again activated, forcibly seizing a portion of the destined fortune from Liu Ruyue. You briefly attained the enhancement of fate. Just as you were about to continue your inquiries on other matters, an unsettling chill suddenly enveloped you once more. A resounding explosion echoed from beneath the hotel. The formidable individuals from the Liu and Zhao families appeared to have intentions of capturing someone. You are well aware that the arrival of these individuals is inextricably linked to the unseen puppeteer. It is evident that they intend to utilize these people as instruments to launch an attack against you. After a brief moment of contemplation, you chose not to remain, but instead opted to swiftly take flight, leaving without a trace. Under the blessing of this azure talent, you find yourself in a secluded forest, retreating into a tranquil pool to conceal your presence. 10 minutes later, a black and white Maybach appeared in the distance, seemingly in search of something. Soon, the voice of the driver, Liu Zhong, echoed within, repeatedly calling your name. You exhaled in relief as you emerged from the pool, striding purposefully towards the car. The aura emanating from your body swiftly dried your clothes. Just as I boarded the vehicle, a premonition of my destiny began to sound its alarm. A chilling sense of dread washed over me once more. The driver in the front seat, Liu Zhong, turned his head around and gazed intently at you, smiling as he said, "I've caught you." Yet at this moment, you exhibit no trace of panic, instead revealing a triumphant smile. "It is not I who have caught you." Seeing that you are not as fearful as imagined, the driver's expression slightly shifted, as if he had become aware of something. In the next moment, a dark hand suddenly emerged from the leather seat of the back row, desperately seeking to excavate your spine. You maintained your composure and calmly uttered a command to take action. Suddenly, a terrifying blaze erupted from the ground, incinerating the dark hand completely. Suddenly, Liu Zhong, the guardian who had previously pursued Qian, appeared. A colossal hand, engulfed in golden flames, seized his head and relentlessly battered him. The mastermind has realized that this is a conspiracy aimed at him. Previously, Liu Zhong had pursued Qian but did not return, clearly indicating that it was a deliberate act. Soon, the flesh and blood of the puppeteer were torn apart by Liu Zhong. You observe calmly everything that unfolds before you. Although the power of the unseen puppet master is formidable, it is still far from being a match for Liu Zhong at this moment, otherwise, there would be no need to resort to cunning schemes to ensnare you. Previously, you had ostensibly directed Liu Zhong to pursue the fated protagonist, Qian, but secretly. You employed spiritual communication to instruct him to chase for a while before hastily retreating to lay an ambush, intending to catch the puppet master off guard. However, contrary to your expectations, the puppet master's abilities are exceedingly peculiar. He can transform into a shadow, shifting endlessly, and nearly eludes Liu Zhong's grasp. Nevertheless, as the guardian assigned to you by the Liu family, Liu Zhong possesses extraordinary strength. He transforms into a colossal golden ape and delivers a crushing blow, subduing the foe. Before long, the battle concluded. The guardian, Liu Zhong, with a fierce countenance, dragged the dismembered puppet master, resembling a human stick, before you and explained, "Young Master Liu. This wretched creature has cultivated a long-lost malevolent art known as the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, enabling him to manipulate shadows and alter his appearance. It is exceedingly bizarre. I nearly allowed him to escape. Currently, it remains unclear from which faction he hails. You are not surprised, the so-called puppet master before you is likely merely a pawn. Easily disposable, and certainly not one to utilize visibly profound techniques. Soul search. You command coldly. Upon reaching the seventh realm of sainthood, your soul has condensed into a tangible entity, wielding various powers, including the ability of soul searching. However, once employed, the subject either becomes a mindless cripple or dies on the spot. The puppet master had already taken your life during the initial encounter with the villain simulator. You cannot afford to let him go easily. Lu Zhong nods and begins the soul search on the puppet master, seeking to uncover the identity of the mastermind who dared to strike against the esteemed Liu family of the Great Xia. Soon, under the soul search, the puppet master begins to falter, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, trembling violently, and soon breathes his last. Yet, Lu Zhong remains devoid of joy, his brow furrowed, feeling somewhat ashamed. Young Master Liu, a portion of this scoundrel's memories has been erased. I was unable to ascertain the identity of the mastermind. The only information gleaned is that this individual appears to be an orphan who was taken in and subsequently taught the Thousand Shadow Demon technique. Indeed, the erasure of memories leaves no trace, severing all leads. Lu Qian gazes impassively at the villain simulator, seemingly anticipating this outcome. Clearly, this trap laid against him has been in place for quite some time, making it improbable to unearth easily. However, the circumstances surrounding the puppet master evoke certain thoughts. The gathering of orphans, their meticulous upbringing, and the impartation of esoteric techniques. This is unmistakably a tactic employed by those noble families to nurture assassins. In a certain sense, Lu Zhong, as your guardian, is also a soldier of the Liu family, living solely for the family and prepared to sacrifice his life at any moment. This explains the profound trust he places in Lu Zhong. It appears that the suspicions surrounding the Gu family of the Great Xia have been greatly magnified. Moreover, the Zhao family from the Magic City also harbors certain suspicions. However, within the confines of the villain simulator, I find myself lacking tangible evidence. Nevertheless, at my level, the significance of evidence can be both crucial and trivial. Lu Qian's smile deepens, and he grows increasingly eager to witness the actions of his simulated self. It is noteworthy that the Lu Qian within the simulator possesses independent thought, and the external version of himself cannot directly intervene. Your report regarding Lu Zhong does not come as a surprise. It reflects an extraordinary calmness that is difficult for ordinary individuals to comprehend. For an average person, in the absence of evidence, one can only suppress their feelings or gradually gather proof. But who are you? You are the second young master of the Liu family, under the esteemed lineage of the celestial level Liu ancestors. To you, evidence and law are mere trifles. When one is small and bullied, it is only natural to seek refuge in a powerful ally. From the storage ring upon your person, you retrieve an internal bloodline communicator of the Liu family and send a message to your elder brother, Liu Shou, informing him of an assassination attempt against you, implicating the Gu family as the perpetrators, and requesting his assistance in reclaiming your honor. Your elder brother, Liu Shou, shares a deep bond with you during your childhood. He always stood up for you in times of trouble, and you trust he will certainly come to your aid. As a top talent of the Great Xia and the heir of the Liu family, Liu Shou wields significantly more power than you, even possessing the capacity to represent the Liu family, which could stir considerable commotion and alert the enemy. Regarding the Zhao family from the Magic City, you intend to investigate the matter in your own manner. The Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in the Magic City, is related to the Liu family through marriage, as their head has wed one of your distant cousins, thereby establishing a connection. Your stay in the Magic City has been arranged by the Li family, and you plan to enlist their help in your inquiries and actions. In your first simulation, you failed to leverage your advantages and powers, leading to your untimely demise. This time, you are determined to make full use of your capabilities. After organizing everything, you instruct Lu Zhong to draft a report on the Thousand Shadows Devil technique, acquired through soul searching, as it is evident that you are intrigued by this malevolent art that can transform and become shadow-like. Lu Zhong agrees but suddenly inquires if you are able to cultivate it, given that your previous conversation with him utilized spiritual energy, leading him to realize that you are concealing your true cultivation level. You nod slowly. Currently, Lu Zhong is one of your greatest trump cards, and certain truths cannot remain hidden. You express your desire for Lu Zhong to keep this confidential and not disclose it to anyone. The hidden mastermind, shrouded in secrecy, is evidently unaware that you have awakened the Supreme Imperial Bone and can cultivate. You wish to keep this as a safeguard. Lu Zhong remains silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Chapter 7, The Art of Shadows as Your Guardian. Lu Zhong is devoted not only to his family but also to you. Having pledged to keep your secrets, it is unlikely he would betray your trust. You instructed Lu Zhong to thoroughly obliterate the remains of the mastermind behind the scenes to prevent any unforeseen complications, and then inquired about the fated protagonist, Yichen. After addressing the issue of the hidden antagonist, your thoughts turned to the fated son who had been hunted at the outset. Upon hearing your question, Lu Zhong's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He revealed that Yichen harbors numerous secrets and possesses formidable hidden capabilities. He had been unable to sever the young man's head but managed to sever one of his arms and seize certain items. From his storage ring, Lu Zhong produced a severed arm belonging to Yichen, accompanied by a blood-soaked storage pouch. You raised an eyebrow in surprise, both at Lu Zhong's ability to retain a part of Yichen's limb and his acquisition of a storage pouch. On the other hand, it was astonishing that Yichen, merely at the fourth realm of divine abilities, could escape from Lu Zhong, who had reached the seventh realm and entered the sanctified state, underscoring the formidable nature of the young man. Taking the severed arm of Yichen into your possession, you contemplated its potential and decided against its destruction, instead placing it within your storage ring. In a world teeming with strange mystical arts and curses, this severed limb might prove invaluable in the future. Opening the bloodied storage pouch revealed a plethora of cultivation elixirs and precious materials, clearly a testament to Yichen's accumulated fortunes over the years. In the corner of the pouch lay an ancient black token, engraved with the image of a fierce beast adorned with a single horn. You scrutinized the token for an extended period, unable to discern its origins. However, its possession by Yichen, a figure of destiny, indicated its extraordinary significance, prompting you to secure it for further investigation by the Liu family. The cultivation resources were fortuitously timely, perfectly suited for your needs. You instructed Lu Zhong to drive away from the area, returning to a private villa in the heart of the demon capital to recuperate and expedite your training, striving for greater power. Upon entering the villa's secret chamber, you directed Lu Zhong to stand guard outside as you began consuming the elixirs, preparing for your cultivation. Contemplating the Ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra and the Art of Shadows, you ultimately resolved to commence with the enigmatic Art of Shadows. In the villain simulator, I found myself exercising caution this time, harboring some distrust even towards the Liu family, refraining from directly requesting martial techniques from them. Could it be that there are hidden masterminds within the Liu family itself, or perhaps a desire to avoid leaving traces of excessive involvement? Lu Qian, surprised, quickly discerned your intentions. Indeed, having only arrived in the demon capital a fortnight ago, you had already faced an assassination attempt. It is only prudent to be cautious. The Ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, a celestial level technique, leans towards physical defense, lacking corresponding combat skills or escape maneuvers. Unless one condenses the appropriate divine abilities upon breaking through to the fourth realm, one remains akin to a warrior with a robust vitality but devoid of skills. The only talent I possess is the blue gift of slippery feet, a skill for self-preservation. Meanwhile, the sinister and enigmatic Thousand Shadow Demon technique possesses the ability to transform in myriad ways, allowing one to assume shadowy forms and alter appearances, thereby compensating for certain personal shortcomings. Moreover, the previous mastermind, despite being merely at the sixth realm of the extraordinary, nearly escaped from Lu Zhong due to the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, illustrating the sheer terror of its life-saving capabilities. Lu Qian harbors grave suspicions that had it not been for the timely intervention of the guardian, Lu Zhong, who erupted from the ground unexpectedly and dealt a devastating blow, the opponent might have slipped away unscathed. Should I master this technique, combined with the slippery feet, blue talent, I might stand a chance of rivaling a certain celestial being renowned for their ability to flee. For certain considerations, you have chosen the Thousand Shadow Demon technique. You discern that this malevolent art possesses terrifying potential, seemingly crafted by a formidable demon lord beyond the celestial realm, endowed with various wicked and arcane methods. Yet, only the first half of the scroll remains, capable at most of achieving the celestial realm, while the latter half has been torn away. You begin to examine the printed copy penned by Lu Zhong, but soon find yourself frowning, as you struggle to comprehend it. The cultivation script consists of a blend of ancient demonic and divine texts. Time swiftly passes, and after an hour, you remain at a loss, your agitation mounting. Your brows nearly intertwine in a knot until a serene and refreshing aura emanates from your spine, enveloping your mind. A wave of drowsiness washes over you, plunging you into a peculiar state of consciousness. In your vision, the characters of the Thousand Shadow Demon technique morph into tadpole-like figures, floating and swirling, frantically streaming into your spiritual center. As you cultivate the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, you succeed with remarkable speed, swiftly entering the first tier and gaining the ability to manifest shadowy clones. Is it the influence of the Supreme Emperor's Bone at work? Liu Qian's pupils constrict. He had not anticipated that this mysterious Supreme Emperor's Bone would possess such extraordinary efficacy. It can bypass the thresholds of cultivation techniques, forcing success and facilitating rapid entry into the practice. Truly, it is unfathomably formidable. Furthermore, it augments the speed of cultivation, surpassing even the so-called golden fingers of fortune. On the first day, you ascend to the pinnacle of the first tier of the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, capable of condensing 9 shadowy clones, each possessing 10% of your original strength. You were unexpectedly engulfed by a sense of emptiness, as the Supreme Emperor Bone within you began to resonate with an insatiable hunger. Unconsciously, you retrieved Yi Chen's storage bag, extracting vials of elixirs and rare materials from the world, hastily consuming them. Such a terrifying quantity of medicine would daunt even those at the Mountain River realm or the Extraordinary realm, wary of the potential for catastrophic consequences. Yet, the Supreme Emperor Bone within you unleashed a terrifying devouring power, obliterating all the energy in its path. Your progress in cultivating the Shadow Demon technique surged at an astonishing rate. On the following day, you ascended to the second layer of the Shadow Demon technique, acquiring the new ability to manipulate shadows, allowing you to control your own shadow to immobilize your target. On the third day, you broke through to the third layer of the Shadow Demon technique, gaining the new power to transform your body into a shadow, albeit for a brief period. By the fourth day, you transcended to the fourth layer of the Shadow Demon technique, consolidating the demonic art of shadow mimicry. Upon making contact with a target's shadow, you could assume its appearance, your own aura mirroring theirs, absorbing unique energy to elevate your martial arts level. You were certain that you bore the title of Supreme Emperor Bone, not Deep Blue. Liu Qian wore an expression of incredulity as he observed the unfolding scenes within the villain simulator. Goodness, this was faster than a rocket launch. Chapter 8, The Clash of Two Prominent Families. It is no wonder that Liu Qian appears utterly astonished at this moment. The effects of the Supreme Emperor Bone within the villain simulator are simply staggering. Typically, a normal individual requires years, or even decades, to cultivate a martial art. Even those prodigious talents, endowed with extraordinary comprehension, may shorten this period to mere years or months. However, with the enhancement of the Supreme Emperor Bone, he has managed to grasp the fundamentals in mere moments and, within days, has ascended to the fourth tier, successfully condensing a shadowy divine ability. The condensation of each divine ability is one of the core secrets of the martial arts practiced. Achieving success demands immense willpower and profound insight. The Thousand Shadows Demonic Arts, an ancient and malevolent technique, is notoriously difficult and necessitates a unique physique. According to Liu Zhong, even the previous mastermind only reached the fourth tier after years of arduous training. Liu Zhong had previously advised me to merely experiment without becoming overly engrossed, warning against becoming ensnared in obsession. If he were to discover my current progress, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. It is exceedingly rare for one to condense a divine ability before formally breaking through to the fourth realm. Such an achievement is typically reserved for the elite prodigies of the human race. Presently, the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia Empire is the sixth prince, Chen Tai, born of the imperial lineage. It is said that he required 10 days to break through and condense his divine ability, a feat that astonished the entire empire and drew the attention of countless formidable beings. This sixth prince has even become a target of concern for the enigmatic foreign races, who view him as a future adversary to be eliminated prematurely. A shadow flickers in Liu Qian's eyes once his talents are revealed. They may well attract an overwhelming amount of covetous attention. Fortunately, the choice he made in this simulation was not misguided. The divine ability of shadow mimicry is evidently a special skill of the previously slain mastermind, enabling one to simulate appearances in essence. A godsend for Liu Qian in his current predicament. Under special circumstances, it will undoubtedly serve as a means of survival. At present, while he remains far from invincible, his priority is to endure and safeguard his life. Sigh, I am still far too weak. If only I possessed the strength of an earthly immortal, or even that of a celestial being, I would be able to shatter the stalemate and confront the mastermind head-on. However, with the support of the villain simulator, the day of reckoning will not be far off. Liu Qian is filled with confidence. Had he faced this situation before, he might have been flustered. But now that he has embraced the inevitable, what is there to fear? Regardless of who the puppet master may be, since the arrival of the villain simulator, there can only be one outcome: either he perishes, or I shall prevail. On the 5th day, you successfully cultivated the 1000 shadow magic to the pinnacle of the 4th layer, enhancing the effects of the shadow mimicry technique. You were abruptly awakened by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Upon regaining your senses, you discovered that the elixirs and spiritual materials before you had been completely consumed, leaving even your storage pouch with bite marks. Your body had become emaciated, and your vitality was severely depleted. Without the replenishing energy from the elixirs and spiritual herbs, your life force was being relentlessly drained, plunging you into a state of extreme weakness, nearly succumbing to the Supreme Emperor's bone. Had you delayed for just a few more days, death would have been inevitable. Driven by the dual temptations of hunger and survival, you hastily activated the mechanism of your secret chamber, calling for help. Guardian Liu Zhong violently opened the chamber, discovering your faint form, which startled him greatly. He promptly retrieved a life-saving elixir from his possession, infusing it with his own spiritual energy to stabilize your life force, and instructed others to prepare nourishing spiritual meals to restore your vitality. You began to eat. Several hours later, your breath started to stabilize, and your withered flesh began to regain its fullness. You had finally survived. Remarkably, you had not fallen victim to the machinations of the hidden mastermind, but rather nearly perished by your own hand. Observing the antagonist simulator, Liu Qian, one could see the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. However, the Supreme Emperor's bone was indeed excessively domineering, demanding not only wealth but also life. Having survived, you felt a lingering dread, now acutely aware of the Supreme Emperor's bone's tyrannical nature. In the future, should you wish to harness its power, you must be adequately prepared with sufficient elixirs and spiritual herbs. Seeing you recover, the terrified guardian Liu Zhong finally relaxed, hurriedly inquiring about your condition. You casually mentioned it was merely overtraining that led to your predicament, concealing the truth. You temporarily withheld the fact that you had successfully cultivated the 1000 shadow magic and consolidated the shadow mimicry technique. But Liu Zhong assumed it was the result of your practice of the dark arts, advising you to refrain from further cultivation. You nonchalantly deflected his concerns and then inquired about recent events outside. In your first simulation, you had only survived a few hours. Yet this time you had lived for 5 days and made prior preparations, suggesting that you must have gained something during this period. In response to your inquiry, Liu Zhong candidly informed you that matters had escalated. On the first day, in the capital of the Great Xia, everything remained calm and uneventful, as if your distress signal had gone unheard by your elder brother, Liu Shou. On the second day, by the third day, the ancestor of the Gu family was celebrating their 300th birthday. Elder brother Liu Shou, accompanied by the strong members of the Liu family, attended the celebration, but suddenly launched an attack, capturing Gu Ao, breaking his legs, and attempting to search his soul, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two factions. The head of the Liu family intervened, stating that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation, while simultaneously demonstrating the profound skills of his sect. Witnessing the younger generation being attacked and subjected to soul searching, the ancestor of the Gu family was filled with rage, unleashing a terrifying aura of power. However, after a prolonged seclusion, the venerable ancestor of the Liu family made a reappearance. The two 8th-tier celestial beings clashed violently in the capital of the Great Xia, leaving onlookers astonished. With the intervention of numerous formidable members of the Liu family, Liu Shou ultimately succeeded in soul searching. The assassination orchestrated in the Demon City was indeed connected to the second-generation heir, Gu Ao, yet all memories pertaining to the assassin had been erased. The soul-searched Gu Ao was rendered utterly foolish. Touch a member of my Liu family, especially my brother Liu Shou, and your Gu family shall face annihilation. Liu Shou bellowed in fury, shattering Gu Ao's skull with a single strike. The ancestor of the Liu family declared, if it comes to it, I shall sink the capital to cripple your Gu family. Despite knowing they were in the wrong, the Gu family, stung by the humiliation, could not simply acquiesce. and thus the two families ignited a genuine conflict. Ultimately, the enigmatic ruler of the Great Xia was stirred into action, personally intervening to mediate, resulting in a temporary truce between the two families. Chapter 9, Identity Enigma. The feud between the Liu and Gu families escalated to such an extent that even the celestial ancestors of both clans intervened, nearly sinking the imperial capital in the chaos. Ultimately, this turmoil attracted the attention of the enigmatic emperor of the Great Xia, who stepped in to mediate. Liu Qian's eyes were filled with astonishment. The circumstances of this second simulation had far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had envisioned that upon receiving a distress signal, the most he could anticipate was his elder brother, Liu Shou, taking action against Gu Ao, the reckless heir, to teach him a lesson and perhaps frighten the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the assassination attempt at the beginning of the second simulation had failed. In such a scenario, the conflict should have remained confined to the younger generation, without escalating into a large-scale confrontation. However, what transpired next surpassed his imagination. Not only did his elder brother Liu Shou respond, but also their father and the ancestral patriarch of the Liu family, who seemed to mobilize their entire strength with a fierce determination to exact vengeance and restore justice. This reaction was excessively intense and utterly abnormal. It was well known that the Liu family's celestial ancestor had not shown his face in decades, remaining shrouded in mystery and seclusion. Yet now, he had emerged, even declaring an intention to dismantle the Gu family. Liu Qian could hardly fathom that his own worth could warrant such a response. He was merely the second son of the family, not even the heir. The Gu family of the Great Xia was also a celestial lineage, standing on equal footing with the Liu family. The Liu family's reaction was indeed disproportionately fervent. According to the descriptions within the villain simulator, the conflict between the Liu families had resulted in considerable casualties and significant losses. While familial ties undoubtedly played a role, Liu Qian suspected there were deeper reasons at play. It appeared that the Liu family, his elder brother, father, and ancestor, genuinely cared for him, without a shadow of a doubt. The magnitude of their reaction could only suggest they were already aware of his possession of the Supreme Emperor's bone. At this moment, Liu Qian felt as though the path ahead was obscured by a dense fog, rendering it difficult to discern. Reflecting on the past 18 years, it seemed that his treatment within the Liu family had been the most favorable. Even when compared to his elder brother Liu Shou, he had never felt inferior. Whatever he desired was readily fulfilled. Even after he had dispatched Gu Ao, the reckless heir, by shattering his skull twice, the Liu family had not reproached him. His first reaction upon returning home had been to inquire if he was injured. Subsequently, he was sent to the magical city for a well-deserved holiday, free from any worries about repercussions. Any issues that arose would be borne by the Liu family. Previously, he had been oblivious to the implications of his circumstances. But upon reflection, the patterns became clear. The Liu family's attitude towards him was not that of a mere second son. Their treatment was excessively benevolent, bordering on indulgent, as if they were dealing with someone of extraordinary significance. Liu Qian murmured to himself, as if a certain conjecture was beginning to take shape. His focus remained steadfastly on the villain simulator. Upon hearing of the upheaval in the capital of the Great Xia, you began to recognize the peculiar and extraordinary nature of your own identity, leading to doubts regarding your lineage as a member of the Liu family. Liu Zhong conveyed that the family had relayed a message instructing you to remain in the magical city and refrain from returning home for the time being, urging caution with the Gu family until the family could resolve matters. As the Liu family and the Gu family were embroiled in conflict, it was challenging to dispatch high-level warriors to the magical city. However, to ensure your safety, your elder brother, Liu Shou, went to great lengths and sent you a life-substituting blood escape talismans, capable of shielding you from a lethal blow and transporting you 1,000 miles away in a critical moment. The life-substituting blood escape talisman. Liu Qian was taken aback. This was a powerful talisman belonging to the celestial level, requiring the heart's blood of a blood demon bat as its primary material, crafted on beast hide, and ultimately drawn by a master talisman artist. The success rate was less than 1%. Such a life-saving artifact was coveted even by ancient celestial ancestors. At that pivotal moment, it could grant you an additional chance at life. The thought of his elder brother sending it to him filled him with gratitude, as he could only imagine the considerable cost incurred. This was a testament to the bond of brotherhood. Moved, you accepted the life-substituting blood escape talisman from Liu Zhong, keeping it close and vowing in silence to repay this kindness 100-fold once you achieved success in your training. After gaining insight into the situation in the Great Xia capital, you took a moment to compose yourself before inquiring about the circumstances in the magical city. 5 days prior, you had tasked the Li family, one of the 4 noble families of the magical city with ties to the Liu family, to investigate the Zhao family, encouraging them to act boldly and simultaneously strike against the Liu family, demanding the surrender of Yi Qian, the destined protagonist and protector of the Dragon King. In response, Liu Zhong remarked, "Young Master Liu, when you initially instructed the Li family to probe the Zhao family, they were somewhat reluctant and unenthusiastic. However, since our ancestor and the family had engaged with the Gu family, their attitude has shifted dramatically, and they have launched a comprehensive offensive against the Zhao family. The other 2 noble families in the magical city, the Wu family and the Lin family, opted for neutrality and refrained from involvement. Currently, these 2 major families were embroiled in a fierce conflict, yet the Zhao family appeared to be aware of your influence and dared not counterattack, instead adopting a defensive stance. As for the Liu family, the head of the Liu family, upon learning of his daughter Liu Ruyue's protector Yi Qian's offense against Liu Qian, was utterly terrified, wishing to capture the fleeing Yi Qian and bring him back to apologize. Despite suffering a severed arm, Yi Qian's tenacity allowed him to create chaos within the Liu family before ultimately disappearing, now a wanted man throughout the magical city. Due to their failure to apprehend Yi Qian, the Liu family's position was precarious, fearing retribution from the Liu family and desperately seeking forgiveness. Young Master Liu, members of the Zhao family have arrived, as well as the Liu family's heiress Liu Ruyue, who is currently outside and wishes to meet with you," Liu Zhong said with significant implication. You understood the unspoken message immediately. The Zhao family was evidently aware that you had instigated the Li family's actions against them and sought to offer explanations. The Liu family intends to use Liu Ruyue to temper your ire, wishing to avoid any entanglement with their clan. At this moment, although you may seem like mere ants in the eyes of the powerful figures in the imperial capital, in the bustling metropolis, you are perceived as a formidable villain of immense stature, feared by many who dread offending you. After a moment of contemplation, you decide to graciously accept the Liu family's goodwill. After all, when meat is delivered to your doorstep, one cannot refuse it. Moreover, you are a reasonable individual who values rationality. As for the Zhao family, there is no rush, they can wait a while longer. Allow the Zhao family to remain outside, while Liu Ruyue shall be brought in for now. Chapter 10, The Fall of the Zhao Family, The Convergence of Divine Powers. At your command, Liu Ruyue was brought in. Her gaze upon you was tinged with shyness, yet also revealed a certain calmness and complexity, for 5 days prior, you had already laid bare your souls to one another. Despite the peculiar circumstances at that time, and your inclination to take advantage of her vulnerability, Liu Ruyue, the destined heroine, had evidently resigned herself to her fate. Liu Qian, I am unaware of how Yi Qian has offended you, but he is no longer the bodyguard of the Liu family. I am willing to become your woman, and I hope you can spare the Liu family. In the face of the willingly submitted destined heroine, you now keenly sensed the delight of a villain. As the destined protagonist Yi Qian was left crippled and fleeing at your behest, while the destined heroine bowed her head for her family. No rush. Allow me to ponder. Faced with the actively offered destined heroine, you refrained from a prompt acceptance and instead inquired about Yi Qian's origins. You found yourself intrigued by this destined protagonist, eager to delve into the mysteries surrounding him. Liu Ruyue appeared somewhat astonished, your lack of interest in her, a beautiful woman presenting herself, and your curiosity regarding a male bodyguard perplexed her. Was it possible you harbored some peculiar preference? Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she elucidated. Yi Qian was originally a security guard for the Liu group. I happened to notice his exceptional skills and thus took him on as my bodyguard. However, his demeanor seems rather eccentric. He prefers to don tattered clothing and dress as a beggar, and he engages in brawls at the slightest provocation. Speaking of some path of death, I once utilized the Liu family's connections to investigate Yi Qian's past, but found nothing. However, I recall him mentioning that his hometown is a mountain village in the southern region of the Great Xia, where he has family. Liu Ruyue endeavored to recall and gradually revealed what she knew of Yi Qian's background. Listening to her account, you couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, This fellow bore a resemblance to protagonists from some ancient online novels. Hailing from a mountain village, possessing remarkable skills, the remnants of a powerful spirit, a beautiful school belle, and a close bodyguard, his attributes seemed almost overwhelming. Over the past few days, the entire city of Magic Capital had been searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts, yet not a trace had been uncovered. This indicated that the destined protagonist possessed some considerable abilities. Upon learning of Yi Chen's background, you instructed the guardian Liu Zhong to utilize the Liu family's intelligence channels to investigate further, planning to capture Yi Chen's family to compel him to reveal his secrets. Previously, a storage bag left by Yi Chen contained elixirs and spiritual herbs that had transformed you profoundly. He must possess other treasures as well. Not to mention, the mysterious old man's lingering spirit was a vast treasure trove. However, the foundation of all this was contingent upon your ability to extract it, to capture him alive. Of course, beyond Yi Chen, Liu Ruyue, the destined heroine, could not be overlooked. Liu Ruyue, I have perceived a semblance of your sincerity. Yet it remains somewhat insufficient. Confronted by your enigmatic smile, Liu Ruyue instantaneously comprehended the situation and silently nodded in agreement. The two of them proceeded into the room, preparing to engage in a deeper discussion regarding the nuances of sincerity, for sparing the Liu family was no trivial matter. Your Supreme Imperial essence once again siphoned a portion of Liu Ruyue's celestial destiny, bestowing upon you a fortuitous effect that would endure for a week. 3 days later, Liu Ruyue, armed with ample reasoning and genuine intent, compelled you to reluctantly consent to sparing the Liu family, with the stipulation that she would assume the role of your life secretary, providing you with fortune services at all times. 5 days later, rumors began to circulate that Liu Ruyue had become your woman, and the Liu family had gained the protection of the Liu family. This revelation caused quite a stir. Upon hearing that the goddess had a master, many young gentlemen wept inconsolably. 7 days later, due to your dispatching Liu Zhong to assist the Li family, the Zhao family of Magic City could no longer endure. The head of the Zhao family brought the Zhao family's heir, Zhao Kuan, before you to apologize, asserting his ignorance of Liu Ruyue's status as your woman and humbly seeking forgiveness. You understood that the head of the Zhao family referred to the incident involving Liu Ruyue's intoxication, yet you remained indifferent to that. Your primary concern was whether Zhao Kuan was linked to the orchestrator behind the scenes, for the initial events had been excessively coincidental. You declared your intention to delve into Zhao Kuan's soul. The head of the Zhao family acquiesced, recognizing that, in light of the family's safety, one son was of little consequence. You instructed Liu Zhong to probe Zhao Kuan's soul, only to discover, to your surprise, that Zhao Kuan posed no issues. It appeared that the initial occurrences were merely coincidental. Could it be that I have erred? And that the Zhao family bears no connection to the hidden mastermind? Liu Qian squinted, enveloped in a fleeting silence. In his anticipation, he had suspected the Zhao family of complicity in the initial assassination. Had Zhao Kuan not been driven by selfish desires and covertly intervened, Liu Ruyue would not have drunkenly escaped, ultimately manifesting before him, resulting in a cascade of subsequent changes. This was precisely why the version of him within the simulator had aimed for the Li family to specifically target the Zhao family. Yet Liu Zhong's soul search indicated that he was mistaken. Thus, the question arose, if he was wrong, would the antagonist within the simulator acknowledge it? Liu Qian immersed himself in thought, a malevolent smile creeping across his face. Zhao Kuan met his demise, his soul search rendering him a mindless fool. And he was swiftly struck dead by the head of the Zhao family. You came to realize the Zhao family's innocence, perhaps you had erred? Young Master Liu, my son is dead, should all grievances dissipate? You observed the calm demeanor of the head of the Zhao family, perceiving a barely discernible hint of hatred beneath his tranquil facade. Clearly, the anguish of losing a son had deeply ingrained resentment within him. Head of the Zhao family, I do not recall having made any promises. You retorted with a cold laugh, embracing Liu Ruyue, and gestured for Liu Zhong and the formidable members of the Li family to take action. Since an error had been made, one might as well embrace it fully. To easily spare the Zhao family would undoubtedly lay a trap for oneself. The head of the Zhao family was about to unleash a torrent of invective upon your shamelessness when he was abruptly struck down by Liu Zhong, reduced to ashes. The 4 prominent families of the Demon City are excessively numerous, 3 would suffice. The territory and enterprises of the Zhao family shall be ceded to the Li family. Yet I, Liu Qian, shall claim the accumulated wealth of elixirs and treasures. You have proffered a tempting offer, compelling the Li family to take decisive action to obliterate the Zhao family, yet you demand the lion's share. With the Li family's revered ancestor alongside the formidable Lu Zhong, their combined forces would ensure the imminent demise of the Zhao family. Within a mere day, the Zhao family found themselves relentlessly besieged by the three families, suffering grievous losses and descending into desperation, while you remained at a safe distance, reveling in the unfolding drama. During this time, the Lin and Wu families maintained their neutrality, abstaining from involvement. Soon enough, the Zhao family was annihilated. Yet the head of the Li family reported that the Zhao family's esteemed ancestor had mysteriously vanished. Upon hearing this news, you berated the Li family for their incompetence, as they had left you with such a significant peril. A saint-level powerhouse, unencumbered by reservations or attachments, poses a tremendous threat. You successfully acquired the Zhao family's centuries-old resources and prepared to withdraw from sight to begin absorbing and refining the remnants of the Zhao family, aspiring to ascend to a new realm of power. Just as you were poised to enter seclusion, Liu Ruyue unexpectedly sought you out, revealing that a mysterious realm had emerged in the waters near Demon City, attracting numerous powerful beings. She inquired if you had any interest in participating. You furrowed your brow, suspecting a new scheme from the shadowy orchestrator and wary of the lurking Zhao family ancestor, thus opting to abstain from involvement. On the first day, you chose to cultivate the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, consuming 100 spirit elixirs to prepare for a breakthrough to the fourth stage of divine abilities. By the third day, you successfully transcended to the fourth stage, manifesting a new divine talent, the Dragon Elephant Dominance Body, endowed with the might of the dragon and elephant. On the fifth day, the fortune that enveloped you began to wane. In the final moments of this dissipating luck, an unexpected chill surged through you, and the aura of destiny once again issued a warning, heralding the approach of death. You were abruptly awakened. Chapter 11, using the Destiny Woman as a substitute. You awaken from your meditative state, overwhelmed by a chilling aura that is far more intense than during your first simulation. A palpable sense of danger permeates the air. Incredulously, you find yourself in a villa arranged by the Li family, surrounded by an array of defenses, with the formidable guardian Lu Zhong, a seventh realm saint, stationed outside. How could anything possibly go awry? Unless, of course, this imminent threat exceeds your wildest apprehensions. In the next moment, your suspicions are vindicated. The sounds of battle suddenly reverberate in your ears, the fierce clamor alarmingly close, accompanied by three overwhelming auras, each at the saint level. One of these formidable presences belongs to your guardian Lu Zhong, however, the other two are utterly foreign to you. Lu Qian, the ancient ancestor of the Zhao family, and a masked saint, accompanied by a horde of powerful, dark-clad figures, have invaded. Lu Zhong is engaged with them. Quickly open the secret chamber door, and I will escort you to safety, the anxious voice of Liu Ruyue calls from beyond the concealed entrance. Your expression shifts dramatically. Despite your disbelief, you hastily peer through the hidden door to assess the situation. You behold the distressed visage of Liu Ruyue and a group of black-clad assailants embroiled in combat with the guards. Above, the Zhao ancestor and an unfamiliar masked saint are locked in a fierce struggle with Lu Zhong. However, the unfolding events appear dire. Liu Ruyue speaks the truth. How could it be? Where have these saints emerged from in the Demon City, accompanied by such a multitude of dark-clad warriors? Could it be that the mastermind has struck again, orchestrating a new wave of carnage? The specter of vengeance lingers. Lu Qian's eyes darken as he reaches a grim conclusion. In just a few days, a new cycle of bloodshed has descended upon him. Clearly, the hidden puppeteer is obsessively fixated on his Supreme Imperial Bone. During the second simulation of the antagonist, he believed he had set a trap that would afford him a brief respite for development, yet he had underestimated his opponent. But therein lies the conundrum. His residence in the Demon City changes every day, making it nearly impossible to trace how the Zhao ancestor and the black-clad figures discovered his whereabouts. Faced with the urgent pleas of Liu Ruyue outside, you choose not to open the secret chamber door. Instead, you decisively activate an exceedingly clandestine escape route that you had commissioned for emergencies. At this moment, you are prepared to abandon Lu Zhong and Liu Ruyue to flee. As long as you remain alive, you can seek vengeance for them in the future. Should you perish, all hope is lost. Your selfishness places your own survival above all else, revealing your true character as a coward. Yet, Just as you are about to slip into the hidden passage, an unsettling chill sweeps over you. And the fortune you had seized from Liu Ruyue dissipates entirely. Someone is present in the passage. This is the final warning of destiny and fate. You have realized that this is a trap, and you are the prey. Unable to suppress a curse, a fierce expression flares upon your face. After a moment of rapid contemplation, you decisively opened the secret chamber door, allowing Liu Ruyue to enter. Liu Ruyue has been your ally, should you perish? The Liu family would undoubtedly face ruin, unable to withstand the wrath of the Liu family. Liu Ruyue could never betray you. Liu Qian, we must leave. Once we escape from here, the Liu family will soon. Before Liu Ruyue could finish her sentence, you swiftly struck, incapacitating her with a blow to her neck. You were careful. Liu Ruyue would only be unconscious for a few hours at most, though there was also the possibility she might never awaken. You activated the Thousand Shadow Devil technique, employing the illusionary shadow for the first time to alter Liu Ruyue's appearance. As your demonic energy entered her body, it was met with resistance, unable to penetrate. Yet, it soon vanished, and you dismissed it as an illusion. Before long, Liu Ruyue's visage began to shift, ultimately transforming into your own likeness. You, in turn, adopted Liu Ruyue's appearance, exchanging garments with her. In a bid for survival, you resolved to have Liu Ruyue, the destined heroine, act as your substitute, sacrificing herself to buy you a fleeting chance. You supported Liu Qian, feigning a state of deep cultivation, and then, disguised as a woman, you opened the secret chamber door once more and slipped away. This time, devoid of destiny's favor, you could only conceal your presence. Masquerading as Liu Ruyue, fearful of detection, navigating the chaos of battle while poised to escape. Fortunately, the black-clad figures were focused solely on Liu Qian within the chamber and showed no interest in you. The three saint-level experts engaged in the battle above hardly cast a glance in your direction. You secretly sighed in relief, but soon confusion arose within you. In the midst of such intense conflict, the other families in the Magic City remained unresponsive, which you could understand, for fear of drawing trouble upon themselves. Yet, why had the Li family not yet appeared to provide support? Just as you were about to flee the battlefield, a mysterious saint-level expert, his face concealed by black cloth, suddenly cast a curious glance in your direction, and you felt an overwhelming pressure. However, he seemingly failed to perceive the disguise of the illusionary shadow technique and quickly averted his gaze, allowing you to breathe a sigh of relief. A violent tremor erupted from the secret chamber, drawing everyone's attention. The chamber door was abruptly smashed open from within, revealing the long-missing Yi Chen. Brandishing a dagger plunged into Liu Qian's chest. Ah, Liu Qian, you wretched cur, dare to insult the woman of Yi Chen. Today marks your demise. With a piercing wound in her chest, Liu Qian suddenly roused from her unconsciousness, her enchanting eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Her gaze fell upon the maniacally laughing Yi Chen before shifting to the distant Liu Ruyue. Her lips moved, yet her eyes remained unyieldingly closed. Liu Xiao. Witnessing Liu Qian's demise, Liu Zhong was plunged into madness, burning his vital essence, inciting dread in the hearts of the Zhao family's elder and another dark-clad sacred realm expert, who recoiled from his fury. Yet, in the next moment, the slain Liu Qian's visage and form distorted, transforming into that of Liu Ruyue, leaving the entire assembly in shock. Ruyue. No. Damn it, that was the true Liu Qian. Capture him quickly. As Yi Chen's anguished cries echoed, the enigmatic dark-clad sacred realm expert swiftly reacted, commanding the remaining dark figures to pounce upon Liu Ruyue. Aware of your exposure, you sighed inwardly, recognizing the limitations of the shadow mimicry technique. Nonetheless, you now stood at the precipice of the battlefield. You fully unleashed the fourth layer of the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, manifesting 8 indistinct shadows that eluded detection. Retreating into the distance, the encroaching dark figures could not grasp your hem, left only to watch helplessly. Thousand Shadow Demon Technique. Chapter 12, The Conclusion of the Second Simulation. As you unleashed your extraordinary abilities, the masked practitioner of the sacred realm gasped in astonishment. However, in comparison to your prowess, it was evident that he was far more shocked by your display of the Thousand Shadows Demon technique. His unexpected reaction confirmed all your prior speculations. He was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, having used Liu Ruyue as bait, you had truly seized a sliver of hope. Empowered by the Thousand Shadows Demon technique and the blue talent of swift retreat, your speed now surpassed even that of the fifth realm, leaving the black-clad pursuer far behind. The patriarch of the Zhao family and the masked expert were both firmly occupied by Lu Zhong, unable to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as you made your escape. It appeared that this brush with death could once again be evaded. Lu Qian gazed at the villain simulator, secretly relieved. The longer his simulated self survived and the greater his cultivation became, the more advantageous it would be for him. The reason he had fallen into this perilous situation stemmed ultimately from the second simulation, where he had become overly complacent and indulgent in his newfound power, failing to sense the impending danger until the last moment. The demon city was perilous indeed, if only he could return to the capital of Daxia, to the stronghold of the Liu family. With the protection of a celestial-level ancestor, such relentless pursuit would never occur. The mastermind behind the scenes likely aimed to drive him out of the Daxia capital, having perhaps laid a trap in the demon city, ready to spring at any moment. As long as he remained there, his fate was all but sealed. Suddenly, Lu Qian's pupils constricted as he fixated on the next unfolding scene in the villain simulator, his expression one of sheer disbelief. You, like a wraith, conjured 8 demonic apparitions, dispersing in all directions, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. A smile of rebirth graced your lips, convinced that you had escaped this calamity. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of death's threat assailed you. Lu Qian, you killed Ruyue. I want you dead. Yi Chen's venomous and frenzied voice erupted from behind, echoing across the battlefield. A chill ran down your spine, compelling you to glance back, and you were met with a horrifying sight. Yi Chen, with a severed arm, appeared as if possessed. Taking 3 swift strides, his aura of peak sacred realm suddenly erupting like a bursting balloon. 5th realm. 6th realm. 7th realm. As the destined protagonist, Yi Chen shockingly broke through 3 major realms, ascending to the 7th realm of the sacred, leaving the entire arena in awe. Even the 3 sacred realm practitioners were struck dumb, all combat ceased as everyone stared in disbelief. Though it had long been suspected that the protagonist possesses extraordinary advantages, you were thoroughly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. How was it even possible to achieve such feats? Boom! In a fit of fury, Yi Chen suddenly appeared before you, launching a devastating strike towards your head. Lu Xiao. At this critical moment, Lu Zhong selflessly intervened, placing himself in your path, only to be obliterated by a single blow, dissolving into a mist of blood. You could only watch in horror as Lu Zhong met his tragic end, your pupils dilating in disbelief. Just a few days had passed. How could Yi Chen have undergone such a drastic transformation? If he truly possessed such power, why had he previously been pursued by Lu Zhong, left with a severed arm? What had transpired in these few days? Was it the residual spirit of the old man within Yi Chen that was orchestrating this chaos? Boom! At this moment, Yi Chen resembled a frenzied deity of death, delivering another punch aimed directly at you, evidently blaming you for Liu Ruyue's demise. This time, no one would step in to shield you. In a critical instant, a blood-red talisman materialized close to you, transforming into a crimson demon bat that enveloped you, intercepting Yi Chen's lethal assault, and subsequently tearing through the void to escape into the distance. The life-saving blood talisman sent by the Liu family proved remarkably effective at this pivotal moment. Before fleeing, you seemed to hear Yi Chen's anguished roar. Simultaneously, the mysterious token you had seized from Yi Chen trembled slightly, as if reacting to something. Whoosh! As you fled into the distance, the space around you swirled chaotically, plunging into darkness, and you felt your consciousness slipping away. In a daze, you suddenly fell from the blood escape, plunging into icy waters. Your entire body chilled to the bone. Struggling to open your eyes, you realized you had fallen into the ocean. Had you been randomly transported to a sea area 1,000 miles away from the magic city? At that moment, a massive shadow resembling a gigantic octopus suddenly flashed before you, seemingly a powerful and bizarre entity. You attempted to struggle, but your body remained rigid. Then, an agonizing pain surged through you, accompanied by a strange sound of gnawing. You have perished. Simulation complete. The final accounting begins. The host may choose 3 options from the following 6. 1. The 4th layer of the Ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, Divine Ability. 2. The 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique, Divine Ability, Shadow Mimicry. 3. The Mysterious Token. 4. The Life-Saving Blood Escape Talisman, Celestial Level. 5. A portion of the destiny luck of the protagonist Liu Ruyue, 1 week. 6. A preserved severed arm, Qian, gazing at the gruesome text of the villain simulator. Liu Qian's expression fluctuated between shadows of despair and furious indignation, nearly on the verge of cursing. Damn! Is this even a game? Yi Chen's final performance was nothing short of extraordinary. It was akin to a mechanical descent of the divine, a dimensional strike. Even the destined protagonist should not wield such overwhelming advantages. He had contemplated the possibility of dying at the hands of the mastermind behind the scenes. Yet, he never anticipated that his demise would come at the hands of a destined protagonist he had nearly devastated. Indeed, how few are those who can be favored by destiny. I have underestimated him, and it is a grave oversight. This time, the simulation of a villainous life has ended in death. Serving as a timely reminder for me to remain humble and vigilant, never to harbor arrogance in underestimating others. Although the second attempt at the villain simulator also ended in failure, with a lifespan of less than a month before meeting his demise, he harbored little regret. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Unwarranted emotions are destined to cloud his rationality. He, Liu Qian, is capable of both embracing and relinquishing. Chapter 13, The Red Talent, You Cannot See Me. Beep, the host's current mindset has begun to align with that of a true villain, possessing a profound influence on both himself and the future of this world. Reward, 500 villain points. A mechanical voice from the villain simulator abruptly interrupted Liu Qian's thoughts. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently resonated with the villainous mindset this time, earning a reward of villain points, a true double-edged sword. Liu Qian was somewhat taken aback. Merely reflecting on his own sentiments had elicited a reward from the villain simulator, highlighting his significance in this world. However, compared to the so-called 500 villain points, the current mindset and reflections were undoubtedly far more precious, capable of saving his life in times to come. Simulator. How many villain points are required for me to conduct a simulation independently? Liu Qian had not forgotten that he only had 3 complementary villain life simulations at the outset. Now, with 2 already used, he was left with only 1. Once that was exhausted, he would need to utilize villain points to initiate a 4th simulation. At this moment, he needed to proceed cautiously, step by step, to comprehend the rules and procedures of the villain simulator. Beep, the host's current realm is the 3rd realm of transcendence. Conducting 1 villain simulation requires 1,000 villain points. 1,000 villain points. Liu Qian furrowed his brow in surprise. This figure seemed rather excessive. Just moments ago, he felt pleased with the 500 villain points he had acquired. Now, he found himself unable to independently initiate a simulation. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. The rewards from the upcoming simulations could enable him to break through to the 4th realm of divine power. System. How many villain points will I require if my cultivation advances to the 4th realm of divine power? The higher the host's strength and the treasures possessed, the greater the interference in the future simulations, necessitating more villain points. The 4th realm of divine power requires 5,000 villain points. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator reiterated its explanation. The required villain points had increased 5-fold. The stronger one became, the more villain points were needed. This indicated that suppressing one's cultivation power in the early stages could indeed be beneficial, allowing for greater rewards with fewer points. However, the pressing issue was that what he lacked most was time, and what he desperately needed was strength. With a hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows, Liu Qian dared not halt his pursuit of power for even a moment. In a sense, he had no choice left. His gaze shifted to the 6 rewards from the conclusion of the 2nd simulation. Among these 6 rewards, he coveted more than just 3. Yet, he could only select 3 from the 6 available. The 5th and 6th rewards were undoubtedly the first to be eliminated from his consideration. The 5th reward, the destiny blessing of the protagonist Liu Ruyue, 1 week, was a replica that could be refreshed, so it was not urgent. The 6th item, the severed arm of Yi Chen, bears little significance for his current predicament, as he has yet to master the arcane arts of curses. In contrast, the first item, the fourth layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, is essential. It will facilitate a rapid breakthrough to the fourth realm of divine abilities. The second item, the fourth layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique, with its innate shadow simulation ability, proves to be quite beneficial to him. Had a certain fated protagonist not manipulated the odds during the second simulation, he would have long since evaded capture. The third item's mysterious token resides within Yi Chen's storage pouch, having exhibited some reaction during his explosive moment of power, suggesting it may possess some hidden utility, though he has yet to ascertain its true purpose. In comparison, the fourth item, the life-substituting blood escape talisman, is a genuine life-saving artifact. Despite the inherent uncertainty of its random teleportation, it undeniably serves as a vital safeguard in critical moments. If he were to be teleported during the second simulation, he would still retain the strength to resist, thus avoiding death at the hands of the enigmatic beings lurking in the ocean. Moreover, should he choose the life-substituting blood escape talisman and procure another from his brother within the simulator's realm, he would possess two such talismans, granting him two opportunities to preserve his life. This contemplation leads him to believe he could extend his survival. Lu Qian swiftly made his decision. For the simulator, I select the first, second, and fourth items. Boom! In the next instant, a grand and profound force descended upon him. The river of time once again manifested, traversing dimensions to present itself before him. A mangled corpse, gnawed and fragmented, appeared before his eyes. It was the remnant of himself, devoured by the mysterious and sinister forces during the second simulation of a villain's life. Though not his first encounter with this grim spectacle, witnessing his own tragic demise elicited a twitch at the corner of Lu Qian's mouth. From the 6 fruits suspended above the disfigured body, 3 plummeted towards him, swiftly merging with his being. Boom! In that moment, his comprehension of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra surged, propelling him to a new threshold, enabling him to consolidate the formidable Dragon Elephant Overlord body, a powerful physical divine ability. Concurrently, a dark and enigmatic force began to unfurl within him, imbued with an uncanny, shape-shifting quality. Indeed, it was the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique. Host, Lu Qian, age, 18, realm, divine ability, cultivation method, 4th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, celestial level. 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Technique, celestial level, divine ability, Dragon Elephant Overlord body, shadow simulation, physique, Supreme Emperor's Bone. Talent, oily feet, blue, simulation attempts, 1, villain points, 500, in the previous 2 simulations, I actively engaged in the fray. This time, I shall seize the reins of power. The primary objective of the third villain simulation is to thoroughly cleanse the entire demon city in one fell swoop, preemptively identifying all potential safety hazards. Now that my true self resides within the demon city, failing to discern friend from foe could indeed lead to restless nights. The second simulated encirclement was exceedingly perplexing. How could the Zhao family's ancestors possibly know my whereabouts, unless there is a traitor among us? Since my arrival in the Magic City, every aspect of my sustenance and accommodation has been arranged by the Li family, my kin by marriage. Furthermore, I must unravel the sudden anomaly of Yi Chen's inexplicable prowess, as well as the mysterious behavior of Liu Ruyue. Images of the peculiarities from the second simulation swirled in Lu Qian's mind, his gaze brimming with calculation and madness. Within the realm of the antagonist simulator, being schemed against and besieged time and again ignited his ire. He must eliminate the puppeteer behind it all. Antagonist simulator, initiate the second simulation. Ding! Commencing the third simulation of the antagonist's life. Detected that the host possesses sufficient antagonist points. Would you like to spend 500 antagonist points for a random temporary talent extraction? 500 antagonist points. To his surprise, this amount was precisely what he needed. The previous blue talent, Greased Lightning, had afforded him considerable advantages. Acquiring additional talents would undoubtedly be even more beneficial. If antagonist points remained unused, what purpose did they serve? Should he save them for procreation? I shall go all in. Understanding that going all in requires wisdom, Lu Qian decisively wagered his antagonist points. Ding! 500 antagonist points have been automatically deducted from the host. Commencing random temporary talent extraction. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted before Lu Qian, radiating an intense warmth.
Is this the emergence of a lucky strike? Have I drawn a legendary golden talent?
Elated, Lu Qian hurriedly examined the extracted talent. Congratulations, host.
You have acquired the temporary red talent, you cannot see me. Chapter 14, Is Liu Ruyue a problem?
She is at the celestial realm. When you silently recite "you cannot see me," there is a certain probability that those present will be oblivious to your existence. The greater their power surpasses yours,
the diminishing the effect will be. A crimson talent. Moreover, it is a conceptual talent.
Lu Qian was taken aback, his delight clearly evident in his eyes. In a certain sense, this crimson talent could potentially influence even the venerable ancestors at the celestial level or the true immortals of the land. Merely possessing a crimson talent that pertains to the realm of concepts raises the question, how extraordinary must the higher purple or golden talents be? It seems that this time,
the simulation of a villain's life will be unlike any other. A smile crept upon Lu Qian's lips, as he grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming simulation. Simulation begins.
You observe the inebriated Liu Ruyue outside the vehicle and choose not to follow the course of your previous 2 simulations by alighting to rescue her. Instead,
you entertain a different notion. Since Liu Ruyue's presence is a cog in the machinations of the hidden mastermind, why would you foolishly involve yourself?
Understand that you have now awakened the Supreme Emperor's bone and possess the combat prowess of the 4th realm. Liu Ruyue holds little utility for you now,
merely providing a modicum of fate and fortune.
This time, you resolve to deviate from the expected path, curious to see what transformations may unfold.
You drive home.
You instruct the driver, Lu Zhong, to depart without regard for the drunken Liu Ruyue ahead, adopting an air of indifference. Lu Zhong was somewhat taken aback by your demeanor. It is well known throughout the capital of Daxia that you are notorious for your lecherous reputation.
Yet this time you appear oddly subdued?
Nevertheless, he complied with your command and drove away.
Is this the beginning of an unconventional approach?
It appears that the version of me within this simulation wishes to explore a novel trajectory of fate.
Lu Qian squinted slightly, murmuring to himself.
In the previous 2 simulations, the reason for his proactive involvement was to draw out the hidden mastermind and uncover their identity.
Yet, in both instances of demise,
he had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. He had not even approached the true identity of the mastermind. In such a scenario, alternative avenues must be pursued. Before long, the vehicle sped away, and Liu Ruyue's figure began to fade from view. At that moment, you suddenly commanded the car to stop. Disregarding Lu Zhong's puzzled expression, you exited the vehicle and employed the 1,000 shadow sorcery, transforming into an enigmatic shadow, racing towards the location where Liu Ruyue lay unconscious. During the second simulation, while in the secret chamber, you briefly encountered an obstruction while utilizing the 1,000 shadow sorcery to alter your appearance. At that time, you dismissed it as an illusion, but afterward, you sensed something was amiss.
You suspect Liu Ruyue may be compromised.
Soon, you arrived at your destination.
Hiding amidst the grass, observing the inebriated Liu Ruyue not far away, silently reciting, "You cannot see me." 10 minutes elapsed, yet Liu Ruyue remained unresponsive.
20 minutes passed, and you, hidden in the grass, felt a chill and suffered a few mosquito bites, but still, there was no sign of movement. A half-hour went by, and with a furrowed brow, you began to wonder if your assumptions were misguided, yet you chose to remain patient, confident in your suspicions. Time swiftly flew by, and as it approached 59 minutes, only a minute remained until Yi Chen's arrival, when Liu Ruyue, lying ahead, stirred.
With a snap.
From your concealed position in the grass, you witnessed Liu Ruyue, who should have been in a deep stupor, suddenly open her eyes. The rosy flush on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of indifference, as if she had transformed into a different person. Her gaze was frigid as she scanned her surroundings, her brow slightly furrowed, exuding an air of authority, seemingly probing for something.
Your heart raced.
Overwhelmed by a sense of dread, realizing that she was employing some peculiar ability to investigate the area.
You instinctively clenched your fists, your pupils dilating. The oppressive aura emanating from Liu Ruyue at that moment was more terrifying than that of the saint-level powerhouse, Lu Zhong. Your suspicions were indeed validated. Liu Ruyue was,
without a doubt, concealing something significant. A frantic roar echoed in your mind, as you fervently chanted to yourself, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me.
You cannot see me." Soon enough, Liu Ruyue failed to pierce through your hidden talent, and the terrifying pressure dissipated as she ceased her search. How peculiar. Liu Ruyue nodded slightly, a look of astonishment gracing her features as she murmured, seemingly perplexed. Once assured that there was no one else in the vicinity, she ignored the approaching Qian and, with a single step, transformed into a celestial shadow, vanishing into thin air. She walked on air. Liu Ruyue was indeed a formidable being of the celestial realm. Liu Qian's pupils constricted, unable to divert his gaze from the Liu Ruyue lying outside the vehicle. Yet, he quickly reined in his emotions, daring not to reveal even a hint of surprise. The Liu Ruyue before him was a celestial-level powerhouse, on par with the ancestral figures of the Liu family. But how could this be possible? Even if she were the destined female protagonist, barely in her 20s, how could she attain such heights? It is understood that those of the celestial realm in the Great Xia Empire are granted entry into the highest councils, possessing their own voices. Even the Emperor of Great Xia would show them due respect. Yet, not even the so-called once-in-a-millennium prodigy, the sixth prince of the royal family, possessed such exaggerated terror. A concealed celestial-level individual willingly hiding in the magic city, masquerading as the daughter of a second-rate family? Could it be that Liu Ruyue is the true mastermind behind the scenes? But that does not add up. Why would a dignified celestial disguise herself in such a manner, allowing herself to be belittled? It simply does not make sense. Could it be that she harbors some unknown peculiarities? Yet the question arises, if she is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, why orchestrate such a convoluted scheme, allowing others to take action? Previously, in the hotel, a mere flick of her wrist could have ended my life. A celestial being wishing to eliminate me would find little resistance in all of Magic City. Even if the Liu family sought to intervene, their efforts would likely prove futile. At this moment, Liu Qian's mind felt as though it were turning to mush. Overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation, which seemed to exceed his expectations yet again, he had unwittingly entangled himself with a celestial being and audaciously engaged in acts of insubordination not just once, but multiple times. Strangely, his assailant refrained from ending his life, instead appearing to accept his fate with quiet resignation. It was utterly bewildering. Chapter 15, Supreme Mode. Suppressing the Destiny protagonist. What was initially perceived as an exaggeration by Yi Chen turned out to be merely a prelude to even greater mastery. Liu Qian's lips twitched slightly. Previously, he believed Yi Chen's sudden surge as the destined protagonist was already astounding, transcending from the fourth realm of divine powers to the seventh realm of entry into sanctity in an instant was indeed terrifying. However, Liu Ruyue, the destined heroine, delivered a true lesson, ascending directly to the eighth realm of celestial beings. This phenomenon transcends mere luck or fortuitous encounters. These two are truly extraordinary. Were it not for his possession of the villain simulation device, he might have found himself utterly defeated by them. Their disregard for the villainous role is palpable. Yet, through the simulation of a villain's life, he has managed to unearth their vulnerabilities, allowing him to formulate various contingency plans in advance. It seems that the Magic City harbors hidden talents and is far more complex than he had anticipated. Based on current observations, Liu Ruyue appears to harbor no intent to kill him, otherwise, he would have perished countless times by now. Even Liu Zhong would be powerless to withstand her might. Thus, it appears that there are two factions fixated on him, one being the so-called mastermind behind the scenes, and the other, Liu Ruyue. The Liu family's decision to send him from the capital to the Magic City remains uncertain as to whether it is a blessing or a curse. He has merely escaped one perilous situation only to plunge into another. Despite being in the Magic City with a powerful protector before him, he feels no sense of security. For there lies a celestial being ahead. With a mere thought, she could render him defenseless. The uncertainty of life and death weighs heavily upon him, instilling a profound sense of helplessness. He must swiftly attain the power to control his own destiny. You gaze in astonishment at the vanishing Liu Ruyue, realizing that no one could have anticipated her to be an unparalleled celestial being. You are simultaneously relieved that you cannot witness the activation of your red talent in time. Otherwise, should Liu Ruyue discover that you have uncovered her secret, the repercussions would be dire. You sense that you are being targeted not only by the mastermind but also by another faction.
A suspicion begins to form within you. Liu Ruyue is likely a disguise of some ancient entity or a reincarnation of a remarkable powerhouse. For it is improbable that one so young could achieve such celestial status. Given this trajectory, her breakthrough to the earthly true immortal realm is merely a matter of time. And when that occurs, she may very well ascend to the pinnacle of power. In contrast, it appears that the mastermind has already been overshadowed. As they initially deployed only extraordinary and entry-level sanctity powers, with no celestial beings in sight. You are acutely aware of the profound depths of this world. Feeling slightly out of your depth. Your thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the hurried arrival of Qian, who seems frantic as he searches for something. His face etched with concern. No! Qian lets out a pained wail, seemingly misunderstanding that his goddess has been taken away. As you gaze upon such a classic scene, a stirring arises within your heart. With Liu Ruyue, the celestial being, having departed, it is highly probable that the assassin, skilled in the Thousand Shadows demonic technique, is lying in wait at a nearby hotel, an opportune moment indeed. You contemplate making your move against Qian. Qian, possessing the fourth realm of divine abilities, stands at your level, yet he harbors hidden cards that could elevate him to a higher realm. However, you too possess the Supreme Imperial Bone and feel no trepidation. As for Qian's seemingly continuous ascension through several realms, you harbor no fear. For it is evident that he lacks such capabilities at present. Otherwise, he would not have been so severely injured by Liu Zhong at the onset of the second simulation, losing an arm in the process. Moreover, you wish to hone your combat experience. Mere cultivation without practical experience renders one a mere empty vessel. In this moment, the fated protagonist, Qian, presents himself as a worthy adversary. Even should you be unable to overcome him, you are confident in your ability to escape. Exercising caution, you refrain from immediate confrontation. Instead, you employ the shadow mimicry technique to alter your visage, transforming into the unfortunate Zhao Kuan, the young heir of the Zhao family from the Demon City, whom you had previously dispatched in the second simulation. You don a black cloth to obscure your face. It is evident that you intend to divert the calamity elsewhere. As Qian turns to seek Liu Ruyue, you seize the moment to launch a surprise attack. Shadows surge forth from the ground, ensnaring Qian's own shadow, rendering him momentarily immobile, as if bound. 8 demonic figures emerge from the shadows, wielding shadow blades aimed at his limbs, nearly incapacitating him. The sudden turn of events sends a wave of terror coursing through Qian. And as he sees 4 blades aimed at his 5th limb, he nearly succumbs to panic. In an explosive display, a blazing aura erupts from Qian, propelling him from the realm of divine abilities into the 5th realm of mountains and rivers. He breaks free from the shadow-esque grasp, intercepting the blades aimed at him, allowing others to strike him, leaving him bloodied and battered. Clearly, he would rather endure the blades upon his body than suffer a grievous wound below. You find yourself somewhat astonished, as Qian manages to react to your ambush. With a thunderous roar, the fierce flames engulf and obliterate 7 of the demonic figures, revealing your true form. You despicable wretch, how dare you ambush me? I shall see you dead. Qian, nearly rendered impotent, is consumed by rage. Forsaking his concern for Liu Ruyue's safety, fixated solely on your annihilation. Faced with the wrathful Qian, who surpasses you by a considerable margin, you quickly find yourself at a disadvantage. Yet, with the ghostly speed bestowed upon you by the Thousand Shadows demonic technique, you opt to evade his onslaught. Despite being struck several times by the enraged Qian, you withstand the blows, fortified by the Dragon Elephant Overlord technique. You come to realize that while you can maintain your survival in this encounter, defeating the battle-hardened Qian will prove exceedingly challenging. As you prepared to make your initial attempt to wield the Supreme Emperor's Bone, you discovered an unexpected impediment. It seemed that something essential was still lacking. You were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that your current level of cultivation was insufficient to harness its power? Suddenly, a chilling yet commanding warmth surged from your spine into your mind. In your perception, Qian's movements began to slow, as if he were laboring under an immense burden, multiplied tenfold or even 100-fold. You swiftly analyzed and absorbed his actions. In this altered state, you realized that you could assimilate your adversary's combat techniques, refining them and allowing your own battle experience to escalate at an astounding rate. At this moment, you felt akin to a true deity, gazing down upon the world. With every existence laid bare before you, unable to conceal itself, everything fell under your dominion.
In this instant,
the terrifying potential of the Supreme Emperor's bone became evident to you. It appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, attuned to your needs. You fell into a contemplative silence, but soon found solace in this revelation, designating this unique state as the Supreme Mode. Empowered by this mode, you experienced rapid growth, achieving parity with your opponent and gaining the upper hand, almost rendering Yi Qian breathless.
Chapter 16, Self-Destruction of Cultivation, Deceiving Liu Zhong.
The Supreme Emperor Bone possesses such remarkable abilities. Liu Qian's pupils trembled slightly, and his astonishment towards the Supreme Emperor Bone intensified. It is worth noting that during the second villain simulation, Yi Qian managed to escape from Liu Zhong, a formidable saint-level warrior.
His own combat prowess is undoubtedly extraordinary.
In his expectations, the version of himself in the villain simulator, even with some assurance, should not have been able to achieve such ease. Yet, everything surpassed his anticipations. In the supreme mode within the villain simulator, he resembled a sponge, voraciously absorbing and enhancing himself.
Yi Qian's combat experience was almost entirely analyzed, imitated, absorbed, and refined.
In this state, he felt as though he were prescient, foreseeing the future. Every movement of Yi Qian, along with his subsequent lethal moves, was known in advance,
allowing for evasion and interruption.
This is impossible. The suppressed Yi Qian emitted an incredulous roar, his face contorted in shock, staring at you as if witnessing a monster. Swish! Seizing the fleeting opening displayed by Yi Qian, your expression remained indifferent as you manipulated a shadowy great blade to emerge from the ground, swiftly severing Yi Qian's right arm, causing his storage pouch to fall. You paid no heed to the current battle results and pressed on.
Yi Qian released a wretched scream, suddenly unleashing a terrifying blaze of searing flames that forced you to retreat.
The black cloth on your face ignited in the flames, revealing Zhao Kuan's visage, which feigned astonishment.
Zhao Clan. Zhao Kuan.
I will not let you escape. Yi Qian's venomous voice emerged from the flames, clearly recognizing your identity and mistakenly believing you to be responsible for abducting Liu Ruyue.
Yi Qian's figure was engulfed by the horrific flames, reduced to ashes,
and vanished without a trace. Evidently, at a crucial moment, he utilized some special secret technique to make his escape. You were not surprised by this, after all. During the second simulation, you had inquired with Liu Zhong, and Yi Qian's flight then had been identical to the current scenario. The destined protagonist possesses a fate that renders them not so easily vanquished. Suddenly, you sensed a familiar aura of fortune manifesting seemingly out of thin air. Merging into your being, you acquired a portion of the protagonist Yi Qian's destiny, receiving a boon of fate that would last for 1 week.
The boon of destiny. By defeating the destined protagonist, one can acquire a fragment of their fateful fortune?
Liu Qian raised an eyebrow, gaining newfound insight into the concept of destiny.
Typically,
the narrative arc revolves around the destined protagonist triumphing over the destined villain, thereby strengthening their own fortune. However, after suffering a crushing defeat, one's fateful fortune would dissipate,
transferring to the victor. This mechanism proved to be intriguing.
You were somewhat astonished, yet quickly deduced the underlying mechanism.
You approached,
retrieving Yi Qian's severed arm along with a blood-stained storage pouch. Within this pouch lay numerous medicinal pills and herbs, as well as a mysterious token.
You collected these items,
and soon felt the overwhelming effects of the supreme mode begin to wane, only to be replaced by an agonizing pain and a profound fatigue enveloping your very soul.
A gnawing hunger surged from your spine. Was this the side effect of the supreme mode?
A premature expenditure of physical potential in exchange for transient power. Realizing the repercussions of the Supreme Imperial Bone, you hastily extracted bottles of pills from Yi Qian's storage pouch and consumed them. The potent energy of the pills was ruthlessly absorbed by the Supreme Imperial Bone, alleviating some of your exhaustion and pain.
You glanced around, not daring to linger,
fearful that Liu Ruyue, who had just departed, might return to investigate. You hastened back towards the direction where Liu Zhong was driving.
Upon your return to the vehicle,
Liu Zhong caught the scent of blood emanating from you, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, he wisely refrained from inquiring, sensing your altered state, and drove back to the villa. This time, due to your cunning machinations that had led to Zhao Kuan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, being blamed,
you refrained from issuing a pursuit order for Yi Qian.
Instead, you resolved to observe events unfold from the shadows. With his hands severed,
Yi Chen would inevitably seek vengeance against Zhao Kuan, thus, a pursuit order would soon be issued by others.
Should Zhao Kuan fall at Yi Chen's hands,
the Zhao family's patriarch would not be as obstinate as during the previous simulation.
This time, you prepared meticulously to watch the spectacle,
striving to discern who among the denizens of Magic City were allies and who were foes.
Upon returning to your residence in Magic City, you suddenly spoke, Lu Zhong.
May I trust you?
After receiving Lu Zhong's affirmative response, you unveiled your cultivation in the fourth realm of divine powers, leaving Lu Zhong astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the capital of the Xia Empire, it was common knowledge that Lu Zhong's younger brother, Lu Qian, was notorious for his ineptitude and debauchery. Incapable of cultivation and with a penchant for indulgence in the pleasures of the world.
Yet now,
you revealed a cultivation level of the divine powers at 18 years of age, a status that positioned you among the elite of the Xia Empire. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lu Zhong inquired about your cultivation.
With the insights gained from the previous simulation,
you were acutely aware of Lu Zhong's loyalty and thus chose not to conceal the truth. You disclosed part of the reality. You explained that for years, a hidden adversary had been surveilling the Lu family with malicious intent, and you had concealed your true abilities, masquerading as a wastrel to uncover the truth. You began to spin your narrative, claiming that your presence in Magic City was due to having traced the Hidden Hand's influence within this locale, with the intent to uproot it entirely. This matter you had kept from your family until now, when you finally had some leads to share. Given your status as a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Zhong, after a brief silence, placed his trust in you and inquired about your objectives. You revealed that you had already gathered some information and evidence regarding the mastermind behind these schemes and warned him that you were likely to face assassination attempts, even death, in the near future. You instructed Lu Zhong that, in the event of an assassination attempt against you, he should prioritize his escape above all else and return to the Lu family to inform them of the identity of your assailant. You disclosed the currently identified masterminds behind this conspiracy, the Gu family of the Great Xia, another celestial family, the Zhao family from the Magic City, Yi Chen,
and the Li family, who are related by marriage.
As you enumerated these factions, a look of pained astonishment spread across Lu Zhong's face, and he began to comprehend the gravity of your clandestine investigation. Among these powers, while a petty figure like Yi Chen might be disregarded, the involvement of a celestial family and two prestigious clans with a holy legacy posed a formidable challenge.
Should they unite their efforts,
even the Lu family would find themselves in a precarious position. Lu Zhong questioned whether he had misjudged the situation, yet you remained resolute in your convictions, declaring your intention to immerse yourself in the fray to unearth those who covet your family's interests.
Upon hearing your willingness to sacrifice for your clan, Lu Zhong expressed his admiration and ultimately acquiesced to your request.
This strategic maneuver, decisively revealing a portion of the truth to enlist Lu Zhong,
a formidable figure of the Holy Realm, was indeed a masterstroke.
By shifting the focus of the conflict onto the Lu family as a whole, it effectively appealed to Lu Zhong's deep-seated loyalty to his lineage, ensuring optimal results. Observing the third simulation of your own strategies unfold, Lu Qian could not help but applaud your ingenuity.
Chapter 17, Amending Deficiencies, Cultivating Fatal Techniques. In the present day, within the mystical metropolis, Lu Zhong can be regarded as one of his most crucial talismans for survival.
Certain matters, of course, cannot be concealed from him. Collaboration is essential.
Thus, a degree of transparency is requisite.
As for why he does not directly contact the Lu family to mobilize greater elite forces, Lu Qian understands that his counterpart in the third iteration of the villain simulator likely intends to remain inconspicuous this time.
In such circumstances, making a hasty connection and deploying additional forces may attract the attention of the hidden orchestrator.
The Lu family, being a prominent celestial lineage, draws significant scrutiny. Every action they take is observed by watchful eyes, particularly those who have transcended the sixth realm. The mere involvement of one would certainly raise the interest of discerning individuals.
It could even provoke the presence of the unseen puppeteer. At present, it is reasonably certain that the Gu family, another celestial clan, holds some connection with the orchestrator. Should this incite the adversary to disregard all consequences and summon the celestial being from the Gu family to pursue him, it would spell disaster. Currently,
he possesses but a single talisman of life-preserving blood escape, capable of unleashing celestial prowess.
It remains uncertain whether it would suffice to evade celestial pursuit.
His foremost objective now is to eradicate all potential threats lurking within the city, drawing them out into the open.
After all,
while the version of himself within the villain simulator may act recklessly, in reality, he possesses but one life. If his intuition serves him correctly, this iteration of the simulator intends to execute a stratagem akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell, retreating into the shadows. He aims to vanish entirely from the public eye, simultaneously provoking the wrath of the Liu family through his feigned demise, thereby cleansing the entire metropolis. Liu Qian knows himself exceedingly well. He is far from the self-sacrificing figure depicted in the simulator.
He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives.
And he has already discerned the essence of these machinations. The subsequent content of the villain simulator further substantiates this theory. After persuading Liu Zhong to be entirely at your service, you grow serious and inquire whether the Liu family has any death warriors in the metropolis resembling you. You are acutely aware that a family of the Liu family's stature possesses clandestine channels and death warriors throughout the empire.
Without hesitation, Liu Zhong divulges the information regarding the Liu family's death warriors in the metropolis, and you silently nod, instructing him to discreetly bring them forth. You know well that the orchestrator's schemes against you will not easily dissipate, thus, you plan to execute a golden cicada shedding its shell. Before long, Liu Zhong presents a youthful death warrior to you. You employ the art of shadow mimicry to transform this young warrior into your likeness,
preparing for the following days to have him imitate your every move, creating a perfect decoy.
This time,
you intend to fabricate an opportunity for the decoy to perish in your stead, allowing you to remain hidden in the shadows, stepping away from the board as a mere pawn and emerging as the clandestine strategist. You conveyed the impending perilous mission to the young assassin, who resolutely agreed, expressing only a desire for the Liu family to care for his sister. You promised to provide his sister with a life of opulence and learned that the young assassin was named Su Meng, while his sister was called Su Mei. Having made all necessary preparations, you instructed Liu Zhong to request a substantial quantity of cultivation resources from the Liu family under the pretext of his own training. This request included various martial techniques, Taoist methods, and even curses, though in truth, these were for your own use.
Cautiously,
you were not yet prepared to reveal your cultivation abilities. Simultaneously, you employed your bloodline techniques to send a message to your elder brother, Liu Shou.
Unlike in the second simulation, you did not solicit his aid for revenge against the Gu family or to create chaos in the capital of Daxia. After all, the killing game had yet to commence, and you had successfully evaded it, thus lacking justification for such actions. This time, you crafted a new excuse. Brother,
I have been feeling somewhat unsettled these past few days. I heard you possess a life-substituting blood escape talisman. Might I borrow it for a while?
With the promise to return it upon my return?
Fearful for your own life, you intended to acquire the life-substituting blood escape talisman from your brother, considering it a second safeguard. Once everything was arranged, you proceeded to the secret chamber, retrieving the resources from Yi Chen's storage bag and commencing your cultivation.
After a night of intensive practice,
your progress was remarkable. You advanced from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the divine power realm, enhancing the might of your illusory dragon elephant dominance technique. At dawn, your cultivation was interrupted by Liu Zhong, who brought you good news. The life-substituting blood escape talisman you desired, along with the cultivation resources and martial techniques, had arrived.
Liu Shao, the eldest master, is quite concerned about your affairs.
He arranged for the items to be delivered almost immediately, along with the resources you requested. As you listened to Liu Zhong, holding the still-warm talisman in your hand, a wave of warmth washed over you.
When it came to your matters, your elder brother always prioritized your needs.
Now, with two life-substituting blood escape talismans in your possession, you felt a measure of confidence, even in the face of a potential ambush by a celestial-level elder.
Your anxious heart could finally find some tranquility.
You received a new storage bag from Liu Zhong, and upon scanning its contents with your spiritual sense, you were greeted by a wealth of cultivation resources and several jade slips inscribed with martial techniques. You anticipated that these resources would significantly enhance your cultivation once assimilated, yet your attention was drawn to the jade slips.
Possessing merely a high realm without adequate protective techniques would ultimately lead to futility.
At present, without a systematic approach to combat and genuine killing techniques, you could hardly be deemed a true cultivator. you resolved to rectify your shortcomings.
Chapter 18, The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist. First Level Talismancer.
The 3 jade slips sent by the Liu family consist of one dedicated to the formidable martial technique, the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist, a unique skill talisman, and a sinister curse method known as the Soul Nail Technique. These jade slips were procured by Liu Zhong, who sought them on your behalf from the Liu family,
rendering them perfectly suited for your needs.
The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist is an exceptionally powerful martial art, capable of rivaling celestial level techniques with its might to cleave mountains and part seas. However, this domineering technique demands a robust physique. A moment of carelessness could result in backlash.
Yet, it harmonizes splendidly with the terrifying strength of your ancient dragon elephant overlord body.
Previously, you had yet to develop a signature killing move, and the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist is precisely the right fit. The Talisman True Record serves as an introductory tome for talismancers, containing over 10,000 talismans. Since discovering the extraordinary effects of the Supreme Emperor Bone on cultivation, you have recognized the potential to pursue a secondary vocation.
Among these,
the versatile profession of talismancer has undoubtedly captured your interest. As for the final soul nail technique, this curse method is prepared for the fated protagonist, Qian. It is worth noting that Qian currently has one of his arms in your possession, allowing you to utilize the curse method to track his location.
Your foresight is commendable.
While enhancing your strength, you have also acquired the limitless potential of a talismancer. The status of a high-level talismancer is highly esteemed among the elite of the Great Xia. Liu Qian gazed at his reflection in the antagonist simulator, overwhelmed by emotions. The status and potential of a talismancer are beyond imagination.
A high-level talismancer, given sufficient preparation time, can instill fear even in celestial ancestors,
as one can never predict the number of high-level talismans they might unleash in a devastating assault. Furthermore, some advanced talismans possess extraordinary effects.
For instance, the life-saving blood escape talisman in his possession, a celestial-level talisman, was crafted by a high-level talismancer. To eliminate a well-prepared high-level talismancer, it would require the efforts of several celestial ancestors. Once he reaches the realm of high-level talismancers and amasses sufficient advanced talismans, he is confident in his ability to challenge the Gu family, a celestial lineage. Next, the efficacy of the Supreme Emperor Bone remains to be tested. While it has displayed remarkable prowess in cultivation, its effectiveness in mastering martial techniques and methods is yet to be determined. All of this necessitates experimentation. Upon acquiring the 3 jade slips, you wasted no time and retreated into the hidden chamber, commencing your training. You began to consume elixirs in abundance, igniting the understanding state of the Supreme Emperor Bone, immersing yourself in a profound state of enlightenment. You have commenced your training in the formidable Kangmang Baoan Fist, a martial technique of great renown. The intricate ancient scripts have transformed into a torrent of tadpoles flooding your mind, swiftly comprehended and assimilated. On the first day, you consumed over 100 bottles of elixirs, successfully grasping the fundamentals of the Kangmang Baoan Fist and rapidly achieving a modest proficiency. By the second day, your resources in Yi Chen's storage bag were entirely depleted, and the Kangmang Baoan Fist ascended to a remarkable level. A single punch unleashed felt akin to the roar of a mighty dragon, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. In that moment, you perceived yourself as formidable enough that even the 5th realm would not dare to withstand your blow. Should one be struck, their demise would be inevitable. Previously, Yi Chen could have died in celebration after enduring just one of your punches. On the 3rd day, you discerned that after reaching a significant level with the Kangmang Baoan Fist, you had encountered a certain plateau. To attain the pinnacle of mastery would require an extended period of diligent practice, leading you to decisively focus on the study of talismanic arts. Among the myriad of foundational talismans, you selected the Thunder and Fire talismans, the 2 most tempestuous attributes. Mastering these would render the remaining attributes considerably simpler. The 4th day brought with it countless failures, leaving your talisman materials dwindling and your spirit wavering. You began to doubt the innate talent required to become a talisman master, even with the esteemed Supreme Emperor Bone. Yet, an indomitable spirit within you resisted the urge to surrender. On the 5th day, after nearly 100,000 failures, an epiphany struck you. The culmination of your efforts bore fruit as you successfully inscribed a 1st-tier Thunder Light talisman, thus becoming a 1st-tier talisman master.
Although the Thunder Light Talisman was but a modest achievement, it filled you with joy, for you had triumphed.
Indeed, it is truly possible.
Lu Qian could hardly contain his excitement as he gazed at the contents of the villain simulator, his fists clenching involuntarily. The series of successes within the simulator clarified for him that, given ample time, he could rapidly grow stronger.
With sufficient villain points for simulation,
he could emulate the sword god of Shirley Pu, wielding unparalleled prowess to emerge from the novice village and sweep away all in his path.
5 consecutive days of intensive,
profound cultivation had plunged you into a state of deep fatigue, even your training speed began to wane.
Realizing the truth that haste leads to stagnation,
you decided to pause your practice. You opened the door to the secret chamber and inquired with Su Meng, who stood guard outside,
about the events of the past few days. Young Master Lu, the capital has remained tranquil with no notable changes, Su Meng replied candidly. Unlike the second simulation, your failure to bring along Liu Ruyue had averted the fatal trap laid by the unseen puppet master.
Consequently, the anticipated bloodbath between the Liu and Gu families, as well as the assassination of Zhao Kuan, had not transpired, leaving everything seemingly serene. According to the results of the second simulation, you would confront the Zhao family's elder,
another saint-level expert, and numerous cloaked assailants that very night. However, in the present day, Zhao Kuan is alive, the Zhao family remains unscathed, and their venerable ancestor would never risk the annihilation of their lineage to eliminate you. A solitary saint-level powerhouse could not possibly impede Lu Zhong.
Even with the addition of a cohort of cloaked figures, the assurance of your demise would still be tenuous at best. It is likely that the puppet master, hindered by a lack of formidable combatants and uncertainty regarding your capabilities, may postpone their plans against you, while potentially concocting even more nefarious schemes. You cast a glance at the young death warrior Su Meng, who mirrors your own appearance. His demeanor and aura are remarkably similar to yours,
as if you were one and the same.
Clearly, Lu Zhong's intensive training over the past few days has proven remarkably effective.
By the way, Lu Xiao,
it seems that a mysterious secret realm has recently emerged in the waters of Magic City, attracting a considerable number of individuals. Su Meng appeared to have recalled something and spoke up suddenly.
Your brow furrowed as a memory surfaced from the second simulation, when Liu Ruyue had mentioned this matter to you.
However, at that time, you had been wary of the trap set by the mastermind and had chosen to dismiss it. Lu Zhong entered from outside, interrupting your contemplation.
Lu Xiao, the young master of the Li family, Li Yang, has arrived and wishes to speak with you. Chapter 19, The Enchanted Manor of the Demon City. A reunion with the campus belle, Li Yang. Lu Qian's eyes flickered, his expression taut,
revealing a mixture of surprise and a sense of foreboding familiarity. The Li family of Demon City is related by marriage to the Liu family of the Great Xia. 20 years prior, the patriarch of the Li family, Li Gu, wed one of his distant cousins. From this union, a son was born, Li Yang.
In terms of generational hierarchy,
although Lu Qian is younger, his status is notably higher, leading Li Yang, who is 2 years his senior, to address him as uncle.
Nevertheless, Lu Qian has never been particularly concerned with such formalities and shares a cordial rapport with Li Yang. Since arriving in Demon City,
it has been Li Yang who has taken charge of their interactions, likely due to their shared youthful interests.
Their camaraderie has naturally included indulging in the local entertainment scene.
Ordinarily, their friendship, augmented by familial ties, would appear exceptionally close. Yet, this intimacy hinges on the stability of the Li family.
During the second incident involving the villain simulator, Lu Qian's suspicions regarding the Li family began to surface. How else could the assassins have pinpointed his location with such precision? Moreover, amidst the chaos of that event,
not a single member of the Li family had come to his aid. This raised a significant concern. Lu Qian speculated that Zhao Kuan and the Zhao family, whom he had previously eliminated, may have merely been scapegoats. The true orchestrators behind the scenes could very well be the Li family, their relatives by marriage. At this juncture,
the young master of the Li family, Li Yang, sought you out, and you instantly sensed an unusual undercurrent.
Clearly, you had already harbored doubts regarding the Li family. Moreover, the coincidental appearance of Li Yang further solidified your conviction that something was amiss within the Li household.
Li Yang's visit likely indicated that the true mastermind was preparing to make a move. You pondered for a moment and decided to play along, eager to discern their intentions. With a cautious demeanor, you instructed Su Meng to masquerade as you.
While you employed the art of mimicry to assume the guise of Lu Zhong, with the genuine Lu Zhong concealed in the shadows.
Before long, Li Yang entered, embodying the persona of a reckless young noble, a playful smile adorning his face. Lu Xiao, Lu Xianbei, he greeted. His demeanor towards the impersonated Lu Zhong filled with deference, not daring to display the slightest hint of indifference. You, as Lu Zhong, remained silent,
merely nodding to maintain your aloof persona, observing as Su Meng, bearing your likeness, engaged in casual conversation.
After several days of training, Su Meng's disguise was nearly flawless.
Aside from minor discrepancies, he resembled you so closely that only those intimately familiar with you could discern the difference.
Li Yang,
evidently oblivious to the fact that the individual before him was an impostor, soon began to reveal his intentions, announcing the organization of a gathering at the Demon City Manor. Attended by numerous students from Demon City University, eager to make the acquaintance of a busy individual such as yourself, while also hinting at a surprise awaiting you.
As he spoke, Li Yang gave a significant wink. Disguised as you, Su Meng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what decision to make. You commanded Su Meng, your stand-in, to acquiesce through a subtle transmission of spiritual energy, preparing to discern Li Yang's ulterior motives.
This opportunity would also serve to ascertain whether the Li family was, in fact,
the puppet master orchestrating events in Magic City.
Before long, you took on the role of driver and guardian, having visited the Magic City Manor several times before,
rendering you quite familiar with the location. You swiftly arrived at your destination.
As esteemed guests arrived, the owner of the Magic City Manor promptly emerged to greet you. Upon entering a supreme VIP room deep within the manor, you noticed several figures present. Among them, two were particularly familiar, Zhao Kuan and Liu Ruyue. The moment you laid eyes on Liu Ruyue, your muscles tensed for an instant, but you quickly regained your composure, forcing yourself to remain calm.
After all, you were currently wearing Lu Zhong's face.
When you had previously employed the illusory shadow technique to alter your appearance, even Lu Zhong, a formidable figure,
could not discern the truth from the facade. Yet, you wondered if you could successfully deceive the seemingly celestial Liu Ruyue. At this moment, a wave of regret washed over you for having come here. In the entire Magic City, Liu Ruyue was perhaps the last person you wanted to encounter.
You soon realized why she was present. She was the belle of Magic City University and was in the same class as you. The majority of those gathered were students from the university, including several other striking female classmates alongside Liu Ruyue. It seemed that today was a carefully orchestrated trap laid specifically for you. You observed Zhao Kuan, who was fawning over Liu Ruyue, and the surrounding murmurs.
Coming to a realization.
Zhao Kuan, this unfortunate soul, was likely here because the Li family intended to use him and the Zhao family as scapegoats,
distancing themselves from any wrongdoing.
It appeared that during the second round of villain simulation, you had indeed wronged the Zhao family. As your stand-in, Su Meng made her entrance.
Everyone instinctively rose to their feet.
These were all scions of illustrious families, yet before you, they were mere shadows of their true selves.
Young Master Liu, I went to great lengths today but to no avail. It was only through your influence that I managed to invite the campus belle, Liu,
Li Yang said with an ingratiating smile. Clearly, he was well aware of your previous pursuit of Liu Ruyue at Magic City University and intended to employ the same tactics of seduction.
At this moment,
you could already foresee the unfolding scenario. Most likely, Liu Ruyue would be intoxicated, and you would be tasked with escorting her to a hotel for rest. Your brow furrowed slightly, feeling as though history was repeating itself, and no matter how you tried to evade it, fate had other plans. Fortunately, you had already assumed a different identity. All eyes were fixated on Su Meng, the substitute, whose visage bore an air of ingratiation, causing them to overlook your presence. Even Liu Ruyue's gaze remained steadfastly upon Su Meng. However, your keen observational skills allowed you to perceive a fleeting frown upon her brow, hinting at a flicker of doubt.
A pang of anxiety gripped your heart, fearing that Liu Ruyue might uncover the true identity of the substitute.
You refrained from further directing the substitute through spiritual communication, opting instead to allow her to act freely, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. Soon enough, the substitute took her place, mingling with the scions of noble families, showcasing the full spectrum of debauchery characteristic of the capital's elite. Meanwhile, you stood by, a silent observer.
Chapter 20, Chaos erupts, assassins appear.
Perhaps due to the influence of the Liu family, the stand-in has become the focal point of the scene, receiving admiration from countless onlookers, with several attractive female classmates demonstrating affectionate gestures towards him. Even Liu Ruyue frequently casts glances at the stand-in, her brow furrowed in contemplation.
Witnessing even the esteemed Liu Ruyue appearing enamored undoubtedly stirs envy and resentment among all the men present. Zhao Kuan, a suitor of Liu Ruyue, feels his expression contort with frustration, yet he refrains from expressing his ire, fearful of repercussions for his family. As the atmosphere grows increasingly heated, Li Yang rises and approaches you, who feels out of place, whispering, "Senior Liu, do you require a distraction arranged by your junior?" Aware that Li Yang's intentions likely involve diverting your attention to facilitate a plan against your deceptive double, you do not decline but instead nod emphatically in agreement. The current situation aligns with your expectations, and you wish to distance yourself from Liu Ruyue, an unpredictable element. However, for reasons unknown, you sense something peculiar about Liu Ruyue before you, as if she has undergone a transformation from the Liu Ruyue encountered in your previous 2 simulations. After informing your stand-in, you rise to leave, guided by the waitstaff to another private room, accompanied by over a dozen youthful and charming women of diverse styles. Clearly, Li Yang intends to employ the charm of these beauties to momentarily delay you. Faced with this assembly of alluring young women, you remain resolute, swiftly incapacitating them before retrieving a communication talisman to contact Liu Zhong, who is stationed outside the mansion in Modu. This first-tier talisman allows for a discreet conversation within a 10-mile radius. You had crafted several upon becoming a first-tier talisman master just yesterday. In this proactive engagement, you do not permit Liu Zhong to follow too closely, instead instructing him to maintain a distance, serving as your trump card. Liu. There are numerous shadowy figures in black lurking outside the Modu mansion, most at the 3rd and 4th realms of cultivation. With the leader likely possessing the strength of a holy realm expert, Liu Zhong's message sends a jolt through you, unequivocally confirming that the Li family is indeed the puppet master behind these machinations. You and your stand-in have scarcely arrived at the Modu mansion when assassins emerge. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce the underlying truth. The masked Holy Realm expert from the 2nd simulation is almost certainly the patriarch of the Li family. With the assassination trap firmly set, a sense of urgency envelopes you, prompting an immediate command for Liu Zhong to approach, facilitating an exchange of identities. In the forthcoming assassination plot, your impersonation of Liu Zhong, the Holy Realm expert, represents the greatest variable, likely drawing the most concentrated fire, as that Holy Realm assassin is poised to strike. In contemporary times, not only is the presence of a decoy perilous, but your own situation is equally fraught with danger. Fortunately, Liu Zhong has been trailing closely behind, and within mere moments, he appears before you, allowing you to exhale a sigh of relief. You relay some instructions to Liu Zhong, then, employing the illusory shadow technique, you transform into the guise of a server and step outside. At this moment, your satisfaction with this peculiar and sinister magical art deepens. You retreat into a wine cellar, retrieving the soul pinning technique to seize the opportunity for cultivation, convinced that the assassins will not act swiftly. As you peruse the jade slip, you discern that the soul pinning technique is not overly complicated. In fact, it is quite straightforward. By obtaining a target's essence, you can track them and even cast curses. However, due to its insidious nature, it carries the risk of backlash and could potentially affect your fortune. An hour later, you successfully grasp the fundamentals of the technique. From your storage ring, you extract Yi Chen's severed arm, utilizing the soul pinning technique to siphon his blood essence without casting a curse, opting instead for tracking. After all, cursing an individual favored by destiny may invite retribution. Blood begins to flow from the severed limb, coalescing into a small blood pin that points resolutely ahead. Indeed, Yi Chen has arrived. You are acutely aware that whenever a grand spectacle unfolds, Yi Chen, the protagonist blessed by fate, will invariably be present. Consequently, this estate in the Demon City is poised to descend into chaos. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion reverberates nearby, prompting you to retract the severed arm and glance outside the cellar, where you witness Liu Zhong engaged in a fierce battle with a masked expert from the sacred realm. Clearly, the assassination plot has commenced. During your previous simulation, that dark-clad adversary had collaborated with the Zhao family's ancestor to contend with Liu Zhong, yet now, alone, he quickly finds himself at a disadvantage.
The clash between these two sacred realm powerhouses unleashes a fearsome surge of spiritual energy, threatening to raze the estate to the ground, plunging the scene into disarray. Amidst the turmoil, a cadre of black-clad assassins rushes toward the room housing the decoy, poised to strike down their target. In the air, Liu Ruyue, single-handedly battling the dark-clad expert, lets out a cold snort, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Remarkably, he manages to spare a hand, slapping down to obliterate a significant portion of the assassins. Whoever dares to lay a hand on the Liu family's heir, regardless of your backing, shall meet their demise? His domineering voice resonates throughout the estate. Though a few black-clad assassins evade capture, they are swiftly intercepted by the remaining elite guards of the estate. The tides of battle appear to be turning. After plotting for so long, it would be improbable for this to conclude so easily. There must be more up their sleeve. Let me see what other tactics you possess. Lu Qian's gaze is intense, fixated on the fierce conflict unfolding within the antagonist simulator. He does not believe that the adversaries lack further deadly moves. Otherwise, once Liu Ruyue defeats the formidable figure in black, a massacre will undoubtedly ensue. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, you begin to silently invoke the words "you cannot see me," compelling everyone to overlook your presence, while your gaze remains fixed on the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A young figure, missing an arm, abruptly materializes in the room, wielding a blood-red blade, exuding a palpable aura of menace as they strike at one of the individuals. Yi Chen! A voice gasps in astonishment. They assume that Yi Chen intends to assassinate Liu Qian. Yet, in the next moment, all are left stupefied, as Yi Chen's target is revealed to be Zhao Kuan. Just as everyone's attention is diverted, another shocking development arises. With a swift motion, a shadowy hand suddenly emerges from behind Liu Qian, piercing through his chest. And the master of that ominous hand is none other than Liu Ruyue. Chapter 21, Everything has descended into chaos. Cackling, I have you now. Liu Ruyue, amidst the astonished gazes of those around, emitted an eerie laugh, her skin darkening and roughening. Hidden in the shadows, Liu Qian realized, as his chest was pierced, the source of the inexplicable sense of dread he had felt previously. It turned out she was indeed the assassin lurking outside the hotel, having mastered the thousand shadow technique, poised to eliminate him. However, since he had not engaged, she chose to conceal herself, only to strike again today. This thousand shadow assassin was evidently the most formidable weapon in this deadly scheme. Others rushed forward to rescue him but were effortlessly slain by the sixth realm thousand shadow assassin, leaving only Liang to escape unscathed. Witnessing such an effortless victory, the thousand shadow assassin could not suppress her laughter, preparing to deliver the fatal blow when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Cough, cough. Cough, if you kill me, the Liu family will not spare you. Liu Qian gazed in shock at the gaping wound in his chest, releasing a cry of despair and fury, as a peculiar talisman appeared in his hand. Oh no! It's a self-destruct talisman! Li Yang and the others gasped in horror. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing Liu Qian in flames, leaving no trace behind. The once laughing thousand shadow assassin was also blown away, her expression one of confusion. Wait! Why did the target suddenly self-destruct? With the target dead, what of her mission? Liu Xiao. Seeing Liu Qian slain, Liu Zhong's rage ignited, his body trembling with fury, causing the dark-clad warriors before him to retreat in fear. Just when the black-clad warriors thought he was about to unleash his wrath, Liu Zhong unexpectedly turned and fled. The dark-clad warriors? Though the circumstances were somewhat convoluted, at least he had successfully escaped. As you watched the substitute self-destruct and Liu Zhong flee, you realized your plan had succeeded halfway. However, the thousand shadow assassin remained a potential threat. She seemed to have sensed something moments ago. It was imperative to eliminate this threat. Your brow furrowed as your gaze fell upon Yi Chen, the destined protagonist who had easily dispatched Zhao Kuan, a sinister smile creeping onto your lips. You, concealed in the shadows, suddenly feigned a shout, "Monster!" You killed Liu Ruyue and disguised yourself as her to slay Liu Xiao. The Liu family will not let you go. Not far away, Yi Chen, who had effortlessly slain Zhao Kuan, puzzled over why the opponent seemed so weakened, suddenly heard the shout, looked up, and saw a dark, grotesque creature clad in Ruyue's attire, blood surging in his veins. Bastard, what have you done to Ruyue?
I will make you pay with your life. Step. Heaven. 9. Strides. Enraged.
Yi Chen was consumed by fury, wielding his sharp blood blade and taking 2 decisive steps forward, his aura surging dramatically.
4th realm divine ability. 5th realm mountains and rivers. 6th realm transcendent.
Despite being aware of Yi Chen's innate potential as a destined protagonist and having witnessed his capabilities during the second simulation, witnessing him erupt once more.
Transcending 2 major realms to reach the 6th realm of transcendence, left Lu Qian's lips twitching slightly. Is this truly how unreasonable it has become? 9 steps to heaven. Is this the secret technique that enables Yi Chen to continuously break through major realms?
It seems I have been fortunate to acquire some prior knowledge regarding this matter. It appears that this unique secret technique must have been obtained by him in recent days, otherwise,
he would not have refrained from showcasing it during the second simulation when he was pursued. Based on the information and data currently at hand, Lu Qian swiftly formed his own judgment. The special technique, 9 steps to heaven, which allows for a rapid surge in cultivation and elevation of major realms, is likely the opportunity Yi Chen has encountered in the past few days. However, a question arises. The past few days in the Demon City seem to have been quite tranquil, without any notable occurrences. Wait. Lu Qian's gaze shifted,
as if a realization dawned upon him. Young Master Lu, a few days ago, a mysterious secret realm seemingly appeared in the maritime region of Demon City, attracting many individuals.
A dialogue suddenly surfaced in his mind. This matter had been mentioned by Liu Ruyue during the second simulation,
and also brought up by the substitute Su Meng during the third simulation. At the time, he had assumed it was a trap set by the mastermind behind the scenes. But upon reflection, it now seemed highly probable that it was not. If one were to choose a location that might harbor hidden opportunities, that mysterious secret realm would undoubtedly be the most likely candidate. Moreover, during both simulations, after losing a hand, Yi Chen vanished without a trace. And even after turning the entire Demon City upside down, he could not be found. It is highly likely he was hiding in that mysterious secret realm, seizing the opportunity.
Various conjectures swirled in his mind, gradually coalescing.
In that moment, Lu Qian felt as though he had already anticipated the truth.
Simultaneously,
he had pinpointed a powerful opportunity for the future, a technique capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation realm and bestowing formidable combat prowess.
How could he possibly resist such a temptation?
Even if it might harbor some side effects, what of it?
Thus, everything seemed to fall into place. The mysterious token within that storage pouch reacted when Yi Chen employed 9 steps to heaven. Could it be the key to the opportunities within that secret realm?
Lu Qian had not forgotten that in the simulator, he still possessed a mysterious token seized from Yi Chen.
During the next simulation,
one might indeed attempt to seize that fortuitous opportunity in advance. As Yi Chen unleashed the 9 steps of heaven,
you sensed an unusual movement from the mysterious token upon your person.
A tempest of thoughts began to swirl within you, leading to a rough deduction regarding the origin of Yi Chen's 9 steps of heaven. You couldn't help but lament the fact that you had missed such a momentous opportunity not once, but twice.
Ironically, it was Yi Chen
who had suffered interruptions on 2 occasions, who managed to seize this extraordinary chance, soaring to new heights. This was inconceivable. The Shadow Assassin, witnessing Yi Chen descend like a celestial being, felt an overwhelming sense of dread as his combat prowess surged. He contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. With a swift strike, Yi Chen ended the Shadow Assassin's life, leaving him lifeless upon the ground.
This sudden eruption of power stunned everyone present, and yet,
as Yi Chen continued his ruthless onslaught, his expression paled, his body faltered, and his aura wavered as he transformed into a streak of white light to escape. All of this transpired with such astonishing rapidity that no one had the time to react. The cloaked figure above was equally bewildered.
In the blink of an eye,
Lu Qian, the target, was slain, and in his final moments, he detonated himself. As the protector, Lu Zhong had no thoughts of vengeance, he simply fled.
Meanwhile,
the Shadow Assassin, part of his own faction, was cut down by the suddenly appearing Yi Chen. To compound the chaos, Yi Chen also made his escape. Most critically, Zhao Koan, who was meant to serve as a scapegoat, was also slain by Yi Chen. At this point, everything had descended into complete disarray.
Chapter 22, The Hidden Mastermind. a new fate's heroine.
The black-clad strongman was left dumbfounded. With Zhao Kuan's demise, the scapegoat had vanished.
Who would bear the wrath of the Liu family from the Great Xia?
The fleeing Liu Zhong was most likely returning to relay the news, soon.
The entire magic city would be engulfed in turmoil.
Cursing under his breath, the black-clad warrior realized that the situation was dire, with Liu Qian, the intended target, also fallen. He could only swallow his grievances and retreat.
Who dares to harm my grandson? A formidable aura from the Saint Realm approached rapidly. It was the ancestor of the Zhao family.
Clearly, he had sensed Zhao Kuan's fall. This is bad, the old ghost Zhao is obstinate. An encounter would be disastrous. Realizing the precariousness of his situation,
the black-clad warrior took immediate action, slaying the remaining survivors in the estate with a single strike before fleeing with Li Yang.
This scene was undoubtedly witnessed by you, who lurked in the shadows. Due to your deliberate interference and scheming, the entire estate in Magic City descended into chaos, with various factions entangled in disarray.
After your clever escape,
it is likely that the mastermind behind the scenes would not pursue you relentlessly but rather contemplate how to confront the impending wrath of the Liu family. This, without a doubt, would afford you ample time to swiftly enhance your combat prowess.
Meanwhile, upon Liu Zhong's return, he would inevitably divulge everything he knew,
leading the Liu family to discover that you had survived, yet they would likely exploit the situation to their advantage.
However,
it is also inevitable that your training would come to their attention, yet this could not be avoided. At present, you remain too weak, every move must be calculated. Every strategy meticulously laid out. You retrieve Ji Chen's severed arm, contemplating whether to employ the soul pinning technique to pinpoint and ambush him, forcing him to reveal the formidable secret technique known as the 9 Steps to Heaven. Just moments ago, after Yi Chen unleashed his power to slay the Thousand Shadows assassin, he evidently suffered some form of backlash and could very well be in a weakened state. A cornered beast is most dangerous, it is bound to retaliate fiercely.
Akin to a desperate gamble.
It would be wiser to let others take the lead in this confrontation. After careful consideration, you ultimately dismissed the notion of pursuing him directly. Should Ji Chen unleash the 9 Steps to Heaven once more, you might not withstand the onslaught. Thus, it would be prudent to allow the Zhao family ancestor, a saint-level powerhouse, to take the forefront while you remain hidden, waiting to reap the benefits. In this world, one must rely on intellect. Those devoid of it merely serve as pawns. Reflecting on the recent scene where you had utilized Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, as a mere tool, a sense of satisfaction momentarily washed over you. Yet, you swiftly regained your composure. Before the Zhao ancestor arrived, you hastily departed, unwilling to confront an enraged ancient being. With Liu Qian's demise, maintaining your current identity was no longer feasible, a change was imperative. You resolved to adopt the guise of Su Meng, living incognito in Magic City, observing the unfolding events with a wry smile. Su Meng, covertly a loyal soldier of the Liu family, outwardly presents himself as an orphan residing in an orphanage, living in close companionship with his sister. Under the influence of the Liu family's power, he secures a modest job in logistics at Magic City University, establishing a humble abode. Previously, Su Meng sought your assistance, requesting that you care for his sister after his demise, to which you consented. Utilizing your projection ability, you adopted Su Meng's likeness and arrived at a small rental near Magic City University, soon encountering his sister, Su Mei. Upon beholding her for the first time, you were taken aback by her beauty. She was an innocent 18-year-old girl, exuding an innate allure that rivaled even Liu Ruyue. Alas, her eyes were pure white, marking her as a congenital blind. As you lamented this misfortune, simultaneously feeling relieved that your disguise would facilitate matters, Su Mei spoke. "Brother, you have returned, I am hungry. I will prepare a meal," you replied. Aware of her cool demeanor and feeling a pang of hunger yourself, you embraced your role as Su Meng and made your way to the kitchen. Having indulged in luxurious living for too long, your culinary skills were nearly non-existent. After much effort, you managed to cook 2 dishes, which you presented at the table. As you both dined, a taste of the food revealed it to be overly salty. Yet Su Mei continued to eat with an unflinching expression. After the meal, you washed the dishes, and the 2 of you retreated to your respective rooms for rest. Once inside your chamber, you began to draw upon your resources for cultivation, eager to enhance your strength and bolster your reserves. As you practiced the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, You suddenly noticed a significant acceleration in your cultivation speed, with the surrounding spiritual energy becoming increasingly vibrant. This unexpected shift startled you, prompting your gaze toward the room opposite yours, which belonged to Su Mei, the locus of concentrated spiritual energy.
You recognized Su Mei's uniqueness. She seemingly possessed a rare constitution, hinting at extraordinary potential, likely akin to Liu Ruyue, marking her as a destined protagonist. Another destined protagonist. Liu Qian was somewhat astonished, not anticipating the discovery of yet another so soon. However, upon reflection, Su Mei's background seemed to possess the qualities befitting a fated heroine. Orphaned and blind, she relied solely on her brother, who would perish in his role as a substitute, leaving her isolated and vulnerable, yet endowed with a constitution that accelerated her cultivation. Had it not been for your proactive approach through the simulator, Su Mei's fate after losing her brother's protection would have been dire. At this juncture, should another destined character appear to rescue her, the narrative would align perfectly. Thus, it could be said that I have preemptively seized this opportunity. The following day, you discovered that your cultivation had advanced remarkably, nearing the high tier of the divine power realm, with both your projection and dragon elephant dominance techniques significantly strengthened. Having become aware of this matter, you exhibited no extraordinary behavior. Instead, you continued to embody the role of Su Meng. Each morning, you busied yourself with menial tasks at the logistics department of Magic City University, gathering information, before returning home to prepare meals for Su Mei and practicing in the evenings. On the first day, your cultivation reached the advanced stage of divine passage, and the ancient dragon elephant scripture underwent a transformation, imbuing your physical form with the strength of a dragon. On the second day, you began to consume a plethora of resources in an attempt to break through. And after enduring 6 hours of intense trials, you ultimately succeeded in transcending to the pinnacle of divine passage. On the third day, you endeavored to break into the fifth realm, mountains and rivers, yet encountered a formidable resistance. Aware that it would require some time, you decisively shifted your focus to the Thousand Shadows demon art and the True Book of Talismans to bolster your foundational strength. By the fourth day, you discovered that your mastery of the Thousand Shadows demon art had ascended to the fourth layer's peak, granting you the ability to vanish into shadows, enabling you to traverse unnoticed within them. Simultaneously, your proficiency in talisman crafting also saw significant enhancement, as you successfully inscribed your first second-tier lightning talisman, thus establishing yourself as a second-tier talisman master. Chapter 23: Infiltrating the Li family to investigate the enemy's situation. You have discovered that when you draw near to Su Mei, your success rate in inscribing talismans significantly increases. In a mere few days, you have managed to create numerous low-level talismans. While their lethality may not be formidable, they possess remarkable efficacy under certain circumstances. Over the course of 5 consecutive days, your hidden strengths and capabilities have been comprehensively enhanced. Simultaneously, you have been vigilantly monitoring the external situation. To your astonishment, the capital of the Great Xia remains eerily tranquil, with the Liu family exhibiting not a hint of activity. You recall that during prior simulations, upon confirming your assassination, the entire Liu family had mobilized without hesitation to reclaim their honor. Could it be that Liu Zhong has failed to relay the situation? Or perhaps some unforeseen complication has arisen? You sense that there may be an underlying issue in the imperial capital, or that the Liu family is plotting something, remaining deliberately concealed. Is this yet another shift in circumstances? As Liu Qian observes the new developments within the simulator, a sense of foreboding washes over him. According to his expectations, once the Liu family received the information, a significant uproar would undoubtedly ensue. It would not be inconceivable to replicate the fierce conflict with the Gu family from the previous simulation. Even the forces from the Magic City would be engulfed in the Liu family's wrath. Yet, the current atmosphere is one of reticence. Has the Liu family unearthed some vital information? Beyond the Gu family, could there be other hidden powers at play? Might there be more than one celestial family involved? Indeed. Even a mere pawn like him, when privy to certain matters, can unearth a plethora of individuals. How much more so for the colossal Liu family? This sudden turn of events has compelled you to adopt an even more cautious demeanor. Previously, your rivalries had merely been among the younger generation. You had yet to engage in high-stakes conflicts.
You have also learned that the mysterious realm that appeared in the waters of the Magic City has vanished after its brief re-emergence,
which has temporarily quelled your desire to investigate. You now exercise utmost vigilance in your infiltration, maintaining the guise of Su Meng while working in the logistics department at the Magic City University.
Through casual conversations with the faculty and students,
you have gleaned insights into the tumultuous changes engulfing the Magic City.
Have you heard? That dashing young man from the imperial capital seems to have gone missing,
and many are in a state of panic searching for him.
It is rumored to be connected to the campus belle, Liu Ruyue.
It is said that Zhao Cohen, the young master of the Zhao family, has been killed, with the assailant being Liu Ruyue's clumsy bodyguard.
The Zhao family is frantic, leaving no stone unturned in their quest to find him.
Did you hear? That clumsy fellow, Qian,
not only killed someone from the Zhao family but also wreaked havoc at the Li family, declaring that Liu Qian was slain by him,
insisting that the Liu family had no involvement.
In stark contrast to the calm in the imperial capital of the Great Xia, the Magic City is engulfed in a tempest of turmoil, with the most alarming development being the suspected disappearance of Liu Qian, the second son of the Liu family.
Indeed.
Your demise seems to have stirred the prominent figures of the Magic City, who appear poised to first bury the truth before fervently seeking the perpetrator. Due to the Thousand Shadows assassin assuming the guise of Liu Ruyue and assassinating Liu Qian, the Liu family, a second-rate clan,
became a suspect in the eyes of the Li family.
Furthermore, with regard to the murder of Zhao Cohen, the Zhao family has descended into madness, and the ancestral figure of the Zhao family has issued a bounty, seeking the destined protagonist, Qian. It is rumored that several formidable experts from the Zhao family attempted to encircle and kill Qian a few days prior, yet he ultimately escaped, striking back against some of the Zhao family's powerful members. Upon learning of the troubles befalling the Liu family, Qian caused quite an uproar within the Li family, claiming responsibility for Liu Qian's death, absolving Liu Ruyue of any involvement and shouldering all the blame himself.
Now, both Liu Ruyue, the destined female protagonist, and Qian,
the destined male protagonist, have found themselves ensnared in considerable predicaments, all orchestrated by your machinations. Suddenly, you notice a supervisor from the logistics department of Magic City University, shrouded in mystery as he engages in gossip with someone.
You draw closer to overhear.
It is said that the Li family has summoned the ghost doctor,
as their ancestral figure has suffered severe injuries and has fallen into a coma. The news of the Li family's elder being gravely wounded astonishes you.
You recall that the black-clad expert who clashed with Liu Zhong must have been the elder of the Li family, who had sustained injuries from an enraged Liu Zhong.
Moreover,
Qian's rampage within the Li family likely involved the use of the 9 steps to heaven, and it is probable that the elder of the Li family has faced further blows. Thus, it is not surprising that he has been left in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. The ghost doctor, known throughout the Great Xia Empire for his sinister practices, follows a peculiar custom: to save one life, he must take another. He will not offer his healing services until he has first claimed a life. You harbor little doubt regarding the supervisor's words. Magic City University is a prestigious institution within the empire, granting access to a wealth of information, which is precisely why you have chosen to adopt the identity of Su Meng.
After absorbing the news of the Li family elder's grievous injuries and subsequent coma,
you begin to formulate a plan. You resolve to infiltrate the Li family to investigate the situation and uncover any information regarding the mastermind behind these events. Having made up your mind, you request leave from the logistics supervisor, citing your sister's illness and the need to care for her, to which he agrees.
With determination solidified, you utilize the Thousand Shadows technique to alter your appearance once more and set forth towards the Li family. You are no stranger to the Li family.
Upon your arrival in Magic City, you had resided there for several days and are well aware of its location, making your journey effortless.
Before long, you arrive at the entrance of the Li family.
At that moment, the gates swing open, revealing Li Yang, who is accompanied by a pallid elderly man,
wearing an expression of obsequiousness.
Listening to their conversation, you realize that the shadowy elder is the fabled ghost doctor. Rest assured, esteemed ghost doctor, we of the Li family understand your rules and guarantee that within 3 days, we shall present the target's head to you.
The ghost doctor arrogantly nods,
and suddenly, his gaze shifts toward the direction where you are hiding. You were taken aback, swiftly restraining your aura while silently reciting the incantation, "You cannot see me,"
activating this crimson talent enhancement.
You realized that the opponent's strength was formidable, capable of breaching the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, and faintly perceiving your presence,
indicating their power likely surpassed that of Liu Zhong.
At the very least, they were a saintly-level formidable entity. Soon, perhaps due to the success of your concealment,
the ghostly physician furrowed his brow and withdrew his gaze, departing under the escort of Li Yang. As Li Yang prepared to turn back to his residence,
you employed the shadow escape technique you had just mastered, instantly merging into his shadow, ready to follow him into the Li family estate.
Unbeknownst to him, Li Yang strode confidently into the Li residence. You two successfully infiltrated the premises. Young master! Young master! Young master! Li Yang walked towards the rear courtyard,
where the surrounding servants bowed respectfully. In this moment, Li Yang shed the servility he had displayed before you, adopting a demeanor of pride.
Before long, under your watchful gaze,
he arrived at the rear courtyard and entered a study, where a refined middle-aged man awaited, none other than Li Gu, the head of the Li family.
The father and son exchanged brief remarks regarding the ghostly physician, their words confirming your suspicions that the family's elder had indeed fallen into a coma. Perhaps unable to contain his curiosity, Li Yang finally posed a question. "Father, what shall we do about that matter with Liu Qian?
After all, it concerns the Liu family. And it has been 5 days, I cannot help but feel a sense of unease." "Do not worry, actions have already been taken in the imperial capital. Someone will restrain the Liu family, preventing them from interfering with Magic City for the time being." The words of Li Gu startled you profoundly.
Indeed.
Matters were unfolding in the imperial capital concerning the Liu family.
Chapter 24. Hurry! Escape!
To firmly restrain the Liu family, rendering them incapable of intervening even in the Magic City, it is certainly impossible with just the Gu family, other forces must be involved. The influence of the mastermind behind the scenes appears to be even more formidable than one might imagine.
Upon hearing this news, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good, as long as the Liu family cannot take action. There is nothing for my Li family to fear in the Magic City."
How detestable that Yi Chen dared to wreak havoc in my Li family and even injured our ancestor, bringing shame upon us.
However, that brat was captured 2 days ago by a being known as the Revered One, who is now extracting his soul to uncover the secrets of that forbidden technique. We will soon have results. Yi Chen has been captured.
You were taken aback upon hearing this news, astonished that the destined protagonist, Yi Chen, had been seized by an entity referred to as the Revered One for soul extraction. You disregarded the fact that you had not received any further information about him in the past few days.
Initially,
you intended to seize Yi Chen's 9 steps to heaven, but unexpectedly, someone had beaten you to it.
However, who exactly is the Revered One spoken of by the Li father and son?
Curiosity piqued, you wished to eavesdrop further. Yet the Li family seemed to hold this topic in high regard, only exchanging a few words before diverting to other discussions.
Li Gu,
the head of the Li family, also inquired about the target that the ghost doctor wanted them to eliminate.
"Father,
the target that the ghost doctor wants us to kill appears to be a mixed-blood wretch. I have already dispatched someone to handle it."
Suddenly,
Li Yang shifted his tone, producing a photograph from his pocket and handing it over. Hidden in the shadows, you caught a glimpse of the figure in the photograph. The target in the image was unmistakably that of a young girl.
"It is Su Mei."
Your pupils constricted in shock.
An involuntary ripple of energy escaping you. "Who is it?"
The head of the Li family immediately sensed the disturbance and bellowed.
Boom!
Realizing you had been exposed, you hesitated not, surging forth from the shadows, decisively activating the dragon elephant dominance technique. Suddenly, you unleashed 2 fists, releasing a mighty dragoness roar, manifesting the fully realized Song Mang Overlord Fist. With the power of dual dragons, your punch, augmented by the Song Mang Overlord Fist, was capable of shattering a small mountain. You struck down the astonished Li Yang, leaving not even a whole corpse behind.
"No! Yang-er!"
The head of the Li family, filled with fury and disbelief, unleashed a terrifying aura of the 6th realm, retaliating with a punch to meet you head-on.
Crash! The study shattered. The Li family head was forced back several steps, incredulously exclaiming, "8th level celestial martial technique?" Expressionless, you instantly entered the supreme mode,
but felt a wave of excruciating pain as your right arm lost sensation. Yet, harnessing the recoil from the clash, you swiftly took flight, vanishing into the shadows.
Making your escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
A myriad of thunderous symbols surged forth from your storage pouch, exploding in a dazzling display within the confines of the Li family estate.
The terrifying bolts of lightning illuminated the surroundings, inciting screams of horror from the onlookers. How dare anyone disturb the Li family? Ah! My eyes.
At this moment, you feared awakening the comatose elder of the Li family. Thus you swiftly melded into the shadows, intent solely on fleeing, devoid of any desire to engage in battle. Despite possessing the formidable leaf dust, capable of unleashing powers across multiple realms, you still found yourself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Fortunately, under the cover of the thunder, you managed to escape the Li family, hastening homeward, eager to reach Su Mei before they could. Although the rationale behind the ghost doctor's fixation on Su Mei as a target remained unclear, you had vowed to Su Meng to protect his sister.
And you were resolute in honoring that promise.
After all, she had risked her life to shield you, enabling your escape through a clever ruse. As long as no lives were at stake, you were committed to upholding your oaths and agreements.
You hoped fervently that you would arrive in time, should you be delayed? Thoughts of growing stronger for the sake of vengeance would ensue.
You nearly mastered the 1,000 Shadow Demon technique, transforming into a mere shadow. Augmented by the application of oil beneath your feet and the enhancement of the second-tier talisman for swift movement, pushing you to the brink of breaking the sound barrier. Even the 5th realm would bow in submission. In that moment, a fresh understanding of the 1,000 Shadow Demon technique blossomed within you, propelling you into the 5th layer. You grasped a new supernatural ability, shapeshift and shadow exchange. This ability, a unity of intention, consumed both mental and spiritual energy, enabling near instantaneous movement. It could also transport living or inanimate objects alongside you, albeit at a greater cost.
To your astonishment, you had acquired a talent for instantaneous movement.
Lu Qian was pleasantly surprised, never anticipating that a new life-saving ability would manifest at such a critical juncture. Indeed, your cultivation aptitude was remarkable. Attempting to use shapeshift and shadow exchange, images of Su Meng's home materialized in your mind, the surroundings blurring and distorting.
In the next instant, you found yourself transported near Magic City University, still a short distance from your destination, yet not excessively far. In that fleeting moment,
you had teleported no less than 10 miles.
Once your cultivation reached new heights, the prowess of shapeshift and shadow exchange would likely rival that of the life-saving blood escape talisman. However, amidst your elation, a wave of weakness suddenly washed over you. Your spiritual energy and mental fortitude waned drastically.
Oh no, the consumption is too great, I am nearly depleted. Quickly, you fumbled for vials of elixirs, swallowing them in haste.
Gradually regaining some strength, caution enveloped you as you proceeded with utmost care toward Su Meng's residence. Perhaps fortune favored you, for when you arrived,
the members of the Li family had yet to make their appearance.
It seems that luck is indeed on my side, and destiny favors me.
You adjusted your attire, transforming into the likeness of Su Meng, revealing your figure as you pushed open the door and stepped inside. Drip, drip, drip. The static of the television echoed, devoid of imagery, only emitting a bizarre sound in shades of black and white.
On the sofa in the room, the silhouette of Su Mei faced away from you, the television flickering, seemingly indulging in snacks.
You strode confidently to her side, seizing her hand with a firm grip. Your voice as calm as possible. Mayor, I have secured a new residence, let us depart. Drip. A drop of blood fell onto your hand. Your expression froze in an instant, for you noticed that the once pure white of Su Mei's eyes had vanished, replaced by two hollow, bloodied voids.
Her countenance twisted,
resembling a marionette under control, her lips parting to emit a faint whisper, hurry, escape.
Chapter 25, Celestial Beings.
As I beheld Su Mei, whose eyes appeared to have been gouged out, an icy shiver coursed down my spine, plunging me into a chilling abyss. It dawned upon me that I had unwittingly become ensnared, like a turtle caught in a jar.
The individuals from the Li family know.
The orchestrators behind the scenes had arrived. Without hesitation, I summoned my spiritual energy, severing my own heart meridian to actively activate the life replacement blood escape talisman. A phantom of a crimson demon bat materialized above me, poised to whisk me away to safety.
Cackling, "What a decisive lad you are, but can you truly escape?" An eerie laughter echoed from within the room.
Suddenly, as if the brilliance of a resplendent galaxy had burst forth, it coalesced into a colossal chain, imbued with spatial power, instantaneously sealing the crimson demon bat and forcibly interrupting the escape efficacy of the life replacement blood talisman. A talisman of celestial caliber. Moreover, it bore the rare attribute of space. The legendary sealing talisman. As a talisman master, upon witnessing that spatial restraint, my pupils constricted, and an overwhelming chill enveloped my heart. The scarcity of the sealing talisman surpassed that of the life replacement blood talisman, designed specifically to confine the surrounding space and obliterate all escape techniques. It was evident that the adversary had targeted me, fully aware of my possession of the life replacement blood talisman. I could assert that my first life replacement blood talisman had already been rendered ineffective. I pondered whether my opponent possessed a second sealing talisman. A sense of dread washed over me. I attempted to struggle, only to realize that my entire spiritual energy had been confined, rendering me immobile. Yet, I did not succumb to despair. I silently entered the supreme mode, allowing myself to regain composure and commence my struggle. Indeed, as that individual had articulated, I did possess a life replacement blood talisman. Had they not brought a sealing talisman with them, I could only imagine the effort it would have taken. Suddenly, my room was thrust open, and an elderly man with a shadowy visage and an unsettling aura stepped forth, a sinister smile adorning his face. "It is you." Upon laying eyes on that face, my pupils constricted as I recognized him instantly. It was none other than the ghostly physician Yi Wuji, who had previously emerged from the Li family. What astounded me further was the faint yet boundless celestial pressure I sensed emanating from him. He was, astonishingly, a celestial being. The orchestrator behind the scenes had managed to summon a celestial being to target me. Perhaps feeling overconfident in his assured victory? Or believing me to be on the brink of death, he refrained from making a direct move, instead allowing a cackling smile to manifest upon his visage. "Indeed. It is I. I never anticipated that in the course of my duties, I would encounter a young girl with cursed eyes. However, this little girl possesses an unyielding spirit and a fierce temperament. Not only does she refuse to divulge any information pertaining to you, but she also intends to cast a curse upon me. Should she succeed, even I, as a celestial being, would find myself in dire straits. Thankfully, I acted swiftly and rendered her sight useless. Had I not seen her potential use as bait, I would have dispatched her long ago. Her flesh serving to nourish my spirit beasts. Brother, I hurt so much." Sume whimpered, clutching her legs, trembling uncontrollably. Listening to her words, your gaze fell upon Sume, curled up on the sofa, her eyes vacant, reduced to mere blood-soaked hollows. A surge of bloodlust instantly consumed you. After spending several days in her company, you had unconsciously embraced the role of an elder brother, viewing Sume as your younger sister. Now, witnessing her sacrifice to protect you, her eyes destroyed, the flames of wrath within you threatened to ignite. In this moment, you cursed yourself for not having ambushed Qian earlier, for not seizing the opportunity to acquire the 9 steps to heaven. If only you had, you would not be standing here, contemplating a desperate confrontation with this old wretch. As your fury intensified, your heart raced, and the Supreme Imperial Bone within you began to heat up, as if awakening some terrifying power. The seals upon you started to waver. Although you had not obtained the cursed eye, the secrets surrounding you were far from few. Previously, outside the Li family residence, you had managed to evade my senses and vanish. Otherwise, I would not have needed to expend so much effort to capture you. The ghostly physician Yi Wuji bore an amused expression, as if he had anticipated your clever escape plan. Your eyes narrowed, realizing that you had been discovered when you eluded detection outside the Li family home. Had you not concealed my red talent from him, you would have likely been apprehended long ago. Suddenly, you recalled the conversation between the Li father and son from days past, where a venerable figure had arrived and seized Yi Chen. Your peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the room from which the enigmatic Yi Wuji had just exited, where a tortured, severely injured figure lay motionless on the ground. A jolt of shock coursed through you, but you quickly regained your composure. The capture of Yi Chen was undoubtedly a scheme to obtain the 9 steps to heaven, yet they still bore the burden of Yi Chen, indicating that the secret technique had yet to be acquired.
With this realization, a glimmer of hope emerged, prompting you to prepare for a desperate gamble in pursuit of survival.
At worst, death would be your fate. Even in failure, you might extract vital information about the mastermind behind the scenes from your adversaries.
Are you a venerable being?
Interesting young one, it seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge.
The ghostly physician Yi Wuji expressed astonishment.
As many were aware of the esteemed title of the individual before him, including those from the opposing factions. Yet he was taken aback that this young man from the Liu family possessed such knowledge. Previously, the assassin disguised as Liu Ruyue was also affiliated with him. The ability to wield a celestial being as a mere pawn indicated that his master was no ordinary figure.
As you suddenly spoke, did you recall the mention of official business when the other party referred to their visit to the magical city?
Simultaneously, from the corner of your eye, you fixated on Yi Chen, lying motionless like a lifeless dog in the inner room.
Upon hearing the name Liu Ruyue, Yi Chen seemed to tremble for a fleeting moment.
Damn it, it was evident that the protagonists of destiny were not so easily dispatched. They all clung to life like a bunch of cockroaches.
You silently scoffed. Ku, young man from the Liu family, do not expect to extract information from me, nor should you hope for a savior to arrive, the ghostly physician sneered, revealing yet another shocking revelation.
The Supreme Imperial Bone you possess is beyond my reach, yet I covet the means you employ to obscure your presence from celestial perception.
If you surrender it, I can assure you a swift resolution.
Chapter 26, Liu Qian, old fool, who said that the magic city has only one celestial being. You were somewhat surprised that the ghost doctor was actually coveting your crimson talent. You realized that he could not seize your Supreme Imperial Bone for himself. Yet he harbored his own greedy intentions. Indeed, you concealed the effects of your crimson talent from him, which made it all the more alluring to celestials.
This was merely a reflection of your currently inadequate strength.
Had you been a true celestial? This ability to obscure the 5 senses alone would render you one of the most formidable assassins, instilling terror in countless influential figures.
Very well. But the law is not to be lightly transmitted.
Since you desire my secret technique, come forth, and I shall relay it to you directly.
I hope you will honor your promise and allow me to depart with ease. You feigned hesitation, ultimately letting out a sigh. Becoming aware of his greed, you resolved to exploit it fully. From his earlier demeanor, it was evident that he was exceedingly arrogant, dismissing you entirely. After all, in his eyes, you were merely a trapped insect.
Ha, Liu family brat, I hope you can comprehend the situation and refrain from any tricks, the ghost doctor declared coldly as he approached. As you had anticipated, his arrogance and disdain led him to underestimate you, even while suspecting that you might be deceitful. His confidence stemmed from the invincible prowess of celestials, leaving him utterly unperturbed. Moreover, he was clearly overconfident in the sealing talisman, believing you incapable of breaking free from the restraints placed upon you. Little did he know that, under the influence of the Supreme Imperial Bone, the bindings around you were on the verge of collapse, ready to be shattered at any moment.
At that moment,
as the ghost doctor leaned closer, whispering in your ear, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within you, propelling you into supreme mode.
In an instant,
you broke free from your restraints and launched a powerful punch.
Boom!
At that critical juncture, as your life hung in the balance, a torrent of warmth surged from your Supreme Imperial Bone, crashing against the barriers of your realm. You transcended from the peak of the 4th realm to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers.
The mountain and river realm harnesses the dual energies of heaven and earth,
allowing one to draw upon the power of the landscape, remaining as immovable as a mountain and striking with the force of thunder.
In that moment,
you forcibly summoned the strength of the earth beneath you, resembling an immense, unyielding mountain. As you unleashed a punch, it reverberated like thunder, suppressing all. The might of this punch was such that even a 6th realm transcendent would have to evade its edge.
Yet, this terrifying blow was effortlessly caught by the ghost doctor,
who remained unfazed. In the next instant, a searing pain coursed through you as your right arm was brutally twisted and fractured, contorting into a mass of agony.
I knew you were young, the ghost doctor sneered. Yi Chen, after my demise, you shall be next. Activating your second life-saving blood escape talisman,
you lunged towards him, grasping the ghost doctor tightly.
Boom! Lu Qian, you are indeed ruthless.
In the room, Yi Chen, who had been feigning death, suddenly erupted with energy. Taking 3 swift steps to break through from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 7th realm of sanctification.
Following this, a wave of spiritual resonance emanated from his being.
With a forceful step forward, his body cracked significantly, revealing a faint aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Drawing closer, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the ghost doctor.
How is it that you possess a second life-saving blood escape talisman? According to intelligence, it was impossible for Lu Shou to have given you one back then.
Faced with this unexpected assault, the ghost doctor's expression shifted. He was astonished not only by Yi Chen's ability to unleash the combat strength of a half-celestial but also by the revelation that Lu Qian still had another life-saving blood escape talisman. The threat looming behind him paled in comparison to the potential chaos that would ensue if Lu Qian managed to escape.
Seal him. Another sealing talisman appeared, coalescing into spatial restraints, locking away the escaping Lu Qian. Boom!
Under the expectant gazes of onlookers, the unguarded ghost doctor was struck from behind by Yi Chen's palm. His body trembled, yet the impact was not as devastating as anticipated. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips.
How is this possible? Yi Chen exclaimed in shock. Bang!
A surge of celestial energy erupted, shattering much of Yi Chen's body and sending him flying, motionless on the ground, his life hanging in the balance.
Truly impressive. But you 2 young ones have underestimated the resilience of an elder's celestial body. What constitutes a celestial being? A celestial is a half-immortal entity. While not impervious to all methods, they can draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth at will, forming a celestial domain that repels all harm. As long as the domain remains intact, no injury can befall the celestial being. Listening to the triumphant laughter of his opponent, a chill spread through your heart, for indeed, the terror of the celestial realm had been underestimated. This sudden, lethal strike had failed to even rattle the defenses of the opponent. Beside them,
Sume had succumbed to the residual shockwaves of battle, rendered unconscious. You found yourself grasped by the throat by the ghost doctor, lifted forcefully, struggling to breathe.
Truly, you possess the bloodline of that esteemed individual.
Were it not for my status as a 3rd transformation celestial, I would have surely fallen into your trap. The ghost doctor sneered. Appearing calm, yet the beads of cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his unease. Upon hearing 3rd transformation celestial, realization dawned upon you, accompanied by a sense of regret. From the tone of his voice, had a newly ascended celestial been present, they would have likely succeeded in delivering a crippling blow.
What do you mean by the bloodline of that esteemed individual?
A tempest of emotions surged within you, as if you were beginning to grasp a profound truth. Perhaps realizing he had misspoken, a flicker of panic and fear crossed the ghost doctor's eyes. He instantaneously fell silent, avoiding further discussion of the topic. I initially intended to offer you an opportunity, but in light of this, I shall resort to soul searching.
Although the memories obtained may be fragmented, it matters not.
With a single strike, he shattered your dantian, causing all of your cultivation to begin to dissipate.
It seemed that soon you would be reduced to a complete and utter invalid.
You are aware that the ability to search souls represents 2 distinct concepts for cultivators and mortals alike. The latter, devoid of any cultivation, is unable to resist and is thus capable of acquiring a greater wealth of memories. How does it feel to have your entire cultivation rendered useless? Fear not, for this is merely the beginning. I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you. Perhaps in a bid to reclaim his dignity, the ghostly physician lord's visage contorts with malice as he methodically shatters your entire meridian system. The excruciating pain, akin to a fate worse than death, compels you to stifle a groan, yet you valiantly suppress any cries of anguish.
You wretched little scoundrel, scream all you like.
Even if you were to rend your throat in despair, no one would come to your rescue.
In this entire demon city, who would dare to offend me?
The sole celestial being. In the face of such torment, you gradually lift your head, maintaining a serene demeanor that betrays not a shred of hopelessness, but rather exudes an aura of confidence as if you hold the reins of destiny itself.
Cough, cough. Old fool. Who says that you are the only celestial in Demon City?
Chapter 27, The 5th Transition to Celestial Being.
Is there more than one celestial being?
The respected ghost healer was momentarily taken aback, and then dismissed the notion, believing it to be yet another of your cunning tricks, naturally reluctant to accept.
Where could so many celestial beings come from? This is not some common vegetable. The scheming little. If you do not take action soon, lives will truly be lost. You shouted suddenly.
This unexpected outburst startled the respected ghost healer, causing him to glance around suspiciously, yet he found no trace of anyone. He was immediately filled with rage and humiliation, his head steaming as he realized he had been deceived once more.
You insolent wretch, how dare you?
I shall not spare your life, allowing you to experience the depths of despair. In the face of the furious respected ghost healer, you remained unperturbed, meeting his gaze with cold indifference. As he was about to strike, a sudden flash revealed a flurry of crimson petals.
The blood-red petals transformed,
extending a flawless white arm, devoid of any oppressive force, as if returning to simplicity, reaching toward the respected ghost healer's forehead.
Bang!
The once imperious respected ghost healer was instantly left with a shattered skull, his expression frozen, his body trembling as he fell to the ground, convulsing. Under your watchful gaze, a mysterious figure adorned in blood lotus and surrounded by crimson petals gradually emerged, exuding an ethereal beauty, embodying the unity of celestial beings.
This enigmatic figure was none other than Liu Ruyue, a fifth transition celestial being. How could such a person exist in the demon city?
The respected ghost healer, now reduced to half a head, stared blankly at her, his eyes wide with terror.
You cannot kill me. I am. Silence.
Just as the respected ghost healer was about to reveal his identity, Liu Ruyue frowned slightly, her killing intent palpable,
as the blood-red petals fell and pierced through his skull in an instant. Thud.
The respected ghost healer was dead. You silently observed the scene before you, along with that familiar yet foreign figure, while a storm surged within your heart. As you had previously stated, there was indeed more than one celestial being in the entire demon city.
There was also Liu Ruyue. From the very beginning, you had been stalling for time, waiting for the emergence of this greatest anomaly. Before Liu Ruyue appeared, you had considered many possibilities.
Yet you never anticipated that she could so effortlessly eliminate the respected ghost healer, a fifth transition celestial being. You had always thought you had overestimated her, only to realize you had underestimated her even more.
From the astonished expression of the respected ghost healer,
it was clear that a fifth transition celestial being, even within the Great Xia Empire, was a rare and formidable existence. A fifth transition celestial being. Lu Qian clenched his fists slightly, unable to believe that Liu Ruyue, lying outside, possessed such terrifying strength.
With a single strike,
she had obliterated the ghostly healers sent by the mastermind.
Lu Zhong, are you aware of how the celestial realm is divided?
Lu Qian suddenly inquired.
Regarding such a high-level realm, your knowledge is regrettably limited.
However, as your protector, Lu Zhong should possess the requisite understanding. The driver, Lu Zhong, was momentarily taken aback, surprised.
Yet he did not conceal the truth. Young master, the celestial realm is divided into 9 transitions, each transition representing a distinct heaven. How many transitions does the old master possess?
Lu Qian referred to the ancestral figure of the Liu family.
It is a source of shame that,
due to his previous inability to cultivate, he, as a direct descendant of the Liu family, had not grasped much about their greatest trump card.
The ancestor had reached the 7th transition of the celestial realm 30 years ago, and currently, his true realm remains unknown to anyone.
Lu Zhong responded candidly.
7th transition of the celestial realm.
Upon receiving this revelation, Lu Qian felt no joy, instead, a heaviness settled in his heart. According to the ghost doctor, the Liu family was already akin to a clay idol crossing a river, struggling for survival.
This indicated that at least one 7th transition celestial had intervened to confront the Liu family's ancestor.
What was more alarming was that the Liu family harbored not just their ancestor but other celestials as well. Yet, their absence suggested they had either been hindered or encountered misfortune.
In such circumstances,
the mastermind behind the scenes managed to dispatch a 3rd transition celestial to Shanghai to eliminate him. The forces at play were undeniably formidable. When the ghost doctor expressed his ire, he mentioned a we, only to quickly amend his statement.
Could it be that he intended to refer to our family? Moreover, At the outset, he claimed his visit to Shanghai was for official business. Could he indeed be a eunuch of extraordinary prowess?
To command a celestial-level eunuch to hunt him down implied that the mastermind was potentially a member of the Daxia royal family.
Boom! Liu Qian's mind became crystal clear.
In that moment, he first attained a rough direction regarding the identity of the hidden orchestrator, the Daxia royal family.
Step. 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 Liu Ruyue approached you.
Looking down from a height, her indifferent gaze devoid of any emotion.
Do you know I have always been here? Guess, take a chance. You answered calmly.
From the previous two encounters with antagonists, you discern that Liu Ruyue, the destined heroine, is a concealed celestial powerhouse.
However, unlike the malevolence of the mastermind, Liu Ruyue seemingly harbors no significant ill intent towards you, yet she possesses certain motives. This suggests that she may be inclined to save your life at a critical juncture. At this moment, Liu Ruyue's demeanor and actions indirectly illuminated this point. Could you enlighten me on how I was exposed? Noticing Liu Ruyue's lack of further action, you seized the opportunity to voice your curiosity. Surprisingly, Liu Ruyue responded amicably.
Your golden cicada escaping its shell strategy is commendable, yet still rather amateur. The Supreme Emperor Bone is a naturally divine artifact, not easily destroyed. Moreover, your scheme harbors considerable flaws. Someone has taken the ashes of your double for DNA verification and ultimately uncovered your disguised identity. Of course, you have inadvertently gained a few days of respite. So that is how it is. You suddenly realize the truth and then fall into silence. Indeed. There are no fools in this world. Those who consider themselves clever often end up being perceived as fools. Had it not been for Liu Ruyue's intervention, you would likely have met a tragic end. You are aware of my existence, and I presume you have come to know certain truths. Liu Ruyue remains non-committal. Her gaze steady upon you. Noticing her probing demeanor, you contemplate for a moment and cautiously respond. For instance, are you tempted by my form? Chapter 28, Liu Qian, the vermilion sand is gone. The atmosphere in the room abruptly shifted into an awkward silence. One could distinctly observe a flicker of concealed anger crossing Liu Ruyue's seemingly indifferent visage, her fists momentarily tightening.
Recognizing this reaction, you understood that your conjecture was indeed accurate.
In the previous two simulations, you had noted that Liu Ruyue was effortlessly drawn to you, this enigmatic celestial being seemingly craving your essence.
However, intriguingly,
it appeared that her affections were not genuine, for at the critical junctures of those simulations, she refrained from intervening on your behalf.
Conversely, in this simulation,
you chose to overlook the intoxicated her from the outset, yet she acted to save you when your life hung by a thread.
If your instincts served you right,
her ulterior motive was to acquire your bloodline.
To father. Leave the offspring.
Until she achieved this goal, it was unlikely she would allow you to perish,
thus safeguarding your existence.
It seemed evident that in the magical city, two factions had long been at play, one intent on your demise, the other dedicated to your preservation. You remained uncertain of Liu Ruyue's intentions in protecting you. Perhaps she sought to replicate the Supreme Imperial Bone within you through your bloodline. Or perhaps there were other reasons altogether. Yet, at this moment, one truth was crystal clear: from the very beginning, she bore no malice towards you.
This realization marked your greatest triumph.
Otherwise, she could have employed coercive and tyrannical means instead of consistently adopting a gentle, progressive approach.
In a sense,
it appeared she held a profound respect for your choices. Perhaps this presented a potential breakthrough, an opportunity to glean information regarding the Great Xia Empire, particularly concerning the Liu family, through Liu Ruyue's insights. A wave of realization washed over Liu Qian. This was indeed a chance. Liu Ruyue, this mysterious celestial figure, seemed well informed, her backing unfazed by the shadowy puppet masters. Otherwise, she would not have dared to eliminate the ghost doctor. As long as the version of yourself within the simulator was not foolish, you would seize this opportunity to inquire about the circumstances.
In this moment,
the simulated version of yourself was acting accordingly. You recognized her goodwill, while simultaneously acknowledging the potential to uncover the entire truth. Esteemed one, may I inquire?
Suddenly, a jarring impact struck your head.
In the final moments of consciousness, you glimpsed an incensed celestial being, her delicate fists clenched tightly. You realized you might have overstepped your bounds.
Liu Ruyue's ethereal voice echoed ominously.
You completely lost awareness, succumbing to unconsciousness.
In your stupor, you received a slap. Your innocence was stripped away. Another slap followed. Liu Qian? No way. This has gone awry.
I had thought it was a chance to confront the truth. Unexpectedly, the other party, in a fit of rage, struck a punch that rendered me unconscious. Had I known, I would have refrained from provoking them.
However,
Liu Qian was acutely aware that the other party's anger over such a trivial matter must have stemmed from deeper issues.
Liu Ruyue's sudden shift to such a domineering demeanor suggested that something was amiss.
She feared that I might not be able to protect myself, leading to a situation where she felt compelled to hastily execute the plan of leaving behind a child to carry on without regard for my own choices. Liu Qian's expression grew solemn as he continued to monitor the situation within the villain simulator. After an indeterminate period of unconsciousness, my consciousness began to awaken.
In that twilight between sleep and awareness, I faintly heard Liu Ruyue's soft whispers. You should not have revealed your ability to cultivate. Such exposure could provoke desperate actions from certain individuals. Desperate actions. Liu Qian discerned the underlying turbulence in those words. Could it be that all of this chaos was triggered by his revelation of his cultivation abilities, inciting the hidden orchestrator to act recklessly? Even in this simulation,
the formidable ghost doctor had been dispatched to confront him. Although Liu Ruyue had shielded him from this calamity, the forthcoming tribulations might prove to be insurmountable, even for her. This was troubling. It seemed that until he achieved mastery in his powers and became invincible, he could not afford to reveal his cultivation capabilities.
Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attract the relentless pursuit of the hidden orchestrator.
Indeed, with the unique properties of the Supreme Imperial Bone, given time, he could swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of strength, and at that point, it would be they who would face misfortune.
Clearly, the hidden orchestrator was well aware of the efficacy of the Supreme Imperial Bone. Upon awakening, I found myself in an unfamiliar environment,
surrounded by a vast forest and rich spiritual energy. It dawned on me that I was likely not in Modu but rather in a secret realm. A glance at my body revealed that the precious protective talisman had vanished without a trace.
Evidently, Liu Ruyue had taken my most treasured possession. Yet in that moment,
such concerns were overshadowed by the echo of her final whisper in my mind.
My cultivation had incited a desperate response from certain individuals. But how could the hidden orchestrator have known about my ability to cultivate?
In this simulation, only 3 individuals were aware of my cultivation: Liu Zhong, Su Meng,
and Liu Ruyue. Su Meng, having perished due to my actions, could be ruled out.
Liu Ruyue, the celestial being who saved my life, was also unlikely to be the source. The most probable culprit was my guardian, Liu Zhong, who might have inadvertently leaked this information. It was possible that he was captured by the hidden orchestrator's forces while en route to report back to the Liu family. Or perhaps there was a traitor within the Liu family itself.
My instincts leaned heavily towards the former possibility, especially since the orchestrator had likely laid an ambush along the route out of Modu.
Regardless of the possibilities, you are acutely aware that your previous arrangements have undoubtedly harmed Liu Zhong, and consequently, the Liu family as well. Had you not revealed your ability to cultivate and reach the 4th realm of divine abilities, such a monumental upheaval would not have transpired.
Aware that lamenting is futile, you must confront the reality of your situation.
Presently, you find yourself in an unfamiliar secret realm, unable to depart or ascertain the state of the outside world. As you touch your back, you realize that although Liu Ruyue has taken some of your possessions, she has spared your Supreme Emperor Bone,
granting you a fleeting chance at survival.
However, your dantian lies shattered, your cultivation dissipated, rendering you a mere shell of your former self, incapable of further training.
Yet,
you refuse to surrender. If cultivation is beyond reach, then you shall hone your skills instead. You gather spiritual energy. Despite your fractured dantian, it will soon disperse. In the final moments of its dissolution, you open your storage bag to retrieve blank talisman paper, pens, and ink. You prepare to immerse yourself in the craft of talisman creation. A month passes, and your understanding of talismans deepens significantly.
After 2 months,
you cautiously begin to draw 4th-tier talismans, striving to surpass your limitations.
3 months later, you successfully create a 4th-tier talisman. though devoid of spiritual energy and true intent.
Resembling mere scrap paper, you are filled with indescribable joy. At this moment, you are a fourth-tier talisman master, yet without cultivation or spiritual energy, you remain, in essence, worthless. Aware of the dangers of wandering aimlessly within the secret realm in your weakened state, you take refuge in a nearby cave. You gradually succumb to an obsessive state,
fervently sketching talismans.
Over time, you notice the provisions in your storage bag dwindling, and you resort to consuming talisman paper as sustenance.
6 months later.
You are gaunt and famished, your eyes glimmering with a predatory light, yet you remain entranced in the world of talismans.
Suddenly, a crack opens in the secret realm.
A voice filled with exhilaration emerges, declaring, after expending considerable effort in eliminating the traitors of the Liu family, I have finally found you.
Eliminating the traitors of the Liu family? This statement jolts you from your trance. Boom! A terrifying pressure descends upon you, instantly crushing you into a pulpy mass.
You have perished. Chapter 29, In the City of Demons, such an extraordinary existence shall not be permitted.
You are dead. Simulation concluded.
Lu Qian's pupils dilated as he fixed his gaze upon the blood-red words displayed on the system screen, his fists clenching involuntarily. He was not particularly concerned about his death during the third simulation of the antagonist. What truly astonished him was the final statement made by the mysterious entity that had abruptly appeared in the secret realm, the annihilation of the traitorous Liu family? This celestial lineage had perished within merely half a year, branded as traitors. It was at this moment that Lu Qian comprehended why, during the third simulation, he had been able to remain in the secret realm for half a year. It was likely that the forces orchestrating this chaos had been unable to locate him and were instead preoccupied with the eradication of the entire Liu family, thereby severing all his avenues of retreat. He could vividly imagine the tribulations his family had endured during that 6-month span. His elder brother, father, mother. Lu Qian gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury that surged within him, careful not to reveal anything, lest he be detected by Liu Ruyue outside. To the owner of that final voice, I, Lu Qian, shall remember you. One day, I will surely slay you.
Commencing final settlement.
The host may select 3 options from the following 6. Option 1, Cultivation Legacy, 5th layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, Realm of Mountains and Rivers. 5th layer of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, Translocation of Shadows. Option 2, Martial Arts Techniques, Great Mastery of the Overbearing Dragon Fist.
Minor Mastery of the Soul Nail Technique.
Option 3, Talismancer Experience, 4th tier. Option 4, Supreme Emperor's Bone Supreme Mode. Option 5, Solidified Red Talent, You Cannot See Me. Option 6, A Preserved Severed Arm, Yi Chen. As Lu Qian surveyed the 6 rewards, he was immediately engulfed in conflict. Aside from the 6th option, which he deemed worthless, the remaining 5 rewards were exceedingly bountiful. Each of these options could significantly enhance his power, and he yearned for them all. However, he was limited to selecting only 3, necessitating a difficult choice. While cultivation and divine abilities could be re-explored and comprehended, ascending to the rank of a 4th-tier talismancer was no simple feat during the third simulation. I had been rendered impotent, stripped of all cultivation, and driven to madness before I could attain the 4th-tier talismancer status. The identity of a talismancer is exceptionally esteemed and rare, often surpassing that of fellow cultivators, and could serve as a valuable trump card in the future. During the third simulation, the 2 sealing talismans employed by the ghostly physician had rendered all my methods futile, driving me into a desperate situation.
Highlighting the terror of a talismancer.
Furthermore, the Supreme Mode, a unique form derived from the Supreme Emperor's Bone, must not be overlooked.
The red talent, You Cannot See Me,
had repeatedly saved me from peril. In critical moments, even celestial beings could be obscured. In a swift moment, Lu Qian made his decision. Simulator, I choose the 3rd, 4th,
and 5th options.
At this instant, he did not repeat his previous choices, opting instead for rewards of greater significance.
Ding! The host's selection has commenced infusion. Boom!
A sudden surge of the river of time unveiled itself, enveloping Lu Qian. As he raised his gaze, a myriad of his different life forms unfolded before him.
Soon,
a ragged figure emerged, gaunt and emaciated, with skin stretched taut over bones and eyes glimmering green, resembling a crazed specter.
At that moment,
6 luminous, Dao fruits, radiated from the figure. With a swift motion, 3 of them, 4th-order talismancer, Supreme Mode, and You Cannot See Me, floated towards Lu Qian.
merging seamlessly into his being.
The powers of his various antagonistic outcomes from the river of time coalesced within his true self, ultimately birthing a new individuality. Lu Qian's gaze fixated upon the tattered figure before him, acutely aware of the madness and despair flickering in the creature's eyes. As the river of time began to recede, the skeletal stranger began to disintegrate into dust. In the fleeting moment before the figure's complete dissolution, a spark of light ignited in its frenzied gaze,
locking onto Lu Qian with unwavering intensity. Venge.
Good. Lu Qian exclaimed, astonished. This was his first encounter with such an occurrence. The departed version of himself, revived by the river of time, managed to manifest a fragment of consciousness from his former existence.
He nodded solemnly in understanding.
Upon witnessing his agreement, the gaunt figure displayed a fleeting expression of relief and solace in its final moments.
With a sudden motion,
a dark and eerie, Dao fruit, was grasped and forcefully cast away. To Lu Qian's astonishment, the ominous, Dao fruit, merged directly into his body.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! For receiving a gift from the River of Time, martial arts techniques acquired, Kangmang Overlord Fist Mastery, Dinghun Technique Minor Mastery.
A gift from the River of Time.
Such an operation was beyond his expectations. As he observed the vanishing figure, Lu Qian's understanding of the villain life simulator deepened. Those seemingly virtual antagonistic life simulations were, in fact, a genuine experience for him at that pivotal moment. Host, Lu Qian, age 18, profession, talismancer, 4th order, realm, pinnacle of divine powers, 4th realm, cultivation techniques, Taiga Dragon Elephant Sutra 4th layer, celestial level. Jianying Demon Art 4th layer, celestial level, true record of talismans, divine powers and techniques, Dragon Elephant Overlord Decision Body, Shadow Mimicry, Kangmang Overlord Fist, Dinghun Technique.
Supreme Mode, Constitution, Supreme Emperor Bone. Talent, Greased Feet, Blue.
You cannot see me, red, items, life-replacing blood escape talisman, simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 0, the beginner phase of 3 simulations has concluded. Future villain life simulations will require the host to prepare sufficient villain points. With the protective phase now at an end,
Lu Qian understood that the next challenges lay solely in his hands. However, in the ensuing moments, he found himself devoid of the opportunity to return.
Unlike the simulation where he could restart,
death, if it were to come, would be absolute. Yet, in contrast to the blank slate he once was, he now felt renewed and invigorated.
With the formidable cultivation and unique talents coursing through him, Lu Qian was filled with an overwhelming sense of confidence and ambition. Those 3 simulations of a villainous life seemed like a distant memory, while in the real world, scarcely 20 minutes had passed. Perhaps noting Lu Xiao's lack of response, the guardian, Lu Zhong, interjected, Lu Xiao, it appears that Miss Lu has been ensnared and drugged, managing to escape only at the last moment.
What do you think? Should we lend a hand?
He was acutely aware of the interest this little demon king had in the enchanting Lu. With such a splendid opportunity at hand,
why not seize it? However, Lu Qian's subsequent reaction was entirely unexpected for Lu Zhong. Upon realizing it was a meticulously laid trap, Lu Qian would never act according to the adversary's design.
Instead, he intended to confront the mastermind behind this deadly scheme. If they viewed him as one of those thoughtless, debauched young lords, he would ensure they learned what true frivolity entailed.
Humph! How could such audacity transpire beneath my very gaze? Is there no justice, no law? This is an affront to the heavens.
Such occurrences should only belong to me.
Lu Zhong, drive.
Let us discern the identity of this audacious individual.
With an air of indignant arrogance, Lu Qian flung open the car door, seized Liu Ruyue, and unceremoniously tossed her into the vehicle. In the Magic City,
there was no room for such formidable presences.
Chapter 30, directly striking the Yellow Dragon. Crashing the banquet. Indeed, young Master Lu.
Regarding young Master Lu's sudden outburst, Lu Zhong had grown somewhat accustomed to it. After all, this notorious figure had previously stirred considerable commotion in the imperial capital due to a woman, even resulting in a scandal involving a child from the Gu family. Now, once again, it was a woman inciting him into action, which seemed rather routine.
As young Master Lu had asserted, prior to his arrival, the affairs of Magic City held little significance for him. However, once he set foot in the city,
no one else was permitted to overshadow his presence.
This, indeed, represented the weight of the Liu family of the Great Xia.
At the Century Hotel,
in the supreme private room, a unique birthday celebration was underway.
The attendees of this gathering were predominantly prominent figures with significant standing in Magic City, including a number of influential individuals. The host of this birthday celebration was none other than Zhao Kuan, the eldest scion of the Zhao family.
Zhao Kuan, a prominent heir among the four great families of Magic City, wielded a familial influence that permeated the entirety of the city. In the eyes of many, the four great families were regarded as the true rulers of Magic City, the real sovereigns.
Even officials appointed by the imperial family had to maintain cordial relations with these local elites.
At this moment, the guests present were naturally eager to curry favor with Zhao Kuan, the future head of the esteemed family.
Yet, the man at the center of attention, inundated with flattery, wore a furrowed brow, occasionally glancing toward the restroom with an air of impatience. What could possibly be taking Liu Ruyue so long? She had been in the restroom for nearly 20 minutes. Could it be that the effects of the drug were taking hold?
On the surface,
this banquet was ostensibly to celebrate his 26th birthday, but the true intention lay far beyond mere revelry.
Zhao Kuan had long coveted the aloof beauty Liu Ruyue,
yet had been unable to fulfill his desire. Although the Liu family was merely a second-tier family in Magic City, inferior to the Zhao family, Liu Ruyue's cold demeanor and haughty disposition set her apart.
During their time at Magic City University,
even a certain young heir from a prestigious family in the imperial capital had been disregarded by her.
In contrast, Zhao Kuan held little allure for her. In this context, someone had suggested a cunning plan to invite Liu Ruyue under the pretense of a class reunion during the birthday soiree, and to discreetly slip something into her drink. To execute this scheme, Zhao Kuan had gone to great lengths to lure away Liu Ruyue's ever-present bodyguard,
who was clad in tattered clothing and bore the appearance of a rural pauper. Liu Ruyue had, as he wished, taken a sip of the red wine,
only to excuse herself to the restroom shortly thereafter, yet she had yet to return.
Now, over 20 minutes had elapsed, and Zhao Kuan's impatience was palpable.
After all,
his room upstairs was prepared, all that remained was for her to arrive. As time passed, Zhao Kuan's patience wore thin, and his irritation became increasingly evident. Upon witnessing this scene, the discerning guests and students from Magic City University hesitated to approach, fearing they might incur Zhao Kuan's wrath. Yet, one figure strode forward unafraid of Zhao Kuan's evident impatience, confidently holding a glass of red wine.
Why rush, Zhao Kuan? The prize is already within grasp.
This individual was a dashing young man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of refined elegance. His smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring. He was none other than Li Yang, the heir of the Li family, one of the four prominent clans in Magic City, rivaling the Zhao family in influence.
Moreover,
the Li family had familial ties with the esteemed Liu family of the imperial capital.
In Magic City, the Li family wielded formidable power.
And it was only Li Yang who dared to speak to Zhao Kuan with such a teasing tone in this moment. Despite the light-hearted banter, the depths of Li Yang's gaze towards Zhao Kuan resembled that of one observing a lifeless corpse.
A brainless fool. He believes he can win over Liu Ruyue tonight? Ridiculous. His accomplice had already taken measures in the restroom to aid Liu Ruyue's escape.
Li Yang, spare us your sardonic remarks, do not forget. You are also part of tonight's scheme, although we agreed that the first course is mine, Zhao Kuan remarked coldly, showing no sign of courtesy. The plan for the evening had indeed been proposed by Li Yang, who was merely responsible for its execution.
According to Li Yang,
he also desired a share of the spoils afterward, to which Zhao Kuan had not objected, for it merely entailed additional place settings and chopsticks.
Li Yang,
disinterested in debating with the seemingly doomed Zhao Kuan, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Calculating the time, Liu Ruyue should have already made contact with her target and been whisked away.
The assassin, Qian, was poised nearby, ready for action. Once the target was eliminated, Zhao Kuan would emerge as the prime suspect, the ultimate scapegoat,
destined to bear the wrath of the Liu family. Should the Zhao family fall, the Li family could effortlessly claim their inheritance, achieving a perfect dual victory and exhilarating prospect indeed. Just as Zhao Kuan's impatience was about to erupt, a furtive figure burst from the restroom, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhao, there's trouble." A hole has been smashed in the restroom corner, and Miss Liu has escaped.
What did you say?
Zhao Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he seized his sycophant by the collar.
Young master, I said Miss Liu has fled. Damn it!
Realizing that the prize had slipped away, Zhao Kuan felt as though his mind had exploded, kicking the hapless sycophant across the room.
Witnessing Zhao Kuan's frantic demeanor,
the guests were taken aback, with some beginning to surreptitiously retreat a few steps, seeking refuge behind the crowd to avoid his ire.
The time is still short.
And coupled with Liu Ruyue having consumed that glass of red wine, its effects should be commencing, ensuring she cannot have fled far.
In this critical moment, Zhao Kuan,
embodying the rationality of a prominent aristocrat, began to analyze the situation.
Bring me the surveillance footage, ascertain where she is gone.
With his authoritative command, individuals swiftly commenced their search of nearby cameras. Young Master Zhao, Miss Liu collapsed shortly after fleeing the Century Hotel and was subsequently picked up by a young man. Such audacity, to lay hands on someone associated with me, Zhao Kuan. Identify the vehicle's license plate and ascertain their location.
I will ensure he finds no sanctuary in this metropolis.
Upon learning that someone had intercepted and taken Liu Ruyue, Zhao Kuan's mind erupted with fury.
A murderous intent brewing within him.
Beside him, Li Yang observed the unfolding drama with a keen sense of amusement, elegantly sipping from his glass of rum antique.
Relishing the spectacle before him.
The individual tasked with reviewing the surveillance was equally startled, hastily commencing operations to secure a lock on the whereabouts.
Young Master Zhao,
I am on the verge of pinpointing the vehicle's license plate. Wait, the car is moving, but it's not departing, it's heading straight for us.
Boom! A tremendous impact ensued.
A vehicle crafted from a unique material, a Maybach, surged through the shattered doorway like a ferocious beast.
With a resounding thud,
the car door swung open. A towering figure emerged, cradling the inebriated beauty, a mocking and defiant smile adorning his face. I have heard whispers that someone intends for me to find no refuge in this city. Chapter 31, He Who Emerged from the Celestial Palace. I have heard whispers that someone seeks to render me unwelcome in this city of magic. Lu Qian wore a sardonic expression, cradling a drunken beauty in his arms, exuding an air of irreverence as if he regarded those present with utter disdain. His gaze, unperturbed by the astonished faces around him, lingered momentarily on Zhao Kuan's countenance. Then, with a sidelong glance, he cast a significant look at Li Yang, who was indulging in drink. As expected, this scion of the Li family was also present. This implies that the previous assassination plot was orchestrated by this young rascal from the Li family. Perfectly, tonight shall be the occasion to deal with this little brat, imparting upon him the lesson that even the king of horses has his watchful eyes. He wishes to remain in the shadows, avoiding trouble, but I shall unearth him.
Meanwhile,
the guardian Lu Zhong silently disembarked, trailing behind this living deity. His duty was to ensure the safety of this esteemed individual, anything beyond that was not his concern.
Alas!
The once poised and curious Li Yang, who had been eager to observe the unfolding drama, found himself spewing forth a mouthful of expensive Romani wine upon catching sight of Lu Qian.
His expression transformed into one of alarm, disbelief etched in his eyes.
Even the wine glass in his hand trembled uncontrollably, slipping from his grasp.
What in the world? How could Lu Qian be here?
According to the original plan and my assessment of Lu Qian's character, he should have been preoccupied with enjoying the company of Liu Ruyue.
How could he suddenly crash this gathering? This was entirely inconsistent with the plan. Everything was in disarray. At this moment, it was not just Li Yang who was taken aback.
Nearby, Zhao Kuan's fury froze upon seeing Lu Qian's visage. His pupils constricting as he felt a chill run down his spine, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat.
This was disastrous. How had they summoned this living deity?
In that instant, the once arrogant Zhao Scion appeared to lose all bravado. While the two young aristocrats were rendered speechless, the assembled guests could not contain their curiosity. Who was this audacious individual, brazen enough to crash Zhao Xiao's banquet? Had he lost his mind?
Look! It seems he is embracing Liu Ruyue,
the esteemed daughter of the Liu family, whom Zhao Xiao has pursued for years. The young man may be handsome, but his fate appears grim. Having disrupted Zhao Xiao's gathering while holding his goddess, bloodshed seems imminent. It was evident that he was a newcomer to the city.
Likely a local tyrant from the provinces who had never even paid homage to the true Buddha upon arriving in the metropolis. Many sighed in disapproval, their expressions reflecting skepticism,
while some could not help but reveal a mocking demeanor. However, amidst the gathering, a few individuals of high status, as well as students from the prestigious Magic City University, instantly recognized Lu Qian's identity upon seeing his countenance. "You fools, silence yourselves. Have your eyes been so frightened that you dare to speak of that revered ancestor? If you utter another word, your families shall face doom." In the presence of that esteemed figure, what were the Zhao and Li families? Mere trifles among the four great clans of Magic City? That individual hailed from the imperial capital, the esteemed grandson of Elder Lu from the imperial senate,
a direct descendant of a celestial lineage. Do you see the guardian by his side?
It is said that he is of the same caliber as the ancestors of the four great clans. This is a being who has descended from the celestial palace, not someone we can afford to discuss lightly.
Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence.
Upon realizing Lu Qian's true identity, those who had previously displayed mockery now held their breaths, too afraid even to inhale. A few, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, collapsed onto the ground, fainting on the spot.
Ding!
The host has altered the existing simulation timeline, crashing into the banquet and confronting the mastermind behind the assassination attempt,
instilling fear in the attendees, showcasing the overwhelming aura of a top-tier antagonist. Reward, 1,000 villain points.
The mechanical voice of the villain life simulator suddenly resonated in Lu Qian's mind, deepening the smile that graced his lips. As expected, to acquire villain points, one must deviate from the expected, shun the rules, and forsake conventional morality. At present, he had yet to reveal his cultivated abilities. The forces behind the scenes still feared the Lu family that supported him, daring only to resort to covert assassination. This indicated that as long as he continued to conceal his strength and avoided exposure, he could boldly engage in his undertakings.
Thus, tonight, he intended to stir up chaos throughout Magic City, to the point that his surname would be written in reverse.
With a smile upon his face, Lu Qian embraced Liu Ruyue and beckoned Zhao Kuan over with a gesture reminiscent of summoning a dog.
"Young Master Liu." Zhao Kuan's expression froze.
Yet he could only muster a forced smile as he approached. There was no alternative, he was outmatched, his father overshadowed, and his grandfather even more so. Thus, he could only obediently bow his head and assume a subordinate role. If he were to lay blame, it would be directed at his own father and grandfather for their ineffectiveness. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Lu Qian would find no foothold in Magic City. "Young Master Liu, it was all a misunderstanding. Had I known it was you, I would never have dared." Slap! Lu Qian swiftly delivered a strike that sent Zhao Kuan's head askew, reddening his face instantly.
"Did I ask for your explanation?"
Lu Qian shot him a sidelong glance,
not deigning to look him in the eye. Zhao Kuan's face stiffened, his fists momentarily clenching, fury surging within him.
Yet, when Lu Zhong's gaze fell upon him, he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, instantly subdued.
Although Lu Qian recognized Zhao Kuan as a scapegoat,
the mere fact that he coveted Liu Ruyue had already sealed his fate. In order to win the favor of the enigmatic celestial being, Liu Ruyue, he was more than willing to teach his opponent a lesson.
Ding! The destined heroine Liu Ruyue's affection for you has increased by 1. The host receives a reward, villain points 500. Upon hearing the sudden notification, Lu Qian realized that Liu Ruyue in his arms was indeed not intoxicated, but rather feigning it.
It seemed that this destined heroine found it quite bothersome to deal with the annoying greenskin fly, Zhao Kuan, while she was in disguise. Thus, for the sake of acquiring villain points and gaining the favor of this mysterious celestial being, which would facilitate his future plans, Lu Qian had no intention of holding back.
"You wish to drive me out of Magic City?
Does your Zhao family possess such strength?"
Smack!
With a smile, Lu Qian delivered another slap, instantly mirroring the previous one, leaving Zhao Kuan's face as red as a monkey's rear end.
Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth, unable to retaliate. "I dare not." Smack! Since arriving in Magic City, I have yet to encounter anyone more formidable than myself. Do you wish to be the first? "I dare not." Smack! I see you already dare. Do you understand? I have set my sights on Liu Ruyue. Do you dare to harbor any thoughts about her?
Chapter 32. Your words are unpalatable to me. Thus I shall return the favor with 2 slaps.
Slap. 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 Young Master Zhao, I have heard tales of your formidable reputation in the magical city, have I not?
Lu Qian wore a smile upon his lips, yet his grip bore no semblance of mercy. At this moment, he concealed his true prowess, merely employing the strength of an ordinary man. However, Zhao Kuan, a practitioner of the 4th level of divine powers, dared not counter with spiritual energy. Instead, he had to diminish his bodily defenses, bracing himself to receive Lu Qian's blows with his face, fearful of sustaining injury. Ding, the favor of the destined female lead.
Liu Ruyue has increased by 1, host receives reward, villain points 500.
Ding, the favor of the destined female lead, Liu Ruyue, has increased by 1, 5.
Host receives reward, villain points 600.
Ding, the favor of the destined female lead, Liu Ruyue, has increased by 0, 5. Host receives reward, villain points 450. As the villain points flowed in ceaselessly, Lu Qian transformed into a veritable fiend, raining blows upon his opponent until blood filled Zhao Kuan's mouth.
In a mere minute,
Zhao Kuan had endured over 10 slaps, the imprints upon his face resembling searing brands.
Consequently, Lu Qian garnered considerable favor from the enigmatic Liu Ruyue,
along with over 6,000 villain points sufficient for him to engage in another round of villain life simulation. Yet, as time passed, the villain points began to dwindle, signaling the gradual demise of Lu Qian's scoring scheme. Otherwise, he might have continued this assault indefinitely.
Such a pity.
Witnessing the once arrogant young Master Zhao being forced to stand and endure the beating, his visage nearly transformed into that of a pig. The assembled guests bowed their heads in silence, fearful of attracting misfortune upon themselves. This scene vividly illustrated the terror of Lu Qian, a being descended from the celestial palace. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was in the magical city, they were compelled to show deference in the presence of a superior being, enduring humiliation and punishment. Beside them, Li Yang swallowed hard, a chill creeping over him, feeling a sense of grim foreboding.
After all, Zhao Kuan was of his ilk.
Yet now he was being treated like a mere dog by Lu Qian. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to intervene on Zhao Kuan's behalf, not for any other reason, but because it was he who had orchestrated the plan to drug Liu Ruyue that very night. He was the puppeteer behind the scenes.
Should Zhao Kuan inadvertently expose him,
Li Yang would find himself in grave peril. Just as Li Yang prepared to step forward, a commotion erupted outside the room.
Bang!
A squad of armed security personnel suddenly burst in, their weapons trained on Lu Qian. At the forefront was a middle-aged man bearing a scarred visage, Lei Hu, the security manager of the Century Hotel. As the Century Hotel belonged to the Zhao family's enterprises, Lei Hu was one of their loyal hounds, tasked with safeguarding their interests. Given that the Zhao family's young master was being assaulted within their establishment, Lei Hu could no longer afford to hesitate.
Cease your actions, audacious rogue! How dare you not release Xiao Xiao?
Lei Hu exclaimed sternly at Lu Qian, who showed no signs of stopping, being a mere insignificant figure. He remained oblivious to Lu Qian's true identity. All he knew was that Zhao Kuan, his master, was being assaulted, and thus, he felt compelled to intervene.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
The armed security personnel behind him swiftly cocked their weapons, ready to fire at the slightest provocation.
Stop! Lei! Who put the gun down?
This command struck both Li Yang and Zhao Kuan with an overwhelming sense of dread.
One misstep could lead to a catastrophic accident, and none present would likely survive.
Having lived for so long, it was the first time that the young master had a gun pointed at his head. Even during his time in the capital, he had never encountered such a situation.
Indeed, the magic city was unlike any other.
Lu Qian maintained his smile,
delivering another slap to Zhao Kuan's face.
Not only did he possess formidable skills, having mastered the 5th level of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, rendering his physical body stronger than ancient ferocious beasts and impervious to bullets, but also Lu Zhong, who stood behind him, would not allow him to come to any harm. Furthermore, he was rather eager for the situation to escalate. Lu Zhong, I recall that the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, Qi Wei,
was once a disciple of the old master, correct?
Lu Qian suddenly remarked, as if a thought had struck him.
The Magic City Security Bureau. responsible for the safety and handling of bizarre incidents throughout the entire city, was undoubtedly a high-ranking and influential authority. The directors and deputy directors of the bureau held esteemed positions within Magic City's upper echelons. Before arriving in Magic City, his elder brother had mentioned Qiwei, noting that he had been a student of the late Liu Patriarch. Qiwei was commendable in many aspects, though somewhat overly ambitious, always yearning for advancement. Regrettably, he had yet to find an opportunity or someone to support him. In the previous 3 simulations of the Villain Life Simulator, Qiwei had not made an appearance. While this did not definitively indicate his innocence, it suggested that he was not a significant threat. Thus, he could be temporarily utilized. Before Liu Zhong could respond, Liu Qian had already made his decision. Summon him. Understood, young Master Liu, Liu Zhong replied with a nod, retrieving his special communication token from his pocket to send a discreet message. The Liu family, having sent Liu Qian to Magic City, undoubtedly had their own arrangements and foundations, albeit they would not reveal them easily. As Liu Qian seemed poised to escalate the situation, Li Yang felt an impending sense of disaster. If things continued down this path, the assassination plot scheduled for that night would likely be thwarted, creating a considerable commotion that would draw attention from all sides. He might even find himself embroiled in the chaos. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to diffuse the tension, grasping Liu Qian's right hand. Xiangu, Zhao Kuan is my friend. Could you please show me a favor and not continue this ruckus? Just let him slap. Li Yang, attempting to intervene, received a sharp slap that left him dazed, covering his face in shock. Beside him, Zhao Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. With a disdainful expression, Liu Qian gazed at the astonished Li Yang, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling smirk. You little brat, he sneered, I've longed to deal with you, having orchestrated everything from the shadows during our previous encounters. Don't let the fact that your family has hosted me for a few days in this vibrant city lead you to believe you hold any significance. Your words are displeasing to my ears, and I shall not hesitate to deliver a couple of slaps in return. Chapter 33, How Audacious! Dare to point a gun at Master Liu? Drag him out and execute him. Your words are irksome to me, I shall give you 2 slaps in return. Liu Qian's commanding voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, leaving all present in stunned silence. This young master from the imperial capital was indeed brazen and formidable. His words conveyed a complete disregard for Li Yang's humanity. However, this affront caused Li Yang, who usually exuded an air of elegance and sunshine but harbored a petty and dark heart, to lose his composure. At that moment, he covered his face, his eyes trembling, fixed on Liu Qian before him. Deep down, he looked down upon this young dandy from the capital. In his mind, this extravagant youth was destined to meet his demise tonight. Yet, here he was, publicly slapped by someone he considered to be on the brink of death. In that instant, he felt himself teetering on the edge of sanity. Liu Qian, how dare you strike me? How dare you? I am a member of the Li family, and my mother is your cousin. You come to the Magic City and stay in my house. Smack! Liu Qian's expression turned icy, delivering another resounding slap. Who do you think you are, you insolent wretch? Even if your father were here, I would still bestow upon him a couple of slaps. Smack! Just because you married a distant cousin of the Liu family, you think you can claim kinship with us? The Liu family has no need for such impoverished relatives. Smack! You uncouth dog, your father should address me as young Master Liu, how dare you call me by my name? If your father has failed to educate you, allow me to teach you a lesson. Smack! I come to the Magic City, granting the Li family the honor of hosting me. If you cannot accommodate me, then there is no need for you to remain. Thinking back to the previous instances in the villain simulations, where the Li family traitor had betrayed him twice, Liu Qian's ire flared, and his strikes grew more forceful. Once, when the Li family faced turmoil and near annihilation, they sought refuge with the Liu family to survive. As a relative by marriage, they feasted on the Liu family's generosity while simultaneously undermining them. They willingly acted as dogs to confront him, the legitimate heir of the Liu family. A pack of ungrateful ingrates. It dawned on him that when his elder brother and father decided to send him to the Magic City, they could hardly have anticipated that the Li family, who should have been their closest allies, would turn out to be the sharpest dagger in their backs.
Under the relentless barrage of Lu Qian's slaps and the penetrating gaze of Lu Zhong, Li Yang's defiance was gradually dismantled, and he came to comprehend his precarious situation. Realizing he was outmatched, he hastily bowed his head in contrition.
Young Master Lu, I was wrong, utterly wrong. Young Master Lu, no, Uncle Qian. For the sake of my mother, grant your nephew a chance. Witnessing Li Yang's public humiliation, Zhao Kuan, who should have been filled with rage, now stood dumbfounded.
It is worth noting that the Li family was considered kin to the Lu family.
Li Yang's mother was Lu Qian's cousin, making them, in terms of lineage, uncle and nephew.
Yet, this living ancestor before him showed no mercy, treating all with equal disdain.
My goodness, this individual is utterly unrecognizable. To think that the despicable Li Yang would find himself in such a predicament.
It must be said that humanity often revels in its own misfortune. Witnessing others endure a similar fate, his own resentment seemed to diminish significantly.
In a certain light, it was Li Yang, this wretched creature,
who orchestrated tonight's debacle from the shadows.
Were it not for him, would I have endured such a beating?
And in front of so many witnesses.
It is likely that the entire city of Mo will hear of this by morning.
Observing the pitiful state of the Li family's heir,
the guests present were immediately taken aback, bowing their heads in shock, like frightened ostriches unwilling to look further.
They had hoped to forge connections with the heirs of the Zhao and Li families tonight, only to witness both in a state of utter disgrace. Should they harbor any resentment, it would not bode well for them. The imposing Lei Hu, who had entered with armed men, now found himself terrified at the sight of the young Li, who was being struck in such a manner.
Realizing the identity of the assailant, he feared the consequences. How could he have brought armed men into this situation, aiming weapons at the other party?
This was a monumental misstep.
Ding!
The host publicly beat the scheming mastermind Li Yang, inflicting psychological damage and earning rewards, villain points 8,000.
The cold, mechanical voice of the villain life simulator echoed once more.
At this moment, Lu Qian's villain points had surpassed 5 figures, reaching an astonishing 16,800. This figure was sufficient for him to engage in 3 additional simulations of villainous existence. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps resonated from outside, drawing closer with haste. A cadre of imposing figures clad in the Empire's black enforcement uniforms burst in, causing many to gasp in alarm. These individuals emanated a terrifying aura, clearly seasoned practitioners. None beneath the 3rd realm of mastery. At the forefront stood a square-faced, resolute man, radiating the commanding presence of a superior, a middle-aged figure exuding authority. This was the Black Robe Enforcement Team of the Mo City Security Bureau, an elite force that only those of profound mastery could join, rarely seen in public. Years prior, when a secret realm appeared above Mo City, fraught with ominous incursions, it was the Black Robe Enforcement Team that undertook the cleansing, resulting in significant casualties.
Wait a moment.
That leading middle-aged man appears to be Qi Wei, the deputy director of the Mo City Security Bureau. Gasps of recognition rippled through the crowd as they identified him. Qi Wei was a legendary figure in Mo City. It was rumored that the current director was nearing retirement, and Qi Wei was likely to succeed him,
becoming the new director. Even the 4 great families of Mo City were vying for his favor.
Then, to their astonishment, Qi Wei abruptly led his team toward Lu Qian,
halting just a few steps away.
Elder Lu, he acknowledged with a nod toward Lu Zhong, before turning his gaze to Lu Qian.
Young Master Lu, how may I assist you?
As he gazed at Qi Wei before him, Lu Qian offered a slight nod, yet his mind was occupied with the transmission from Lu Zhong.
Young Master Lu, Qi Wei is at the transcendent level, possessing a notable ambition and a semblance of loyalty.
The old master once remarked that Qi Wei is one capable of handling unsavory tasks.
The 6th level of transcendence.
As the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau.
Such prowess is commendable.
In the entirety of Magic City, he ranks just below a select few who have attained the sacred realm.
Moreover,
he possesses a countenance marked by righteousness, yet the ambition and desire for advancement in his eyes are unmistakable.
No wonder he arrived so swiftly. He must be eager for progress. Furthermore, he is adept at handling unsavory tasks, is he not?
A flicker of mockery danced in Lu Qian's eyes as he cast his gaze toward Zhao Kuan and the anxious Lei Hu behind him.
Director Qi, someone just pointed a gun at me, what do you think should be done about it? What audacity! To dare point a gun at young Master Lu? take him out and execute him. Chapter 34, Lu Qian, my temper is quite high at the moment, and I desire to eliminate a ringleader. Upon receiving the directives from the Liu family, Vice Director Qi Wei hastened over without delay. He did not take even a minute's respite. There was no choice. His ambition to progress was insatiable. Presently, he found himself in a precarious position. Although the director of the Magic City Security Bureau had reached retirement age, he was reluctant to step down easily. Another deputy director, supported by a powerful background, was also eyeing him, eager to suppress his ascent. In such circumstances, Qi Wei's ambition to rise would inevitably meet with substantial resistance. Nevertheless, during this period, various factions in Magic City, including several prominent families, had covertly extended invitations to him, hoping to draw him into their ranks. Yet, in his mind, there was a far more appealing candidate, the esteemed young master of the Liu family, Lu Qian. The Liu family of Daxia was indeed a formidable ally. It was this very family that had paved his path from a humble beginning to the position of vice director in Magic City. It was the elder of the Liu family who, upon passing through Magic City, had recognized his potential with a mere casual remark, granting him an opportunity to distinguish himself. Ever since, he had regarded himself as a protege of the Liu family. With such a substantial ally, why would he seek the support of lesser figures? For this reason, he had been actively seeking opportunities to engage with young Master Liu, yet favorable moments had been elusive. Now, however, the opportunity had finally arrived. Had it not been for the elder of the Liu family's endorsement, Qi Wei might still have been an ordinary team leader. Instead of the vice director he was today, the Liu family had bestowed upon him a life-altering favor. To act against young Master Liu in Magic City was tantamount to challenging Qi Wei himself. I perceive you all as mere criminals intent on undermining the stability of the empire. Let us eliminate them all. Qi Wei's face contorted with fury. As if he were the one insulted, his gratitude towards the Liu family unmasked. He bore an expression of righteous indignation against evil. This obsequious demeanor stunned all present. In an instant, the black-robed enforcement team did not hesitate to dismember the lawbreakers led by Lei Hu and drag them away. What are you doing? Zhao Xiao. Save me. Zhao Xiao, help. Zhao Xiao. I am yours. I am yours. Hearing Lei Hu's terrified cries, Zhao Kuan's reddened face shifted slightly. His gaze fixed intensely on Qi Wei, clearly taken aback by Qi Wei's audacity to act against members of the Zhao family. For years, who in Magic City dared to touch anyone from the Zhao family? Qi Wei's blatant maneuver was evidently a bid to curry favor with Lu Qian at the Zhao family's expense. Bold move, using my Zhao family as a token of allegiance. Qi Wei, you have some nerve. Zhao Kuan inwardly cursed, his resentment towards Qi Wei palpable. The Zhao family could not deal with Lu Qian. But surely they could handle a mere deputy director. Yet, undeterred by Zhao Kuan's venomous glare, Qi Wei maintained his composure, unfazed. Compared to the Liu family, offending the Zhao family was a trifling matter. In stark contrast to the dim-witted Zhao Kuan, at this moment, Li Yang felt a chilling sensation coursing through him for reasons unbeknownst to him. He had discerned that Lu Qian was seizing the opportunity to escalate the situation, targeting the Zhao family with malicious intent. This legendary debauched scion was indeed as insidious and ruthless as rumors suggested, devoid of reason. If matters spiraled further out of control, it would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention, jeopardizing the covert assassination plan and rendering its execution exceedingly difficult. Should the Metropolitan Police Bureau become involved? The likelihood of the Li family being exposed would increase significantly. A modification of the assassination strategy was imperative. As Li Yang cursed silently, he suddenly noticed Lu Qian's gaze shifting towards him and Zhao Kuan, laden with a profound significance. With the pesky fly resolved, it was now time to address the matter between them. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. Outside the hotel, the pleading cries of Lei Hu were abruptly silenced. In that instant, an inexplicable dread surged within both men, as if foreboding a calamity. With the gun's report, a life was claimed. Where there is death, there is mourning. And where there is mourning, there arises a desire to speak. My anger still seething, I yearn to eliminate the ringleader. Lu Qian's icy gaze bore down on Zhao Kuan and Li Yang as he spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Do you have anything left to say?
Dread coursed through Li Yang's veins as he caught a glimpse of the unabashed murderous intent in Lu Qian's eyes.
Could it be that this madman truly intended to execute them? Wait.
The reason for this lunatic's presence in the metropolis was due to significant turmoil in the imperial capital. In comparison, exterminating them seemed trivial. With a resounding clap, Zhao Kuan crumpled in fear, kneeling before Lu Qian.
Young Master Lu, I confess. I disclose that tonight's events were orchestrated by that scoundrel Li Yang. He was the one who suggested drugging Miss Lu. Had I known she was your woman, I wouldn't have dared. The instigator of it all was that scoundrel Li Yang. I was merely an accomplice. Faced with the imminent reality of Lu Qian's wrath, Zhao Kuan could no longer contain himself and swiftly betrayed Li Yang. He never anticipated that a mere act of drugging would cost him his life. Throughout this ordeal, he had neither partaken of the spoils nor even caught a whiff. Why was he suddenly facing death? Zhao Kuan, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you frame me? Li Yang seethed, fury erupting within him.
Young Master Lu, it is this scoundrel who plotted against Miss Lu, I can attest to this.
You should execute him without hesitation. Witnessing Zhao Kuan's rapid betrayal, Li Yang's mind exploded in disbelief and anger.
This fool, typically lacking in intellect, had suddenly found clarity at this crucial moment. He dared not gamble on Lu Qian's willingness to kill. Previously, this living embodiment of death had nearly caused fatalities over a woman in the imperial capital.
Li Yang, I curse you.
Zhao Kuan suddenly erupted, delivering a fierce punch towards Li Yang, and the two engaged in a fierce brawl, akin to dogs fighting each other. The seemingly close brotherly bond they once shared had, at that moment, irrevocably shattered. Each harbored an intense desire to annihilate the other.
In response,
Lu Qian merely observed with a detached gaze, as if he were witnessing the struggle of two lifeless beings. Standing behind them, Lu Zhong, who had been a silent observer, suddenly regarded his young master with a gaze imbued with an unusual intensity. For reasons unknown, he couldn't shake the feeling that his young master had transformed in a manner that was distinctly different from before. Chapter 35, The Arrival of Two Great Ancestors.
A display of authority?
Lu Zhong was somewhat astonished. It seemed that this young Master Lu was not as simple as he had imagined. He was far from the debauched playboy depicted in rumors. His cunning and strategic prowess were undoubtedly remarkable. With just a few words, he incited a fierce conflict between Li Yang and Zhao Kuan, leading them to turn against each other. It appeared that the previous reputation for lechery was merely a facade for protection. Indeed, as a descendant of one of the 12 noble dukes of the Great Xia Empire, how could any of the Lu family be deemed worthless? Lu Qian was acutely aware of Lu Zhong's probing gaze, yet at this moment, he remained unfazed,
calmly observing the chaos unfolding between Li Yang and Zhao Kuan.
Although they appeared to be fighting fiercely, they were, in fact, holding back their true strength,
likely biding their time for reinforcements. Given the magnitude of the situation,
it was certain that members of the Li and Zhao families present were already sending word of the events unfolding. It seemed they possessed some wit, not entirely foolish. A cold smile crept across Lu Qian's face as he saw through their intentions.
However, what did it matter? Today,
even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. Since you cannot articulate your reasons, allow me to render judgment.
Director Qi, remove both of them and execute them. At this pronouncement, the expressions of Li Yang and Zhao Kuan shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback.
Even Qi Wei, who was stalling for time, appeared momentarily stunned.
To execute the heirs of two prominent families in Mo City in one fell swoop would lead to an irreconcilable enmity.
Even his superior, the director of Mo City, would not dare to play such a dangerous game. Despite his boldness, he hesitated at this moment.
Moreover,
it was astounding that this entire debacle stemmed from a single woman, one who had not even been won over. What, are you afraid, Director Qi? Lu Qian observed Qi Wei's hesitation with a piercing gaze.
Striving for advancement while fearing to offend is a futile endeavor. If one is to be a dog,
one must be prepared to act as such. If you cannot heed your master's words, what purpose do you serve?
A sudden realization jolted Qi Wei,
and he cursed his own foolishness. No matter how powerful the Li and Zhao families were, they were confined to Mo City. Yet the Lu family was deeply rooted in the imperial capital of the Great Xia. They were a formidable force by any measure. Should he gain the support of the Liu family, not only would he secure his position as the director of the Mo City Police, but there could also be opportunities for even greater advancement in the imperial capital. In comparison, the so-called Li and Zhao families were merely trifles to be disregarded. He had heard that this young Master Liu held a special status within the Liu family, enjoying the favor of all its members. Suddenly breaking into a cold sweat, he quickly composed himself.
No problem, absolutely no problem.
Young Master Liu, at your command, I shall personally execute these two.
At this moment,
in a bid to fully secure his allegiance to Liu Qian, Qi Wei was resolute, preparing to pledge his loyalty with his own hands. Such a matter could not be entrusted to others.
Observing Qi Wei's unwavering determination as he approached Li Yang and Zhao Kuan,
Liu Qian felt a slight sense of satisfaction and nodded. It appeared that this individual was indeed useful. The likelihood of him being connected to the shadowy mastermind was almost negligible.
Indeed,
his coercion of Qi Wei to commit murder served a dual purpose, to assess the latter's loyalty and to discern whether he was friend or foe. Or perhaps an ally of the hidden forces.
Director Qi, what are you planning?
Have you lost your mind?
The Li family will not let you off. As Qi Wei advanced, Li Yang and Zhao Kuan immediately ceased their ferocious struggle, their expressions darkening.
Faced with a sixth-tier transcendent powerhouse, they possessed no means of resistance.
Zhao Kuan was left dumbstruck, while Li Yang was in utter despair.
This was not the script.
Tonight,
it was supposed to be Liu Qian who faced peril at the hands of the extraordinary assassin, Shen Ying.
How had the tables turned so drastically? Grandfather, help me! In a moment of desperation, Li Yang could no longer contain his panic and cried out. Boom!
A ripple suddenly spread through the room,
heralding the arrival of two aged figures, one after the other. Young Master Liu, spare him.
Young Master, please show mercy.
The first to arrive was none other than the patriarch of the Li family, closely followed by the patriarch of the Zhao family, who arrived just a moment too late.
Fourth-tier entry saint.
Fifth-tier entry saint.
The oppressive aura emanating from the two entry saint powerhouses seemed to manifest inadvertently, instantly suffocating the atmosphere and rendering the air nearly solid. The gathered individuals felt their expressions shift as they struggled against the overwhelming pressure, ultimately collapsing to the ground.
Indeed, it is you. Liu Qian's gaze flickered as he calmly regarded the descending patriarch of the Li family.
Though it was their first encounter, he instantly recognized him as the mysterious figure who had drawn Liu Zhong away during the initial simulation, as well as the masked assassin from the second simulation. Clearly, the individual had been lurking in the shadows all along, only revealing himself now that Li Yang was on the verge of death and the Zhao patriarch had arrived.
This is bad.
Qi Wei's pupils constricted, his hair standing on end as he felt an overwhelming intent to kill seep into his very marrow. Under the scrutiny of the two entry saint powerhouses, even he found it difficult to withstand, retreating several steps with a pale complexion.
Boom! Unbeknownst to him, Liu Zhong,
who had been standing behind, had now stepped forward to shield Liu Qian.
Boom! An overwhelming wave of terrifying pressure erupted, far surpassing that of the two noble family patriarchs, crashing down upon them.
Humph! Liu Zhong let out a cold snort. A terrifying aura erupted forth. A tidal wave of spiritual energy that directly swept the patriarchs of the Li and Zhao families out of the spatial realm.
Seventh-tier entry saint.
Both the ancestral figures of the Li and Zhao families suddenly gasped in astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the Liu family would assign a formidable warrior of the seventh stage of sainthood to the extravagant scion, Liu Qian.
The seventh stage of sainthood, divided into 9 levels, encompasses a myriad of profound abilities. Achieving the 7th stage places one among the elite in the entire demon city. Even the ancestral elders of the Zhao and Li families fall short in comparison. Should a confrontation arise, it is likely that even their combined efforts would struggle to surpass Liu Zhong. In an instant, the expressions of the two elders shifted dramatically, each reflecting a different emotion.
Initially, they had contemplated leveraging their seniority to rescue their respective family members. However, the current situation rendered that notion implausible. The presence of a protector at the 7th stage of sainthood underscores Liu Qian's significant standing within the Liu family.
A misstep could indeed lead to serious consequences. In contrast to the shock experienced by the Zhao elder, the Li elder felt a sinking sensation in his heart, unable to resist clenching his fists.
This situation had become troublesome. Lu Qian coldly regarded the two suddenly appearing elders and spoke, "Ha, gentlemen.
Do you intend to rely on your seniority and wield your cultivation to intimidate me?"
Chapter 36, The Act of Silencing. Should I, as a guardian,
engage in a contest with the two of you?
Upon uttering these words, both the elder of the Li family and the elder of the Zhao family were visibly alarmed. Lu Zhong, at the 7th level of the sacred realm, was evidently beyond their capacity to confront. If a conflict were to ensue, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer. Moreover, should they truly offend Lu Qian and his powerful lineage, both families could find themselves in peril. The mere presence of a guardian tasked with protecting the younger generation, possessing such formidable cultivation, served as a harbinger of the immense strength inherent in the Lu family.
The reality of the Lu family's power was thus self-evident.
"Forgive us.
We have misunderstood, esteemed Lu.
My intentions were merely to protect my grandson, and I inadvertently overstepped."
The two elders quickly offered to present a 6th-tier royal artifact as a token of their contrition.
As they spoke, each hastily retrieved a royal artifact from their storage pouches. Royal artifacts, classified as 6th-tier extraordinary weapons, were rare and precious, akin to the elusive talismans crafted by skilled artisans. Even among the elite families like the Li and Zhao,
relinquishing such artifacts would evoke considerable reluctance.
The elder of the Li family produced a jade rui, imbued with unique formations capable of emanating life force and healing its wielder. The elder of the Zhao family displayed a pitch-black cloak, crafted from the hide of a mysterious wraith-like creature, capable of releasing ethereal mist to conceal its wearer. In the bustling metropolis of Mo City, these two represented the pinnacle of power, yet before the youthful Lu Qian, they could do little but feign humility and appease him. They were acutely aware of their inferiority. After all, one cannot bend their arm against a sturdy thigh.
Ding!
The host exerts their influence, compelling the two elders of the sacred realm to bow in submission and willingly offer apologies, earning rewards, 20,000 villain points.
In the blink of an eye,
another 20,000 villain points were credited to Lu Qian's account. In that moment, his total had soared to over 30,000 formidable points,
along with the acquisition of 2 unique royal artifacts. Consider yourselves fortunate. Lu Qian cast a glance, nodding slightly, his expression betraying an air of superiority. Compared to the earlier humiliating pursuits within the villain simulator, he now radiated confidence and vigor. His abrupt appearance had disrupted the plans of all present, delivering a decisive blow to Li Yang, the mastermind, and forcing the elder of the Li family, who lurked in the shadows, to reveal himself. The so-called assassination plot had been largely dismantled, with only the hidden Thousand Shadows assassins remaining unseen. Yet, in the presence of several formidable sacred realm warriors, even the most audacious assassin would dare not show themselves. Should an attempt on his life succeed, none present would escape unscathed. At that juncture, the elder of the Li family would likely be the first to seek the demise of the Thousand Shadows assassins. When all darkness is laid bare under the scrutiny of light, it renders every scheme powerless. This was a blatant conspiracy. He casually gestured with his eyes. At that moment, Lu Zhong quickly grasped the situation and deftly caught the 2 royal artifacts, returning them to his position behind Lu Qian. All right, having dealt with the 2 elders, it is now time to address the 2 of you youngsters. Lu Qian turned his gaze back to Zhao Kuan and Li Yang, a radiant smile illuminating his face. However, to the 2 young men, this brilliant smile appeared as sinister as that of a demon. In an instant, the 2 young heirs of the prestigious Mo City families were struck with terror, crying out like frightened children calling for their grandfather. "Grandfather, save me. I swear I didn't even touch her, it nearly cost me my life. Grandfather. It was all that scoundrel Li Yang's doing. I am utterly wronged." Seeing their grandson in such a state of abject fear, the 2 elder patriarchs could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Who could have predicted that such a trivial matter would threaten the lives of the heirs from 2 illustrious families of Mo City? That little girl in the arms of the Lu family youth was truly a femme fatale. Cough, cough, young Master Lu. My Li family is also related by marriage to the Lu family, and I have an acquaintance with your father. Might you consider showing leniency? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The Li family is willing to offer compensation for Miss Lu. the elder of the Li family was the first to speak up, attempting to plead for mercy. It was not merely that Li Yang was a blood relative he valued, his intellect and cunning were also exceptional within the Li family. And he held the potential to rejuvenate their lineage in the future. Thus, he could not be easily sacrificed. Indeed, young Master Liu, I believe tonight's incident might be a misunderstanding. The Zhao family is also willing to offer compensation. The elder of the Zhao family chimed in, his tone reflecting genuine concern for Zhao Kuan, unlike the calculated tone of the Li patriarch. Misunderstanding. Where is the misunderstanding? Gentlemen, are you not hoping for me to retract what I just stated? Lu Qian sneered, directly interrupting their pleas, instantly darkening the expressions of both elders. Yet, in the next moment, his tone shifted abruptly. However, since the elder of the Li family has mentioned my father, I shall grant you a favor, tonight. I will only eliminate one true culprit. With that, Lu Qian turned his gaze toward Zhao Kuan and Li Yang. Now, which of you two is the genuine mastermind behind this? Uncle Qian, it's Zhao Kuan. I am your own nephew. Young Master Liu. It was that scoundrel Li Yang who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. As the dilemma was tossed back to them, Zhao Kuan and Li Yang's faces turned pale, both refusing to admit their guilt. With each party adamantly blaming the other, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Just then, Lu Qian's voice rang out ominously. Since neither of you will confess, I have a splendid idea. Why not conduct a soul search? Soul search. That seemingly nonchalant suggestion sent shockwaves through the faces of everyone present. What kind of dark sorcery was this, to invoke a soul search so casually? At this moment, the one who reacted most intensely was none other than Li Yang. His body trembled violently, and he was suddenly seized by the terror of death. This was due to the multitude of unspeakable memories that haunted him. Abomination. I see that all these events tonight are orchestrated by you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping everything in its path. Lu Zhong furrowed his brow, wanting to intervene, but he noticed Lu Qian, with his back turned to him, shake his head slightly. Bang! Li Yang was instantly engulfed by the energy wave, transforming into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The one who struck was none other than the ancestral figure of the Li family. Chapter 37, Oh! Heavens! In the moment before being engulfed by the terrifying wave of energy, Li Yang's face was one of astonishment, filled with disbelief. He could never have anticipated that he would be reduced to a mere pawn. He beheld the menacing countenance of the elder of the Li family, as well as the mocking smile of Lu Qian, who gazed at him with a predatory intensity. In that fleeting instant, a glimmer of realization appeared in his eyes, as he comprehended everything. So, you had known all along. Puff! Zhao Kuan suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy, followed by a scalding liquid splattering over him, staining him with blood. His mouth fell agape, his face etched with terror, his body quaking uncontrollably, his mind a blank slate, seemingly paralyzed by the horrifying scene before him. Just moments ago, a living person beside him had been obliterated, transformed into a mist of blood that splattered across his entire being. This was akin to a psychological scar. Ah! 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 They are dead. All dead. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhao Kuan screamed as though he had lost his mind. Yet, he was not the only one rendered speechless by this abrupt turn of events. Among those present, with the exception of Lu Qian, everyone wore expressions of shock. Who could have predicted that in one breath, the elder of the Li family, who had been defending Li Yang, would in the next instant violently turn and slay his most beloved grandson? There was no hesitation, no mercy. From beginning to end, Li Yang was not even afforded the chance to utter a single word. At this moment, the only one privy to the true reason behind this tragedy was Lu Qian. The old man was indeed ruthless, showing no hesitation even towards his own grandson. Lu Qian scoffed inwardly, tinged with a hint of mockery. The elder of the Li family's madness was, of course, the result of his own coercion. The instant he proposed to search the souls of Zhao Kuan and Li Yang to prove their innocence, it marked the end for Li Yang. This was due to the multitude of memories residing in Li Yang's mind, too many matters that could not be exposed to the light. The assassination plot against Liu Qian.
The truth behind the Li family's betrayal, the information regarding the forces pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Any leak of even the slightest detail would spell doom for the entire Li family. Not only would the Liu family not spare them, but the shadowy forces pulling the strings would also not relent. For the sake of his own survival and that of the entire clan, the elder of the Li family could not allow Li Yang to continue living, nor could he permit him to utter another word. Even if the other was his most favored grandson, it was irrelevant. This outcome was precisely what Liu Qian was eager to witness, it was what he desired. On one hand, he suspected that the first and second simulations he had conducted using the villain life simulator were likely sabotaged by this venomous serpent, Li Yang. Perhaps the young man's cultivation was not formidable, but he was adept in the arts of deception, making him perilously unpredictable. Eliminating him preemptively was undoubtedly prudent. Now, it could be considered a form of indirect vengeance, a cathartic release. Regrettably, within Li Yang's memories, there undoubtedly exists information that could prove useful to me, however, I am unable to access it. Otherwise, it would inevitably attract the attention of the unseen forces orchestrating this plot, prematurely exposing me and inviting peril upon myself. The current situation, paradoxically, is rather fortuitous, having unraveled the assassination scheme without revealing my own identity. It seems that the masterminds behind this plot will need to reorganize their strategies if they wish to eliminate me, thereby extending the time available to me, Liu Qian mused. Old Li, have you lost your mind? How could you kill your own grandson?
Suddenly, the usually silent deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, Qi Wei, exclaimed sharply.
Or perhaps you were already aware that tonight's events were solely orchestrated by Li Yang.
The elder of the Zhao family quickly grasped the situation. Instinctively shielding Zhao Kuan behind him as he addressed Liu Qian, young Master Liu, the traitor has revealed himself, it is indeed a member of the Li family. My grandson was merely deceived. In that moment, the Zhao elder realized that the elder of the Li family was reluctant for Li Yang to be subjected to soul searching. Fearing it might unveil certain secrets, perhaps pertaining to clandestine family matters or peculiar revelations. However, at this juncture, he was disinterested in such contemplations, intent solely on shifting all blame away from himself. The elder of the Li family, now suddenly the target of collective ire,
recognized that his prior reactions had been overly hasty.
Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he believed that as long as he could obscure the truth,
all would be worthwhile.
Young Master Liu, the elder of the Li family began, eager to provide a suitable explanation to deflect responsibility.
Yet, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Liu Qian. Who grants you the audacity to act before me? Liu Zhong. Teach him a lesson.
The elder of the Li family felt a shift in his perception, and before he could comprehend, Liu Zhong had silently appeared before him.
With a resounding thud,
a palm struck his chest, sending the elder of the Li family hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the wall. Blood spurting from his mouth as he suffered grievous injuries.
The inherent suppression from their respective realms ensured that the elder of the Li family could never be a match for Liu Zhong.
After incapacitating the elder of the Li family, Liu Zhong returned to stand behind Liu Qian.
Should there be a next time, I shall take your life, old dog.
Liu Qian's gaze remained calm, disregarding the astonished stares surrounding him as he spoke coldly.
The elder of the Li family could not be allowed to die just yet.
The situation had escalated too far, risking the attention of the unseen forces. Inflicting significant harm upon him would effectively delay the next simulation of himself.
Thank you, young Master Liu, for sparing my life.
Despite being grievously injured and spitting blood, the elder of the Li family felt compelled to express his gratitude.
What kind of situation is this? Ding.
The host has skillfully orchestrated events, compelling the elder of the Li family to slay his own grandson, Li Yang, thereby completely dismantling the initial assassination plot against you, manipulating everyone at will, and receiving a special reward, villain points 30,000, next simulation temporary talent level 1.
Next simulation will grant a temporary talent level increase of 1.
To Liu Qian's surprise, he found himself pleasantly astonished by this unexpected windfall.
If one could extract a hidden red talent akin to the one you cannot see, would it not enable an immediate upgrade to a purple talent? At that moment,
one can only wonder how significantly the effects would be enhanced.
Indeed, altering the future timeline is essential to reap substantial rewards.
Now, having grasped the situation,
It is evident that the true villain is Li Yang. This matter concludes here.
With a decisive wave of his hand, Liu Qian embraced Liu Ruyue, making his final determination.
I have urgent matters to attend to, you are free to leave. Liu is indeed wise. The Zhao family elder remarked with a bow. Oh, great heavens!
In a state of panic, Zhao Qian suddenly knelt on the ground, shouting in excitement.
The Zhao family elder's expression darkened as he struck Zhao Qian unconscious, taking him away.
Young Master Liu, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. At this moment, the elder of the Li family also mustered the strength to bid farewell. Only Qi Wei remained present.
His subordinate chose not to disturb young Master Liu. As the situation neared its conclusion, Qi Wei, recognizing the moment, prepared to depart while observing Liu Qian holding a tipsy beauty in his embrace. Wait, Director Qi.
Suddenly, Liu Qian called out to stop him. Director Qi has also worked hard tonight, Liu Zhong, reward him. With a swift motion, the healing artifact, the Jade Rui, gifted by the elder of the Li family,
was levitated by spiritual energy and presented before Qi Wei. This item, crafted by the elder of the Li family, might harbor unknown issues. Naturally,
Liu Qian would not keep it, so he generously gifted it to Qi Wei instead.
Chapter 38, The Protagonist of Destiny? Let go. Young Master Liu, is this too much?
Qi Wei gazed at the Jade Rui before him, his pupils constricting, his voice trembling with a hint of trepidation.
This was a 6th-tier royal artifact. Even he,
as the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, regarded such an item as an exceedingly rare treasure.
In an empire dominated by the Daxia royal family and powerful clans, artifact masters were nearly all courted by various factions, treated as esteemed guests. Under such a hierarchical blockade, the existence of practitioners' magical tools was undeniably scarce. Born as a commoner, even after ascending to the position of deputy director, he had only managed to accumulate a single 6th-tier royal artifact. Yet now, with Liu Qian's gesture, he was presented with a royal artifact. This was nearly equivalent to decades of his toil. At this moment, he hesitated not out of desire, but from fear that accepting it would sever his ties with the nobleman before him. Director Qi, take it, it is merely a trifle. I have encountered countless such trifles. In the future, you shall acquire even more. Liu Qian discerned Qi Wei's hesitation and spoke directly to reassure him. Presently, Qi Wei was a figure of the underlying force. With minimal likelihood of posing a threat, he was nearly inconsequential. A deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, a transcendent being, certainly held some weight. It seemed prudent to utilize his capabilities in critical moments. Given that he had nearly fallen out with the Li family, he naturally required a local influencer to manage and arrange matters. Should Qi Wei prove adept in his role, elevating him to a higher position in the future was not out of the question. Qi Wei, recognizing the implications of Liu Qian's words, felt a surge of elation. Thank you, young Master Liu, for this precious gift. He extended his hand, prepared to accept the Jade Rui. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from a distance. A young figure, clad in tattered clothing, resembling a beggar with a worn cloth bag slung over his shoulder, rushed toward them. This individual was none other than the destined protagonist, Yi Chen. Perhaps adhering to the principle of the protagonist's final entrance, he finally made his appearance as the dust began to settle. This is bad, I have lingered too long and nearly jeopardized the situation. If I'm not mistaken, Ruyue must be growing impatient, he thought, scolding himself internally for his indulgence in wine. An hour prior, while accompanying Liu Ruyue to a banquet, he had unexpectedly encountered a girl reminiscent of his first love. Engaging in light conversation and sharing a few drinks, he lost track of time. When he finally regained his senses, nearly an hour had elapsed. Realizing he had abandoned his goddess for so long, Yi Chen felt a strong urge to slap himself. What if, without his protection, Ruyue had attracted the unwanted attention of unscrupulous men? Filled with regret, he dashed into the Century Hotel, where a chaotic scene greeted him. There lay his ideal goddess, Liu Ruyue, her face flushed and intoxicated, nestled in the embrace of a young man. Witnessing this, Yi Chen's blood pressure surged. Liu Qian, the protagonist of fate, finally made his appearance, but after such a prolonged delay. In a drama, the antagonist would have already concluded their business by now. Lu Qian gazed at the hastily arriving Yi Chen, internally mocking his presence. Anyone following this man would undoubtedly endure endless suffering. Currently, Yi Chen bore the mark of destiny, alongside the lingering spirit of a mysterious elder, making him a difficult target to eliminate. However, since he was here, it would be prudent to deal with him, leaving behind some fragments for future simulations to track, explore, seize opportunities, and acquire the heavenly steps. In a fit of rage, Yi Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards him. Release Ruyue. Blinded by fury, he failed to notice the presence of the extraordinary Qi and the saintly Lu Zhong standing nearby. Humph. As a bodyguard, failing to be visible at a critical moment and unable to protect their master, Lu Qian scoffed dismissively, regarding Yi Chen with contempt. Had Yi Chen possessed the heavenly steps, now, he might have gained a modicum of respect. But in this moment, Lu Qian suppressed the urge to unleash a devastating blow. Coldly commanding, "Stand down." Suddenly, Lu Zhong extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that coalesced into a green blade, hurtling forth. Ah! Yi Chen, consumed by rage, let out a pained scream as a searing agony coursed through him. His right arm was severed, flying away. Instantly cognizant of the peril, he realized the gravity of his situation. The next moment, Qi appeared, blocking his path, reaching for his forehead. Bold fool! How dare you lay a hand on young Master Lu? Boom! At that critical juncture, Yi Chen was enveloped in a strange flame, transforming into a shower of sparks, vanishing inexplicably before the onlookers. Lu Qian, I shall return. With a swift motion, Qi picked up the severed arm from the ground, presenting it respectfully to Lu Qian, his face etched with guilt and anxiety. Young master, my incompetence allowed the assassin to escape. Rest assured, I will issue a manhunt immediately, ensuring the assassin finds no refuge in the entire city. Having just established a connection with a noble, such an incident felt like a slap in the face. A mere bodyguard dared to undermine him, did he? At this moment, Qi harbored thoughts of eliminating Yi Chen. Lu Qian casually glanced at the severed arm, accepting it. This artifact would prove useful for the forthcoming simulation. With a resounding strike, the host wielded their power to sever the arm of the fated protagonist, Yi Chen, forcing him to retreat and inflicting a profound psychological blow. As a result, the host received a reward, a portion of Yi Chen's destiny for 7 days. Young Master Lu, if you intend to rest here, I shall arrange for a team from the Security Bureau to patrol the vicinity, ensuring that any unrelated individuals are cleared away, so as not to disturb your refined enjoyment. Make the necessary arrangements, Lu Qian gestured with a wave of his hand, embracing the inebriated Liu Ruyue as they ascended towards the hotel room prepared above. This room was originally intended for Zhao Kuan, but it now rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 39, The Fourth Simulation. An initial 10 consecutive draws. Outside the Century Hotel, Vice Director Qi was currently making arrangements. He summoned all the mid to high level personnel with second-tier cultivation or above, who were on duty or on leave, to gather at the Century Hotel with utmost urgency to oversee the security operations. All guests within the hotel were evacuated, ensuring not a single safety risk remained. Individuals residing within a 2-mile radius were expelled, and any suspicious persons were to be apprehended, with lethal force authorized if deemed necessary. In his ambition to align himself with the influential Lu family, Qi was evidently determined. Within a mere 10 minutes, squads of the black-clad enforcement team from the Security Bureau appeared outside the hotel, dutifully clearing the area of all irrelevant individuals. Even the remaining guests of the Century Hotel were forcibly escorted away. Qi, an extraordinary figure and deputy director of the Magu Security Bureau, personally commanded an elite team stationed at the hotel entrance, neglecting all other matters. Clearly, he was resolute in preventing any further disturbances akin to the recent affront by Yi Chen against young Master Lu. Now, the vicinity of the Century Hotel was nearly fortified like an iron bastion, with defenses meticulously arranged. Damn it! With the demise of the Li family's elder, my plans have unraveled. Am I truly to face this impregnable fortress alone? Such a formation could only be breached by a celestial being. Yet, I am merely a 6th-tier extraordinary assassin. In the shadows not far from the Century Hotel, a pair of eyes abruptly opened. gazing with a foreboding glint at the unfolding scene.
This unexpected turn had left the hidden assassin, Qian Ying, feeling quite vexed and cursing under his breath.
With no allies to assist him and no one to divert attention, was he to undertake the assassination alone? He was no superhuman. One misstep could lead to his demise. Clap.
Lu Qian stood at the bay window of the hotel's top floor, surveying the thoroughly secured scene below, a satisfied smile spreading across his face.
Such meticulous protection,
coupled with the presence of the guardian Lu Zhong outside, assured him that he was currently in the safest location in all of Magou.
This setup was, without a doubt,
more comprehensive than any of Lu Qian's previous villainous simulations. It seemed that the decision to recruit Qi Wei had been astute.
An aspiring vice-director was far more advantageous than the treacherous and unreliable Li family. At this moment, I have established a foothold in Magou.
Should I elevate Qi Wei to the position of director, the entire intelligence network and armed forces of Magou would be at my disposal.
Exchanging power for strength, without revealing my true capabilities, is indeed the essence of true cunning.
No wonder so many pursued power in my past life, Lu Qian mused deeply.
Suddenly,
his gaze shifted to the enchanting and intoxicated Liu Ruyue nestled in his arms. Typically, when confronted with a delicate goddess, one cannot help but entertain certain thoughts. Yet, upon discerning the enigmatic motives of Liu Ruyue, a celestial being with intentions of leaving behind a legacy, how could Lu Qian possibly sever his own support so readily? Until her aspirations are fulfilled, the mysterious Liu Ruyue cannot afford to abandon him to his demise. She must safeguard him. This undoubtedly serves as a significant trump card. Even if the hidden forces dispatch celestial assassins to eliminate him, they must first contend with Liu Ruyue.
Furthermore, what woman can rival the allure of a simulator?
With a swift motion, the inebriated Liu Ruyue was carelessly cast onto the carpet beneath him.
The Liu family, known for their strict decorum, would certainly not exploit another's vulnerability.
Lu Qian muttered to himself, then strode purposefully towards the grand bed, reclining upon its comfort with an expression of sheer indulgence.
Liu Ruyue?
Oh. So this is how we play. In a shadowy corner, Liu Ruyue's small fist involuntarily clenched, contemplating the notion of retaliation. Host, Lu Qian, age, 18, occupation, talisman master, 4th tier, realm, pinnacle of divine powers, skills, 4th layer of the primordial dragon elephant sutra, celestial level. 5th layer of the Thousand Shadows demonic art, celestial level, true talisman record, techniques, dragon elephant dominance body, shadow mimicry, shapeshifting, vast dominance dragon fist.
Supreme mode, physique, Supreme Imperial Bone?
Talent, greased feet, blue, you cannot see me, red, items, life substituting blood escape talisman, temporary talent level 1. Portion of destiny luck, 7 days, Yi Chen's severed arm, 6th tier royal artifact mist ghost cloak. Simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 66. 800, gazing at the rejuvenated attribute panel, along with an impressive accumulation of over 60,000 villain points, Lu Qian felt an exhilarating sense of security in his resources.
It was time to embark on the 4th villainous life simulation.
The primary objective of this simulation would be to acquire the formidable secret technique, 9 steps to treading heaven,
which promises to elevate one's realm by several tiers. Securing this opportunity would yield immense benefits, both for the forthcoming simulation and the tangible world.
Having established the plan for the 4th villainous life simulation, Lu Qian's demeanor grew increasingly earnest.
Villain simulator, initiate the 4th simulation. Ding! 5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to obtain 1 simulation attempt. Ding! Commencing the 4th villainous life simulation.
Detecting that the host possesses sufficient villain points, would you like to spend 5,000 villain points for a temporary talent 10 consecutive draws?
A 10-draw talent.
Such an occurrence had not transpired before.
Was it due to insufficient villain points previously?
Indeed, it appears that financial investment is paramount.
With his current affluence, Lu Qian would not decline. If he could procure a golden legend, it would be a windfall. Yes. With a chime, the 10 consecutive draws commence.
Drawing concluded, please select one from the following 10 temporary talents. Innate strength, white I possess extraordinary strength by nature.
Photographic memory, white you can recall everything you have seen.
Superb self-healing, yellow your body's self-healing ability is enhanced tenfold.
Unyielding spear, gray.
Iron will, green impervious to blades and immune to fire and water.
Beast tamer, yellow beings you have vanquished have a certain chance of being tamed. Choosing to submit. Tall tales, green the fabrications you utter may deceive even the supernatural, though they will be believed to a degree by mortals. Master of talismans, red you possess a unique insight into talismanic abilities, a born talisman master. Chapter 40, The Purple Talent, The Path of Talismans. Gazing at the 10 temporary talents that had been extracted, Qian swiftly disregarded the lower-tier yellow, white, and gray talents. Only 3 talents, namely, steel-like body, green, deceptive eloquence, green, and talisman's prodigy, red, caught his attention for consideration. Of these, steel-like body, green, although capable of enhancing his combat prowess, was undoubtedly the least valuable in his estimation, leading to its immediate elimination from his choices. Soon, his focus wavered between deceptive eloquence, green, and talisman's prodigy, red, revealing a palpable indecision. It must be said, the allure of deceptive eloquence was undeniably compelling. The words spoken could, to a certain extent, deceive even a ghost. Yet, humans would believe. What an extraordinary notion! This was akin to an alternative form of brainwashing. In a certain sense, it could bewilder anyone into submission. The specific ramifications could be illustrated by a certain failed art student. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such a talent? If he were to employ the skill within the villain life simulator, he could potentially extract some unique information from the shadowy forces behind the scenes. Regrettably, this extraction also revealed an even more formidable and fitting talent for him. Talisman's prodigy, red. This was not solely due to his identity as a talisman master but also because of the rewards he had previously received. Next simulation talent level. If he selected talisman's prodigy, it would transmute into his first purple talent. This was a rarity, second only to the esteemed golden talent. Previously, the "you can't see me" red talent had bestowed upon him unimaginable effects. One could only fathom the splendor and obscurity of a higher tier, purple talent. Yet at this moment, Qian felt a tinge of reluctance. Should he draw again in the future, it was uncertain whether he would be able to acquire deceptive eloquence. Was there a means within the simulator to retain deceptive eloquence? After a brief contemplation, Qian decisively chose to communicate with the villain simulator. Ding! The host can pay 5,000 villain points to retain deceptive eloquence, green, deferring it to the next simulation option. Faced with the proposal from the villain simulator, Qian hesitated only for a moment before consenting. Although 5,000 villain points was no trivial sum, the uniqueness inherent in this green talent was undeniably worthwhile. After securing deceptive eloquence, Qian resolutely made his selection for this simulation. This time, I choose talisman's prodigy, red. Ding, detecting the presence of a special reward. The temporary talent level begins to elevate. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the temporary purple talent, the Path of Talismans. The Path of Talismans, purple. You are innately a seed of the talisman path. Any talisman in your hands can manifest miraculous effects that transform decay into the extraordinary. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qian's eyes as he discerned the inherent dominance of this talent from the brief introduction. Yet, the precise effects remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, he anticipated that enlightenment would soon follow. Simulation commences. As the foremost scion of the imperial capital, you have unraveled the deadly trap set against you, momentarily alleviating your predicament while simultaneously acquiring a new purple talent, talisman Dao Seed. Awakening the talisman Dao Seed felt akin to unblocking the meridians of Ren and Du. You retrieved the true compendium of talismans, and began to peruse its contents, discovering that the previously obscure and enigmatic runes now revealed no secrets to you. As you delved deeply into the realm of talismans, you began to master the additional fourth-tier talismans documented within, enhancing them to become even more formidable. During this period, the feigning slumber of Liu Ruyue attempted to entice you, yet her efforts were met with your complete disregard. Women, after all, could not compare to the allure of talismans. A night passed in silence as you became ensnared in the ocean of knowledge, increasingly captivated by the profound intricacies of the compendium's author. Upon completing the compendium, you noted with some regret that it merely chronicled a fifth-tier talisman, the Fire Dragon technique. Before concluding, on the final page, you beheld the author's name, Xuanfuzi. The name Xuanfuzi was unfamiliar to you.
Yet the mastery reflected in the Talisman Compendium suggested that the author belonged to the pinnacle of talismanic realms, far beyond your current reach.
You hoped for the opportunity to converse with them in the future.
You began to study the sole-recorded fifth-tier talisman.
Meanwhile,
Liu Ruyue, undeterred, continued her attempts. Unbeknownst to her, your apparent debauchery was but a facade.
Born into a prestigious family,
you had diligently practiced a certain secret art to preserve your pure yang essence since childhood, never revealing it, and still retaining the marks of a pure young youth. Suddenly, you felt a surge of heat, seemingly influenced by some force. The talisman Dao seed exerted its effects, which you chose to disregard.
No wonder.
It had seemed to you that something was amiss during the initial 2 simulations.
It turned out that Liu Ruyue had secretly employed her own tactics.
Lu Qian gazed at the mark of purity in his hand and the text of the simulator, realizing the truth in an instant.
From a young age,
the elder of the Liu family had instructed him to refrain from breaking his cultivation easily, advising him to maintain his pure yang status, promising certain benefits in the future. Thus, over the years, despite the absurdity of his actions, he had never crossed the line.
Only during the first and second simulations had unexpected occurrences transpired, coinciding with the awakening of his Supreme Imperial Bone.
The following day, Liu Ruyue, unable to endure any longer, awoke, yet before she could utter a word,
you promptly dismissed her.
You were currently preoccupied, lacking the leisure to engage in pretense.
You continued to delve into the profound mysteries of the talismanic scripture. Remarkably, you mastered the sole fifth-tier talisman, the fire dragon technique.
You had initially ascended to the status of a fifth-tier talisman master. Such rapid acquisition of fifth-tier talismans and elevation to fifth-tier talisman mastery left Liu Qian somewhat astonished. He seemingly underestimated the formidable prowess of the purple talent known as the talisman Dao seed. At this moment, within the confines of the simulator, your realm as a talisman master had even begun to reflect your own cultivation level, with your secondary profession surpassing your primary one. Elated by your comprehension of the fifth-tier fire dragon technique, you were suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. As Liu Qian brought you news of a mysterious realm that had suddenly emerged in the waters of the Demon City.
Chapter 41, The Secret Realm Unveils, Chaos Reigns.
Due to your suspicions that Yi Chen is linked to the secret realm that appeared in previous simulations, from which he acquired the 9 steps to heaven, you instructed Lu Zhong to keep a watchful eye on the circumstances surrounding the Demon City seas before delving into the study of talismans.
After a moment of contemplation, you realized that should you boldly venture into the depths of the Demon City secret realm, it would undoubtedly attract attention from all quarters. And you might become a prime target for the forces orchestrating events from the shadows. You resolved to proceed covertly, opting not to involve Lu Zhong, as the disappearance of a saint-level powerhouse like him would surely draw too much scrutiny. You summoned Lu Zhong into your quarters, this time concealing your own cultivation, and instead instructed him to bring forth Su Meng, a death warrior from the Liu family. Lu Xiao, how do you know of Su Meng? Lu Zhong inquired,
somewhat taken aback, for in his eyes, you were merely a frivolous young master, unlikely to be aware of such matters.
However, seeing your lack of explanation, he had no choice but to comply.
Before long, Su Meng, a youth of similar age to yourself, approached with an air of apprehension.
Su Meng, I shall be departing for a few days. In my absence, I need you to assume my identity. You articulated your intentions.
In response to the request from the young heir of the Liu family, Su Meng, as a death warrior, naturally would not decline. However, to your astonishment, it was Lu Zhong, your protector, who voiced dissent. Lu Xiao, I can acquiesce to many things, but not this, Lu Zhong asserted with unwavering conviction. The family mandate commanded him not to interfere with Lu Qian's actions, with the sole requirement being to ensure Lu Qian's safety. You did not anticipate that the challenge would arise from the obstinate Lu Zhong. Nevertheless, you were not without recourse. You understood well how to deal with such a character. You immediately invoked family secrets, claiming the need to meet a mysterious guest, insinuating that this enigmatic figure was of the same caliber as the patriarch. Coupled with a display of authority, you managed to navigate the obstacle with considerable effort. Now, you were to act independently, severing all channels of information. Even if Lu Zhong were to face peril, suffering a soul search, he would remain oblivious to your whereabouts. In your haste to reach the secret realm, you and Su Meng exchanged garments and identities, stealthily departing from the Century Hotel.
You transformed swiftly into a blur. Racing towards the port of the demon city, during which you prudently adopted the guise of a pallid youth, preparing to assume the false identity of Hanli. Before long, you arrived at the port, where you beheld a shattered secret realm looming over the sea. Clearly, that was the objective of your journey. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered near the port, including students from the demon city, representatives of various factions, and personnel from the security bureau. You remained concealed in the shadows, retrieving Yi Chen's severed arm from your storage pouch, using the soul nail technique to trace his whereabouts. Previously, in the real world, you had severed Yi Chen's hand for this very moment. Snap! As the bloodlight flickered into existence, it dissipated. And the severed arm fell to the ground. The soul-piercing technique had failed. This signified that Yi Chen was no longer in the demon city, nor in this world. Indeed, Yi Chen had entered the secret realm, and you displayed an expression of expected realization. With the emergence of the secret realm, the bizarre alien beings that had lain dormant beneath the ocean's surface were stirred, beginning to obstruct the paths of those who sought to enter. Among them were entities of formidable power, existing within the realms of divine abilities and mountain-like presences. Those who aspired to plunder the treasures of the secret realm were either thwarted midway or seized by the sudden appearance of tentacles from the abyss, dragged down into the depths of the sea. The alien entities were far more terrifying than all the human empires combined. They seemed invincible, endlessly proliferating, and possessed a myriad of strange abilities, posing an undeniable threat to humanity. Although the Great Xia Empire stood as one of the mightiest human empires in this world, it could not guarantee the complete eradication of these ghastly beings within its borders. Observing this, Lu Qian's expression turned grave. At this moment, within the simulator, countless bizarre alien beings manifested in the waters of the demon city. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and there were ghostly fish with lantern-like heads, faceless sea monsters with immense horns, and writhing tentacles that churned the waves. This scene could only be described as a chaotic dance of demons. It was his first encounter with such horrifying creatures. It was said that these alien entities relished the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Previously, he had been ensconced in an absolute safety, thus shielded from such encounters. However, during the second villain simulation, he had indeed been slain by one of these bizarre beings. A colossal octopus lurking deep beneath the sea, after being transported by the blood escape talisman. That did not evoke fond memories. Suddenly, before him, Liu Ruyue, sprawled on a golden silk hand-woven blanket, stirred, catching his attention. In a drunken stupor, she rolled over, kicking aside her silk quilt, and her long, fair legs shimmered under the light, exuding an irresistible allure. This scene resembled a girlfriend attempting to seduce her boyfriend, engrossed in the gaming world. Soft footsteps approached as Lu Qian drew near, perhaps sensing his gaze and movements. The seemingly intoxicated Liu Ruyue curled the corners of her mouth into a slight smile. A challenge. I refuse to believe you can resist. With a playful flourish, the silk quilt was pulled back over her, a pillow slipped beneath her neck, and a gentle tap on her head followed. Mind your sleeping posture, you might catch a chill, Lu Qian quipped, disregarding her stiff expression as he turned back to lie on his bed, resuming his simulation game. Within this domain, the bizarre alien beings easily thwarted those attempting to approach the secret realm, and some of the weaker individuals were dragged into the depths, their fate sealed as the sea turned crimson with blood. Only a fortunate few can break through the encirclement and enter the secret realm. In the face of terrifying casualties, the greedy cultivators began to feel fear, halting their advance, too apprehensive to proceed. Cursed be these numerous and enigmatic alien races, they seem endless. The appearance of such a multitude of strange beings indicates that the secret realm must be extraordinary. Opportunities lie ahead, yet one cannot act. How infuriating. Amidst the voices of discontent, you, Yi Chen, retract your severed arm, emerge from the shadows, transforming into a fleeting silhouette as you swiftly approach the surface of the sea, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Chapter 42, The Fire Dragon Unleashes Its Power, Re-entering the Secret Realm. Ah, yet another unfortunate soul, oblivious to the dangers, dares to attempt this venture. Clad in tattered garments, it is evident that this individual hails not from a prestigious lineage. At a glance, one can discern that they are but in their early 20s. Likely struggling to even reach the third realm of comprehension, their utmost potential barely touching the fourth realm of divine prowess. Amidst the myriad of bizarre foreign entities,
Even a formidable fifth realm warrior would find the situation daunting. Only those of extraordinary caliber possess the assurance to navigate such peril.
What audacity emboldens this youth?
As you make your sudden appearance, the throng gathered at the harbor gasps in astonishment, yet their expressions betray skepticism. You pay no heed to their disparaging remarks. Like a sharp sword, you erupt forth from the port, channeling spiritual energy in your right hand to conjure symbols from thin air.
In an instant,
a fourth-tier wind-driving talismana materializes.
Wind, arise! Boom!
A tempest roars, enveloping you as if you were soaring through the skies, propelling you swiftly towards the secret realm. Ever since acquiring the purple talent of Talisman Dao Seed, you have discovered a profound understanding of talismans that borders on the extraordinary.
Any talisman under your control can manifest without reliance on external objects. A fourth-tier wind-driving talisman, he is a talisman master. When did such a youthful fourth-tier talisman master emerge in the Demon City?
The mere thought of condensing a talisman with a single thought.
This is a feat that even the most esteemed talisman masters might struggle to achieve. How could this be possible?
The crowd, once filled with derision, now stands in stunned silence, their disbelief palpable as they gaze at you, clearly awestruck. Talisman masters are renowned for being versatile, possessing the healing capabilities of an alchemist, the array mastery of an array master, and the enhancement skills of a weaponsmith, yet mastering any of these disciplines is a formidable challenge. Throughout the vast realm of the Great Xia, talisman masters are exceedingly rare. One as young as you, already a fourth-tier talisman master, must surely be a figure of great repute. Yet, none among the gathering recognize your true identity.
Ignoring the exclamations behind you,
you deftly manipulate the power of the wind-driving talisman to ascend swiftly, evading attacks as you draw closer to the secret realm. In an effort to conceal your identity and forge a new persona, you resolve to rely solely on the methods of a talisman master.
Boom! Suddenly, colossal tentacles erupt from beneath the sea, sweeping towards you and blocking all avenues of escape.
A terrifying and peculiar aura surges from the depths,
causing the surrounding foreign entities to tremble in fear.
It is the peak of the mountain and river realm, the Kraken. Someone along the harbor has recognized the origins of these tentacles. The Kraken, a massive creature akin to a giant octopus,
possesses tremendous vitality and has an insatiable appetite for devouring the brains of cultivators. It is evident that this Kraken has set its sights on you. Yet, at this moment,
you feel no fear. Instead, upon sensing its presence, realization dawns upon you, so it is you. The individual before you is none other than the deep-sea monstrosity that devoured you during the second villain simulation. You can still vividly recall the aura of that adversary. Indeed, you possess a long memory for grievances. The young talisman master is doomed. How lamentable it is that such a young prodigy in talisman crafting is destined to fall today.
The vast disparity of realms is not something that can be easily bridged.
At the port of Magic City, some sigh, others remain silent, while a few revel in schadenfreude.
Clearly unconvinced of your ability to escape calamity.
Your expression is impassive as you suddenly freeze midair, your palms coalescing into a series of flickering afterimages, as if sketching something profound, while the spiritual energy within you surges violently. With a resounding clap, you unleash a powerful strike. A colossal dragon's roar reverberates throughout the Magic City sea, exuding an overwhelming pressure.
Before the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a fiery dragon,
enveloped in flames and radiating terrifying heat, manifests at your feet, issuing a thunderous roar.
This is indeed the singular fifth-tier talisman you acquired from the talisman cannon, the Fire Dragon Talisman. Go!
The fearsome fire dragon instantly incinerates the grasping tentacles of the sea demons, and under your command, it charges towards the ocean's surface, disregarding any elemental weaknesses. A tumultuous inferno erupts upon the sea, scorching strange otherworldly beings in an instant, while the hidden Krull sea demons emit anguished wails. Bolstered by the essence of the talisman path, your fire dragon talisman appears to be even more formidable than a typical fifth-tier talisman.
Once this matter is resolved,
I shall return to vanquish you. You scoff, aware that the Krull sea demon is not so easily dispatched, and prioritize your urgent task, stepping directly into the secret realm. The power of that fire dragon is truly terrifying. It could likely annihilate an ordinary river realm powerhouse in mere moments. Is this the true worth of the talisman path?
Lu Qian is astonished.
Though his simulation of the villain is still at the 4th realm of divine abilities, its combat prowess surpasses that of 5th realm river powers. That fiery dragon can even inflict harm on the pinnacle of the river realm, the Krull Sea Demon, a testament to its lethal capability. He dares to assert that his villainous simulation could likely obliterate his present self. The enhancement provided by the talisman path is immensely significant. Battling beyond 1's rank appears to be entirely feasible. Alas, the talisman canon only contains 5th-tier talismans, indicating that he must seek higher-tier talisman manuscripts. However, it seems that such advanced talismans are held by high-ranking talisman masters, notorious for their eccentric natures and elevated statuses, making it uncertain whether they would extend any favor to the Liu family. Very well, I shall do my utmost. You enter the secret realm, materializing in a verdant valley. The spiritual energy in this place is extraordinarily dense, and you are astonished to realize that it resembles the location where you were slain by the shadowy forces during your previous villain simulation. It was indeed Liu Ruyue who led you into the hidden realm of the Magic City's maritime domain. Throughout, you never truly departed from the confines of that enchanted city. One can surmise that during the last simulation of the antagonist, Liu Ruyue employed a clever tactic of deception, leaving the masterminding forces to search for you in vain. Thus, one might contemplate that this place is indeed fated to be connected with me. However, matters of substance take precedence, and you retrieve the severed arm of Qian, commencing the soul nail technique in an effort to ascertain his whereabouts. With a swift motion. This time, unlike the previous failure in the Magic City, the severed arm floated in the air, and a blood arrow began to coalesce, pointing northward. The soul nail technique proved effective. Indeed, he is truly within this realm. Chapter 43, interrupting the fated destiny of the protagonist, steps to ascend the heavens. Upon confirming Qian's whereabouts, you cast aside all reservations and instantaneously unleashed the phantasmal velocity of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, augmented by the wind-driving talisman. In that moment, with a reckless consumption of spiritual energy, your speed transcended the realms of the mountains and rivers, reaching the threshold of the extraordinary. You glided through the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging forth with astonishing rapidity, creating sonic booms that drew the attention of numerous creatures within the secret realm. A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifyingly cold and enigmatic giant python suddenly lunged from the forest, aiming to sink its fangs into you. 4th tier, Fire Thunder Talisman. With an impassive countenance, a mere thought summoned the talisman, unleashing an explosion of fire and thunder that obliterated the strange giant python, reducing it to a mist of crimson, staining the heavens. Was that the technique of a talisman master? To annihilate a mountain and river realm creature with a single strike, such formidable power. Could such incredible speed belong to an elder of the extraordinary realm? Where in the entirety of Magic City could there be such a youthful talisman master? I fail to recall. Your divine might is extraordinary. I am Wu Jiahao of the Wu family in Magic City. Might I accompany you in the pursuit of fortune? Your audacious display caused quite the stir within the secret realm, leaving many who had also ventured inside in astonishment. Among them, several harbored intentions of forming alliances, wishing to partner with you in the search for opportunities, yet you remained indifferent, provoking ire from some. What arrogance! Before long, the scenery ahead began to shift. Guided by the soul drilling technique, you arrived at a desolate ruin. This place is remarkably strange, possessing some form of restriction that prohibited aerial movement, seemingly drawing in an endless stream of spiritual energy and cultivation. The energy within you began to be forcibly siphoned away. Upon stepping into the ruins, an unsettling sensation overwhelmed you. A wave of trepidation washed over you, the wind-driving talisman failed instantly, causing you to plummet from the sky, while your internal energy rapidly dissipated. Your cultivation, which ought to have been at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, began to destabilize and falter. You were astonished such a horrifying forbidden ground existed in this world? Those with weaker cultivation would likely plummet in rank swiftly, reduced to mere mortals. This locale was undoubtedly a nightmare for any practitioner. Realizing the terror of this place instilled a sense of dread within you. However, the lead on Qian lay within, and you were disinclined to depart. At that moment, an overwhelmingly domineering supreme will surged from your spine, halting the rapid disappearance of your spiritual energy and cultivation. The Supreme Emperor's bone appeared to resist the bizarre restrictions of this place. You were surprised but soon found solace, quickening your pace toward the depths.
As you ventured further, the familiar voice of Yi Chen echoed in your ears. Master, is this the astonishing opportunity you spoke of?
A shattered statue. Wait, this statue seems to grasp a parchment, upon which words appear to be inscribed.
Step on the sky 9 steps.
At that moment, Lu Qian's spirit surged.
This time,
the villainous simulation of himself had finally caught up. Indeed, within the mystical realm of Magic City, the monumental opportunity of the Sky 9 Steps was concealed.
From the dialogue,
it became evident that Yi Chen had entered the secret realm and arrived at this ruinous site due to the influence of his enigmatic master. That mysterious mentor of his is likely to be extraordinary. Truly, a protagonist characterized by profound knowledge and an illustrious background, reminiscent of a wise elder, poses a genuine dilemma.
Boom! Upon hearing these words, a deafening roar echoed in your mind.
Lifting your gaze, you beheld a dilapidated statue at the valley's bottom, cradling a parchment in its hands. Before the statue stood a one-armed youth, who had removed the parchment, gazing in astonishment at the inscribed text, muttering to himself. That individual was none other than the long-missing destined protagonist, Yi Chen. The parchment he held was unequivocally the Sky 9 Steps you had been yearning for.
At this moment,
Yi Chen's expression turned dazed, his eyes fixated on the Sky 9 Steps in his grasp, an enigmatic aura emanating from him,
as if he had entered a state of profound enlightenment.
You suddenly realized that Yi Chen was comprehending the Sky 9 Steps.
Had you perhaps arrived a moment too late?
No, rather, you had arrived just in time. Without a shred of moral restraint, a sinister smile crept across your face as you instantly shifted into supreme mode,
preparing for an ambush. Roar! Roar!
Drawing upon your essence blood, you conjured 2 fifth-tier fire dragon symbols, summoning 2 colossal, terrifying fire dragons to assault the enlightened Yi Chen. In matters concerning opportunities on the path of destiny, you could not afford to let such a chance slip away, nor could you be like certain mindless villains,
merely watching the destined protagonist gain overwhelming advantages. You must interrupt him before he fully comprehends. You dare, Junior!
A hoarse voice filled with fury suddenly emerged from Yi Chen.
Swish!
A grayish-white soul flame materialized around him, coalescing into a protective shield, deflecting the oncoming wrathful fire dragons.
Yet, in the next moment,
that fiery shield was torn apart by the fire dragons, abruptly interrupting Yi Chen's enlightenment, causing him to suffer a backlash as he coughed up blood and was hurled backward. The parchment he clutched also flew from his hands.
No!
Yi Chen cried out in frustration, yearning to reclaim the parchment, but he was a moment too late. Your figure appeared like a whispering breeze, delivering a kick that struck Yi Chen squarely in the face, sending him flying and allowing you to seize the parchment for yourself.
It's in my grasp. A look of elation adorned your face.
In that instant, the opportunity that should have belonged solely to the destined protagonist, Yi Chen,
was forcefully snatched from him.
However, this was not the time to celebrate. You still needed to eliminate the lingering uncertainties. Seizing my opportunities and snatching my treasures,
I shall not relent. Step. Sky. 9 steps.
Just as you contemplated pursuing, Yi Chen appeared to be possessed, taking several steps before your very eyes,
his cultivation level surging instantaneously. 4th realm divine abilities. 5th realm mountains and rivers. What? Witnessing this spectacle, your expression drastically altered, overwhelmed by fear. Yi Chen had comprehended the sky-defying 9 steps with such astonishing swiftness? This is troublesome.
You are acutely aware of the terror and irrationality that the sky-defying 9 steps entails.
Chapter 44, The 9 Steps to Ascend the Heavens? The heavens lend. You hastily halted your pursuit, wishing to retreat and evade the impending confrontation.
For the forceful impact of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens was beyond your capacity to withstand at this moment. However, to your astonishment, the once formidable Yi Chen suddenly plummeted in aura, his form flickering as he was enveloped in grayish-white flames, fleeing into the distance.
Having seized my opportunity, I shall remember your essence, and there will be retribution in the future. Yi Chen's voice echoed from afar, laced with venomous intent. Witnessing this scene, you instantly realized that you had been deceived.
Clearly, Yi Chen had not truly mastered the 9 steps, he had merely forced its use to mislead you. Having previously experienced the terrifying power of the 9 steps through simulations, you were genuinely frightened, allowing Yi Chen the chance to escape.
Well done, Yi Chen, I underestimated you. You murmured, your expression grave. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone.
Though you recognized the ruse, you chose not to pursue him further,
having already accomplished the purpose of your journey.
Moreover, as the destined protagonist,
who could predict whether he might gain enlightenment at the brink of life and death and truly comprehend the 9 steps? Now,
the sheepskin scroll containing the 9 steps was in your possession, rendering further risk unnecessary. Even if you wished to continue the pursuit, it would only be feasible once you had similarly grasped the 9 steps. After weighing the pros and cons, you resolved against the chase.
Subsequently,
you retrieved Yi Chen's severed arm and, utilizing the soul nail technique, confirmed his departure before, with an expression of anticipation, you slowly unfurled the sheepskin scroll in your hands. With a swift motion, a beam of white light shot forth, piercing your mind. The sheepskin scroll began to wane into ethereality, as if it could no longer be preserved,
fading entirely.
In the next moment, you found yourself ensconced in a unique illusory space, surrounded by countless ancient celestial scripts swirling before you. The secrets belonging to the 9 steps to ascend the heavens began to unveil themselves. 9 steps to ascend the heavens, fragment a celestial treasure. A single step to the heavens, treading 9 steps to transcend mortality and achieve immortality. This requires the burning of one's lifespan to seize the essence of heaven and earth,
in exchange for the latter to ascend.
Note, this is a method of defiance against fate. Once employed, it will surely result in backlash, bringing misfortune. The longer it is used, the more one's cultivation stagnates, as the absorbed spiritual energy returns to the heavens and earth. If the restoration of the balance fails,
death is inevitable. Is this truly the 9 steps to ascend the heavens?
Lu Qian's expression turned incredulous as he stared blankly at the description of the 9 steps within the villain simulator. A celestial treasure, a single step to the heavens,
treading 9 steps to transcend mortality. What a tyrannical effect!
Theoretically, a mortal who acquires the 9 steps could break through 9 realms in a heartbeat, instantly ascending to the realm of true celestial beings.
Yet, the limitations are exceedingly daunting.
First and foremost, such terrifying power comes at the cost of consuming one's own lifespan,
plundering the essence of heaven and earth to obtain the ladder to ascend.
The initial step taken is indeed a terrifying number, followed by a subsequent doubling of that magnitude. An ordinary person, upon taking merely 2 steps, would likely meet their demise on the spot. Only those with an extended lifespan, such as seasoned cultivators, might possess the potential to endure. However, the peril lies in the fact that utilizing this method incurs a backlash, leaving one ensnared by misfortune.
Furthermore, the longer it is employed, the more one's cultivation will stagnate, trapped at a singular realm,
with the cultivated spiritual energy returning to the cosmos until the borrowed energy is repaid.
Is this truly the path to heaven's 9 steps, or rather a celestial debt?
To stake one's life for the sake of spiritual energy, only to find oneself unable to progress further, and should the debt be insurmountable, death may very well ensue.
Lu Qian's lips curled in a grimace, resembling a haunted visage.
This outcome diverged significantly from his expectations. The cost appeared excessively steep. It is essential to recognize that the primary advantage of his villain simulator lay not only in foreseeing the future and discerning opportunities but also in facilitating rapid enhancement of his power. Yet, should he engage in the path to heaven's 9 steps, he would find himself forever confined to the same level until the borrowed spiritual energy was returned.
Was this not a deadlock?
If utilized excessively, he could very well resign himself to a lifetime of stagnation.
Moreover, according to the accumulation of borrowed spiritual energy,
he risked being gradually crushed, potentially leading to his demise at the hands of the cosmos. Indeed, the gifts of fate come with their predetermined costs.
Those surges of power do not come without consequence.
Nonetheless, there are advantages, at the very least. The ability to unleash a sudden burst of strength in critical moments could mean the difference between life and death.
However,
it is imperative not to wield it lightly until faced with dire peril.
At that moment,
Lu Qian comprehended the reason behind Yi Chen's sporadic bursts of power during previous simulations, which would suddenly cease after a few seconds. Upon grasping the mechanism of the path to heaven's 9 steps, you fell into a brief silence. It seems to be a life-draining secret technique.
Currently,
with a single step, you ascend from the 4th realm of divine power to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers.
requiring the sacrifice of 1 second of life for each year gained. To reach the 6th realm of transcendence demands 1 second for 10 years of lifespan, while the 7th realm necessitates 1 second for 100 years of lifespan. The lifespan of a divine power realm cultivator is 300 years. This implies that if you were to take 3 steps, entering the holy realm, you could endure at most 3 seconds before meeting a swift end. What a treacherous path to heaven's 9 steps! One might not even complete 9 steps before ascending to the heavens. Is this truly designed for mortals? You are infuriated, wanting to curse, but you restrain yourself, for in this moment, power is your utmost need. The existence of the path to heaven's 9 steps undoubtedly allows one to attain formidable strength at an astonishing pace, albeit only temporarily. Moreover, as you exist within a simulation, death would be inconsequential, as long as your true self remains intact. You begin to delve into the contents of the path to heaven's 9 steps within your mind, only to discover that the information is somewhat incomplete, chronicling only up to the 7th step into the holy realm. The final 2 steps, leading to the celestial being and the true immortal on land, remain elusive. Could it be that the complete knowledge resides within Qian? You suddenly realized that the heavenly step 9 you had acquired was incomplete, lacking the record of the final 2 steps, which may have been taken by Qian. After all, the first to come into contact with the complete heavenly step 9 was Qian, the destined protagonist, while you merely appeared later to seize it. In order to obtain the entire heavenly step 9, you must retrieve it from him. For the time being, it would be prudent to first master the initial 7 steps of the heavenly step 9, otherwise. After a brief contemplation, you resolve to focus on cultivating the heavenly step 9, striving to gain a preliminary grasp of this crucial trump card. You set up talismans around you for protection and early warning, then approach the shattered statue, sitting cross-legged to commence your cultivation. Chapter 45, Ascending the 9 Steps to the Heavens, Annihilating the Extraordinary. At present, your realm is the 4th stage of divine powers. The initial 4 steps of the 9 steps to the heavens present no significant obstacles for you, and in a mere 2 days, you have completed your training. A fortnight later, you successfully mastered the 5th step, and a unique mountain and river talisman materialized in your mind. Whenever you desire, you may consume your lifespan to draw power from this talisman, thereby advancing to the 5th stage of mountain and river. 1.5 months later, you achieved mastery of the 6th step, and your mind once again crystallized a new extraordinary talisman. By burning your lifespan, you can step into the 6th stage of the extraordinary. 3 months later, you successfully accomplished the 7th step, condensing the spirit talisman of entry into the sacred within your mind. By sacrificing your lifespan, you may enter the 7th stage of entry into the sacred. Thus, you have fully grasped the first 7 steps of the 9 steps to the heavens, ready to unleash the power of entry into the sacred at any moment. Possessing a formidable trump card. At last, it is within your grasp. Though the 9 steps to the heavens may be incomplete, it remains a safeguard. Observing such smooth progress, Liu Qian, lying on the bed, could not help but clench his fist, silently praising himself. Acquiring the 9 steps to the heavens grants you the initial capability to triumph over the strong with the weak, to battle beyond realms. At the very least, it ensures that you will not easily encounter extraordinary or sacred realms that could corner you into a desperate situation. In this moment of exhilaration, Liu Qian was oblivious to the faint, unique aura fluctuations emerging within the room. However, these aura fluctuations, which influenced emotions, had little effect on Liu Qian, whose joy and excitement had obscured a certain desire. On the carpet, Liu Ruyue lay sideways, slightly opening her eyes, peering with curiosity. What is happening now? Unless a celestial being intervenes, there is no one in the entire demon city who can threaten me. As for the final step of the 9 steps to the heavens, it must be obtained from Qian. With the mastery of the 9 steps to the heavens, your spirits are elevated, and you feel an expansive sense of freedom, alleviating much of the shadow that loomed over your heart. Having achieved the primary objective of your journey, the 9 steps to the heavens, you prepare to depart but decide to search the ruins one last time. Among these, the dilapidated statue cradling the parchment scroll becomes your focal point. Given that this place harbors the 9 steps to the heavens, a relic capable of transcending mortals to immortality, it is likely a remnant left by some celestial being. And there may be other treasures to uncover. During the previous simulation with the antagonist, Yi Qian wielded a crimson blade that had slain Zhao Kuan. At that moment,
I sensed its extraordinary nature, and it is highly probable it originated from within the secret realm.
You suspect that the crimson blade may also be hidden within the ruins. Yet despite your diligent search, it remains elusive.
Ultimately, you cast a skeptical gaze upon the incomplete statue before you, pondering the possibility of something concealed within its remnants.
Majestic Dragon Fist. Fire Dragon Talisman.
You unleashed a terrifying onslaught, striking the fragmented statue with ferocity, yet to no avail. The statue remained unscathed. Realizing that the statue's fortitude far surpassed your current capabilities to shatter, you ultimately opted to relinquish your efforts.
Departing from the ruins,
you hastened towards the exit of the secret realm, preparing to return to the magic city and assess the current situation.
Though the secret realm was abundant in spiritual energy,
tenfold that of the outside world, it served as a natural prison. If discovered by the forces behind the scenes, it would certainly lead to a dire fate, akin to shooting fish in a barrel. During the last encounter with the antagonist simulation, you had managed to survive for half a year within the secret realm, only to be found and struck down without a chance to escape. You pondered the state of the outside world, wondering if Su Meng's disguise as a substitute had been uncovered. Just then, a sudden chill enveloped you as you journeyed onward.
Boom! A colossal, icy hand descended from the heavens, reaching for your head. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that this expedition into the secret realm would present me with a talisman master. Just what my Li family needs: a legacy of talisman crafting.
Accompanied by a sinister laugh, an elderly man, clad in a long robe and exuding an air of authority, appeared. His face bore a cunning and treacherous smile, and he emanated an eerie, formidable presence, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. This was undeniably a formidable being of the 5th tier of the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm is divided into 9 tiers, where one can condense martial or mystical intent, amplifying the effects of martial arts and mystical techniques under such enhancement.
Li family. What a narrow path for enemies.
You instantly recognized the identity of your adversary, none other than the Grand Elder of the Li family, the younger brother of the family's patriarch, his eyes glinting with malice. The emergence of the mysterious secret realm in the waters of the Magic City could not go unnoticed by the 4 prominent families that ruled the area. They would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to investigate. Clearly, your opponent viewed you as prey, intent on seizing the legacy of your talisman mastery. Had this encounter occurred previously, facing a powerhouse 2 realms beyond your own would have left you no choice but to utilize a life-saving blood escape talisman. However, now you resolved not to flee but rather to test the might of the heavenly step. If they wished to claim your legacy, they would need to ensure their own survival first. With a gaze as frigid as ice, you advanced rather than retreating, activating the transcendent talismans of the mountains and rivers deep within your soul, sacrificing 20 years of your lifespan to take 2 steps forward.
In an instant, the aura surrounding you surged dramatically. Divine Power Realm. Mountain and River Realm. Extraordinary Realm. In an instant, you have transcended into a formidable being, mastering the essence of flames. Your thoughts coalescing into symbols, conjuring 5 enhanced versions of the fire dragon symbol. With a swift motion, you unleash a chilling command, summoning the 5 dragon fire symbol array. Roar! 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 5 towering, terrifying fire dragons materialize from thin air, emitting a fearsome roar, imbued with a terrifying draconic might, brimming with spiritual energy. Reminiscent of true dragons, they tear through the frigid grasp of darkness, charging toward the eldest of the Li family with lethal intent. Under the influence of your profound essence, these fire dragons have grown exponentially stronger, their power amplified tenfold, even more. This is impossible. How could you know? In an instant, the eldest of the Li family is engulfed by the 5 terrifying fire dragons, consumed and reduced to ashes, vanquished on the spot. Chapter 46, Departing the Secret Realm. Trouble in the Demon City. With a thunderous roar, the Grand Elder of the Li family, engulfed by 5 fire dragons, was instantly reduced to ashes. Undoubtedly shocked that he would meet such an extraordinary being in his lifetime. With a snap, amidst the remnants of his existence, the Grand Elder's storage bag was seized by a fire dragon and delivered into your hands. This move, a price of 20 years of life, can you withstand it?
Clutching the storage bag, you gaze at the dismembered remains of the Grand Elder, your demeanor calm, yet the excitement within you is nearly overwhelming.
In this moment, you finally comprehend the essence of being extraordinary. No wonder during the previous simulations, the fated protagonist, Qian, displayed such reckless audacity. Ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. This sensation is truly exhilarating.
The only drawback, however, is the steep cost. Your aura begins to plummet from the extraordinary realm, reverting back to the divine realm, a wave of inexplicable weakness flooding your senses.
At this moment,
you feel a significant loss of vitality within you, leaving you somewhat disoriented.
The recent battle lasted merely a second, seemingly brief.
Yet it consumed 2 decades of my lifespan. Moreover, the spiritual energy borrowed from the heavens requires a continuous month of cultivation to repay.
In this moment, you clearly realize that you are exchanging your life force for power. Nevertheless,
trading 20 years of life and a month's worth of heavenly debt for the life of an extraordinary being seems worthwhile.
Let me see what treasures an extraordinary being possesses.
You open the storage bag, instantly greeted by a dazzling array of treasures and elixirs, including a 6th-grade royal weapon resembling a crescent moon. Suddenly, your attention is captured by a floating black and white Tai Chi elixir in the corner.
Excitement illuminating your face, this is the Yin-Yang Wuji pill.
The Yin-Yang Wuji pill, an ancient 5th-grade elixir long thought lost, embodies the dual energies of Yin and Yang, aiding one in achieving a flawless breakthrough to the 5th realm. It seems this pill was acquired by the Grand Elder of the Li family from the secret realm, and now, it fortuitously falls into your hands.
However,
you are currently in a state of heavenly debt, unable to enhance your cultivation for a month. Swallowing it directly would be futile and wasteful. It would be prudent to wait until after a month to consume it.
Rumbling.
At this moment, a violent tremor resonates,
signaling the constriction of the secret realm's exit, evidently on the verge of closure. This is not good. The secret realm is about to close. Your expression shifts.
Hastily stowing away the storage bag and fleeing towards the exit, unwilling to be trapped inside.
Hurry, the secret realm is about to seal.
Who knows how long it will take to reopen? There have been instances of individuals trapped within the secret realm for centuries, only to emerge as mere skeletons when it finally reopened. How infuriating, just a step away, merely a step away from acquiring that coveted artifact. At this moment, you are not alone in harboring such thoughts, many others within the secret realm are also hastening towards the exit.
Yet, there are still a few, blinded by greed, unwilling to depart easily, striving fiercely for a chance to seize opportunities. With a tremendous roar, in the final moments before the secret realm sealed shut, you successfully escaped, emerging upon the waters of the Demon City. The entrance to that secret realm vanished immediately after its closure.
You decide to return to the Century Hotel to ascertain what has transpired over the past 3 months. Upon your return, assuming the identity of Hanli, you make your way to the Century Hotel, only to be struck dumb upon arrival. What should have been a magnificent establishment has been reduced to a desolate ruin,
as if it had suffered a catastrophic blow. An ominous premonition surges within you. Another calamity has befallen.
In that instant, you sense danger looming closer, as if the forces behind the scenes have struck once more.
They have dared to act again,
obliterating the entire Century Hotel despite the heavy protections of Lu Zhong and the Security Bureau.
Lu Qian's expression grows grave.
One can only imagine the ferocity of the battle that ensued, likely causing quite an uproar.
Moreover,
the attackers must have felt considerably confident in their strength to dismantle all defensive forces present at that time.
Could it be that an otherworldly being of celestial caliber has intervened? Realizing the gravity of the situation,
you do not approach the hotel reduced to rubble but instead turn and walk away, resembling a mere passerby.
Outside the Century Hotel, some onlookers are gathered,
engaged in idle chatter, among them, practitioners of the arcane arts.
You may not have witnessed it,
but a week ago, a fierce battle erupted here at the Century Hotel. One that was intensely brutal. Numerous dark-clad assassins charged towards the hotel, targeting the prominent figures within. That night, a notable young master of the Liu family mysteriously vanished, presumed captured, while his protector was gravely injured. Even Deputy Director Qi Wei nearly met his end.
Ultimately, It was the tardy arrival of the director and the ancestors of several major families from the demon city that frightened the assassins into retreating. As you listen to the murmurs surrounding you, your heart sinks to the depths, and you can almost envision the terror of that fierce confrontation. The seemingly impenetrable defenses of the Century Hotel were nearly breached, and even Su Meng, the stand-in, was taken captive. As for the claim that the late-arriving director and the ancestors of the prominent families drove off the assassins, that seems merely a flattering embellishment. It is abundantly clear that the attackers instilled fear in those present. The young scion of the Liu family had only just checked into the Century Hotel for 2 days when such an incident occurred. One cannot help but wonder how the illustrious Liu family of the capital will respond, someone lamented. Wait. An incident occurred just 2 days after his arrival. This is reminiscent of events from 7 days prior. The timeline appears inconsistent. Your expression shifted subtly as you retrieved your phone to check the date. September 21, 2026. This date indicated that only 9 days had elapsed since you entered the mysterious realm, yet you distinctly remembered spending 3 months within it. Could it be that the flow of time in that enigmatic domain differs, operating on a 10:1 ratio compared to the real world? No wonder, during the previous simulations, Yichen had merely vanished for a few days, only to re-emerge having mastered the 9 steps to heaven. It seems that 10 days in that mystical realm equates to merely 1 day in the tangible world. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Visitor and the Capture of the Stand-in. It has become evident that the Century Hotel is not as secure as one might have believed. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Qian's expression darkened. He had presumed that being ensconced behind layers of protection would significantly enhance his safety. Yet, the harsh realities of the world dealt him a severe blow. A mishap had indeed occurred. His initial assumption was misguided. The reason for the events resembling those within the simulator was likely due to the excessively meticulous arrangements he had made. Furthermore, the severe injury of the Li family's patriarch had rendered the Qian assassins ineffective, resulting in an incomplete mission that remained in limbo. Ultimately, this prompted the unseen forces behind the scenes to escalate their efforts, disregarding all consequences, and mobilizing numerous formidable individuals to shatter the Century Hotel, abducting Su Meng, the stand-in, mistaking him for Liu Qian. Despite being astonished by the peculiar time flow within the mysterious realm, your foremost concern now is the current situation and the well-being of Liu Zhong and the others. In the brief span of 9 days, you merely departed from the magic city to venture into the secret realm, only to find that so much had transpired, and you had narrowly evaded a dire fate. Had you remained in the magic city during these days, the likelihood of being abducted a week ago was exceedingly high, leading to an undoubtedly grim outcome. It is quite possible that the simulation would have concluded prematurely. At this moment, you find solace in the fact that you did not disclose your whereabouts to Liu Zhong and the others upon your departure, for had you done so, you might have found yourself ensnared, hunted down within the secret realm. Outside the ruins of the Century Hotel, there lurk some concealed and peculiar figures, seemingly in search of something. Your gaze stealthily scans the surroundings, and you discern some suspicious silhouettes lingering around the Century Hotel, observing those who approach. At this moment, the casual passers-by and those nearing the Century Hotel have all fallen under their scrutiny, silently drawing closer. Could they be agents of the unseen forces, specifically positioned here to capture me, the elusive fish that slipped through their net? You surmise that after Su Meng's capture, his prospects are likely grim, as the unseen forces would undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking out any trace of you. Disguised as an innocent bystander, you cleverly evaded the attention of those individuals, concealing your presence with your unseen red talent. You find yourself in a small alley at a street corner, retrieving the Liu family's communicator to send several messages in a bid to contact Liu Zhong. However, you receive no responses whatsoever. Your heart sinks, realizing that Liu Zhong may have encountered trouble, and the situation is dire. You promptly decide to reach out to your elder brother in the imperial capital for assistance, yet curiously, you also receive no replies. It appears that not only the magic city but also the imperial capital is experiencing difficulties. Could it be that someone has intervened, severing my bloodline communication? Your expression darkens instantly, and you find your fists clenching involuntarily. Under normal circumstances, the elder brother Liu Shou from the Liu family in the capital would promptly respond upon receiving a message. This situation evidently indicates that some extraordinary upheaval has occurred within the Liu family. At this moment, the most pressing concern is to locate Qi Wei, the individual involved.
To ascertain the circumstances, the other two have mysteriously vanished, leaving only him alive. You soon resolve to act. Qi, the deputy director, resides in a villa located in the Longting district of the Magic City. Through casual conversations with passers-by, you learned that ever since Liu Qian was injured, he had not returned to the office, instead opting to recuperate at home. Employing the Thousand Shadow sorcery, you altered your appearance, donned a misty cloak, and masked your face, stealthily investigating the villa area. After confirming that there were no ambushes, you silently infiltrated Qi's residence, discovering that apart from him, only an elderly servant remained in the house. At this moment, Qi lay in bed, his breath unstable, and his complexion pale, suggesting that his wounds had yet to heal. Who? Qi suddenly sensed your presence, his eyes snapping open, fixating intently on you, cloaked and masked. However, the next instant, the vigilance that should have been present faded as he recognized the cloak you wore, which had been gifted by the ancestral Zhao family days prior. It's me. You revealed your face by removing the mask before Qi. Lu Xiao, why are you here? Weren't you captured? Wait, you're an imposter. Qi's initial excitement quickly transformed into suspicion. The one taken at the Century Hotel was my double. You recounted the events leading to the secret realm, omitting certain details, and produced a token from the Liu family to substantiate your identity. Ah, that explains it. No wonder when I saw Lu Xiao the next day, something felt different. Qi's realization was evident as he seemed to accept your explanation, his wariness dissipating. Director Qi, let us dispense with pleasantries. I am eager to learn what transpired a few days ago. Your urgency was palpable. Lu Xiao, a week ago, there was a bizarre incident at the port of the Magic City involving an alien race attacking ordinary citizens. The General Office of the Magic City suddenly issued a deployment order, reallocating most of my personnel. My companions had scarcely departed when chaos ensued. A horde of fearless assassins emerged, among them two formidable adversaries from the sacred realm. The Century Hotel was instantly thrown into disarray, as we found ourselves unprepared and in retreat. At that crucial moment, Yi Chen appeared, proclaiming that Liu Qian was his target, insisting that he alone would deal with him, and commanded the others to leave. He then engaged the assassins, successfully defeating one of the sacred realm attackers. Listening to Qi's account, your expression turned peculiar. Realizing that at the pivotal moment, it was indeed Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, who intervened. Truly, the power of vengeance is formidable. The enmity stemming from severed limbs and stolen spouses had driven Yi Chen to harbor an intense and profound hatred for his foes, rendering him unwilling to stand idly by as Liu Qian was threatened by others. However, just as the assassins were on the verge of defeat, a cloaked figure emerged, and with a single strike, obliterated the entire Century Hotel. Qi took a moment to gather himself before continuing his detailed narration. At that time, Elder Lu Zhong merely met the gaze of this figure and immediately fell unconscious, bleeding from all orifices and convulsing violently. Even Yi Chen was overpowered by this enigmatic cloaked being, sustaining grave injuries and opting to flee, fearing for his life. Ultimately, it was not you, but rather your doppelganger who fell into the clutches of that cloaked figure. Chapter 48, Young Master Liu, by the time you read this letter, I fear I may have already departed this world. The cloaked figure, could it be the revered ghost physician? Liu Qian gazed at the contents relayed by Qi within the villain simulator, his eyes flickering with realization as he instantly recalled the formidable ghost physician, a celestial being. This individual had effortlessly defeated Lu Zhong, a practitioner at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, as well as the fated protagonist Yi Chen, a being of extraordinary capabilities. In the entirety of Magic City, it seemed nigh impossible for anyone else to accomplish such feats. Only a genuine celestial being could achieve this. From the timeline, the only other suspect was the deceased eunuch who had appeared in the previous simulation. The ghost physician stood as the most probable culprit. It was evident that the shadowy puppeteer lurking within the Great Xia royal family was beginning to lose their composure. With the assassination of Li Yang, the incapacitation of the Li family's ancestral patriarch, and the unraveling of their schemes, it was clear that they had grown disillusioned with the Li family, suspecting that certain truths had come to light. Moreover, they had allied with Qi, the deputy director, and secured a portion of the armed forces in Magic City. Lurking within the Century Hotel, making it exceedingly difficult for them to mobilize their power against the Li family. Ultimately, they opted to summon a celestial being. However, the cloaked figure initially refrained from revealing themselves, remaining hidden as though wary of something. Had it not been for the disruption caused by the fated protagonist Qian, the cloaked figure might have never emerged. Additionally, the Magic City General Administration had significant issues, astonishingly. They had withdrawn a substantial number of Qiwei's personnel prior to the assault. It seemed that the General Administration had infiltrators of their own. Listening to Qiwei's words, one could discern that the underlying forces might have indeed summoned the ghost physician, while the Magic City General Administration appeared to be embroiled in monumental troubles. The ability to disregard Qiwei's commands and forcibly relocate most personnel before the imminent conflict suggested that there was likely only one individual capable of such authority within Magic City, his direct superior. The director of the Magic City General Administration. Young Master Liu, I suspect the director is colluding with the Li family. Qiwei declared his thoughts with conviction. Share your insights. While I harbor suspicions regarding the director, I am also somewhat cautious. Could this be a pretext for Qiwei's ambition to ascend? Alas! Your current grasp of the situation is lamentably scant, leaving little room for corroboration. Young Master Liu, since that fateful attack, I have been convalescing at home. Yet my subordinates have been replaced with an entirely new cadre, evidently aiming to undermine my position. Of course, during this period, I have not remained idle. I discreetly instructed my loyalists embedded within the Magic City General Administration to conduct investigations. The order to relocate personnel prior to the battle was unequivocally issued by Director Xinzhong. After that attack, Elder Liu fell into a coma. I intended to send him to the hospital for treatment, but was thwarted by Xinzhong, who insisted on another arrangement and forcibly took Elder Liu away. Moreover, it is worth noting that during this time, Xinzhong has seemingly been receiving a highly significant and mysterious guest, whom my subordinate suspects to be the cloaked figure. Listening to Qiwei's words, your expression turned cold, almost confirming that Director Xinzhong is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. First, he undermined Qiwei's authority. Then took the unconscious Elder Liu away, and is also suspected of having connections with the cloaked figure. This is a blatant indication. Despite feeling immense anger within, you showed no sign of it on your face and continued to inquire. I understand there are issues with the director, but what about the Li family you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Qiwei fell silent for a moment. Then slowly replied, the reason I was gravely injured this time was due to the jade Rui from the Li family. That royal artifact exploded unexpectedly at a critical moment. Listening to Qiwei's fragmented words, an awkward realization dawned upon you. You had indeed guessed correctly. The jade Rui sent by the Li family was indeed problematic. To be cautious, you had sent the jade Rui away, not realizing it would lead to Qiwei's misfortune. However, in this second life, you have evidently mastered the art of manipulation. The Li family is quite audacious. Qiwei, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Having suffered such a significant loss, how could the Liu family let this go? Qiwei, I must inform you that my visit to the Magic City is on a special mandate from my family, and I cannot divulge the specifics. However, I have already contacted my family, and in a few days, powerful individuals will arrive in the Magic City to settle these matters. Although you have lost contact with the Liu family at this moment, you do not show any signs of it, instead exuding confidence. You understand human nature too well. Qiwei's unwavering loyalty and obedience are primarily due to the backing of the Liu family. If he were to discover that this stronghold was in jeopardy, human nature is the most unpredictable gamble. Once the elders from the family arrive, the Magic City will be turned upside down. At that time, Qiwei, you, as the deputy director, will also have a role to play. Deputy director? That sounds rather unappealing. Let us say director instead. In your light-hearted banter, you painted a grand vision, instantly thrilling Qiwei. Young Master Liu, you have given me the greatest surprise. Rest assured, I, Qiwei, will follow your lead from now on. By the way, young Master Liu, Elder Liu entrusted me with a sealed letter before the incident, instructing me to deliver it to you in case anything happened to him. Grateful and emotional, Qiwei seemed to recall something and took out a sealed letter. You did not take it, instead regarding Qiwei with meaningful eyes, imbued with depth. You are acutely aware that, had you not promptly crafted a grand vision and promised certain things, the other party would likely not have readily presented this letter. perhaps feeling somewhat intimidated by your gaze.
Qi could not help but lower his head. I understand, this shall not happen again.
You did not erupt in anger, rather, you remained composed within. Human nature invariably harbors selfish inclinations, which is understandable.
Moreover, although Qi has been sidelined,
it is evident that he still possesses loyal subordinates hidden within the headquarters of the Magic City, capable of procuring intelligence, which remains of significant value to you.
A gentle reprimand will suffice. Prepare a room for me. Certainly, young Master Liu.
You entered a room arranged by Qi and began to scrutinize the letter left for you by Liu Zhong.
The letter was sealed using the Liu family's unique method.
Without professional expertise or forceful means, any attempt to open it would trigger a protective measure, incinerating the contents within. Once you confirmed that Qi had not glimpsed the letter, you proceeded to open it, eager to uncover the reason behind Liu Zhong's secrecy in leaving you this correspondence.
With a swift motion, the letter unfurled.
Young Master Liu, by the time you read this letter, I fear I may already be dead. Chapter 49, Liu Zhong's Last Will, News from the Liu Family.
Young Master Liu, by the time you read this letter,
I fear I may have already departed from this world. The fact that Qi is able to deliver this letter to you indicates that he remains somewhat trustworthy for the time being, yet human nature is unpredictable.
Exercise caution.
Although I am uncertain about the authenticity of the mission you mentioned, it pales in significance at this moment.
Young Master Liu, there is a matter of great importance I must convey to you.
In your haste to leave, you were unaware that Su Meng had something to discuss with you. Ultimately, he confided in me out of desperation. Su Meng expressed that as a substitute, he may soon encounter peril. And he has a younger sister whom he hopes I can arrange protection for.
I have given my word.
I secretly ventured to Su Meng's residence to escort Su Mei away, only to unexpectedly discover that this little girl possesses the legendary cursed eye. The cursed eye is one of the 10 divine eyes, a rare and peculiar constitution, capable of crossing boundaries to curse and kill formidable foes. Each act of cursing exacts a toll, risking a shortening of life and the potential shattering of the eye.
Young Master Liu,
this little girl's bloodline is extraordinary. The cursed eye has awakened, and either her father or mother must belong to some powerful and enigmatic lineage, once unleashed.
Even a transcendent being may inadvertently fall prey.
The revelation of Su Mei's cursed eye, with such terrifying capabilities capable of ensnaring even the most powerful,
left Liu Qian in a state of astonishment as he perused the correspondence within the simulator.
At that moment, he recalled the previous simulation, where it seemed the ghostly healer held a deep-seated fear of her eyes, hastily taking action to remove them. This suggested that the ghostly healer perceived Su Mei as a potential threat.
Otherwise, how could such a brazen old man act so impulsively?
It dawned on him that during this simulation, he had been so focused on his own ambitions that he had overlooked the existence of Su Mei, the hidden fated heroine. Ironically, it was Liu Zhong who had recognized her significance. It is inevitable that even the most meticulous can have moments of oversight. He is human, not divine. With this thought, Liu Qian continued to read on.
Liu Xiao, I have concealed the individual. This is my trump card for you and for the family, which will undoubtedly yield remarkable results in critical moments. The external assault is nearing. I sense an overwhelming celestial pressure,
likely indicating the arrival of a celestial being. Tonight, I fear I may meet my demise.
To safeguard this secret,
I shall erase my memories concerning Su Mei, and simultaneously, I will ensure that Su Meng's memories are also managed. Even if we are captured and subjected to soul searching, we shall not divulge these matters.
Liu Xiao,
the elder bestowed upon me the name of loyalty and granted me the surname Liu. I shall never forget this in my lifetime.
For the family,
for you, I am prepared to face death, regardless of the circumstances. Do not attempt to rescue me.
Live well.
Liu Zhong's final words.
With a whoosh,
upon reading the letter, it ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes. You fell into a profound silence, standing still, at a loss for words,
as Liu Zhong's sentiments echoed in your mind.
At this moment, you can presumably surmise the utter despair Liu Zhong faced. Yet, despite such dire straits, he still exerted every effort, sacrificing his life to leave you a trump card. A card capable of contending with celestial beings.
Liu Zhong, truly worthy of the name loyalty.
Even though aware that you are ensnared in a simulation, surrounded by mere figments of imagination.
How could you remain unmoved in the presence of these vividly real individuals, each with their own thoughts? However, the silence is but momentary. The imperative now is to survive. You resolve to first proceed to the secret location left by Liu Zhong, to locate Su Mei. According to the information Liu Zhong provided, he has hidden Su Mei in an abandoned warehouse. Ding! Just as you are about to take action, a sudden urgent sound pierces the air. In your storage pouch, the Liu family's bloodline communicator buzzes. Clearly, someone from the long-silent Liu family has sent you a response. You hastily retrieve it, examining the message, which is from your elder brother, Liu Shou. Liu Shou, do not return to the imperial capital, head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, enter the mountains, pass through the barriers, pay homage at the temple, and enter the river. Someone will protect you. Upon receiving this cryptic message, your expression changes dramatically. For your elder brother to urgently instruct you to flee indicates that a grave situation has unfolded in the imperial capital. The predicament of the Liu family appears exceedingly dire. Otherwise, he would not convey such anxious sentiments. But what does it mean to head south? To the 10,000 Great Mountains, to enter the mountains, pass barriers, pay homage, and enter the river, and that someone will protect you? If the Liu family cannot ensure their own safety, is there another force capable of doing so? A presence even more formidable than the Liu family? In your recollection, your elder brother is typically a composed individual, unfazed even in the face of significant events. Before, no matter the chaos you stirred in the capital, he would always intervene on your behalf, smoothing over the troubles you caused. Even when you had caused considerable trouble for the Gu family, he merely brushed it off as a minor issue, assuring you that he would resolve it. Yet now, his palpable anxiety suggests that matters have escalated to a critical juncture. At this moment, countless questions surged in your mind, leaving you with a throbbing headache. It seemed as though everything was spiraling in an unforeseen direction. All your meticulously crafted plans had been irrevocably disrupted. Brother, what on earth has transpired in the capital? How are you? What has become of the Liu family? You hastily attempted to send a message in search of more information. At this juncture, you were hesitant to use electronic devices to contact your family, as they were equipped with tracking capabilities, offering little in the way of privacy and making you susceptible to eavesdropping and location pinpointing. The prominent families typically relied on their unique channels for communication. However, this time, there was no response. After what felt like an eternity, your bloodline communicator finally emitted a sound. You felt a surge of joy, but as you read the message, your pupils constricted and your scalp prickled with unease. Liu Shou, ha ha, little brother, all is well. It has been a long time since we last spoke. I was merely jesting with you. The matters in the capital have been resolved, and you may return. Everyone at home misses you dearly. Chapter 50, Threats from the Puppet Master. Something has happened to my elder brother. Observing the contradictory dialogue of my elder brother, I felt a chill run down my spine, realizing that Liu Shou might be in peril. I know my elder brother's character all too well. He is the kind of person who is domineering and straightforward, never one to jest lightly, especially not with terrifying implications. Moreover, he never addresses me as second brother. He has always referred to me as a Qian. At this moment, it is clear to me that the individual I am conversing with is not my own brother, but the true puppet master behind the scenes? However, the other party seems unaware that communication within the Liu family is unique. Every message disappears after being read, making it impossible to ascertain what my brother had just communicated. They even attempted to disguise their intentions to lure him back? Do they truly perceive me as an inexperienced youth? Perhaps sensing my silence, the opponent sent another message, devoid of pretense, laden with threats. Kid, return to the imperial capital obediently, or the entire Liu family will perish. Fool! Without hesitation, I responded abruptly, then crushed the bloodline communicator in my hand, setting it ablaze with symbolic fire, severing any possibility of being tracked. I am no fool. Given the current turmoil in the Liu family, returning would only lead to my demise. Remaining outside offers a chance at survival and vengeance. With the Liu family in crisis and my brother likely harmed, could it be that the puppet master within the Daxia royal family has struck? No! I cannot remain in the magic city.
All previous plans are to be abandoned, at least for now. I must leave the magic city at once.
Initially,
I had intended to stay in the magic city, playing the game of deception, drawing out the enigmatic Liu Ruyue and her powerful allies, and utilizing all available resources to confront the puppet master's forces, striking back hard enough to inflict pain upon them.
In passing,
I aim to seize the complete Tian 9 steps and acquire some cultivation resources for future preparations. Yet now, it seems prudent to flee, even though in this simulated form, fear not death, it must hold some value.
More importantly, I wish to ascertain who could ensure my survival.
As mentioned by my brother Liu Shou, after heading south, the current situation appears increasingly intricate. There are those who wish to kill, those who seek to protect, and others who desire neither death nor protection, merely coveting what I possess. Lu Qian's eyes remained calm as he surveyed the shifting dynamics within the simulator,
gaining a clearer understanding of his predicament.
The puppet master within the Daxia royal family, along with the malicious Gu family, harbored intentions to kill him and seize the Supreme Emperor's bone from him. Conversely, there exist hidden protectors within the Daxia Lu family, who must be the reason he has survived thus far, quietly safeguarding him from the shadows. Furthermore, the enigmatic figure Liu Ruyue, belonging to the final faction of neutrality, is caught in the precarious balance of power, as various forces vie for possession of certain treasures, engaging in a game reminiscent of a father bequeathing to his son. The intertwining of three formidable powers, each holding sway over the other, has allowed him to survive for countless years. Yet, it seems that this delicate equilibrium has been shattered, leading to a potential collapse. In the Great Xia Empire, a hierarchy is rigidly defined, divided into 9 ranks of upper, middle, and lower classes. The Liu family and the Gu family are esteemed among the second tier of the upper 3 classes, boasting several celestial beings. However, overshadowing the Liu family is the first tier, the Imperial family of Great Xia, which possesses true terrestrial immortals. It should have been anticipated that while the Liu family is powerful enough to contend with the Gu family, they would undoubtedly fall short against the Imperial family of Great Xia. There must surely be other formidable entities supporting them, alleviating the pressures and safeguarding their interests. Yet now, it appears that a certain protector, who once shielded him, has encountered unforeseen troubles.
Lu Qian cast his gaze downward, observing Liu Ruyue sprawled on the carpet, seemingly in deep slumber beneath a blanket, almost as if he were genuinely asleep. Perhaps disregarded, Liu Ruyue now slept soundly, even snoring.
This representative of the neutral faction evidently possessed profound knowledge, perhaps even the entire truth of the matter.
Perhaps insights could be gleaned from him.
But such an endeavor is fraught with peril.
Moreover, it is unlikely that he would divulge information willingly. A misstep could trigger a chain reaction, disrupting everything.
More critically, Lu Qian currently lacked the requisite strength to negotiate effectively. Were he to possess celestial powers in reality, he could easily subdue Liu Ruyue and apply pressure to extract information. Perhaps feeling the weight of Lu Qian's gaze, Liu Ruyue stirred unexpectedly, blinking awake and directing his gaze toward Lu Qian. However, Lu Qian had already averted his eyes, adopting an air of indifference. After a prolonged moment, perhaps confused or genuinely fatigued, Liu Ruyue yawned, turned over, and resumed his slumber.
At present,
it appears that among the 3 factions, the neutral faction represented by Liu Ruyue is the weakest. Unable to offend the shadowy force wishing to eliminate him or the mysterious force seeking to protect him, thus refraining from acting against him. This raises the question, is the mere son of the Liu family truly worthy of the intense competition among these powers? Lu Qian glanced at the Supreme Emperor Bone within him, and a vague hypothesis began to form in his mind.
Without delay,
you transformed into the visage of the pallid Hanli and departed from Qi Wei's residence, making your way to an abandoned warehouse concealed near Magic City University.
Fortunately,
the journey was remarkably smooth, and you soon arrived at the warehouse, where you discovered the snow-white-eyed Sume hidden within.
Upon your arrival,
you found her struggling to open a packet of snacks, indulging in a morsel.
Sume, I am a friend of your brother Sumeng, here to take you away.
You were about to offer an explanation, to fabricate a reason. However, before you could finish, Sume interrupted, "Is my brother dead?" Her voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any sorrow. This unexpected reaction left you somewhat astonished. Your brother once told you that if one day someone suddenly appeared to take you away, you should follow them, for he might have already passed away. Sume gazed at you with her sightless eyes and calmly stated, "Though I am blind, I can sense your brother's presence around you, and I perceive no malice in your intentions.
I shall accompany you." Chapter 51, A Frantic Scheme to Lure the Serpent from its Lair. My brother is dead. As a blind person, my life is fleeting. Yet, if I accompany you, I might survive, and have the opportunity to avenge my brother.
Sume's voice was calm, devoid of any personal sentiment, as though she were discussing a stranger. Observing the composed demeanor of Sume before you, it becomes evident just how resolute and formidable her will truly is.
Though she is sightless,
her courage surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Clearly, during the previous simulation with the antagonist, your disguise as Su Meng had not gone unnoticed.
Yet the adversary refrained from exposing you, instead choosing to cooperate.
Remarkably, even after being abducted by the ghostly physician, she had offered you hints for escape.
I carry my own burdens, and accompanying me may not prolong your life either. You did not conceal the truth, opting for transparency. The current atmosphere in the Magic City is fraught with peril, the journey to escape will undoubtedly be tumultuous, and the specter of pursuit looms large. You briefly outlined your circumstances and revealed your true name, Liu Qian. Brother Liu, could you tell Mayor who was responsible for my brother's death? To your surprise,
Sume did not dwell on the dangers. Instead, she posed this poignant question. Perhaps, if fortune favors us, we might encounter him along the way.
You replied,
your words laden with significance.
The enigmatic figure, Liu Ruyue, the cloaked stranger, the head of the Magic City, the Li family, Qian.
Various factions are now fixated upon you. It stands to reason that the path to escape the Magic City is now ensnared in a web of traps. And to leave will likely require a fierce struggle. This is precisely why you are determined to take Sume with you. You require a trump card against the celestial beings. After a brief exchange, Sume consented to accompany you.
However, lacking any cultivation in being blind,
she struggled to keep pace with you despite her resolve. You chose to carry her on your back as you made your way back to Qiwei's residence. At that moment, you remained unaware that beneath Sume's tranquil facade, a subtle flush of crimson on her cheeks revealed her inner turmoil.
After all, she is but an 18-year-old girl who has never experienced any close interactions with the opposite sex. Qiwei.
Arrange for the quickest luxury cruise departing southwards to the 10,000 Great Mountains. You return to the home of Deputy Director Qiwei, requesting his assistance through special channels to facilitate your departure with Sume. As the Deputy Director of the Magic City, even though Qiwei was somewhat sidelined, he still wielded considerable influence and connections. Very well, young Master Liu. Though Qiwei was puzzled by your desire to leave, he did not dare to contradict your wishes. Especially since the downfall of the Liu family had yet to reach the capital.
Simultaneously, you inquired about Liu Ruyue.
Learning that he had mysteriously vanished following the attack on the Century Hotel a week prior.
You have become aware that the enigmatic figure, Liu Ruyue,
has begun to shift from the light into the shadows, and it is highly probable that he is surveilling your every move from nearby. Ever since departing from the mysterious realm, you have been plagued by an inexplicable sense of being watched. You can sense that a storm is brewing over Magic City, as various factions seem to have marked you as their prey, preparing for an onslaught. Little do they know that after establishing contact with your elder brother, Liu Shou, and learning of the troubles afflicting the Liu family, while also facing threats from the mastermind behind it all, a fire has been smoldering within you. Previously, when you were powerless to resist, fleeing was the only option, but now, having gained a preliminary mastery of the 9 steps to heaven and possessing a measure of strength, to be hunted like a stray dog would render your previous strategies futile. Under the guise of Han Li, you embark on a luxurious cruise southward with Sume, presenting yourselves as siblings, while entrusting Qiwei with one final task. Qiwei, spread the word across Magic City that Liu Ruyue is now in my grasp, Han Li. Opting for the official route rather than the clandestine paths, it seems you intend to lure the serpent from its den and initiate a counterattack. Liu Qian furrows his brow as he observes his every action within the antagonist simulator, beginning to piece together certain truths.
Ordinarily, if one were to flee southward from Magic City, traversing the chaotic black market would be the wisest choice. Yet, in the simulator,
the version of himself has instructed Qiwei to arrange passage on an official cruise. While Qiwei holds significant influence capable of concealing certain matters, a more powerful figure, Director Xinzhong looms above him. At such a sensitive juncture, Qi Wei, having recently allied with Liu Qian, suddenly orchestrates the departure of a pair of siblings, which raises substantial suspicions. Moreover, the deliberate dissemination of rumors appears aimed at drawing out a certain destined protagonist.
This series of actions has evidently taken Liu Qian by surprise.
It seems that all of this verges on recklessness. From a rational perspective, survival, uncovering the truth, and acquiring greater strength should be the primary path.
However,
I have evidently overlooked a crucial aspect: the version of me within the antagonist simulator possesses emotions of his own. With the protector, Liu Zhong, captured, Su Meng presumed dead, the fate of his elder brother uncertain, the Liu family seemingly in decline, and himself hunted like a stray dog, a myriad of grievances have stirred a fire within, igniting a fury that even a saint would struggle to contain, let alone a living, breathing individual.
In a sense,
there lies a thread of madness woven into my very being. Liu Qian slowly closes his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth,
revealing a defiant and frenzied expression. So be it, let chaos ensue.
Until some individuals feel the sting of their actions, they will continue to underestimate me. Allow me to witness whether this so-called celestial being truly resides above all, and if he is indeed invulnerable to death.
Aboard the opulent cruise ship,
you and Su may masquerade as siblings, residing in a luxurious VIP suite, rarely venturing outside, and largely remaining within the confines of your room.
Before long,
2 days have elapsed, during which you have been engrossed in the creation of talismans.
Due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly loan,
your cultivation has been stymied for an entire month. Given these circumstances, you have resolved to rely on external forces to bolster your hidden strengths. Surprisingly, during these 2 days, the outside world has remained eerily tranquil. The grand cruise ship has exhibited no signs of disturbance whatsoever.
The anticipated pursuits and ambushes have failed to materialize,
leaving only a serene calm in their wake. However, as the luxury vessel approaches the vicinity of the 10,000 Great Mountains, an unusual situation begins to unfold.
Chapter 52: The Nine Dragons Burn the Heavens. Engaging in a fierce battle with celestials. Esteemed passengers, I am the captain of this cruise ship. Due to the aging machinery within the vessel, we are unable to proceed any further. Consequently, this voyage will temporarily forego its final destination, docking at Linjiang City.
The next ship will arrive in 3 days. As a gesture of goodwill, all accommodations for the passengers in Linjiang City will be covered by our company.
Such a thing is unheard of. 3 days later?
I have business worth millions that could perish in that time.
What is this nonsense?
Everything was fine when we set sail, and suddenly it breaks down.
Do you comprehend how much this will delay my affairs?
You scoundrels!
I will file a complaint against you.
A sudden announcement echoed through the luxurious cruise liner, inciting widespread discontent and vehement curses from the passengers.
Yet, regardless of their outcries, the Magic City cruise ship continued its course toward the nearest Linjiang City. However,
Linjiang City is still over 10,000 kilometers away from the vast mountains.
In the face of this abrupt upheaval, you,
who have been hiding in the VIP room of the cruise ship, remain entirely undisturbed, as if you had anticipated this all along.
At last,
you can no longer contain your impatience. It appears the mastermind behind the scenes is genuinely wary of your existence that can safeguard you upon descending south. Having refrained from action these past 2 days, it seems they have been intimidated.
The casual remark made to Liu Zhong has indeed yielded some effect. Fate certainly plays tricks on us.
You murmur to yourself, aware that the puppet master is beginning to lose composure, yet you too are not without your own agitation. You stow away the various talismans before turning to Su Mei. The one who killed your brother is on their way. Are you afraid?
Su Mei gazes at you with her snow-white eyes, unwavering. I am not afraid. Ha ha ha, splendid. Come along, I shall take you to exact vengeance. Boom!
The Magic City cruise ship has docked. Amidst the chorus of discontented shouts from the tourists, you silently disembark the vessel, carrying Su Mei on your back.
Not heading toward Linjiang City, but rather, toward the outskirts.
You traverse the secluded mountain woods, bearing a girl whose eyes appear clouded,
lending an eerie air to the scene. Old man, how about I prepare a grave for you right here?
You suddenly halt, addressing the emptiness.
Humph. Sharp-tongued little wretch.
Perhaps realizing they had been discovered, the cloaked figure lurking in the shadows finally reveals themselves. Swish! The cloaked figure discards their hood, unveiling a shadowy aged visage, unmistakably that of the ghostly physician, a third-tier celestial. Little wretch, while I do not know who you met in the Magic City, for the past 2 days, I have been unable to sense their presence. Either this person is a figment of imagination, or they have departed. You need not attempt to deceive me with that little girl you carry. I have thoroughly investigated her origins in recent days. The ghost doctor spoke with an air of severity, yet his gaze betrayed a sense of unease as he furtively scanned his surroundings. 7 days prior, after capturing Liu Zhong, he had probed his soul and uncovered certain truths. 9 days ago, the sudden disappearance of the young scion of the Liu family, who had arranged for a substitute, was revealed to be a rendezvous with an unspeakable entity, one said to be of the same formidable caliber as the ancestral patriarch of the Liu clan. The Liu clan's patriarch is a superlative being, at least a 7-turn celestial. And to be on par with such a creature is to contemplate the nature of a true monstrosity. It was for this reason that the ghost doctor refrained from any rash actions for several consecutive days, opting instead to conceal himself and observe, wary of that terrifying presence. Until now, he had failed to detect the existence of that individual, presuming that the mysterious contact had departed, thus granting him the courage to reveal himself. Upon hearing the ghost doctor's words, your fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of murderous intent swelling within you. That so-called contact was merely a fabrication, a ruse you had conjured to deceive Liu Zhong. Now, the ghost doctor was acutely aware that Liu Zhong had evidently been subjected to a soul search, and the consequences of that were all too predictable. Ha! You speak with bravado, why not act upon it? You retorted, mocking him with the specter of a non-existent contact. You are nothing but a useless eunuch. What did you say? The ghost doctor erupted in fury, as if you had struck a nerve, his desire to eliminate you palpable. Yet, witnessing your unwavering confidence caused a flicker of alarm within him. Could it be that the mysterious contact was still present? Otherwise, you could not possibly exude such audacity. At this moment, both astonished and enraged, the ghost doctor focused entirely on you, oblivious to the unusual aura emanating from the girl you bore on your back. Unbeknownst to him, Sumei's pristine white eyes had begun to darken, as if a drop of ink had fallen into them, emanating an eerie curse as she approached the formidable ghost doctor. By the time the ghost doctor registered the change, it was far too late. A terrifying curse of decay had suddenly enveloped him. Ah! Why has the 5 decays of celestial beings descended prematurely? He cried out in agony, his body trembling as tendrils of dark energy coiled around him, disregarding his celestial shield, spreading throughout his being. Under the influence of the curse, the most dreaded calamity of the celestial realm, the 5 decays, was summoned forth. The 5 decays represent a trial that every celestial must confront with each ascension. Only by overcoming them can one advance further. Surviving all 9 trials is essential to achieve the status of a true immortal on land. However, the 5 decays, formed from the essence of decay, signify certain death if one fails to transcend them. Previously, Liu Zhong asserted that Sumei's cursed eyes pose a threat to those in the celestial realm, as her curse can evoke the 5 declines of the celestials. After cursing the revered ghost doctor, Sumei's complexion turned ashen, her once ebony hair losing its luster, rendering her weary and diminished, a significant toll paid. Ah! I shall slay you all! The ghost doctor bellowed in fury. Who will kill whom remains uncertain, you impotent fool, I have tolerated you for far too long. With a sudden strike, you affixed a talisman onto Sumei and hurled it away, charging alone towards the enigmatic sovereign. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the ghost doctor, your figure inexplicably vanished without a trace. You cannot see me, my crimson talent has been activated. Step of Heaven, 9th phase. Commence. Boom. Realm of mountains and rivers. Boom. Transcendent realm. Boom. Entry into the sacred realm. In an instant, you sacrificed a century of your lifespan to unleash a terrifying combat prowess that shattered 3 major realms. Supreme mode. Engage. Your eyes were instantly enveloped by an aura of icy dominance, as if you were a true deity presiding over the mortal realm. Boom. With overwhelming divine might, you appeared before the ghost doctor, emanating an oppressive force. Behind you, a colossal fire talisman materialized, and 9 towering fire dragons emerged from thin air. Their roars shaking the heavens as they surged forth to obliterate. 9 dragons incinerate the heavens. Chapter 53, All Cards Revealed, Slaying the Celestial Beings. Is it better to live a lifetime as a pitiful wretch or to briefly embrace the essence of manhood for a fleeting 3 seconds? This is a choice laden with difficulty. At this moment, you have made your choice. With a lifespan of 300 years in the divine realm, you are poised to take the 7th step of the 9 steps to heaven, momentarily entering the saint realm for an ephemeral 3 seconds. Empowered by the supreme mode, your consciousness instantaneously ascends to a higher dimension, allowing you to fully harness and unleash your recently amplified saint realm prowess. The purple innate talent of the talisman path has been brought to its zenith. Transforming the fire dragon technique, a 5th-tier talisman, into a novel composite talisman, the 9 dragons burning heaven. The formidable might of this technique now poses a genuine threat to celestial beings. Roar! The domain of the ghostly physician is violently torn apart by 9 towering fire dragons, crashing into him and eliciting a pain howl. In this moment, he is not only astounded by your terrifying cultivation but is even more bewildered by your talismanic prowess. You are indeed a talisman master. But wait, who are you to Xuanfuzi? The one who contacted you in the demon city was that mad old man, Xuanfuzi. But he should still be in the imperial capital. His voice trembles with a hint of fear, his expression one of sheer terror. As if he has encountered a ghost, evidently harboring a profound dread of Xuanfuzi. Under the influence of fear, the ghostly physician seems oblivious to your sudden surge of 3 major realms and the agony coursing through him. Xuanfuzi. You are taken aback. Realizing that the mere name of the author of the talisman true record can instill such fear in a celestial being, nearly robbing him of his reason. Who, then? Is this Xuanfuzi? What a formidable figure! Boom! The 9 dragons entwined, suddenly detonating, transforming into a cataclysmic fire lotus that devours the ghostly physician. The terrifying fluctuations threatening to refine the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Dark Qian treasure mirror. In the next instant, an intensely frigid aura erupts, instantly encasing the flames in ice and obstructing all. The disheveled form of the ghostly physician reappears. Bearing numerous burns and afflicted by the curse of the 5 failures of the celestial being, his aura weakened, with a spectral luminous treasure mirror orbiting his chest. Evidently, the chilling aura just now emanated from that very luminous treasure mirror. Celestial artifact. Your pupils constrict as you instantly recognize the origin of the luminous treasure mirror. Feeling a pang of regret. The recent fearsome strike, amalgamated from various factors, should have been sufficient to injure the ghostly physician. Yet the celestial artifact possesses a spirit and actively protects its master. You brat, we want you dead. The enraged ghostly physician no longer conceals his shrill voice, his expression one of ferocious intent, as he unleashes his celestial domain to assail you. But in the next moment, your form vanishes once again from his sensory perception. In this moment, your crimson talent is vividly manifested, showcasing an unparalleled assassination skill. Suddenly, you vanish again. The face of the ghostly medical sovereign changes slightly. With a swift motion, a multitude of pre-prepared 5th-tier fire dragon talismans emerge from your storage ring. Strategically arranged in all directions, there are at least 100 of them. The talisman array is activated, and 100 fire dragons materialize, encircling the ghostly medical sovereign. The prowess of a talisman master is vividly displayed at this moment. Even a powerful being of a higher realm would hesitate to provoke a well-prepared talisman master. A series of terrifying explosions resound as the ghostly medical sovereign is blasted away, his form battered, and even his celestial domain becomes riddled with scars. At this juncture, the once dominant celestial being, who nearly annihilated you in the last simulation, is unexpectedly subdued. With a mighty roar, you suddenly reappear, unleashing a thunderous dragon's cry as you deliver a punch imbued with immense force to the chest of the ghostly medical sovereign. The impact is explosive, causing him to spew forth blood. However, as a consequence, a chilling, malevolent energy envelopes your right arm, rendering it numb and beginning to spread throughout your body. Ha ha ha. I have discerned the flaw in your ability. The ghostly medical sovereign, bloodied and grinning maniacally, declares. You wish to employ your invisibility once more? Yet, he suddenly unleashes a wave of frigid air, summoning countless ice spikes for indiscriminate assault. Your ability merely obscures the five senses. It does not allow you to slip into the void as a more elusive entity would. With piercing sounds, ice spikes impale you, propelling you away as your aura swiftly dissipates. The 3 seconds have elapsed. The backlash from the 9 steps to heaven begins to manifest, as the vitality within you rapidly wanes. Fortunately, the pervasive chill that envelopes you barely retains a flicker of life. Suddenly, you find yourself seized by the throat. Cack. I've got you. The ghostly medical sovereign cackles with a vicious glee. Your situation is dire, you are riddled with ice spikes and on the brink of death. In contrast, the ghostly medical sovereign is not far better off. His celestial domain is crippled, his chest a gaping wound, and his skin, charred and grotesque from the flames, bears testament to his suffering. Had it not been for the terrifying regenerative abilities inherent to his celestial state, he would surely have perished. Who could have anticipated that a being of the 4th realm could push an 8th realm celestial being to such extremes? You little wretch, it's time for you to perish. The ghostly medical sovereign snarls, tightening his grip in a malevolent bid to extinguish your life. Your face flushes, oxygen depleting, yet you suddenly shout, "If I die, so too shall Liu Ruyue. Will you not take action? Liu Qian, you scoundrel!" The destined protagonist, Qian, appeared with a fierce countenance, suddenly emerging from the ground. He executed the sky-treading 9 steps, shattering 3 realms and ascending to the holy level, striking towards the back of the eerie elder's head with a powerful palm. It was evident that since you had instigated Qi Wei to spread rumors claiming that Liu Ruyue had been captured by you, this fateful protagonist had been trailing you relentlessly. At this moment, he was finally compelled to reveal himself. With a resounding impact, the ghostly physician elder was struck in the head, his brain almost shattered from the force, causing him to loosen his grip. Ah! In a fit of rage, the ghostly physician elder momentarily disregarded your presence, retaliating with a final burst of energy that sent Qian flying. Why are there so many damned little cough? The ghostly physician elder suddenly froze, a shard of ice piercing through his neck from behind, severing his throat. Castrated dog, who do you intend to kill? A haunting voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 54, The Ghostly Physician. Your Highness, I will not let you escape. Gurgle. Gurgle. The ghostly physician clutched his throat, his pupils constricting as he turned. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at you. You dare to kill me? Thud. Another ice spike, the size of a fist, pierced through his chin, instantly penetrating into his brain. In the supreme mode, your expression remained impassive, disregarding all the pain coursing through your body. Your gaze fixated intensely on the ghostly physician. If you wish to kill, then do so, what is there to fear? Must you have my consent? Thud. You forcefully controlled your arm, extracting the ice spikes embedded in your chest and returning them. No. 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 Your Highness, I will not let you go. Ah. In a final, desperate threat, the ghostly physician's injuries began to convulse, and the ominous aura of impending doom enveloped him in a torrent of black mist. Your Highness! Who is the true mastermind behind the ghostly physician's arrival? It is indeed a member of the Great Xia royal family. Is it a prince? Witnessing this scene in the simulator, Liu Qian clenched his fists, only to release them moments later. He had not anticipated that the ghostly physician would reveal information regarding his orchestrator just before his demise. A prince of the Great Xia royal family? It makes sense, then, employing a ghostly physician, this castrated hound, to deal with him is indeed plausible. Simultaneously, a significant burden was lifted from Liu Qian's heart. It is a prince, not the emperor. This implies no connection to the 9th realm earthly immortal of the Great Xia Empire. The pressure, undoubtedly, had lessened considerably, though this venture was perilous. At the very least, he had acquired crucial intelligence and had directly validated his true strength. Under the full force of heavenly steps, he could indeed pose a threat to beings of the celestial realm. With capable assistance, slaying an ordinary celestial would not be insurmountable. Moreover, the entire fortune of a 3rd transformation celestial would undoubtedly be a considerable treasure. Liu Qian silently turned his gaze toward the ensuing simulation. Thud. A lifeless corpse? devoid of flesh and exuding a stench of decay, suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless.
The ghostly physician is dead. You,
with your cultivation at the Divine Passage realm, have transcended 4 major realms to slay a 3rd transformation celestial.
Should your achievements reach the imperial capital,
it would surely stir the entire Great Xia. Yet at this moment, you harbor no such thoughts, bending down to commence a search of the corpse. Your first target is the ghostly physician's celestial artifact, followed by the storage ring upon his finger. The storage ring still contains remnants of the ghostly physician's lingering consciousness. At present, you are exceedingly weak and unable to unlock it. However, it stands to reason that the wealth of a celestial being would amount to a staggering figure. As you are about to scrutinize the storage ring, you suddenly noticed that the communication token at the waist of the corpse of the ghostly physician began to vibrate with urgency. It seemed that someone was dispatching some form of information. The message read, "Eliminate the target swiftly and return with the Imperial Bone to the Imperial capital."
Grasping the token,
you gazed at the message and realized that it was highly likely that the mastermind was attempting to contact the ghostly physician. Clearly, the mastermind was exceedingly anxious about your Imperial Bone, persistently urging the physician to take action.
However, at that moment,
the other party was evidently unaware that the ghostly physician had already fallen at your hands.
Recognizing this as an opportunity,
you contemplated masquerading as the ghostly physician to extract further information. Your Highness, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. The target has been rescued by the remnants of the Liu family.
Has any issue arisen in the Imperial capital?
You intended to test the waters regarding the situation in the capital. Yet, the response from the other side was a brief silence.
You are not that old servant of Lord Qian. Who are you?
Exposed. You were somewhat taken aback, evidently realizing that there were some flaws in your previous statements, though you felt no despair.
So what if I am exposed?
I am indeed the person you have been searching for, that old eunuch. I have dispatched him.
Rest assured, you shall be next. You are Liu Qian.
With a sharp crack, you disregarded the shock of the mastermind and crushed the token in your grip, leaving no room for repercussions. Casting a glance at the remains of the ghostly physician on the ground, you hesitated for a moment before casually collecting the remains.
After completing your tasks,
you could no longer sustain the supreme mode and instantly collapsed into a warm embrace.
At that moment, unbeknownst to you, Su Mei had appeared behind you, supporting your body.
She was adorned with protective talismans, shielding her from the residual chaos of the recent battle.
Brother Liu, are you all right?
I'm fine, just dispatched an old dog. Which serves as a measure of vengeance for Su Meng and Lu Zhong, you replied weakly, lying in Su Mei's arms, as if having lost all means to defend yourself. Suddenly, Yi Chen emerged from the distance, blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on you with a predatory intensity.
Liu Qian, I underestimated you.
Who would have imagined that the debauched young master of the demon city could slay a celestial being?
However, he added,
I am well aware of the side effects of the 9 steps to heaven. Your lifespan is nearly extinguished, while I still possess 100 years. You shall not be my match. Now, obediently divulge the whereabouts of Liu Ruyue and hand over that celestial being's storage ring, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Though Yi Chen spoke with bravado, his eyes betrayed a deep-seated caution as they regarded you. He pondered to himself, had he been the one to confront the ghostly physician? His chances of victory would have been slim, yet you had employed various means to vanquish the celestial being. In order to remain concealed in the shadows, he feigned death even after suffering a blow from the esteemed ghost doctor, only daring to emerge once he was certain of your incapacitation, to strike against you. At this moment, in Yi Chen's eyes, you are utterly defeated. Although Su Mei possesses the cursed eye, she is unable to utilize it for an extended period and is no different from an ordinary person. In this exchange, the advantage lies with him. Faced with Yi Chen's malice and threats, you, languishing in the embrace of a woman and engulfed in weakness, feel no fear. With a slight twitch of your lips,
you smile and say, looking for Liu Ruyue? Is that not the one behind you?
Chapter 55, The Contest of the Air, as it has always been.
In search of Liu Ruyue, is it not the figure behind you?
Upon hearing your words, Yi Chen scoffed coldly, suspecting it to be yet another of your schemes to toy with him. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow on the ground that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Swish! He abruptly turned, and before him stood Liu Ruyue,
adorned in a flowing white gown.
This university belle, who had vanished for days, had suddenly re-emerged.
Yet, in contrast to her previous self,
a newfound air of ethereal aloofness enveloped her. At this moment, Yi Chen, overwhelmed with joy rather than surprise, failed to notice the transformation in the woman before him.
His face lit up with excitement as he instinctively lunged forward to embrace her. "Ruyue, I finally found you." Slap. With an impassive expression,
Liu Ruyue casually struck, sending Yi Chen hurtling like a cannonball against the rocky terrain, his head embedded within.
Crack. Crack. Crack.
The destined protagonist, king of the simps, legendary resilient Yi Chen twitched momentarily, blood oozing from the stone, his fate uncertain.
Throughout it all,
Liu Ruyue's gaze never faltered to meet him, her icy eyes remained fixed upon you.
As for Yi Chen? Irrelevant.
You were well aware that I had been trailing behind, using me as a pawn against that sycophant Yi Chen.
Liu Ruyue calmly articulated your stratagem.
It was merely a casual act.
Lying in Su Mei's embrace, you did not deny it, instead, you acknowledged it outright. The destined protagonist Yi Chen is a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm as well as suffering injury. Without a contingency to balance, it is easy to stumble.
And Liu Ruyue serves as your balancing factor. She would not idly watch as you falter. By deliberately exposing herself, luring this castrated dog, and spreading rumors to summon the fool Yi Chen, even I was ensnared in this plot.
You are even more perilous than I had imagined.
It seems neither the Liu family nor others have truly comprehended your depth, nor realized the extent of your concealment, that you could indeed slay a celestial being. Everyone has misjudged you. Liu Ruyue's voice was cool, yet her brow furrowed slightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of wariness. No wonder she bears that lineage, within her flows the most frenzied, wicked, and malevolent blood. You have concealed yourself so well. Had that fool hesitated a moment longer, he would have inevitably perished at your hands.
That fool? Is it a reference to the hidden mastermind of the Xia royal family? From Liu Ruyue's tone, it was evident she was aware of the true identity of the individual, perhaps even familiar with them. And that lineage? Referring to Liu Qian's pupils dilated.
He had not anticipated that this simulation would yield such unexpected revelations.
First, he had dispatched the ghostly physician, learning of the mastermind's information from their dying whales. Now, this enigmatic celestial being, Liu Ruyue, had begun to divulge a wealth of information.
In this moment, even a simulated failure holds its worth.
However, any semblance of intelligence within the simulator would undoubtedly engage in a probing endeavor. The subsequent evolution of the simulator unfolds precisely as he anticipated. Over the years, the Liu family has likely refrained from divulging certain matters, and it appears you have discerned the events of yesteryear through various clues. Regrettably, the opportunity for your growth has slipped away. The enigmatic technique you recently employed has drained your vitality, leaving you with but a fleeting existence. Liu Ruyue gazes at you with an air of sagacity, silently deducing your circumstances. Considering all that has transpired, coupled with your sudden display of profound power, she naturally perceives you as a deeply contemplative individual, a veteran coin concealed for years. Otherwise, how could one explain the abrupt emergence of a seemingly frivolous young master who could annihilate the revered ghost doctor, a being of celestial stature? One must recognize that the attainment of such cultivation is the result of arduous effort, not a mere happenstance. Witnessing your imminent demise, she feels a sense of regret. As if she has witnessed the curtain fall on a long-suffering hero before their tale even began. Yet, at this moment, she remains unaware of the extraordinary advantage you possess, the ultimate cheat of the villain simulator. Upon overhearing Liu Ruyue's musings, a spark of realization ignites within you. She must be privy to numerous truths, perhaps even the entire reality. Moreover, this foolish woman seems to have overstepped, placing herself in the role of the protagonist. Simultaneously, you recognize this as an exceptional opportunity, an invaluable chance to uncover the truth through another's words. Coughing violently, you expel frost-laden blood, reclining in Su Mei's embrace. Your countenance marked by desolation. With downcast eyes and a complex gaze, you murmur, "After all these years, all I wished for was to survive." Must it truly be so absolute? Sighing, Liu Ruyue's expression softens as she echoes your sentiment. The struggle for the air has always been thus. Boom. Liu Qian's pupils constrict.
his mind ablaze with revelation, fixating intently on the villain simulator.
Astonishingly, it has indeed revealed itself.
In that instant, the fog clouding his thoughts dissipates significantly.
The struggle for the air has always been thus. No wonder. No wonder. So it is. So it is. It becomes clear why the orchestrator behind the Daxia royal family sought his demise.
It elucidates why the Liu family and others strive to protect him.
It explains why the enigmatic celestial, Liu Ruyue, regards him with such scrutiny.
It clarifies how he has entangled countless individuals with his solitary strength. It unveils the mystery of his possession of the revered Supreme Imperial Bone.
It turns out,
he is not of the Liu bloodline but rather of the esteemed lineage of the Daxia royal family. The Daxia royal family represents the most distinguished bloodline of the Xia Empire, ranking first among the 9 noble families. Furthermore, they are a colossal force, boasting the prowess of a 9th-stage earthly true immortal. Moreover, he was not merely of ordinary royal blood, but rather of the most esteemed lineage, possessing the qualifications to contend for the throne of the Emperor of humanity.
Otherwise,
the mastermind behind the Daxia royal family would not have become so frenzied with the desire to eliminate him, for it all revolved around the notion of contention. Lying on the bed, Liu Qian's mind was a blank canvas, filled with both anticipated and unanticipated emotions, a mixture of astonishment and joy, as he murmured to himself. The Daxia Empire had stood for a millennium, with the Qian surname as its imperial name. If he were not named Liu, but rather Qian, then he should be called. At that moment, Liu Qian, who was meant to be whispering to himself, suddenly opened his mouth and uttered that name, Qian.
In an instant, Liu Ruyue,
who should have been peacefully asleep on the carpet, felt a tightening in her heart and abruptly opened her eyes, filled with astonishment.
Chapter 56, Liu Qian, Liu Ruyue.
I perceive you as akin to the Monkey King on the journey to the west.
How could this be? How could he possibly know?
Liu Ruyue stared in astonishment, her heart tempestuous as she gazed at the man on the bed, who, resting his arms under his head and yawning, appeared weary.
Could it be merely a slip of the tongue?
Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the astonishment of the mysterious celestial Liu Ruyue.
Altering part of the future, and receiving a reward, villain points 15,000. Liu Qian, yawning, squinted his eyes, disregarding the gaze directed at him from below, adopting an air of indifference. It seemed he bore no concern for this enigmatic celestial and was unperturbed by any potential unusual reactions from her. In previous villain simulations, Liu Ruyue had not dared to lay a finger on him, even going to great lengths to preserve his life, indicating her inclination towards him to a certain extent. This time, however, he saw an opportunity to probe her response. Yet, beneath his calm facade, his right hand, pressed beneath his head, clutched a crimson talisman, poised for activation at any moment. This villain simulation had unearthed a sensational revelation, yet it was shrouded in too many uncertainties. He had initially believed he had discerned the true nature of the mountain, only to find himself still enveloped in its depths. Liu Qian's eyes glimmered with rational insight as he swiftly entered a supreme mode, engaging in a mental storm. After unearthing Liu Ruyue's werewolf self-detonation, you realized your previous conjectures were indeed correct.
You are, without a doubt, not of the Liu family, but rather of the royal bloodline of the Great Xia Empire. And a remarkably unique entity at that. First and foremost, the possibility of being an illegitimate child can be dismissed. An illegitimate child merely occupies a position beneath notice, unable to incite the jealousy and frenzied pursuit of a prince.
Nor could they compel the Liu family to risk everything to protect you. Unless, you are the crown prince of the Great Xia Empire? The foremost heir to the empire. However, you also became aware of the underlying anomalies.
If I truly held such a status as the crown prince,
why would I be raised by the Liu family?
Why would the emperor of the Great Xia turn a blind eye?
If it were true, why would the Liu family maintain such secrecy?
They should have informed me from a young age, aiding my ascent to that position, securing greater prospects for the family.
If I possess such an extraordinary identity, why would Liu Ruyue claim that I bear the most sinister, most frenzied, and most wicked bloodline?
As a member of the Great Xia, even as a celestial powerhouse, does she truly have the audacity to defame my father and insult a true immortal of the land?
Each peculiar doubt deepened your contemplation, ensnaring your thoughts in a stalemate.
All of this felt like a new enigma, obstructing your path.
The truth seemed to draw nearer, yet simultaneously recede into the distance. Nevertheless, at this moment, you could ascertain one thing: you undoubtedly possess the bloodline of the royal family of the Great Xia.
This is not merely due to the Supreme Imperial Bone residing within you, nor the myriad of incredible phenomena surrounding it, rather. It is because Liu Ruyue appears to have no reason to deceive a dying individual. In the briefest of moments, you pondered an abundance of thoughts. Yet you evidently underestimated the terrifying might of a celestial being. Initially engulfed in a sense of regret, Liu Ruyue swiftly sensed your fleeting emotional fluctuation and instantly realized, you deceived me. In that very instant, Liu Ruyue comprehended that you might only possess a vague understanding of certain matters, and subsequently, through some means, you extracted even greater intelligence from her lips. She, a dignified fifth transition celestial, was unexpectedly outwitted by you, a mere scoundrel. Alas, the truth was revealed. You lamented inwardly, yet fear was absent from your heart. Liu Qian. You scoundrel. You are doomed. Liu Ruyue seethed with rage, her compassion evaporating as she prepared to deal with you. I forbid you to harm him. In the face of Liu Ruyue's sudden wrath, Sume stood before you like a mother hen guarding her chick, attempting to shield you from her formidable presence. Even though she recognized her inability to withstand this enigmatic woman, in that moment, Sume resolutely positioned herself in front of you. Perhaps it was due to your vengeance against the ghost doctor for her brother, or perhaps there were other reasons. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable warmth enveloped your heart. It was evident that Sume was unlike those women who merely lusted after your physique. With a firm resolve, you forced yourself to rise slowly, patting Sume on the shoulder. It's all right, allow me to handle this. She dares not act against me. If anything happens to me, many shall accompany me to the grave. Your tone was resolute, seemingly confident that Liu Ruyue would not truly dare to harm you. Just as your elder brother Liu Shou had conveyed, assistance awaited you in the south. This indicated that your protection extended beyond the Liu family of celestial lineages. The myriad of forces entwined with your existence were not something Liu Ruyue could easily provoke. Thinking to deceive me again, are you? You shall not succeed. Liu Ruyue scoffed. Yet she halted her advance. I may not dare to kill you, but I can certainly give you a sound thrashing. Those people would not intervene. Upon uttering this, she continued her approach, the pressure emanating from her celestial aura surging forth with an intensity far surpassing that of the ghost doctor. In that moment, it felt as though the very air began to solidify. It was evident that she had not abandoned her aspirations for a certain offspring. Confronted with the defiant Liu Ruyue, a subtle smile graced your lips as you suddenly spoke. Liu Ruyue, do you know what image you hold in my heart? What image? Liu Ruyue paused, her momentum slightly faltering. Although she was aware that you were merely stalling for time, curiosity flickered within her. I see you as the Monkey King on the journey to the west. Suddenly, you spoke an inexplicable remark and abruptly embraced Sume's waist, a blood-red talisman appearing in your hand. Liu Ruyue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Suddenly, a voice, laced with mischief, echoed in her ears, always thinking about the scriptures. In an instant, Liu Ruyue regained her composure, her face flushing with indignation. You had proactively activated the blood escape talisman, not allowing the other party a chance to retaliate, and both of you were enveloped by a crimson light, fleeing into the distance. How could you possess such a talisman? Liu Ruyue exclaimed in astonishment, clearly caught off guard. Unlike before, you had revealed the existence of the blood escape talisman, leading the mastermind behind the scenes to prepare a contingency plan with the revered ghost doctor. Throughout this simulation, you had never requested anything from your elder brother. Thus no one was aware that you had always harbored a blood escape talisman, catching Liu Ruyue off guard. Ha ha ha, Monkey King, I shall take my leave first. If you wish to pursue the scriptures, do remember to catch up. Liu Qian, you scoundrel. Chapter 57, My Master, Xuanfuzi, frightens the Celestials. Having once again been toyed with by you, the enigmatic celestial, Liu Ruyue, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Her once imposing demeanor shattered as she unleashed a torrent of invectives. Without the restraining talisman, she found herself utterly incapable of controlling or halting your advance. In the previous villain simulation, it was your request to your elder brother, Liu Shou. for a second life-saving blood escape talisman that had inadvertently alerted the mastermind behind the scenes, enabling them to prepare accordingly.
Yet this time,
you had deliberately concealed a card up your sleeve, evading the awareness of all, even Liu Ruyue, who remained oblivious to this hidden advantage.
Moreover,
the life-saving blood escape talisman facilitated random teleportation, thus, locking onto your location was no simple feat. As the simulated version of yourself toyed with Liu Ruyue, the real Liu Qian found himself pondering far weightier matters. As long as one is not an enemy, they may become a friend, aligning on the same side. A wise adage from my previous life states that by amassing friends, one diminishes enemies.
If I could sway Liu Ruyue and the forces behind her to my cause, it would undoubtedly suffice to contend against the shadowy orchestrators. The neutral faction represented by Liu Ruyue possesses its own interests, otherwise, they would not covertly seek to execute the plan of leaving behind a son. Should I exhibit sufficient weight, their perspectives would surely shift, placing their bets upon me, incrementally increasing their investment.
As long as the cost of silence remains high, they will find it difficult to sever ties and will grit their teeth in support of me. Empowered by the Supreme Mode, Liu Qian's thoughts transcended the limits of mere mortals, reaching a new realm. With the assistance of the villain simulator, he could undoubtedly rise swiftly and attain the pinnacle of power. However, this ascent would require time and formidable forces to withstand the pressures from the unseen mastermind.
Through multiple simulations, it became evident that the Liu family and the hidden, mysterious forces behind them were insufficient to safeguard him.
Thus, he must devise a way to enlist Liu Ruyue's neutral faction to bear the brunt of the pressure, buying him precious time.
What does the neutral faction behind Liu Ruyue desire? Perhaps a descendant possessing the potential to inherit his Supreme Imperial Bone? Yet, can such a divine artifact truly be inherited? Moreover, how could a descendant, who may not even possess the capability to inherit the Supreme Imperial Bone, ever compare to him, the original? Prior to uncovering his true identity, Liu Qian had been tirelessly seeking any leverage that would entice the neutral faction behind Liu Ruyue to invest in him. However, he had never arrived at a concrete idea. Upon realizing his lineage as a member of the Xia imperial family, he became acutely aware of his own capital. It appears that with the bloodline of the Xia imperial family, he could ascend as the Emperor of Xia. A child of uncertain potential. How could he possibly be worth more than a future emperor? Once success is achieved, it promises unimaginable wealth and fortune.
Initially, one must deceive, belief is secondary. And painting a rosy picture is a familiar endeavor.
Gradually, the vision can be transformed into reality.
This, undoubtedly, seems to be the most suitable path for him at present. However, it appears that things may have spiraled out of control.
Liu Qian felt a slight unease as his gaze shifted.
He sensed a change in the atmosphere of the room after deliberately revealing Qin Qian's true name. The ambience had become strange and tense. The fate and fortune he had seized from Yi Qin began to emit a stinging warning, alerting him that something might occur next.
On the carpet,
the seemingly harmless Liu Ruyue directed a subtle gaze towards him, as if hesitating over something. Clearly, she had begun to entertain other thoughts upon realizing her identity had been exposed. This could spell trouble.
Liu Qian's eyes grew cold, internally acknowledging the predicament.
Yet he did not panic, as if he possessed some other assurance.
How could that scoundrel possibly know that name? Could it be that he had uncovered the events of years past?
But that cannot be, according to the records, he had never interacted with those individuals over the years. After the Great Upheaval, those involved had either perished or gone into hiding, leaving only the Liu family to maintain a faade.
Furthermore, why would he utter that name in my presence? Could it be that he was already aware of my identity and the associated plans? Is there a traitor within our ranks?
Liu Ruyue's expression shifted, her mind racing with implications. The clandestine plan established by the forces behind her, intending to leave a son after the father's demise, was both exceedingly secretive and perilous. Those shadowy figures behind the scenes in the capital aimed to obtain Liu Qian's supreme imperial essence while eliminating him as an unstable element. How could they allow someone to acquire a replica, leaving behind a future threat? If their scheme were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly provoke retaliation.
No!
It seems imperative to capture this oblivious scoundrel and interrogate him.
Liu Ruyue paused, resolving to take decisive action.
Given the gravity of the situation, extraordinary measures were warranted. While she dared not resort to lethal force or soul-searching against Liu Qian, a straightforward interrogation was within her courage. How dare he disregard her beauty and cast her aside? This was a perfect opportunity for reprisal. With a swift motion, she ruthlessly tossed aside the covering blanket, rising slowly and advancing towards Liu Qian, poised to take decisive action.
Meanwhile, Liu Qian, reclining on the bed, appeared oblivious to her approach.
He leisurely extracted a book from his pocket, perusing its contents. The manuscript bequeathed to me by my master is indeed extraordinary, with every word a gem, compelling me to peruse it at every opportunity.
At that moment, he once remarked that grasping it thoroughly would suffice for a lifetime of benefit. Regrettably, there remained aspects he did not comprehend, and he could only seek further enlightenment upon their next encounter.
Suddenly, Liu Ruyue halted in her tracks, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the tome held in his hands. The so-called book left to him by his revered master. The true record of talismans. In a seemingly casual manner, Liu Qian flipped to the beginning, instantly revealing the revered name of his master.
Xuanfuzi. A shockwave coursed through Liu Ruyue as her pupils constricted,
her mind feeling as though it were on the verge of exploding.
In that moment,
her expression mirrored that of the ghostly physician in the simulator upon witnessing the 9 dragons incinerating heaven, a visage akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and retreated, lying down upon the ground, pulling the covers over herself, and drifting back into slumber, as if all her previous thoughts had never existed at all.
Chapter 58, Displaying Authority and Intimidation. Until Liu Ruyue took the initiative to lie back down,
cover herself with the quilt, and drift back into slumber, Liu Qian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly gazed at the true record of talismans in his hands, though internally he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Under the control of the Supreme Mode, his emotional fluctuations were suppressed,
rendering him as serene as an ancient well.
Having experienced the terrifying perceptive abilities of the celestial realm within the simulator, Liu Qian understood that he could not afford to make such a rudimentary mistake again.
The slightest deviation in his emotions would have been detected by Liu Ruyue, instantly exposing his facade. His gamble had paid off.
This tactic of leveraging authority and intimidation had successfully frightened her off. Previously, during his time in the antagonist simulator, the mere mention of Xuanfuzi had nearly petrified the ghost doctor, a third-tier celestial, as if the name invoked some forbidden taboo.
This sudden revelation made Liu Qian acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the enigmatic talisman master, Xuanfuzi.
Therefore, he resolved to employ this name to intimidate Liu Ruyue, hoping to see if it would indeed have an effect on her. To his astonishment, the outcome was nothing short of explosive.
Liu Ruyue, a fifth-tier celestial,
exhibited a reaction nearly identical to that of the ghost doctor in the simulator, appearing utterly stunned. Merely invoking the name had sent shivers down her spine.
Leading Liu Qian to ponder the true mastery of Xuanfuzi, was he an 8th-tier celestial, or perhaps something even greater?
Liu Qian's heart raced with astonishment as he murmured to himself. At this moment, he grasped the staggering value of the true record of talismans that had been sent from the Liu family.
In contrast, during his second simulation,
when he had asked Liu Zhong for the secret manuals, Liu Zhong had betrayed him. The Liu family, aware of his intentions, had delivered the true record of talismans to him for some ulterior motive.
Such authentic and rare texts were not easily relinquished.
They contained records of talismans from the 1st to the 5th tier, serving as invaluable resources for any noble clan seeking to cultivate corresponding talisman masters.
Furthermore, for a talisman master, this record of talisman insights was a personal treasure, seldom shared unless the relationship was profoundly close. It was precisely due to the existence of this true record of talismans that Liu Ruyue had been so easily intimidated. Did possessing it imply a connection between the Liu family and the mysterious Xuanfuzi? Could Xuanfuzi potentially belong to the same faction that protected him? Or would he only become accessible after the Liu family moved south?
Wait, that doesn't seem right. The ghost doctor had mentioned that Xuanfuzi was in the imperial capital,
not the south.
Liu Qian's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, the information too scant to decipher.
Yet one thing was certain, he had successfully subdued Liu Ruyue by invoking the name of his unseen mentor, Xuanfuzi.
He slowly lowered his gaze to the trembling figure of the mysterious celestial, shrouded in a quilt upon the carpet, and while marveling at the situation, he felt a surge of excitement within.
As long as the tiger's skin remains unscathed, the subsequent actions can be executed with unbridled audacity. Previously, there was the scheming woman Liu Ruyue lurking in the shadows, whose every move could be detected, easily exposing any misstep. However, now, even if my cultivation and other aspects were to be revealed, they could conveniently be attributed to the so-called mysterious master, Xuanfuzi. My master, Xuanfuzi. If one is unconvinced, they may seek him out. He is a formidable figure, capable of overshadowing even the Liu family. During the next antagonist simulation, I shall endeavor to unearth more information regarding my esteemed master, Xuanfuzi. Furthermore, I can leverage the identity of Xuanfuzi's disciple to connect with the forces behind Liu Ruyue. Additionally, I must venture south to the 10,000 Great Mountains to ascertain the existence that can safeguard me, as mentioned by the Liu family. However, before undertaking such endeavors, I must await the conclusion of the fourth simulation. Liu Qian cast a glance at the simulator, sighing deeply. Fully aware that the version of himself in the fourth simulation had already met his demise. The space contorts, black and white shifting. Fortunately, Yu and Su Mei were transported to an ancient, desolate forest via the life-saving blood escape talisman, rather than being sent to a lair teeming with ominous entities. Yet, even in this miraculous escape from death, your situation remains dire. Your lifespan has been nearly extinguished, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. You appear 18, yet your body harbors the frailty of a 300-year-old. Moreover, the backlash from the 9 steps to heaven and the debt to the heavens will not be settled in less than 100 or 80 years. Additionally, a chilling aura spreads within you, almost freezing you in place. You understand deeply that you have been rendered incapable. From this point onward, awaiting death is your only course. Yet, you harbor no regrets. After numerous simulations, constantly hunted and persecuted, like a stray dog subjected to relentless beatings, this time, you have finally struck back. The original body, a worthless entity, merely knows how to survive. For the sake of vengeance, it relies on me. You begin to feel an icy numbness enveloping you, your thoughts growing hazy, as you slip into unconsciousness. Brother Liu, what has happened to you? You feel so cold. In the depths of your stupor, you faintly hear Su Mei's panicked voice. In a state of unconsciousness, you were lifted and dragged away in a particular direction. 3 days later, enveloped in warmth, you gradually awaken to find yourself within a cave, cradled in the arms of Su Mei. Before you, a fire crackles, and the remnants of small creatures lie scattered around. You silently observe the exhausted Su Mei, who has succumbed to sleep, pondering how a blind woman has managed to support your helplessness, discover this cave, and survive for 3 days. In a sense, you have irrevocably altered the course of Su Mei's life, leading to her brother's untimely demise and entangling her in chaos. Despite your self-perceived heartlessness, a profound guilt now stirs within you. Had circumstances been different, your skills could have enabled you to escape this place with Su Mei. However, the encroaching chill has rendered your meridians frozen, leaving you immobile, with the vital energy within you barely stirring, akin to a cripple. At this moment, your eyes and mouth remain your only functional faculties. Contemplating suicide to end this simulation, you find yourself ensnared in a web of conflict upon gazing at the weary Su Mei before you. Damn it, what a wretched villain simulator this is. Who among villains is perpetually hunted? This damned world is bound to transform one into a ghost. Chapter 59, Liu Qian, my life has been a precarious balancing act. You harbor grave doubts about the so-called villain simulator, suspecting it aims to mold you into a future archfiend, constantly pursued and targeted. Any ordinary individual would have succumbed to darkness and sought vengeance against the world, yet your resolve remains unyielding. What on earth is happening? Observing Su Mei, who has suffered the destruction of her family due to your actions and now faces such a dismal fate, you find your heart softening. Though your demise would bring a certain relief, the fact that the other party is blind and trapped in a wild, perilous wilderness, teeming with beasts, suggests a grim outcome. For the past 3 days, Su Mei has managed to keep you alive, relying on the talismans you previously bestowed upon her. Consider it a final act of kindness before your impending death, grant her a chance to survive. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the deeply slumbering Su Mei suddenly opened her snow-white eyes, her face alight with excitement. Brother Liu, you are awake. Gazing at Su Mei,
You remain silent for a moment before choosing to reveal the truth. In a certain sense, you have wronged her.
To your surprise,
Sume seemed to already possess this knowledge. Brother has told me since childhood that if the Liu family had not come to our aid,
we would have perished from the cold that winter.
From that day forward, he declared, my life is mine to preserve, while his belongs to the Liu family.
Awaiting their claim. Brother Liu, I do not blame you. 3 days later,
you attempted to channel a portion of your spiritual energy to unlock the spatial ring, retrieving some health-enhancing elixirs and the remaining talismans, thus improving your in Sume's predicament. Each day, under your guidance as her eyes, Sume utilized the talismans to hunt beasts for sustenance, and at night, whenever the chill returned, they would huddle together for warmth. During this time, strange foreign entities emerged to attack you, yet under the protection of the talismans, you consistently managed to avert disaster. You discerned that these bizarre beings seemed particularly fixated on Sume. Her essence appeared to possess an extraordinary allure for them, leading to constant assaults. Liu Zhong had mentioned that Sume is a product of the union between human and otherworldly beings, endowed with an innate cursed eye,
suggesting that one of her parents must possess an extraordinary, forbidden lineage.
Her bloodline, to those peculiar entities, might be akin to a rare delicacy. You are acutely aware that had it not been for the talismans you left behind to repel and eliminate these strange beings,
Sume's fate would likely have been dire. Yet the dilemma remains, your talismans are dwindling. And you are currently ensnared in the backlash of the Tian G9 steps, rendering you incapable of crafting more.
Once the remaining talismans are exhausted, the likelihood of Sume being devoured by these strange entities looms large. I wish to teach you the art of cultivation and the way of talismans. It is far more beneficial to impart skills than to merely provide sustenance. You intend to guide Sume onto the path of cultivation. I will follow your lead, Brother Liu, Sume acquiesced. During this period, you observed that Sume struggled to adapt to the Taiku Dragon Elephant Sutra, progressing at a sluggish pace. Conversely, she swiftly mastered the sinister Choying demon art,
quickly entering the realm of transformation.
In the realm of talismans, she exhibited remarkable talent in dark and cursed arts, astonishing you as she adeptly crafted a minor talisman, becoming a first-tier talisman master. Indeed, she lived up to her status as a hidden destined heroine, despite her pronounced inclination towards malevolent practices.
Her potential for cultivation was undeniably exceptional.
Additionally, equipped with the formidable cursed eyes, her future appeared undeniably bright.
Throughout this time,
you sensed that Sume harbored a peculiar affection for you, exhibiting a profound dependence, seemingly wishing to remain by your side perpetually.
In response,
you voiced the questions stirring within your heart.
Brother Liu possesses a unique aura, they cannot help but feel drawn to him. Moreover, when beside Brother Liu,
the turmoil within her subsides, and her eyes cease to ache, Sume candidly revealed. Endowed with a portion of a forbidden and strange bloodline, she was incessantly tormented by excruciating pain, the echoes of her cursed eyes constantly haunting her. These circumstances had long rendered her life unbearable. Yet, she was astonished to discover that when in close proximity to Liu Qian, these afflictions vanished as if suppressed by an overwhelming and terrifying force. This explained her growing reliance on you,
Supreme Emperor Bone.
Upon hearing Sume's explanation, your mind immediately turned to the Supreme Emperor Bone within you. Only such a divine entity could wield such miraculous effects.
Sume's extraordinary potential could be harnessed, perhaps becoming a powerful ally in your future endeavors.
Her cursed eyes, lethal to celestial beings, could serve as your greatest asset in vanquishing them. Furthermore, with the capabilities of your Supreme Emperor Bone to subdue her bloodline,
she could easily become your right hand.
As you began to analyze the situation calmly, it became evident that this course of action could maximize your benefits while enhancing your standing. However, a significant obstacle loomed, her brother, Su Meng. Sume's reliance on him was sufficient, but it appeared that certain matters were inevitable. In the simulator, you could act with impunity, relishing the opportunity for multiple do-overs. Yet, your reality was starkly different. You possessed but a single chance. A misstep would spell death. All you desired was to survive. A ruthless glint flickered in your eyes as you stowed away the talisman true record, rose from the bed, and made your way to the window, surveying the bustling scenes of illuminated streets and throngs of people below. He was granted an opportunity by the heavens, allowing him to encounter extraordinary power.
How could he possibly resign himself to death?
I shall not perish. I am determined to ascend in this world, step by step, to witness its splendor.
I will eliminate those who wish to harm me.
Those who desire my demise will all meet their end. Enveloped in shadows. His face flickered with a blend of time's hardships and an insatiable thirst for life. He murmured, "My existence has been like walking on thin ice."
Do you think I can reach the other shore?
Suddenly, behind him, Liu Ruyue, feigning sleep under the covers, trembled, her gaze fixed on that retreating figure, her lips moved.
Yet no sound escaped. Is this the revelation of intentions? Chapter 60, The Shattered Hope and the Deal with Liu Ruyue. Is this the moment of revelation?
Or perhaps a subtle suggestion? Liu Ruyue furrowed her brow, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of frustration.
What should have been a straightforward acquisition of the true scriptures had spiraled out of control.
It seemed that everyone had underestimated the man before her. He appeared to be fully aware of her identity and the powerful forces backing her.
Was he now attempting to win her over? After a prolonged silence, there was still no response from behind.
Liu Qian maintained his calm demeanor, fully aware that mere words would not persuade Liu Ruyue to alter her stance and support him.
He possessed no so-called kingly aura.
The silence from her side, coupled with her lack of engagement, suggested uncertainty about how much he truly knew.
And perhaps a lack of confidence in his current predicament.
Nevertheless, he was confident that he could draw Liu Ruyue onto his ship of mischief.
With a fifth transition celestial being by his side, many troubles could be effortlessly avoided.
There was no need for an immediate declaration, she could simply observe the forthcoming developments. With a decisive motion, Liu Qian retrieved a communication token from his possession, sending a message to Liu Zhong outside. Make a personal visit to bring Su Meng here discreetly. Arrange a new residence for his sister as well. Outside, Liu Zhong pondered how Liu Xiao could possibly know about the assassins assigned by the Liu family in Modu. He regarded the message with a peculiar expression but, after a moment's hesitation, chose to comply. He sensed that Liu Xiao had changed. There was an air of authority reminiscent of an elder statesman about him.
Having resolved to take complete control of Su Meng's inevitable demise was an unavoidable consequence.
Liu Qian, of course, held no compassion. Once all arrangements were in place, his gaze returned to the villain simulator. Murmuring to himself, "I knew I wouldn't engage in pointless actions. It has provided me with a heroine strategy manual, along with a heroine development guide. This will facilitate my practical application moving forward." 1 month later, Su Mei's cultivation surged impressively, reaching the pinnacle of the transcendent stage. And she made significant strides in talisman crafting, establishing a preliminary survival capability. You glimpsed a flicker of hope, realizing that perhaps there was still a chance for survival. You persuaded Su Mei to lead you over mountains and valleys toward the 10,000 Great Mountains, seeking a potential protector.
Su Mei agreed. Setting off with you in the morning and seeking warmth in a cave with you by night.
You began to open your hearts to one another. And the bond between you seemed to deepen. However, your condition continued to deteriorate, the cold poison within you had reached a critical stage, spreading relentlessly. And the backlash from the ninth step of heaven became increasingly uncontainable. 2 months later, due to your inability to cultivate and repay the debt to the heavens, your own cultivation began to unravel, reclaimed by the universe, plummeting from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 3rd realm of profound understanding.
3 months later,
your cultivation fell to the 2nd realm of spirit attraction, your vitality started to wane, and your visage aged prematurely.
4 months later,
your cultivation had descended to the 1st realm of mundane transformation, you resembled a flickering candle in the wind, unable to maintain the youthful grace you once possessed.
Now transformed into an elderly figure.
By the 5th month, your cultivation was entirely seized by the heavens, relegating you to the status of a mere mortal.
Your life force teetering on the brink of extinction. You realized the grim reality that you might be facing death. At this moment,
you had only just entered the vast mountain range, with the destination still a distant dream. Entering the mountains, crossing barriers, paying homage at temples, and navigating rivers. You had merely taken the first step. "Brother Liu, we have entered the mountains, please hold on, I will find a way for you," Su Mei wept uncontrollably,
trembling as she clung to you.
"It's all my fault, it took me so long to break through to the 2nd realm of spirit attraction.
My progress is too slow. Having become a cultivator herself, she could distinctly sense the weakening aura emanating from you. Akin to a candle flame that could be extinguished at any moment. After nearly half a year spent together in the mountains, your relationship had blossomed. Despite not having crossed certain thresholds, Sume regarded you as her sole reason for existence. Sighing inwardly, you acknowledged that you could not endure much longer, weakly jesting, well, it's alright, this is fate. Do I look terrible now, all these wrinkles making me resemble an old man?
You look not terrible at all. No matter how you change, I will never disdain you, Sume replied, holding you tightly, her voice resolute. Just as you were nestled in each other's warmth. An unexpected sound of footsteps pierced the air. Step. 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 An uninvited guest had arrived. Sume's expression shifted as she sensed a terrifying threat. Her snow-white eyes turned towards the newcomer, rapidly darkening, emanating an aura of curses. Since her cultivation began, her mastery over the cursed gaze had advanced significantly.
Capable of erupting at any moment. Though unable to see, she discerned the identity of the newcomer through their aura. It was none other than Liu Ruyue. At that moment,
you swiftly struck, knocking Sume unconscious in an instant. In her final moment of consciousness, she gazed at you in disbelief, Brother Liu.
With a soft thud, Sume collapsed into your embrace. Aware of Liu Ruyue's formidable strength, you understood that Sume stood no chance against her.
This sudden action caused Liu Ruyue to halt, astonished by your unexpected maneuver.
Throughout it all, your expression remained serene. You knew I would come? Liu Ruyue furrowed her brow. Unable to penetrate the depths of your thoughts.
I am uncertain, yet I hope you are the first to discover me. It appears that fortune is on my side.
You calmly spoke. The newcomer is Liu Ruyue, which signifies that there is still room for negotiation.
If he is indeed the orchestrator behind the scenes, then his fate is sealed. Let us strike a bargain. I shall provide you with what you desire, and in return, you will take her away and ensure her survival.
You have articulated your intentions.
In your current predicament, death is inevitable. Your only option is to secure a future for Sume. Her lineage and constitution will only attract bizarre and otherworldly beings, and as time progresses, these entities will grow increasingly formidable, ultimately leading to her demise.
In contrast,
returning to the cities of the Great Xia Empire would at least afford her some basic assurances of life.
Of course, you may refuse.
In which case you shall inherit my lifeless form and extract what you seek from it.
Liu Ruyue furrowed his brow, regarding you with a cool gaze.
Then glanced at the unconscious Sume. I did not expect you to possess such sentimental inclinations.
Very well, I accept your terms.
You were seized by the ankle and led toward a nearby cave.
Chapter 61, The Conclusion of the Fourth Simulation.
You feel as though you are akin to the monk Tang Sang, whose flesh invariably attracts all manner of demons and spirits,
each longing to take a bite and seize something from you.
Among them are the shadowy orchestrators scheming for your very bones, alongside the earnest seeker of enlightenment, Liu Ruyue. Alas, this incarnation of Tang Sang does not possess the longevity of legend, rather, death looms ominously,
compelling you to strike a bargain with Liu Ruyue to secure a means of retreat for Sume. Yet,
the Liu Ruyue who had seemed so amiable moments ago reveals her true nature.
Slap. Ah, so you fancy yourself a monkey, do you? Did you think me mere air?
Those who pursue me stretch from the magic city to the imperial capital.
I possess both form and beauty, and you dare to belittle me? Who do you think you are, you scoundrel?
Perhaps it is the memory of having been toyed with twice before that fuels Liu Ruyue's bitter resentment. She appears eager to exact her revenge upon you.
Shocking. A 300-year-old man brutally beaten by the belle of the magic city. Is this a decline in morality or?
Amidst the beating, you come to realize that this seemingly aloof and cold woman harbors a petty vindictiveness, sparing not even the elderly.
During the tumult,
you faintly hear Sume's anguished cries as she awakens, calling for her elder brother in despair. This woman, so vengeful and so small-minded.
Lu Qian's gaze shifts to the motionless Liu Ruyue behind him, and he silently mourns for his simulated self. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, Liu Ruyue suddenly throws off her covers, glaring back with fierce intensity, only to huff and retreat once more beneath her blanket.
In this moment, she exhibits a hint of trepidation towards the drastically transformed Liu Qian.
Several hours later, having obtained the true scripture, Liu Ruyue's spirits lift considerably as she once again renders Su Mei unconscious, preparing to depart. Just before her exit, she seems to recall something, perhaps out of pity for your impending demise, and divulges a few tidbits of information. You slain that ghostly physician. And this incident has stirred quite the commotion in the capital of the Great Xia, alarming many while prompting others to take action to protect you. One particularly influential noblewoman has spoken out. The individuals who sought to harm you have been dealt with, incurring significant costs, and have since become much more subdued. Thus, this explains why, for the past 6 months, that individual has refrained from pursuing you. An influential noblewoman? To think she could subdue the mastermind behind it all? A glimmer of astonishment flickers in your muddied eyes, your lips parting in silent disbelief. You are taken aback by the existence of such a formidable ally on your behalf. Could this powerful noblewoman also be of royal descent? Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes, this prince. However, it seems that time has run out, you are on the brink of death, yet why did the opponent not strike sooner? Perhaps that formidable noblewoman, witnessing your impending demise, chose to intervene just slightly, to punish the mastermind? Perhaps to provide an explanation to those who stand behind you? Is this akin to Zhou Yu striking Huanggai? A sardonic smile graces your lips as your heart begins to slow, its rhythm faltering. Liu Ruyue remains silent, cradling the unconscious Su Mei and departing without a word. In a confrontation of such magnitude, even she can only serve as a pawn, lacking any control over the situation. She has left. In the final moments of your life, you seem to glimpse a shadow emerging shortly after Liu Ruyue's departure, approaching you with a black blade in hand. It appears the other party has been waiting for quite some time, their impatience palpable. The master speaks, muttering that beyond the Imperial Bone, a secret technique capable of significantly enhancing one's realm must also be acquired. Your corpse is subjected to a soul search. The Tian Jiubu within your mind possesses a uniqueness that renders it impervious to theft or reading. The special mechanism of the villain simulator is triggered, safeguarding your soul and resulting in the failure of this soul search. You have perished, the simulation concludes. A new lead emerges, that formidable noblewoman. She seemingly aided me. But what lies beneath the surface? Is it merely to provide a dying person with an explanation? Lu Qian gazes at the ending screen of the simulator, his brow furrowed, only to slowly relax after a prolonged moment of contemplation. What appears to be great loyalty may indeed mask profound treachery, revealing her not to be a benevolent figure. For an ordinary person, they might easily be deceived by the superficial appearances. Moreover, the moment that figure in black appeared following Liu Ruyue, they seemed eager to unearth bones and search souls. Perhaps they are connected to that noblewoman. Clearly, the emergence of the Tian Jiubu has caught the attention of many. A formidable technique from the fourth realm, capable of slaying an eighth realm celestial being, is astonishing. Even with external factors at play, if obtained and imparted to the dead soldiers, it could wield significant influence. However, the fact that the Tian Jiubu cannot be seized during a soul search, possessing a certain peculiarity that prevents its dissemination, astonishes you. You are intrigued by the uniqueness of the Tian Jiubu simultaneously. The special mechanism of the villain simulator makes you realize that your soul is protected. Methods such as soul searching are likely futile against you. In this way, your identity as a traveler can remain concealed. He begins to discern that Liu Ruyue, this enigmatic celestial being, appears initially cold, proud, and somewhat sharp-tongued, holding grudges and being petty, yet underneath it all, she possesses a fundamentally good nature. Not only did she come to his aid during critical moments and exhibit a commendable demeanor, but she also provided him with numerous invaluable pieces of special information. When it appeared that he was facing his final hour, she even managed to buy him some time, allowing him to depart more swiftly and with considerably less suffering. All while shrouding certain secrets. However, she evidently failed to anticipate that the enigmatic figure in black would possess the ability to commune with the dead. With a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, Lu Qian leaned against the window, observing the quilt bundled up on the carpet, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. It seemed that the villain simulator not only revealed various timelines of the future but also discerned the attitudes of different factions towards him, enabling him to identify allies from foes in advance. The fourth simulation has concluded, the final settlement is about to commence. Boom!
A river of time suddenly emerged before him, freezing everything in place as if time itself had come to a halt. Fragments of this temporal river incessantly replayed scenes from within the simulator. With a swift motion, an elderly figure, with a head full of white hair and a visage that bore a striking resemblance to his youthful self, gradually materialized.
Liu Qian raised his brow,
astonished by the sight before him, for this seemed markedly different from previous simulation conclusions.
Could it be that circumstances had shifted following the official simulation? Boom! At that moment,
the aged figure was suddenly enveloped by radiant orbs of diverse hues, coalescing into 6 distinct fruits of the Tao. The host may choose 3 options from the following 6. Option 1, 9 steps to heaven, fragment. Option 2, celestial relics, ghostly medical sovereign. Option 3, solidified purple talent, talisman Tao seed. Option 4, 9 dragons incinerate heaven, variant talisman technique. Option 5, yin yang boundless pill, 5th rank medicine. Option 6, mastery of the majestic overlord dragon fist. Chapter 62, Celestial Treasures. The Qianin treasure mirror. I choose the first, second, and third rewards. Upon witnessing the 6 available rewards, Liu Qian hesitated not at all, directly opting for the initial 3, dismissing the rest without a second thought. The 9 steps to heaven and other rewards would surely be reacquired in the future with the talisman Tao seed, a purple innate talent. Although the yin-yang limitless pill could assist him in surpassing the 5th realm, given his innate abilities, it was merely a matter of time. If all else failed, venturing into the mysterious secret realm and eliminating the elder of the Li family would certainly yield the desired outcome. The majestic dragon fist was the least cost-effective choice, which he promptly disregarded without hesitation. Swish! 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 The shallow golden Tao fruit, the deep purple Tao fruit, and the light purple Tao fruit, which floated above the aged elder, fell instantaneously. These represented 9 steps to heaven, talisman Tao seed, and celestial remnants, drifting toward Liu Qian. Boom! As the 3 Tao fruits merged within him, Liu Qian felt a tumultuous wave surging in his mind. Countless talismanic inscriptions etched themselves deeply into his soul. In an instant, he thoroughly mastered the first 7 steps of 9 steps to heaven and the power of talisman Tao seed. A vast and profound force rooted in the depths of his soul propelled him into a new realm. The 7 heavenly talisman, floating within his soul, could be activated at any moment, allowing him to expend his life force and ascend to the 7th realm of sainthood. Even the embryonic form of the mutated talisman, 9 dragons burning heaven, began to slowly take shape in his mind. No wonder the character I simulated in the antagonist simulator was so arrogant. With such a plethora of hidden strengths, unleashing his full power could briefly transcend 3 major realms, directly contending with celestial beings. Who would not be bold in such a position? As Liu Qian sensed the profound transformation within him, his confidence expanded immensely at that moment. To possess a sword and choose not to wield it is an entirely different concept from being unable to wield one. The former holds the power to upend tables, while the latter faces only the fate of being overturned. He aspired to be the former, not the latter. Crack! As the simulation concluded, the river of time began to crumble gradually. The aged elder before him started to dissolve into sand, merging into the river of time. Liu Qian felt the restraints on him begin to dissipate, his gaze eagerly fixed on the aged elder, hoping that he could replicate the previous miracle and bestow a Tao fruit upon him. However, to his great disappointment, the elder merely stirred slightly, creating a faint disturbance in the river of time before fading away into obscurity. Furrowing his brow, Liu Qian silently observed the retreating river of time, regaining his freedom of movement, and speculated, was there insufficient resentment from the elder in life? During the 3rd antagonist simulation, the corpse's resentment had nearly shattered the heavens, incessantly muttering about revenge until death, ultimately forcing a Tao fruit into his hands. In contrast, this time's antagonist simulation lacked such intense resentment. Instead, he had vanquished the revered ghost doctor, delivering a resounding slap to the true instigator behind the scenes, a moment of unbridled satisfaction, devoid of any regrets. It was time to ascertain the extent of the ghost doctor's legacy, a figure of the 3rd tier of celestial beings. Liu Qian extended his hand, and instantly a spatial ring materialized, formed from the recently acquired pale purple Tao fruit. Simultaneously, it was a reward for eliminating the ghost doctor during this villainous simulation. However, At that moment, the ring was imbued with the remnants of the ghost doctor's consciousness, which he had been powerless to breach. But now, the circumstances had changed.
Break for me!
Lu Qian's mental energy surged forth, and his eyes were momentarily enveloped in a golden light, shattering the residual divine will within the spatial ring. In an instant, a dazzling array of treasures unfolded before his eyes, nearly blinding him with their brilliance. Bottles and jars filled with potent medicinal herbs. Mountains of medical and alchemical tomes, and a fiery crimson alchemical furnace emanating flames. Among these, the most striking was the perilously alluring Qian treasure mirror.
Whom?
Liu Ruyue curiously emerged from beneath her covers, sensing something amiss, and gradually revealed her head. What she beheld was astonishing.
Lu Qian clutched a spatial ring of exceptional quality, seemingly in the midst of exploration.
In the next moment, to her astonishment, Lu Qian's hand suddenly bore the radiant blue glow of the Qian treasure mirror. This artifact exuded an aura of sovereign pressure unique to celestial beings.
A celestial artifact. Liu Ruyue could not suppress her exclamation, her gaze fixated on the treasure.
This was a powerful artifact that could only be wielded flawlessly by those of the celestial realm, possessing terrifying capabilities. Such treasures were rare even within the Great Xia Empire.
Some celestial beings of lesser repute merely utilized entry-level artifacts.
Yet, Lu Qian, at this moment, radiated merely the aura of the fourth realm,
raising the question of how he could possess a celestial artifact.
This scene resembled a child grasping gold. She felt a pang of envy.
At this moment,
Lu Qian appeared oblivious to Liu Ruyue's fervent gaze, engrossed in examining the Qian treasure mirror.
This item nearly cost me my life during this villainous simulation.
Qian treasure mirror, celestial artifact crafted primarily from 10,000-year-old profound ice and supplemented with extremely refined iron, nurtured within the molten core of the earth for a century. It harbors the essence of extreme cold, capable of emitting an aura of profound radiating divine light, freezing all things, and immobilizing everything. Gazing at the description provided by the villain simulation device, Lu Qian discerned the overwhelming might of this celestial artifact. Had the ghost doctor not possessed this treasure to shield himself at a crucial moment, he would have surely been overwhelmed. It was precisely because of this item that all his strategies had been rendered futile, putting him on the brink of defeat. Were it not for the intervention of a certain destined protagonist, he would have likely faced a perilous counterattack from the ghost doctor.
The value of this item is extraordinary.
It may very well be the most precious treasure I possess, second only to the Supreme Emperor's Bone. While the life-substituting blood escape talisman holds considerable worth.
It is merely a one-time use talisman, incomparable to this celestial artifact.
Once activated with full force and illuminated by the divine light of the treasure appraisal. Even celestial beings can be frozen in place, making it an invaluable asset for critical moments, perfect for eliminating foes and seizing treasures. Chapter 63, The Legacy of the Alchemist and the Assassin Hidden in the Shadows. Aside from the Qian treasure mirror, the spatial ring was densely packed with medical books,
medicinal herbs, jars of elixirs, and a highly ranked alchemical furnace.
The value contained within was truly unimaginable. It was astonishing to discover that this revered ghost physician was not only a third-order celestial but also an alchemist of considerable rank.
After all, the ghost physician was renowned across the Great Xia for his medical prowess. In the antagonistic simulation, it was no wonder that the reaction from the mastermind after eliminating the ghost physician was so immense. On one hand, they lost a third-order celestial, and on the other, a high-ranking alchemist. How could such a loss not provoke a significant response?
Lu Qian gazed at the wealth contained within the spatial ring, a smile threatening to break free from his lips. Not to mention the numerous elixirs and herbs within, even the books alone constituted an unfathomable fortune. With a swift motion, he hung the treasure mirror at his waist and conjured a recipe book from thin air, casually flipping through its pages, disregarding Liu Ruyue's astonished gaze. A succession of alchemical formulas unfolded before his eyes: human face elixir, scorpion elixir, 100 insect elixir, blood poison elixir. This was a complete legacy of an alchemist,
boasting an impressive 8th rank.
The only lamentable aspect was that this alchemical tradition was not aligned with orthodox practices, leaning instead towards the sinister, malicious, and corrosive,
deemed a deviation of the art of alchemy.
The formulas documented within were predominantly toxic elixirs, malevolent concoctions, and blood elixirs, all possessing significant side effects and lethal potential. The materials required for their crafting were equally nefarious, and their effects were bizarre. No wonder the earlier rumors suggested that the ghost physician was capable of both killing and saving a life. While this alchemical legacy was indeed peculiar and not as commendable as the orthodox path, its value was still considerable. Having primarily focused on the path of talismans, I find it unsuitable to concurrently pursue alchemy, as it would demand excessive energy. However, I could contemplate entrusting it to Su Mei for her cultivation.
Given her constitution, mastering such wicked arts would undoubtedly lead to accelerated progress.
Coupled with her deadly cursed eyes, she could swiftly attain combat prowess, lethal and formidable. As Lu Qian made this decision, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection.
The ghost physician proved to be far more complex than initially perceived.
Had it not been for the numerous fortuitous arrangements, capturing him would have been a challenge. Leaving aside the matter of the toxic alchemist's methods,
previous encounters had not revealed any of his capabilities.
By slaying a ghost physician, he had inadvertently become immensely wealthy.
The legacy of the alchemist.
Liu Ruyue's lips twitched as she observed Lu Qian producing yet another alchemical legacy, casually perusing its contents, leaving her in a state of disbelief. First the celestial artifact,
and now the legacy of an alchemist. What other treasures might lie within that spatial ring?
Surely, there must be a dedicated alchemical furnace as well.
This scoundrel seems to be extraordinarily affluent. Does he not fear that I might steal from him? The ethereal voice of Liu Ruyue,
tinged with a hint of envy, reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, she had already risen and stood before Lu Qian, her gaze fixed upon him with unwavering intensity.
A mere cultivator at the fourth realm, possessing such a plethora of treasures, would undoubtedly stir desire in anyone's heart.
This scoundrel was clearly tempting her to commit a transgression.
In the face of Liu Ruyue's subtly veiled threat, Lu Qian paused his movements, nodding ever so slightly.
A smile gracing his lips as he met the woman's gaze with calm assurance, his voice resonating with an unimaginable confidence and authority. I dare to present these treasures,
for I fear not your attempts to seize them. Do you ponder where these possessions originated? And what of celestial beings? I have slain them before. You are welcome to test your luck.
Host, Lu Qian, age 18, occupation, talismancer, 5th rank, realm, pinnacle of divine powers, techniques, 4th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, celestial level. 5th layer of the Thousand Shadows demonic technique, celestial level, true record of talismans, divine techniques, Dragon Elephant dominance technique, shadow mimicry, shape-shifting, vast overlord dragon fist, supreme mode.
9 steps to heaven, fragment, constitution, Supreme Imperial Bone. Talent, oily feet, blue, invisible, red, talisman exceed, purple, items, life-substituting blood escape talisman.
Mysterious treasure mirror, celestial artifact, celestial legacy, ghostly medical sovereign, simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 62,000, with an abundance of hidden cards at his disposal. He had cultivated the audacity to stand unafraid before this enigmatic celestial being. In such a direct confrontation, he could not afford to be at a disadvantage. His overt display of treasures was intended to capture her attention and astonishment, thereby seizing the initiative.
What of celestial beings? I have slain them before. Liu Ruyue's pupils constricted as she instantly grasped the crux of the matter.
This rogue had indeed slain a celestial being, and the items he possessed were likely plundered.
Yet, a 4th realm cultivator slaying an 8th realm celestial was nothing short of fantastical.
Yet at this moment, she discerned no trace of deception in his gaze, but rather an endless, untamed brilliance that pierced through her senses.
Could it be true that Lu Qian had truly killed a celestial being, granting him such audacity? Wait.
If he were indeed a disciple of that individual, it would not be implausible.
With such prowess, the so-called celestial strongman would be akin to an ant in his grasp. If only Lu Qian were left with some means. Damn! How had the incompetent fools of my family managed affairs these years? Why were they oblivious to such crucial matters?
They dared to label him a mere playboy. What playboy could slay a celestial being?
They are all useless. They ought to be executed without delay. Ding!
Mysterious celestial Liu Ruyue harbors a flicker of trepidation towards you. Congratulations, host, you have gained villain points 2000. Instantly, the voice of the villain simulator echoed in Lu Qian's mind. He observed Liu Ruyue's eyes flicker as she began to avert her gaze, revealing her apprehension.
Humph.
A virtuous woman does not engage in conflict with a man, she seeks repose.
Having suffered a setback, Liu Ruyue turned away, wrapping herself in the blanket like a cocoon, feigning death once more.
There was an undeniable charm to her actions. Liu Qian could not help but chuckle.
Clearly, he understood that Liu Ruyue had likely conjured thoughts of her elusive master, Zuanfuzi. What kind of terror must Zuanfuzi embody to instill such fear even in a fifth-tier celestial being?
Suddenly, as he leaned against the doorframe, a sharp pain pierced through his body, emanating from the talisman seed within him, as if it were issuing a warning.
Liu
Qian's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze drifted outside the window. Just moments ago, he had sensed a faint hint of killing intent. His eye swept over Qi Wei and the others below, landing on a shadowy corner outside the Century Hotel. He paused briefly before quickly shifting his focus elsewhere.
Ah. So it is you. Ha?
That young man's gaze seemed to sweep over here just now.
Could it be that he has discovered my presence? How could an ordinary person possibly penetrate the veil of my thousand shadow magic?
The thousand shadow assassin, concealed in the shadows, felt a jolt of anxiety,
only to soon relax again.
He held considerable confidence in his thousand shadow magic. His gaze shifted toward the figure standing at the highest window of the Century Hotel, and he could not resist the urge to lick his lips with a slender tongue. He, the prey I have my sights on, shall not escape. They believe that hiding within those walls guarantees their safety, but it is merely akin to catching a turtle in a jar.
Chapter 64, Liu Qian's First Strike. Liu Ruyue's Shock.
The Li family's uselessness is no longer to be relied upon, it is I who must bear the weight of the crisis.
In just 4 days,
the esteemed one will descend upon the demon city, and at that moment, this so-called impregnable fortress will be reduced to mere rubble before his presence.
Enjoy these fleeting moments of joy, young man, for soon you shall find no opportunity to do so again.
The shadow assassin scoffed, clearly considering Liu Qian, who was hidden within the Century Hotel, as good as dead.
Convinced of the Li family's failure and his own isolation, he hastily summoned reinforcements from above, eager for a more formidable presence.
To his astonishment, he received a delightful surprise: a mysterious esteemed one was dispatched. Those recognized as esteemed within the organization were all superlative beings of the Eighth Realm. He could only wonder which esteemed individual had arrived this time. If he could establish a connection with such a significant figure, he might finally obtain the true essence of the Thousand Shadows demon art. Just as the shadow assassin indulged in his fantasies, his expression shifted abruptly. The figure that had been standing at the top window of the Century Hotel had inexplicably vanished.
How could it have disappeared so suddenly?
It had been there just moments ago.
At that moment,
a faint voice emerged from behind. So it was you who lured the ghostly physician's mutt here.
Swish.
Caught in a moment of distraction, the shadow assassin's pupils contracted violently,
as if doused in icy water, rendering him utterly chilled.
His concealed face was a mask of disbelief.
How could this be possible? Someone had approached him without a sound. Moreover, he had gone unnoticed.
This was a crushing defeat for a master of stealth like him. To make matters worse, he suddenly found the voice behind him eerily familiar, as if he had heard it before. It seemed to belong to his target within the Century Hotel.
Shadow barbs, swoosh.
A shadow surged from the ground,
aiming to pierce the intruder.
Swish. Yet, the shadowy spike met nothing but air. The shadow assassin's expression shifted as he stared at the empty ground behind him, his face a portrait of shock, as if he had seen a ghost.
How could this be? Clap.
A chill-laden arm suddenly patted his shoulder, the voice whispering,
"Looking for me?"
Swish. The hair on the back of the shadow assassin's neck stood on end as he whirled around,
only to be met by a familiar youthful face smiling back at him. It was none other than Liu Qian. In Liu Qian's hand was an ancient, ethereal blue treasure mirror, emanating a faint glow and an aura of extreme cold. "It's you!" Crack. In an instant,
this elusive and troublesome shadow assassin was engulfed by the icy chill, transforming into a vividly lifelike ice sculpture. The visage of the ice sculpture retained a haunting mixture of astonishment and terror, interwoven in a manner that defied comprehension.
One could hardly anticipate that what was deemed a feeble target possessed such formidable capabilities.
With a single strike, it had dispatched this extraordinary assassin with ease. The talent known as "you cannot see me" proved to be truly fearsome for ambushes. A mere misstep could lead to dire consequences. Coupled with the Qian treasure mirror, a divine artifact, eliminating an extraordinary assassin became a task as effortless as swatting a fly. However, the expenditure of this celestial artifact was equally daunting. Even a slight invocation of its chilling power drained nearly 80% of my spiritual energy. Lu Qian gazed calmly at the ice sculpture before him, stowing away the Qian treasure mirror, and murmured to himself. Having identified the latent threat posed by the Thousand Shadows assassin, he was determined not to let it linger, opting instead to eliminate it to prevent any future complications. This formidable assassin, who had effortlessly slain him in the inaugural villain simulator, was now utterly insignificant in the face of his current prowess. Utilizing a few trump cards to extinguish the opponent was akin to crushing an ant, hardly a challenge. It was no wonder that during the last villain simulation, the Ghost Doctor had unexpectedly appeared. It seemed he had underestimated this foe. After dealing with the Li family, he should have considered digging deep to unearth this menace. Previously, Lu Qian had suspected that the Li family had orchestrated events behind the scenes, alerting the Ghost Doctor, which led to the destruction of the Century Hotel, the capture and brutal demise of Su Meng, and the severe wounding of Lu Zhong. Little did he know that the true architect of these calamities was the very Thousand Shadows assassin before him. Regrettably, the realization came too late. The assassin had already dispatched a message and established contact with the hidden mastermind. The arrival of the Ghost Doctor in 4 days appeared inevitable. Crack! Lu Qian casually removed the storage pouch from the Thousand Shadows assassin, breaking the seals and beginning his investigation. An extraordinary being like the Thousand Shadows assassin could not possess a spatial ring like the formidable Ghost Doctor. Note: storage pouches have limited space and stability. They may lose or damage their contents if subjected to strong impacts. Note: spatial rings offer larger, more stable storage and are not easily compromised. Ding! Host has easily eradicated the Thousand Shadows assassin, eliminating a potential threat, and received rewards: Shadow Mimicry Enhancement, Villain Points 1500. Clap! A specially crafted communication token was extracted from the storage pouch, evidently the means through which the Thousand Shadows assassin had contacted his superiors. It might be prudent to consider delivering a surprise to that neutered canine. Lu Qian regarded the token in his hand, then looked back at the ice sculpture of the assassin, his gaze shifting as a scheme began to take shape in his mind. However, before proceeding, further simulations were necessary. What a peculiar ability, it eludes even my scrutiny. Is it a spatial power? To have so effortlessly slain an extraordinary being is astonishing. Liu Ruyue, who had been observing Lu Qian, bore witness to the moment he dispatched the Thousand Shadows assassin, her expression momentarily tightening with concern. The man seems to harbor an abundance of secrets, consistently exhibiting unimaginable tactics. This starkly contrasts with the information at hand. Could it be the power of the Supreme Emperor's Bone, which nearly brought about the ruin of the entire Great Xia Empire? With a sudden clap, Lu Qian reappeared on the top floor of the Century Hotel. Throughout his absence, Qi Wei and the others below remained oblivious to the fact that the young master they were tasked to protect had meandered about. The innate ability known as "you cannot see me" has become increasingly formidable with the enhancement of his strength, manifesting a terrifying prowess in the realm of reality. Perhaps only Liu Ruyue, who had been attentively monitoring him from within the room, could vaguely sense his fleeting departure and return. However, when Lu Qian cast his gaze toward her, he was momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, she had playfully transitioned from the carpet to the bed, having claimed his spot. Mischievous. Chapter 65, Lu Qian, I am your father, mischievous. Lu Qian chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. His tolerance for Liu Ruyue remained remarkably high. After all, they had shared a significant bond during the previous encounters as adversaries. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Lu Zhong's voice resonated from outside. Young Master Liu, Su Meng has been brought in, and the other arrangements are in place. They certainly acted swiftly. With a decisive sound, the door swung open, revealing 2 figures. Beside Lu Zhong stood a young man, whose resolute features and slightly gaunt physique caught Lu Qian's attention for a fleeting moment, evoking a sense of subtle complexity. He then spoke with measured calmness, Lu Zhong, prepare him for me. I have sensed an unusual atmosphere these past few days.
A public substitute is necessary for assurance.
Understood. Young Master Liu Zhong nodded in agreement, recognizing the commonality of such tactics among noble families. Although he believed that as long as he remained in the capital with his formidable strength, no harm could befall young Master Liu, he would dutifully comply with the order. Serve as my substitute, and according to the rules, should any misfortune befall you, I will ensure your family is cared for, granting them a life of affluence and security. If all goes well, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable future. Lu Qian regarded Su Meng, who was destined for demise, and spoke in a gentle tone.
Thank you.
Young Master Liu, Su Meng exhaled deeply, determination etched across her face, gratitude overwhelming her. As a loyal soldier, it was her duty to face peril for her master. Even in death, her sister would be well looked after by the Liu family. If she survived, there awaited a promising future. One that could provide her sister with a better living environment. Perhaps she could even request young Master Liu's assistance in treating Mayor's eyes. In that moment, Su Meng harbored dreams and excitement for what lay ahead, blissfully unaware that she had embarked on a path of no return. Such is the power of authority. With a mere word, one can compel another to embrace death willingly, all while expressing gratitude for the opportunity bestowed upon them. Having arranged everything, Lu Qian returned to his chamber, his heart tranquil, even tinged with self-mockery. He made himself comfortable on the bed. Nudging Liu Ruyue aside and commandeering half of the blanket, as if they were an elderly couple. After all, they had shared the role of spouses multiple times in their previous simulations, becoming familiar companions. Now, it was time to commence the fifth simulation. This time, he would attempt to confront Liu Ruyue directly, seeking to forge an alliance while gauging her stance. Advance to the mysterious realm and acquire the complete 9 steps to the sky. Lurk patiently and capture Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, to extract the elder from him. Beyond that, exert every effort to transcend my current limitations and head southward to the vast mountains. Seeking a meeting with the entity from the Liu family that can offer me protection, to discern what support remains at my disposal. Having roughly contemplated the forthcoming actions of the antagonist, Lu Qian calmed his mind and surveyed the ample supply of villain points before him. Villain points, 63,500, such a generous reserve of villain points instilled him with profound confidence. The villain simulator commenced its 5th simulation. Ding! 5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to exchange for 1 instance of villain life simulation.
Ding! The 5th villain life simulation is now underway.
The host has retained the talent fabrication, green, from the previous simulation at the cost of 5,000 villain points. Shall this be selected directly for this simulation?
The host may also refresh and undergo a new round of talent extraction. The retained talents will be forfeited.
Resolutely, he opted for the talent fabrication, green. Lu Qian furrowed his brow but did not hesitate in his decision.
The prospect of refreshing for new talents was uncertain.
And losing the previously retained fabrication would render his villain points wasted. Moreover, the potential of fabrication was boundless and exceptional. It would certainly prove beneficial in the forthcoming simulation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the temporary talent, fabrication, green. The lies you tell are not believed even by ghosts, yet humans will, to some extent,
accept them. Simulation commences.
On the surface, as the debauched young master, you have come to realize your extraordinary identity and the imminent crisis approaching.
At this moment, you discover that you have awakened a new talent, fabrication.
You perceive that your words seem to possess a peculiar quality, compelling people to subconsciously believe, to some degree. At this juncture,
there are 4 days until the arrival of the ghostly medical sovereign in the Magic City.
And 2 days until the opening of the mysterious realm in the coastal waters of the Magic City. Though time is of the essence, you remain unhurried, intending to first experiment with the effects of this green talent, fabrication.
As for the target of your experiment? Slap! You awaken the slumbering Liu Ruyue beside you. Lu Qian! What are you doing?
Liu Ruyue exclaimed, irritation evident in her voice, still groggy from sleep. Having just fallen asleep, she was understandably frustrated by the disturbance.
Liu Ruyue, I have something important to tell you. You speak earnestly. What important matter?
Under the influence of fabrication, Liu Ruyue's anger dissipates instinctively. And she begins to regard you with seriousness. At this moment, she harbors a few suspicions, yet the ensuing revelation surpasses her expectations entirely.
Liu Ruyue. I am your father. With a serious expression, you spoke up. Father, how could this be?
Liu Ruyue was momentarily taken aback, her mind instinctively acknowledging your words. And she looked at you with newfound respect, almost rushing to embrace you. However, as a fifth-tier celestial being, her true power far surpassed yours. Though briefly swayed by your influence, she quickly regained her composure, erupting in fury. This unexpected reaction made you realize the remarkable potential of your ability, fabrication of words,
which could even momentarily affect someone as formidable as Liu Ruyue. Indeed, such a skill was extraordinary.
It is important to note that even a fleeting disturbance in influence held unimaginable value. In the throes of life and death struggles, such possibilities could prove fatal. This was nothing short of a divine technique.
You scoundrel, how dare you? I will kill you.
Liu Ruyue exploded in rage, her eyes turning fierce like a furious mother tiger. She rolled up her sleeves, pinning you to the ground, and began to pummel your chest with her small fists. You found yourself restrained, enduring her onslaught.
Chapter 66, preemptively entering the secret realm, ambushing the protagonist Qian, seizing the golden finger grandpa. What exactly did you just do to me? Liu Ruyue questioned with a gaze as frigid as ice. At that moment, her fury was nearly palpable. She had audaciously referred to you as a mere child. An affront of the highest order. Had it been anyone else, she would have swiftly silenced them with lethal force. However, your unique identity rendered such actions unfeasible. One could neither easily kill nor scold you, leaving her with no choice but to endure and retaliate with a few strikes. Despite her anger, she quickly realized that something was amiss. As a fifth-tier celestial being, her consciousness was typically impervious to external influences. Yet she had evidently been affected by some unseen force. It was utterly unfathomable that a mere fourth-tier practitioner could disrupt the composure of someone at her level. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. You indeed had significant matters to discuss. Rubbing your chest, you winced in pain, recalling the ferocity of the enraged tigress who had attacked you. Thankfully, she had restrained her strength, or you might not have survived. During the commotion, you had attempted to invoke your green talent, endless deception, to halt her onslaught. But to no avail. Clearly, this ability was most effective against those of lower realms, with its potency diminishing against higher-tiered opponents who had become wary of its effects. Even so, it still held merit as a green talent. I wish to converse with the individual behind you, you stated earnestly, revealing your true intention. You intended to probe into the background of Liu Ruyue's ally within this simulated world. Upon hearing your words, Liu Ruyue furrowed her brow, falling into silence. She shook her head, her expression turning frigid, signifying her refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. It was evident that this matter had crossed a boundary. She would not acquiesce. You were not surprised by this outcome. It was clear that the forces supporting Liu Ruyue were unwilling to expose themselves lightly. After all, the implications were vast. And any misstep could lead to countless casualties. Observing Liu Ruyue's demeanor, you understood that despite your earlier display of extraordinary prowess, you had failed to sway her. Thus, you adopted a more conciliatory approach. I am aware of your objectives and can assist you while ensuring your secrets remain safe, but I have a condition. What condition? Liu Ruyue finally broke her silence, intrigued. Accompany me and assist me 3 times. After that, I shall grant you what you seek. You articulated your ultimate aim. Seeking to enlist a fifth-tier celestial being as your temporary protector, shielding you from the majority of threats. Upon hearing your proposal, Liu Ruyue appeared conflicted, weighing the benefits and drawbacks. She was wary of your enigmatic mentor and your distinctive background, deterred from taking any aggressive action against you, leaving her with no choice but to comply with your request. Upon reflecting on this, her frustration was palpable. Here she was, a delicate and stunning beauty. Yet he treated her as if she were invisible, negotiating terms as if she were a mere afterthought. Ultimately, she acquiesced, temporarily assuming the role of your personal bodyguard. Come. Accompany me to a certain location, you declared, elated at having wagered correctly, leading Liu Ruyue directly towards the port of the magical metropolis. Although the secret realm would not open for another 2 days, one thing lingered in your mind. During the second villain simulation, Liu Ruyue had re-entered the secret realm with you, who had been stripped of your powers, and had concealed herself for 6 months.
This implied that this mysterious secret realm must possess alternative entrances that could be accessed beforehand. However, the threshold to enter such a portal was undoubtedly high. Only those in the celestial realm might be able to achieve it. There exists a concealed secret realm. I need your assistance in locating an entry point for early access.
You articulated. Secret realm?
Liu Ruyue responded with astonishment, gazing out at the tranquil sea, which abruptly exuded a terrifying celestial pressure, probing the surroundings inch by inch.
At that moment, you sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Liu Ruyue, far more formidable than anticipated.
Indeed, there is a secret realm.
Before long, Liu Ruyue identified an exceedingly hidden spatial fissure and decisively acted.
With a thunderous roar, the rift in space was forcefully torn open.
Let us proceed.
I shall exert my utmost effort to create an opening at this nexus of the secret realm, but it shall soon mend, Liu Ruyue shouted. Taking advantage of the fleeting opportunity before the rift could close, the two of you entered the secret realm ahead of time.
As anticipated, your conjecture proved correct. What abundant spiritual energy! This resembles an ancient secret realm. Liu Ruyue exclaimed, astonished by the richness of the spiritual essence in this place. Equally bewildered by your prior knowledge of its existence.
In that moment, your aura of mystery in her eyes seemed to amplify significantly.
You chose not to respond, further enhancing your enigmatic presence as you guided Liu Ruyue towards the ruins. Along the way, the two of you effortlessly dispatched a few unwary and peculiar creatures before finally reaching the site of the ruins. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Liu Ruyue felt her spiritual energy and cultivation rapidly dissipating, instantly alarmed. What manner of place is this?
Yet, you, endowed with the Supreme Emperor's bone, remained unharmed.
Unaffected by the surrounding environment. Silence. You abruptly seized the startled Liu Ruyue.
The aura from your Supreme Emperor's bone exuding a commanding presence that swiftly dispelled the peculiarities surrounding her.
Taken aback by your mysterious ability, Liu Ruyue,
who had just been shouting, was now rendered speechless, akin to a fierce tigress transformed into a docile wife, following closely behind you.
I found it. Soon enough.
You arrived at the depths of the ruins, where you beheld a fragmented statue and the parchment hovering above it, inscribed with the steps to ascend to the heavens. This time, Qian did not precede you. You stepped forward, removed the parchment, and began to read. Soon, the parchment transformed into a stream of light, entering your mind.
You acquired the complete knowledge of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens. At last, you had obtained the final 2 steps.
Your heart raced with excitement. Yet you refrained from immediate cultivation. Instead, you crafted a replica of the parchment using a figurative talisman and placed it atop the original.
After completing this task,
you took Liu Ruyue aside to conceal yourselves. You suspected that in previous instances, Qian had managed to obtain the 9 steps to ascend the heavens before you due to the guidance of the old man's lingering spirit, which allowed him to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Your purpose in this secret realm extended beyond merely acquiring the last 2 steps of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens. You intended to ambush the destined protagonist,
Qian, alongside Liu Ruyue, a 5th transformation celestial, and seize his golden opportunity, the old man.
With the knowledge of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens and Liu Ruyue by my side,
dealing with a mere 4th stage divine ability wielder like Qian would be an effortless endeavor.
This time, the advantage lies with me. Chapter 67, a sudden turn of events, breaking through the boundaries of the 5 realms.
Regarding Qian's enigmatic mentor, whom you have long coveted,
it is evident that his remarkable escapades are largely attributed to this so-called golden finger. Without such guidance, given his reckless and impulsive nature, he would have surely met his demise long ago, unable to maintain his lively demeanor. Should you manage to seize this invaluable asset, whether by obliterating his soul, plundering his memories, extracting his techniques, or coercing him into a mutually beneficial arrangement, it would yield an extraordinary treasure. The worth of Qian's mentor undoubtedly surpasses even the famed 9 steps to heaven, perhaps even eclipsing it entirely.
Previously,
Qian's awareness of the 9 steps to heaven stemmed from the guidance of that mysterious remnant spirit, indicating that this entity possesses knowledge of numerous hidden opportunities. You yearn for a swifter ascent to greater heights, yet what you lack most is assistance in ample fortuity.
In your mind,
you have already come to regard Qian's mentor as your own.
Concealed alongside Liu Ruyue, you prepare to lie in wait for an opportune moment to capture him.
Under normal circumstances, Liu Ruyue's demeanor would not permit such compliance, yet perhaps the aura of mystery and power you exude has rendered her more docile. Women are often drawn to strength. You commence the final 2 steps of the 9 steps to heaven, seeking to solidify the remaining 2 talismanic seeds.
Requesting Liu Ruyue's vigilance in the endeavor.
She agrees. On the first day, Qian does not arrive. On the 3rd day, he remains absent. On the 5th day, a sense of unease begins to settle within you, the silence feels overly profound. By the 10th day, you have managed to condense 1/10 of the celestial talisman. Yet the final 2 steps of the path seem exceedingly arduous to manifest. On the 20th day, you achieve 2/10 of the celestial talisman. At this point, perceiving the flow of time, you sense that the secret realm of the demon city has partially awakened, yet the anticipated arrival of Qian remains elusive. What could be amiss? Based on previous simulations, Qian ought to have appeared by now, yet he continues to be conspicuously absent.
This stark contrast to prior simulations raises concerns. Could it be that he has abandoned the 9 steps to heaven? Liu Qian's gaze falters, darkening with unease.
This situation diverges from his expectations.
Could unforeseen circumstances have arisen?
Or perhaps the mysterious remnant spirit within Qian has sensed impending danger, prompting this unexpected absence. This explanation seems the most plausible at present.
It appears that the enigmatic remnant spirit is far more complex than initially perceived.
You realize that the issue may lie with Qian's mysterious mentor, understanding that this ambush could very well end in failure.
Since that is the case,
it is best to depart promptly. Considering the time, it seems the revered ghost doctor is nearing the demon city. You decisively abandon the ambush plan,
hastily leaving the ruins with Liu Ruyue.
At this moment, as the secret realm has been activated, numerous powerful individuals from the demon city have already entered. You opted to employ the illusory shadow technique, altering your appearance, and the persona of Han Li re-emerged. You possess such remarkable skills of disguise, capable of altering both your aura and visage. Liu Ruyue expressed her astonishment, for in her current state, without utilizing her divine sense for thorough scrutiny, it was challenging for her to discern your true form. Merely a trivial skill, you replied calmly, though there was a hint of arrogance in your tone.
Suddenly,
your gaze paused, as you seemed to recognize a familiar figure among the practitioners ahead.
It was none other than the esteemed elder of the Li family, holder of the yin-yang infinite pill.
A surge of joy filled your heart, while Liu Ruyue, noticing your murderous intent, inquired,
"Shall I intervene against the 3 transcendent beings of the Li family?"
"There is no need for that, they are but worthless beings."
You declined Liu Ruyue's offer of assistance, unwilling to squander a precious opportunity to strike.
Swiftly, you donned the fog ghost cloak to conceal your form, then silently chanted, "You cannot see me,"
vanishing in an instant as you approached the members of the Li family. Ha ha ha, I never expected such a secret realm to exist in the demon city. The elder has undoubtedly obtained numerous treasures.
The elder of the Li family exclaimed.
Acquiring a yin-yang infinite pill will certainly allow my Li family to produce another formidable figure of the mountain and river realm.
How I despise that little wretch from the Liu family for causing Li Yang's demise, otherwise, he could have consumed it. Humph, that little wretch will not survive much longer.
The esteemed one is on the way.
It is unfortunate that due to my previous inadequacies, the higher-ups have lost trust in the Li family. The elder and several other Li family members whispered among themselves, oblivious to the shadow that had stealthily approached from behind.
Esteemed friends, please halt. I possess a tremendous opportunity for you.
A voice, laced with deception yet friendly in tone, suddenly emerged from behind.
In the next moment,
the elder of the Li family and his companions appeared entranced, instinctively halting their steps.
An opportunity delivered to them?
Greed flickered across the elder's face as he turned to look behind. There stood a pallid, unfamiliar youth, smiling at them, brandishing a treasured insignia and gesturing slightly with his hand.
Roaring,
2 colossal dragon silhouettes, one of ice and one of fire, materialized out of thin air,
crashing violently into them. Puff! Puff! Puff!
The elder of the Li family and his companions were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, their storage bags falling directly into your possession. In the art of murder and theft, you have grown increasingly adept. The combination of "you cannot see me" and deceptive speech is undoubtedly a divine technique for subterfuge.
Once again, that ghostly ability.
Liu Ruyue's lips twitched at the sight of this unfolding scene. She has come to realize that although your realm is not particularly high, your peculiar abilities are extraordinarily sinister. Beneath the heavens, anyone is susceptible to being ensnared by your dark powers. Even a formidable celestial warrior, with a moment's carelessness, could find themselves at a disadvantage in your grasp. She has already experienced this firsthand. You paid no heed to Liu Ruyue's intricate gaze and began to rummage through your storage pouch, swiftly locating the Inyan Wujidan.
Wait for me here, do not wander off. I will fetch an orange and break through shortly, you said to Liu Ruyue, disregarding her bewildered expression as you vanished into the forest below, setting up a talisman array.
Scoundrel, taking advantage of me again, Liu Ruyue seethed through gritted teeth, as if she were dismissing classical literature.
Hours later,
a formidable pressure that could suppress mountains and rivers suddenly erupted from below, rapidly ascending. You have transcended the fifth realm of mountains and rivers.
Chapter 68, Heading South. To the Great 10,000 Mountains. Is it a trap?
You have transcended the 5 realms of mountains and rivers. And the ancient dragon elephant scripture has reached the 5th layer, strengthening your physical form immensely. Simultaneously, your lifespan has increased from 300 years to 500 years. You notice a remarkable surge in the progress of the heavenly man talismans coalescing deep within your soul, leaping from 20% to 40% instantly.
Following your breakthrough in realm, you perceive a reduction in the consumption of the heavenly step 9.
The temporary breakthrough into the sacred realm now requires merely 50 years of lifespan instead of the previous 100, effectively halving the cost.
With your current lifespan,
you possess sufficient vitality to briefly step into the 7th realm of the sacred for 10 seconds, a threefold increase in endurance compared to before.
At this moment,
your strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Clearly, the higher your cultivation, the lesser the cost associated with employing the heavenly step 9.
Is this the proper utilization of the heavenly step 9?
The greater the cultivation, the more favorable the effects.
You gradually come to comprehend everything, understanding its correct application.
In high spirits, you manipulate the yin and yang energies within, invoking gravitational forces, and, without relying on talismans, acquire the ability to soar through the skies.
Approaching Liu Ruyue, let us return to the magic capital. Observing your swift breakthrough into the 5 realms of mountains and rivers without a hint of instability, but rather with an impressively solid foundation, Liu Ruyue's expression becomes somewhat peculiar.
Under normal circumstances, practitioners must cultivate tranquility and adjust their state before a breakthrough, and after.
They require stability to solidify their cultivation.
Yet, it seems you have completely bypassed these processes.
Unbeknownst to her,
you had previously traversed the realm multiple times with the heavenly step 9, preemptively experiencing powers of a higher tier, and were already well acquainted with its intricacies. It was merely a matter of time.
You and Liu Ruyue return to the maritime domain of the magic capital,
where you retrieve a communication token, intending to contact the Liu family to issue a warning.
Magic capital is changing, someone intends to make a move against me.
I urge the family to be cautious. Unlike the previous simulation with antagonists, you had spent 6 months in the mysterious realm this time, allowing for significantly earlier warnings to prepare the Liu family. However, upon sending this message, it was as if it had vanished into a bottomless abyss, receiving no response.
Do not dwell on it.
A few days ago, I sensed that the entire magic capital was shrouded by a certain force. It seems that a powerful entity has set up a grand array in the vicinity, obscuring heavenly secrets and severing all connections.
You currently cannot reach the imperial capital.
Nor can the Liu family on that side, Liu Ruyue suddenly interjects.
A few days ago?
Your expression shifts, sensing a disquieting anomaly that sends chills down your spine.
Are you certain that the Liu family cannot establish contact with me now? I can assure you. Though Liu Ruyue is somewhat perplexed by your reaction, she nods affirmatively. Boom.
At this moment, your mind feels as though it is about to explode.
Because you clearly remember that during the last simulation,
you spent half a year in the mysterious realm. Upon your departure, you received 2 messages from your elder brother, Liu Shou.
Liu Shou, do not return to the capital.
Head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once you enter the mountains, pass the barriers, pay your respects at the temple, and enter the river. There are those who will protect you.
Liu Shou, second brother, everything is fine now.
It has been a long time since we last met. I was merely jesting with you earlier.
The matters in the capital have been settled, and you may return. The family has missed you.
If the magic city had, days prior, been ensnared by a grand formation left by a certain formidable practitioner, severing all communication,
how could your elder brother have sent you these 2 messages?
At that moment, you believed the first message was a desperate plea from your brother, while the second seemed to originate from a shadowy figure pulling the strings. Yet now, it appears that both messages may have come from the same individual. The likelihood of Liu Ruyue deceiving me is minuscule. It was her information that allowed me to survive and gradually uncover the truth.
Moreover,
given my current proactive engagement in trade with her, she could not possibly mislead me. Thus, the severance of communication by the grand formation in the Magic City must indeed be genuine. The person who took the liberty of masquerading as my brother seems to be luring me southward, towards the 10,000 Great Mountains,
wishing for me to remain absent from the capital.
Could it be that the so-called southward journey, the 10,000 Great Mountains,
and the promise of protection are part of a meticulously crafted trap?
Lu Qian's gaze darkened, turning cold with realization.
No matter how much he calculated,
he never anticipated such a perilous pitfall awaiting him. Had it not been for Liu Ruyue's casual remark, he might have unwittingly fallen into the trap. His eyes drifted toward the peacefully sleeping Liu Ruyue, wishing to awaken her to glean the truth. Yet he knew this was futile, her lips were sealed tightly. After all, the stakes involved were monumental. In this simulation of the antagonist, it was his display of remarkable prowess that had astonished and captured Liu Ruyue's attention,
prompting her to divulge certain information.
For now, he can only watch as the version of himself in the antagonist simulator stepped into the pitfall. You realized that the proposition of heading south might be a colossal trap. Perhaps instead of finding refuge, you would meet a grim fate. Yet, you could not ascertain the hidden truths within this labyrinth of deception, for your knowledge was painfully scant. At present, the only one capable of assisting you is Liu Ruyue,
who sits before you. What would happen if I returned to the capital? You fixated on Liu Ruyue, suddenly posing this question. Liu Ruyue paused, then fell into silence,
seemingly weighing the pros and cons of whether to respond. After a lengthy moment, perhaps having reached a conclusion, or perhaps sensing the plea in your eyes, she slowly replied.
A 10-fold chance of death, one of survival.
A 10-fold chance of death. Your gaze flickered, savoring the profound implications within her words. Then, you posed the second question that you yearned to know above all else. If I were to venture south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, what would become of me?
Ah, so that is your destination.
Upon hearing your words, Liu Ruyue's expression transformed repeatedly, as if she suddenly grasped a profound realization,
yet remained ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts and silence.
Nevertheless, in stark contrast to her previous reticence, she swiftly provided a response this time. You may live. Chapter 69, The Sinister Bloodline of the Usurper, the Great Xia nearly perished. To the imperial capital, a perilous journey with a 10-fold risk of death. Southward,
towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, offers a chance of survival.
Upon receiving these two starkly contrasting answers from Liu Ruyue, your expression turned grave as you weighed the pros and cons. Clearly, Liu Ruyue had reached the limits of what she could divulge. The matters at hand and their intricacies were substantial, beyond her involvement. It is evident that both paths harbor considerable danger. The southward journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains could very well be a trap meticulously laid for you. The imperial capital is a chaotic mlang, teeming with powerful figures, serving as the stronghold of the masterminds. Even the emergence of several celestial beings would not be surprising. With my current abilities, dealing with an ordinary celestial being is already a formidable challenge. Indeed, venturing there would be tantamount to a certain death. Yet the sliver of life that awaits, what could it possibly be? Is there something I remain unaware of? Very well. Since the adversary continuously seeks to lure me southward to the 10,000 Great Mountains, I shall embark on this simulation, descending to scout the path for my true self, to discern what treacherous lair awaits and who else may seek my demise.
After pondering for a moment, you ultimately resolved to adhere to the original plan, southward, towards the 10,000 Great Mountains.
You yearn to uncover whether this southern route is indeed a trap or genuine, while also wishing to ascertain who else might covet your life, allowing for necessary preparations.
Moreover, for reasons inexplicable, you feel an inexplicable pull emanating from the southern direction,
stirring your bloodline restlessly, as if compelling you to advance. You intend to investigate the matter further. If it comes to the worst, death is but a fate to embrace. As long as my true self endures, I can always discover a path to survival in subsequent simulations.
Resolutely, you set forth with Liu Ruyue towards the Century Hotel.
Now, under the cloak of night, the Century Hotel, much like the previous simulation,
is besieged by countless dark-clad figures seeking to eliminate the substitute that belongs to you. 2 formidable sage-level warriors and 1 third-turn celestial being. Should I intervene?
Liu Ruyue inquired, still fixated on executing her 3 strikes to procure her desired items and make a flawless escape.
In her calculations,
that concealed third-turn celestial being was undoubtedly beyond your capacity to conquer.
No rush, it is not yet your moment to act, observe first. You shook your head,
recognizing that if the mastermind intends to ensnare him, he must allow them to feel some pain in return.
Additionally,
you wish to take advantage of the situation to validate a conjecture and idea.
As time progressed,
the forces led by Qi Wei of the Magic Capital's General Office began to crumble under pressure, retreating step by step.
However, this time,
the destined protagonist Yi Chen did not appear to save the day. It seems he has vanished without a trace since the onset. It appears that Yi Chen will not make an appearance tonight. Regrettably, you had initially intended to ambush the opponent.
However, during this simulation,
Yi Chen proved to be as elusive as an eel, slipping away without leaving a trace.
At that moment,
the hidden ghost doctor could no longer restrain himself and surged into the Century Hotel.
Lu Zhong was severely injured,
collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. With a single strike, Lu Qian, who bore the appearance of a debauched young master, was obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving no remains.
It's a decoy. This is a mistake.
The ghost doctor's expression darkened as he realized he had struck the wrong target. The elder of the Li family and Xinzhong from the Magic Capital Bureau exchanged glances, sensing an ominous turn of events.
Could it be that the target was already aware of their scheme and had fled in advance? Ha! I used to wonder why young Master Lu sought a decoy. It seems it was to guard against scum like you.
Lu Zhong, still coughing blood, laughed mockingly.
Old dog of the Li family, Xinzhong. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you've concealed your appearance.
And that eunuch of yours, the stench of your lewdness is truly unbearable.
Sharp-tongued.
Capture him, we shall extract his soul. The term eunuch ignited the ghost doctor's fury, as he despised being referred to as such. The elder of the Li family and Xinzhong exchanged a look, ready to act, but suddenly paused.
Unbeknownst to them, you and Liu Ruyue had silently appeared behind Lu Zhong, your gaze icy as you regarded them.
Incapacitate him, leave him breathing, he must be able to speak. There was but one opportunity remaining.
Liu Ruyue raised a finger, signaling to you.
No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming celestial pressure descended. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupting with immense force, instantly devastating the ghost doctor and his companions.
Thud. 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 The elder of the Li family and Xinzhong lay on the ground, their fates uncertain.
The ghost doctor, bleeding from all 7 orifices, knelt on the ground.
His garments tattered and his dantian pierced through, rendering him powerless.
Liu Ruyue's strike was executed with such swiftness that you hardly had time to react.
Her exhibited power causing your pupils to constrict.
In comparison, your previous fiery dragon attack seemed trivial, akin to a grain of rice against the brilliance of the sun.
5th transformation of the celestial being, what an uncanny method. Who is this girl?
The ghost doctor, observing the wound on his dantian, turned pale,
seemingly recognizing Liu Ruyue's true identity.
Should you dare to disclose my origins, your master shall bear the consequences, Liu Ruyue retorted sternly, her expression shifting slightly.
Your gaze faltered, surprised that this eunuch was aware of Liu Ruyue's true background.
However, she seemed reluctant to unveil her real identity in your presence.
The once arrogant ghost doctor,
chastened by a warning, regarded you with an intensity that was both unnerving and revealing.
He erupted into laughter, declaring, "Ha!
We thought you had genuinely allied with that battle team, but it appears it was merely a transaction. This girl dares not even disclose her origins to you. She holds you in utter contempt.
You wretched little bastard, it seems we've fallen victim to your schemes. Do with us as you will.
Upon hearing the ghost doctor's provocative words, Liu Ruyue's expression shifted, and she turned to you, seemingly poised to offer an explanation. Yet all she encountered was the calmness of your composed visage.
Instantly, you entered a state of supreme authority,
exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded respect as you gazed down upon the ghost doctor.
The rules of the palace have become increasingly lax.
Even a mere castrated dog dares to insult its master.
What audacity grants you such boldness?
You endeavored to weave a web of enticing words, hoping to coax the ghost doctor into revealing information. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted as you reprimanded him. The ghost doctor's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a flicker of submissive respect, as if he contemplated bowing before you in supplication. However, that brief moment was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of intense rage. You, with the bloodline of a usurper, have nearly brought the Great Xia to ruin. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of dark flames erupted from within him, raging violently as though it had breached some forbidden boundary.
Chapter 70, Liu Qian. Oh no, the villain turns out to be myself. In an instant, the esteemed ghost doctor,
a transcendent being of the third order, was reduced to ashes, his life extinguished, leaving only a storage ring that fell to the ground. Everything unfolded with such astonishing rapidity that both you and Liu Ruyue found yourselves powerless to intervene.
The malevolent bloodline of the regicide. What is happening? Am I not of the royal bloodline of the Daxia? How did I suddenly transform into the bloodline of a regicide? Moreover, Daxia was nearly obliterated. What does this mean? Did my father or mother, or perhaps an even more distant ancestor, almost bring about the ruin of the Xia Empire? This narrative is awry. Liu Qian was left in a daze, bewildered by the events occurring within the simulator. How did the situation take such a dramatic turn? Was he not meant to be the unfortunate prince and victim, pursued and forced into hiding? How did he suddenly become the bearer of a bloodline nearly responsible for the destruction of the Xia Empire? Could it be that the old eunuch, the ghost doctor, intentionally misled him? Wait.
Liu Qian seemed to have a sudden revelation. It appeared that during the last simulation, Liu Ruyue had mentioned that the most wicked, most malevolent, and most frenzied blood coursed through his veins. It seemed they had come to a connection.
Goodness! This is disastrous. In the end, the villain is indeed myself? The Liu family and others are protecting the remnants of this regicide bloodline? Everything has spiraled into chaos.
You are left confounded by the ghost doctor's final words.
As it appears, your identity has undergone yet another transformation. The second son of the Liu family? The Daxia royal lineage? The bloodline of a regicide?
The continuous twists have rendered you incapable of discerning who embodies justice and who embodies wickedness.
However, the problem lies in the historical records of the Xia Empire,
which you have perused. There has been no mention of a regicide.
Such a monumental event could not have evaded documentation. Unless, perhaps,
the accounts of the regicide have been deliberately erased. Yet, the emperors of Daxia throughout history have been the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals, who would dare to take action. Furthermore, just as the ghost doctor was about to complete his final words, he was abruptly interrupted and consumed by that enigmatic black flame,
as if some unseen force were preventing him from revealing a forbidden truth.
You turned your gaze towards Liu Ruyue, among those present. She is likely the only one privy to the secrets concealed within. I advise you to leave quickly, depart from the demon city, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Liu Ruyue spoke in a somber tone, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation.
Observing Liu Ruyue's serious demeanor,
you understood that the impending danger in the demon city was palpable, and it was imperative to gather your belongings and flee. This sudden turn of events solidified your determination to head south, for you harbored an inexplicable premonition that, upon venturing southward, you would encounter some new and significant revelations. You picked up the residual spatial ring of the ghost doctor, within which lay a new celestial treasure, the Qian mirror, along with the inheritance of an alchemist and other items. You extracted several vials of high-grade healing elixirs and handed them to Liu Zhong, advising him to let Qi Wei take control of the magic capital as General Bureau, stabilizing the city and creating a FAAD.
Then,
you instructed him to leave the magic capital and to remain hidden, without returning to the imperial capital, wherever he chose to go. You wish to offer this loyal protector a chance at survival rather than an innocent demise. As for Qi Wei, without the oversight of his superior Xinzhong, he could ascend to power directly, fulfilling your prior promise and allowing him to seal off the entire magic capital, aiding in the concealment of certain matters. However, how long he could maintain his position as the bureau chief would depend on his fortune. With his ability to weave deceit, Lu Zhong believed your words implicitly, affirming he would accomplish the task. You departed with Liu Ruyue towards a clandestine warehouse, preparing to escort Su Mei, the destined heroine, away. Upon meeting Su Mei and revealing your identity, she consented to accompany you. This time, rather than taking a cruise, you opted for a waterway route. As a practitioner of the mountain and river realm, you could manifest the dual forces of yin and yang and traverse the skies. Coupled with wind dispelling and divine travel talismans, your speed far surpassed that of the cruise ship. You swiftly glided across the sea, carrying the blushing Su Mei, heading southward. Having avenged her brother's murder by eliminating the ghost doctor and due to your close proximity, along with your Supreme Imperial Bone suppressing her bloodline, Su Mei developed a favorable impression of you. Liu Ruyue, however, dismissed your offer to carry her while flying, insisting she could soar unaided. You interpreted her reticence as shyness and refrained from further comment. Throughout the journey, drawing on your prior understanding of Su Mei, you employed various charming techniques, rapidly advancing the relationship between you. Liu Ruyue, witnessing this scene, seethed with anger, wishing to land a few punches on you. Women often engage in comparisons. While you guarded against her, you also drew closer to other women, provoking her ire. She discerned Su Mei's cursed eyes and surmised some of your intentions, yet felt some discontent, as you had never lavished such attention upon her. As you traveled, you began to impart cultivation methods to Su Mei, generously sharing the ghost doctor's alchemical inheritance, providing her with a cauldron and medicinal materials, embodying the role of a caring elder brother. Consequently, the bond between you two flourished. Liu Ruyue, observing these developments, felt a surge of frustration, her fists clenched tightly. Yet, Su Mei did not disappoint you. She swiftly progressed in her studies of the ghost doctor's toxic elixirs, quickly grasping the fundamentals. Soon, you concluded your waterway passage and began weaving through the mountains and forests, traveling southward without incident. Days later, you suddenly sensed a chilling wave of inspiration wash over you. Beside you, Liu Ruyue also halted her steps. Addressing the intimate gathering, someone is tailing us. Their strength is formidable, on par with mine. You nodded, your expression growing grave. It was evident that the reason the newcomer had yet to reveal themselves was due to their apprehension towards Liu Ruyue's presence. They lacked confidence and were reluctant to show themselves or strike directly at you. A week later, you arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Throughout the journey, the entity that Liu Ruyue had mentioned did not appear to confront you. However, you could sense the increasingly close aura of malevolence, clearly. The opponent was growing impatient, and it was merely a matter of time before they made their move. Just as you were about to venture into the mountains, Liu Ruyue suddenly spoke, "I can accompany you no further, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone." You discerned the unmistakable anxiety and dread etched on Liu Ruyue's face, suggesting that within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains lay an entity that instilled fear even in her. This expression was reminiscent of what you had seen on her face when the name Xuanfuzi was previously mentioned. Chapter 71, Half-Step Celestial Being. The Blood-Robed Man. Very well. You still owe me one favor. Assist me in ensuring Su Mei's safety, consider it a cancellation of your debt. You noticed Liu Ruyue's reluctance to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains and thus agreed. Certainly. Liu Ruyue nodded without hesitation, accepting the request. Su Mei possesses one of the 10 divine eyes, the Cursed Eye, and is endowed with exceptional alchemical talents. To any major power, she is a treasure beyond compare. Such a precious gem, she would never be turned away. With Liu Ruyue, a 5-turn celestial being, as her protector, Su Mei's safety is assured. Brother Liu, Mei does not wish to part from you. 18-year-old Su Mei wept inconsolably, clinging tightly to you. Observing her reluctance, you could only offer gentle reassurances, whispering sweet words, and imparting the entire alchemical legacy of the ghostly medicine sovereign to her, expressing that one day when you meet again, she would be a formidable alchemist. Here, You harbored a slight cunning. The esteemed identity of an alchemist is highly coveted by various factions. Sume's latent talent for alchemy could draw attention from the forces behind Liu Ruyue, who might seek to win her over. Even though Sume is not a conventional alchemist, but rather a poison alchemist, this distinction might render her even more desirable to those great powers, being a rarity. In the future, should you have the opportunity to meet again, perhaps you could glean the true identity of Liu Ruyue and her backing from Sume. Of course, this all hinges on your survival. Yet, Liu Ruyue had previously stated that he could endure the trials of the 10,000 Great Mountains. You and Sume made a pact, agreeing that she would accompany Liu Ruyue away, and upon achieving mastery in her cultivation, she would return to the 10,000 Great Mountains to seek you out.
Sume nodded, placing her faith in you. All right, let us seal this with a promise. No deceit allowed. Agreed, a promise.
As you engaged in this intimate exchange, oblivious to the world around you, Liu Ruyue's irritation mounted as she observed the two of you. Her fists clenched tightly.
Ahem, has someone forgotten a certain matter? Liu Ruyue suddenly cleared her throat, ruthlessly interrupting your moment, signaling you with a meaningful glance.
Wait here for a moment, I must discuss some matters with your sister Liu.
You inwardly acknowledged Liu Ruyue's inability to restrain herself and told Sume a little fib.
Sume obediently nodded, watching as you departed with Liu Ruyue towards a certain direction for discussions. Several hours later, you re-emerged after concluding your negotiations. Your body bore several wounds, and your attire was tattered, resembling someone who had endured a beating.
In contrast, Liu Ruyue appeared as a proud peacock, in high spirits.
Unseeing, Sume seemed oblivious to the change, though her fists tightened momentarily.
Liu Ruyue escorted Sume away, assuring her that she would look after her, considering your regard.
Perhaps in a moment of elation, with thoughts flowing freely, Liu Ruyue discreetly bestowed upon you a talismanic sword, claiming it contained the essence of her utmost strength, a safeguard for dire times.
You accepted it.
You watched as the two women departed amicably, resembling sisters. You were acutely aware that with Liu Ruyue's departure, peril loomed ahead.
The enigmatic pursuers lurking in the shadows would no longer remain concealed.
With a swift motion, you turned resolutely towards the towering mountains. A fourth-tier earth escape talisman affixed to your form, allowing you to burrow into the ground as you whispered an incantation to cloak your presence. You traversed the subterranean expanse for what felt like an eternity, until an inexplicable chill enveloped you, causing your pupils to constrict as you hastily emerged from the earth. A thunderous rumble erupted. The ground within a 100-mile radius trembled violently, as if a colossal dragon stirred, the earth convulsed, and great trees toppled. It was akin to a terrifying earthquake of indiscriminate wrath. Had you been but a moment slower, remaining underground, you would have been instantly reduced to mere pulp. You realized this was likely a manifestation of the mysterious entity pursuing you, summoned specifically for your demise. Oh, I didn't expect you to react so swiftly. A voice,
tinged with surprise and an inexplicable familiarity, broke through the chaos.
Your pupils narrowed, a surge of primal excitement and trepidation coursed through your veins. You recognized that voice. It belonged to the entity that had annihilated the traitorous Liu family during the third simulation. The one that had come to your end in the mysterious realm.
This was the very essence of your third simulation, a fragment of yourself that refused to be forgotten.
Yearning for vengeance, having cast a fruit of Tao from the river of time to you. Your gaze sharpened, and you beheld a figure clad in a blood-red robe,
donning a Shura mask.
You could scarcely believe that the one pursuing you was indeed this individual.
You wretched cur! You know me? How could that be?
The blood-robed figure,
momentarily taken aback, faltered in his actions.
The effect of the curse took hold.
I am your wildfather, how could I not recognize you? Go back and inquire. Father? You! Nonsense! The expression of the masked figure shifted dramatically, a fleeting moment of bewilderment and shock, but he quickly regained composure, erupting in fury.
Yet, as he collected himself, he was taken aback to find that you were not retreating as anticipated. Instead, you charged towards him with reckless abandon, closing the distance rapidly.
What was even more astonishing was your subsequent actions. Step. Sixth realm of transcendence. Step. Seventh realm of sanctity.
In but 2 strides, you ascended to sanctity. The fragment of the celestial talisman in your mind blazed with intensity, shrouded in wrath, forcibly consuming a century of lifespan.
You took another half step. Boom! Half step to celestial. An aura of celestial domain began to coalesce around you. 9 dragons burning heaven. Roar! 9 fiery dragons surged forth from behind, coalescing into a colossal 100-foot dragon.
In your hand, an enigmatic dark treasure emerged, radiating a terrifying chill that transformed into a frigid giant dragon.
Intertwining with the flaming dragon as they surged toward the blood-robed figure before you. Half step to the heavens. How could this be possible? The blood-robed man's pupils contracted, startled by your sudden eruption of power.
Since Qian had not acquired the 9 steps to heaven, this was your first time unleashing such might in this simulation.
Catching him utterly off guard.
With a swift motion, a second dark treasure appeared in your grasp, releasing a wave of ethereal dark light that descended upon the blood-robed man,
instantaneously encasing him in ice.
The colliding ice and fire giants gradually crashed into the blood-robed figure, swiftly engulfing him in their fierce embrace.
In that moment,
you had revealed all your trump cards, holding nothing back, driven solely by the desire to eliminate this wretched scoundrel.
Chapter 72, The Celestial Sword Cultivator.
1 sword to repel the blood-robed man.
In the distance, Liu Ruyue, who had taken Sume away, suddenly cast her gaze in your direction.
A flicker of astonishment crossing her face. She could perceive that, in this moment, you were not relying on her talismanic sword. Yet the power you unleashed was nearly indistinguishable from that of a true celestial being.
Such terrifying might.
Even the former ghost doctor would have to risk his life in the face of your prowess, with no hope of survival.
Brother Liu, I must go find Brother Liu.
Sume suddenly struggled, attempting to break free from her restraints to assist you, only to be mercilessly knocked unconscious by Liu Ruyue. With your half-baked cursed eyes, you could only contend with ordinary celestial beings. To confront that individual would be nothing short of folly, merely inviting trouble.
That lad is more formidable than you imagine.
Coupled with my talismanic sword, he won't perish easily. Once he enters the mountains, there will surely be those to protect him.
With a thunderous roar,
you exerted yourself to the utmost, convinced that even ordinary celestial beings would be swiftly annihilated, leaving no chance for survival. Yet, the subsequent scene unfolded beyond your expectations. A resounding crash echoed as the icy fire dragon was abruptly torn apart by a beam of crimson light, disintegrating into countless shards of ice and flame scattered in all directions. The blood-robed man, donning a Shura mask, reappeared before you, his entire form enveloped in crimson robes, revealing no wounds save for a slight layer of dust.
I underestimated you.
No wonder the ghost doctor met his demise so quietly.
And no wonder that woman has been so intent on protecting you.
Your pupils constricted as you realized, to your dismay, that despite your utmost efforts, you could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. It was evident that you were outmatched and must strategically retreat. With your abilities, another person would surely falter. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind you, belonging to the blood-robed man.
Not good.
Instinctively, you entered supreme mode, your mind transcending mortal limits. Your body seeming to contort as you unleashed that Song Mang Overlord fist, imbued with overwhelming coldness, colliding head-on with a massive bloodied palm.
With a sickening thud,
your right arm was instantly twisted, propelled away like a cannonball, deeply embedded into the ground.
A mysterious treasure was forcefully seized by the blood-robed man.
Ah! You were able to anticipate my blood escape technique and counter it. What decisive combat awareness! The blood-robed man expressed, somewhat surprised. His earlier strike had aimed to shatter your spine. Yet you had fortified your punch with the treasure, blocking this fatal blow. However, when he looked down, he discovered with astonishment that you had suddenly vanished once more.
Again with that sudden disappearance technique?
Ha! The blood-robed man sneered, seemingly discerning the flaw within, and instantly unleashed his blood domain, encompassing all directions.
Countless blood raindrops materialized, transforming into lethal blood spikes that shot forth, indiscriminately attacking.
In terms of combat awareness, the blood-robed man surpassed the ghost doctor by a factor of 10.
If not 100.
In the state of invisibility, your face slightly changed, prompting you to activate the final aspect of the mystic treasure mirror,
conjuring a colossal ice wall to thwart the onslaught. I have found you.
With a thunderous crash, the ice wall shattered, and a streak of crimson light surged in. A blood-armored right arm pierced your chest, seizing your Supreme Imperial Bone, nearly wrenching it from your being.
In a mere few breaths, you found yourself ensnared in dire straits.
The figure in the blood robe, concealed beneath a fearsome azure mask, displayed a countenance twisted with malice, his sinister blood-red eyes fixated upon you. Eager to witness your expression of despair and agony, feel the pain, you wretched spawn. Yet, in the next instant, his malevolent gaze faltered. For within your eyes, there was no trace of the anticipated suffering and hopelessness. Instead, you exhibited an unwavering calm, accompanied by a hint of derision at the unfolding scheme. With a decisive clap, you disregarded the gaping wound in your chest and the grip on your Supreme Imperial Bone. An array of chilling energies enveloped you, freezing the blood-robed man's arm in place. Unbeknownst to him, a talismanic sword had materialized in your right hand, aimed squarely at him.
You boldly detonated the talisman sword gifted by Liu Ruyue. Come forth, sword!
A blinding surge of sword light erupted, revealing a hazy, enchanting silhouette that wielded the blade, cleaving through existence with a terrifying chill directed at the blood-robed man.
Now perilously close. Heaven! Man! Sword! Cultivator! The blood-robed man emitted a panicked howl.
Sword cultivators are renowned for their lethal prowess. And a heaven man sword cultivator is deemed invincible among equals. In such close proximity, even at his peak, he would not dare to confront the attack directly,
let alone evade it.
It dawned on him that from the very beginning, you had been preparing to exchange your life for his. With a savage tearing sound, the frigid sword energy severed the blood-robed man's right arm along with a portion of his neck, blood spraying forth in torrents, while the biting sword energy gnawed at the wound, surging with fury.
Though this sudden, grievous injury inflicted pain upon the blood-robed man, it also awakened his ferocity.
He remained confident that, even in a diminished state, he could still bring about your demise. Once more, you aimed the now powerless talisman sword at him,
seemingly poised to unleash another strike, sword. Ah!
The blood-robed man, stricken with terror, emitted a muffled cry of anguish, decisively abandoning his severed arm, transforming into a spectral crimson light as he fled into the distance, without a moment's hesitation.
As he departed, he could not resist taunting, wretched spawn.
I shall not let you escape. With a resounding thud, you grasped the blood-robed man's severed arm and the dormant talisman sword in your hands. Your chest bearing a grievous wound, teetering on the brink of death, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as blood flowed freely. The power of the 9 steps to heaven began to wane, your realm plummeting steeply, swiftly descending from half-step heaven to the realm of mountains and rivers. In this fierce confrontation, you emerged victorious. However, it was at an almost fatal cost that he harnessed the power of the talisman sword to sever one of his opponent's arms, ultimately using the diminished strength of the talisman sword to frighten them away. To call it a narrow victory would not be an exaggeration. This battle can be regarded as the most arduous struggle of your life, where every hidden card was played, yet none could inflict harm upon the adversary.
In the end,
it was still external forces and a stroke of luck that turned the tide. To his astonishment, this scoundrel proved to be remarkably formidable. Had it not been for the talisman sword bestowed by Liu Ruyue, the villain simulation would likely have met with failure. Liu Qian's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he intently observed the unfolding scenes within the villain simulator, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief in his heart.
Chapter 73, Breaking Through 3 Barriers, the Dragon of the River. The true strength of the blood-robed figure had evidently far exceeded Liu Qian's expectations.
He had prepared himself for the possibility of being killed in this simulation, ready to end it prematurely.
To his astonishment, however,
the antagonist simulator version of himself managed to outsmart the opponent and ultimately drove him away.
The blood-robed man's true combat capability must be at least that of a 5 transformation celestial, if not higher.
His crimson cloak was also an exceptionally powerful defensive celestial artifact, nearly negating all of Liu Qian's assaults. No wonder, during the 3rd simulation, the blood-robed man claimed he could slay all of the Liu family's traitors.
His prowess was indeed terrifying.
Previously, Liu Ruyue had remarked that the blood-robed man's strength was on par with her own, but it now seemed she had been overly modest. As a celestial sword cultivator, her single strike had nearly incapacitated him. Had she unleashed a few more blows, the blood-robed man would undoubtedly have met his demise. This antagonist simulation not only brought Liu Qian face-to-face with the blood-robed figure who had previously annihilated the Liu family but also allowed him to glean Liu Ruyue's true vocation and extraordinary combat prowess, a celestial sword cultivator. With a single swing of her sword, she could shatter myriad laws.
He cast an odd glance at the sleeping beauty beside him.
Cocooned in blankets and curled into a ball, occasionally writhing as if to push him away, the renowned campus flower of Magic City.
Just by her seemingly lifeless form,
one would never suspect her to be a celestial sword cultivator. He had gravely underestimated her.
As long as Liu Ruyue was present,
the majority of dangers directed at him could be thwarted. Before the mastermind behind the scenes, the blood-robed man was merely faced with a matter of 1 or 2 strikes. What kind of terrifying existence lay hidden within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains that could evoke such fear in someone as formidable as her?
Preventing her from daring to step foot there?
This battle consumed 300 years of lifespan, leaving him with barely half his life remaining. He would be unable to advance for at least 2 years and would need to repay the debt to the heavens.
I must leave.
Once that scoundrel regains his composure, I will surely be the one to perish. You were not blinded by the sudden victory. You understood that you had merely achieved a narrow triumph by frightening off the blood-robed man. Should he regain his senses, your demise would be inevitable. You employed the soul nail technique on the severed arm of the blood-robed man. As long as he approached, you would receive a warning. Then, you retrieved healing elixirs from your spatial ring, and combined with a 4th-tier rejuvenation talisman, new flesh began to grow over your wound,
temporarily stabilizing your injury as you began to flee deeper into the mountains.
Upon setting foot into the 10,000 great mountains, you discovered human and bizarre alien corpses scattered across the ground, forming a sight reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a river of bones, utterly horrifying. Among these skeletal remains were undoubtedly formidable beings. From several of the white bones, you even sensed an aura reminiscent of the celestial domain.
In that moment, you began to comprehend why Liu Ruyue was so reluctant to tread here. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly eerie.
Yet, you had no choice but to press on with determination. As I traverse the mountains, cross barriers, and visit temples, I find myself deep within the mountains.
Yet I ponder, where are the borders? It seems as though I have lost all sense of direction, aimlessly wandering without a semblance of a next step, invariably returning to my starting point.
In this moment, the terror of these vast mountains begins to dawn upon me.
And I suspect that this place is ensnared by an immense, unfathomable formation.
Time elapses, and I gradually succumb to the disorientation, moving like a specter. Becoming ensnared in this desolation, as if the flesh upon my bones is slowly disintegrating, turning to dust.
Suddenly, a wave of terrifying warmth surges forth from the Supreme Emperor's bone, flooding my mind and awakening my consciousness. This is the cliff. Startled into awareness, I realize,
to my horror, that I have unwittingly found myself at the edge of a precipice, teetering over an abyss, with one foot already perilously over the edge. Had it not been for the divine power of the Supreme Emperor's bone that yanked my consciousness from the depths of despair, I would have plunged into the abyss and met my demise. A ghostly voice echoes from the depths below, declaring that I have passed through the gates of the underworld.
It dawns on me that since my entry into the mountains, I have been undergoing trials. In the next moment, the very fabric of space shifts, and I find myself standing before an open clearing, confronted by 3 jagged mountains, resembling a peculiar, dual-edged blade. Beneath these mountains lies a temple, shrouded in ethereal blue smoke, seemingly beckoning me to return. Having traversed the gates of the underworld, am I now to pay homage at the temple? Without hesitation, I stride toward the temple entrance, only to be surprised that this time, I encounter no obstruction and enter with ease. Inside the temple stands a magnificent statue, its features obscured. Adorned with a dragon-like belt and wielding a dual-edged blade, with a towering yellow dog seated beneath it. Why do I feel such an inexplicable sense of familiarity when gazing upon this statue? I murmur to myself, overwhelmed by an unshakable sense of kinship. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, I commence the ritual of reverence, lighting 3 incense sticks from a nearby table and bowing respectfully before the statue. In an instant, an odd sensation envelopes me, as if I have gained something intangible. I glance upward to find that the majestic statue has lowered its head, its indistinct visage seemingly fixed upon me. I have paid homage at the temple, I hear the ghostly voice once more. Why does the statue within this temple evoke such a familiar feeling, as though I have encountered it somewhere before? My brow furrows in contemplation, realizing that the figure resembles one from the antagonist simulator, reminiscent of a sight from the imperial capital. Just as I ponder this,
The situation within the antagonist simulator undergoes a dramatic shift. Suddenly, I perceive a disturbance within the spatial ring, a sign that something extraordinary is unfolding. The severed arm of the figure in the blood-stained robe began to tremble, coalescing into a blood arrow that pointed directly at you. Alas! The figure in the bloodied robe was in pursuit. Your expression shifted slightly, without a moment's hesitation to ponder the anomaly of the idol. You hurriedly stepped out of the temple, casting your gaze around in search of the river. Ascending the mountain, passing the checkpoint, visiting the temple, entering the river. At this moment, only the final step remained. Soon, you discovered a meandering river behind the temple, seemingly vast and endless. You little bastard! I have finally found you! The mocking voice of the figure in the blood-stained robe assailed you from behind. Unbeknownst to you, at some point, his severed arm had remarkably healed, restored to its former state, now transforming into a blood shadow that lunged towards you. Without hesitation, you leapt from the mountain, plunging into the river. Yet, as you dove into the water, you encountered two enormous crimson lanterns suspended in the river, appearing before you. No! Those did not seem to be mere lanterns, they resembled a pair of eyes. In the next instant, you discerned the true nature of that entity, sending a chill down your spine and enveloping you in icy dread. It was a colossal dragon coiled in the river, its full form obscured, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. Chapter 74, Young Master, the old servant has arrived. At this moment, confronted by the immense dragon, you feel an overwhelming sense of dread, your body trembling as if every hair on your skin stands on end, nearly suffocated by an all-encompassing sense of despair. The pressure exerted by this colossal dragon surpasses even that of the blood-robed figure, revealing itself as a being of transcendent power. In the face of such a terrifying entity, you feel as though you are merely a morsel offered up for consumption, realizing that even if you were to unleash the 9 steps to heaven, you would scarcely be able to inflict the slightest harm upon it. With the transcendent dragon before you and the blood-robed figure behind, you find yourself ensnared in a seemingly insurmountable predicament, with no hope of survival. For a fleeting moment, you deeply question the essence of the information provided by the elder Liu Ruyue from the imperial capital, suspecting that it was merely a ruse to lead you to your demise in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, the words of Liu Ruyue resonate clearly in your mind: head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, and you may yet live. This implies that this predicament is not an inescapable deadlock after all. Moreover, if the intent were truly to eliminate you, why go through the trouble of setting up 3 obstacles? A single strike would suffice. Instantly, you shift into a supreme mindset, transcending the limits of ordinary thought, entering a state of absolute tranquility as you fixate upon the gargantuan dragon before you, your right hand poised with a life-saving blood escape talisman. With a rustling sound, the dragon, concealed beneath the river's surface, appears to approach you slowly yet effortlessly stirs turbulent waves, its inherent power dwarfing that of any human warrior of comparable rank. However, to your astonishment, the immense dragon refrains from attacking. Instead, it draws near, sniffing your body as if to ascertain something. In this moment of absolute calm, you observe the colossal creature within arm's reach and begin to discern a peculiar detail. An inexplicable golden aroma emanates from you, reminiscent of the incense burned within a sacred temple. This seems to be some form of unique credential. Moreover, you finally realize that this enormous dragon bears a striking resemblance to the serpent entwined around the waist of the deity statue within the mountain temple. Could it truly be the same dragon? What kind of celestial being could be so revered as to have a dragon as an ornament? Suddenly, a thought strikes you: could it be that esteemed figure? Your pupils dilate as a multitude of clues flood your mind, leading you to recall a legendary and fearsome presence from the Great Xia Empire. If it is indeed that esteemed individual, there might be a glimmer of hope for your survival. In terms of sheer power, the combined strength of the entire Liu family pales in comparison to that of this individual, who, decades ago, was hailed as the greatest war god of the Great Xia. Just as you are enveloped in shock, danger descends upon you unnoticed. At some point, the blood-robed figure has also infiltrated the river. Its face twisted in a menacing snarl as it lunges toward you, countless blood arrows imbued with the essence of death raining down. Die, you wretched cur! Roar! The enormous dragon, so close at hand, suddenly emitted an enraged roar, and in the next moment, you were engulfed by the surging waves, propelled far into the distance. At the last moment before being consumed by the tide, you seem to witness the figure in the blood robe struck by the dragon's massive tail, blood spurting forth. Astonishingly, this celestial dragon had rescued you at a critical juncture. This blow, perhaps, was indeed painful. This was the final vestige of your consciousness before being knocked unconscious by the waves. After an indeterminate period, as you gradually regained consciousness, you found yourself inexplicably on a shore, before you lay a valley that resembled a paradise on earth. The spiritual energy in this place was exceedingly dense. Though not as exaggerated as the mysterious realms of the demon-sidious sea, it was still several times more potent than the outside world.
So, I am saved now?
Safe at last. You clutched your chest where the wound had torn open, your eyes scanning the surroundings.
With that celestial dragoness intervention, it seemed the figure in the blood robe could no longer pursue you. You were likely safe. Little brat. Do not think you can shake me off.
A haunting voice suddenly emerged.
Boom.
The tranquil river's surface erupted in a wave, revealing a sinister figure, its body mostly mutilated.
And it was indeed the figure in the blood robe.
Yet, in this moment, he was in a dire state, the left side of his body maimed,
as if savaged by some ferocious beast.
Seeing that the figure in the blood robe could still persist in his pursuit, you were struck silent. I must have killed your entire family, otherwise, why would you pursue me so relentlessly? In the face of such peril, you dared to speak defiantly. The figure in the blood robe, his countenance darkened, limped closer with a menacing intent.
I will not hesitate to tell you, he began, first.
I was toyed with by this little brat, causing me to lose my hand, then I was scared off, and upon regaining my composure, I was further ensnared.
Ultimately torn apart by that vile dragon.
His fury was palpable.
Unable to take out his wrath on the dragon, could he not at least take it out on you, a mere small cultivator of the 5 realms? Little brat.
I will inform you that the Liu family in the imperial capital has been classified as traitors, condemned to annihilation. And I am tasked with eliminating all traitorous members of the Liu family. The elder of the Liu family was besieged by our forces and ultimately torn to pieces,
becoming sustenance for spirit pets. Your elder brother met his demise at my hands. Before he died, he begged me not to kill you, ha ha ha.
It was because of you, little brat, that countless lives were ensnared in this chaos, the entire imperial capital thrown into disarray. Listening to the incessant provocations from the figure in the blood robe, though you remained in an absolute state of calm, a tempest of anger stirred within your heart. Knowing the plight of the Liu family, you wished nothing more than to rend this scoundrel into pieces, even if that were impossible.
You would rather die than not bite off a piece of him.
Yet, at this moment, you had reached your limits, your body barely able to move. If it were not for the rebellious members of the Liu family concealing you, you would have met your demise 18 years ago. The figure cloaked in crimson moved swiftly, appearing quite anxious, as he approached you with alarming speed. In his hand, a bloodied blade had materialized, aimed directly at your head, poised to deliver a fatal strike.
It seemed as though he was wary of something.
3 barriers have been crossed.
Where are those who would protect me? You shouted with urgency, fully aware of the trepidation that gripped your adversary.
Just as the bloodied blade was about to descend, a powerful vortex of energy erupted from a great distance, crashing into the cloaked figure and sending him sprawling backward. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the valley behind you. At last, those who could safeguard you had arrived. Straining to maintain your composure, you turned your head, eager to discern the identity of your savior. What met your gaze was a towering and formidable creature, a large yellow dog with a white snout and distinguished white whiskers, standing at half your height.
Little master, I have come, exclaimed the loyal servant. Chapter 75. My name is Yang Hong, but you may call me uncle.
Upon encountering a formidable, half-human tall, yellow-faced,
white-mouthed dog rushing towards you, uttering human words and addressing you as little master, what would your reaction be?
This sudden spectacle leaves you utterly bewildered.
The informant has transformed into a canine companion. And, astonishingly, this dog possesses the ability to speak. Furthermore, it dares to call you little master? In an instant,
the grand hound, with its paws moving in unison, kicks up a whirlwind of yellow sand and swiftly approaches you.
The next moment, a colossal canine visage hovers before you,
affectionately licking your bewildered face and chattering away like a garrulous companion. Little master, upon catching your scent, I hastened to Hidden Dragon Valley without pause.
At last, I've arrived. Do you still remember me? In days gone by, you would hold me in your arms.
That useless old dragon has been befuddled by the river's waters.
Unable to even deter a mere dog, nearly frightening you, little master. Truly deserving of a beating. Fear not, little master.
Having successfully traversed the 3 trials set by your predecessor, even the mightiest of beings cannot lay a finger on you. As the large yellow dog continues to lick your face and wounds, you suddenly notice a miraculous recovery of the gaping hole in your chest, with the pain within your body dissipating significantly. What remarkable efficacy does this dog's saliva possess, akin to a miraculous elixir?
Dog uncle? You tentatively call out.
Though uncertain of the circumstances, the utterance of uncle seems harmless in this context.
From the dog's white whiskers, it is evident that it is of considerable age, a venerable canine.
Given its prior remarks, it must be a spiritual pet of some esteemed elder, perhaps one you have encountered in your past.
Just call me Old Huang. There is no need for dog uncle. The large yellow dog's eyes gleam with excitement, its tail wagging vigorously. Observing this scene, you realize your gamble was indeed fortuitous.
Having been hurled aside, the blood-robed figure, now deprived of flesh and exposing white bone, gazes at you and the dog in dismay.
Yet grits his teeth and retorts with anger, "How dare you lay a hand upon me? I am.
Interfering with my conversation with little master is courting death." The large yellow dog abruptly suppresses its jovial demeanor, growling lowly, summoning forth a tempest of yellow sand that conjures an apocalyptic scene.
In this instant,
the formidable presence of the large yellow dog instills within you an unfathomable terror, surpassing even that of the blood-robed figure and the river dragon.
In a heartbeat, the anguished cries of the blood-robed figure echo amidst the storm of yellow sand.
According to the pact, once the little master enters the mountains, overcomes the 3 trials,
and reaches hidden Dragon Valley, protection from the master is assured. Who grants you, wretched mongrels, the audacity to tread upon this sacred ground? The dog uncle growls with an air of authority.
Previously pursued to the brink of despair, the blood-robed figure was subjected to the relentless torment of a raging sandstorm, which mercilessly eroded flesh and bone, leaving behind naught but a skeletal form. In consideration of your master, I shall spare your life today, however.
While you may escape the death penalty, you cannot elude the punishment of living. Begone! The blood-robed figure, now reduced to mere bones yet still alive,
dared not protest further and was enveloped in a crimson light, preparing to flee. Suddenly, from the river surged a dragon's tail,
crashing down upon the bloodlight with a force akin to a bowling strike, sending the blood-robed figure flying, accompanied by wails of agony. Ah! I shall return.
Witnessing this scene, your immediate reaction was not one of shock at the formidable power of the great yellow dog,
but rather astonishment at the resilience of the blood-robed figure's life force. How can he not be dead?
Young master. Were it not for the master's instructions to spare his life, I would have taken great pleasure in avenging you today, the great yellow dog explained,
lowering its head to whisper in your ear.
Feeling a flicker of gratitude towards the dog, you understood that it had cleverly expressed your grievances.
Come, young master.
Let us take a journey together, the great yellow dog beckoned, leading the way into the depths of the valley, urging you to follow.
All right.
With your injuries mostly healed. Witnessing the blood-robed figure's defeat lifted a heavy burden from your heart, granting you a sense of relief. You realized that the great yellow dog was preparing to introduce you to its master, the one who could truly protect you. Although a hint of speculation lingered in your mind, you refrained from reaching any definitive conclusions, instead attempting to draw out information about the identity of the master through conversation. You shall discover everything in due time, young master, the great yellow dog replied with a mysterious smile, withholding an answer and keeping you in suspense. You recognized that this great yellow dog was not as straightforward as it initially appeared. As you stepped into the valley, you were momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted you, a colossal city exuding a formidable aura.
How can there be a city hidden within the vast mountains?
Within the city, a multitude of figures from the human race could be seen, men, women, and children frolicking in playful abandon, presenting a scene reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mundane world. Your keen eyes discerned that most of these individuals bore an air of tenacity, many were missing limbs, adorned with scars that emanated an inexplicable sense of oppression. Some wore garments emblazoned with the insignia of the Great Xia Empire's military. These individuals were seasoned veterans of the Great Xia Empire, elite warriors specifically trained to combat enigmatic foreign races, the Armée de la Armée of the military. Shock coursed through you as you comprehended that the entire city harbored at least several 100,000 skilled warriors from the Great Xia Empire. What an astounding concept this was! This was enough to constitute a formidable force for rebellion. It was akin to the treatment afforded to a regional king. What is even more astonishing is that these seemingly elite soldiers appear to hold you in the highest regard, as they walk in silence, willingly parting to clear your path. In this moment, your suspicions solidify. "Master, I have brought the young master," you hear. Soon, guided by Uncle Dog, you arrive at the tallest edifice in the city. Upon entering, you quickly encounter the individual who can ensure your safety. Before you stands a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with silver, his gaze weathered yet strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of authority. The instant you behold him, your mind erupts in a cacophony, as if struck by a powerful force, plunging you into a profound silence. The impression he imparts is strikingly similar to that of the statue you encountered in the temple. What further astonishes you is that when he looks your way, your blood seems to boil within you, evoking an involuntary sense of familiarity. Even the Supreme Emperor Bone within you reacts, trembling slightly, as if sensing a presence akin to its own. "Who are you?" you cannot help but inquire. The handsome and imposing man gazes at you for a considerable time before slowly responding, "My name is Yang Hong, you may also call me Uncle." Chapter 76, The Enigmatic Truth and the Eerie War God Uncle. Yang Hong. Your pupils constrict, and you silently acknowledge, indeed, it is he. This name is not unfamiliar to you, in fact, it resonates with great familiarity. For the people of the Great Xia, the name Yang Hong is a thunderous presence. The war god of Great Xia. The soul of the Empire's army. The unconquered hero. These are but a few of the titles bestowed upon Yang Hong within the Great Xia. To countless individuals, he is nearly a living legend. Emerging from humble origins, he enlisted in the military and quickly rose to prominence, reaching the pinnacle of leadership within a mere few years. With his indomitable spirit, he single-handedly battled 18 formidable alien beings in the imperial territory, wielding his fists and sword to forge an unrivaled reputation. Leading the elite forces of Great Xia, he safeguarded the empire, instilling fear in foreign adversaries and intimidating enemies within Great Xia. Decades ago, it was Yang Hong's era. He suppressed the scions of noble families with his unmatched prowess, rendering them unable to lift their heads. He fervently promoted talent within the Great Xia Empire, disregarding one's lineage, defying the unwritten rules of aristocracy, and appointing commoners without hesitation. His military discipline was stringent, anyone who fell afoul of him, even the scions of noble families, faced dire consequences. When a celestial family expressed discontent over the demise of one of their kin, believing their interests had been compromised, they attempted to retaliate, only to have Yang Hong annihilate their clan, leaving no survivors. The patriarch of the celestial family was even decapitated and hung from the military banner as a warning to the world. Afterward, the emperor merely issued a mild reprimand and offered a few cups of wine as penance. For at that time, he was the sharpest sword of the Great Xia Empire. Noble families dared not voice their anger, fearing him as one would a ferocious tiger, while commoners revered him as an idol, aspiring to emulate his greatness. At that time, Yang Hong was almost universally regarded as the foremost figure in the empire, second only to the emperor of Great Xia. Yet, several decades ago, this living legend mysteriously vanished without a trace, seemingly dead to the world. Subsequently, those who yearned for the war god of Great Xia crafted statues in his honor, seeking his protection. Previously, when you were at the Liu family in the imperial capital, you had also encountered a statue of Yang Hong. But who could have anticipated that this war god of Great Xia had been concealed within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains all along? Moreover, he is your uncle? No wonder Brother Liu Shou mentioned that someone in the south could safeguard me. No wonder Liu Ruyue said I could survive by heading south. Who could have imagined that such a living imperial legend was hidden in the south? And he is my own uncle. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with astonishment, fixating intently on the southern direction, unable to suppress the clenching of his fists. If what Yang Hong, the character from the antagonist simulator, claimed is true, then his biological mother is indeed the sister of this war god of Great Xia. After employing the process of elimination,
It became evident that the bloodline of the Great Xia royal family within him originated from his paternal lineage. Simultaneously, the root of all these calamities seemingly pointed towards his elusive biological father. The most nefarious, sinister,
and deranged bloodline of the empire, the suddenly reclusive war god of the Great Xia and I, who have been relentlessly hunted from all sides. Allow me to make a bold prediction: my enigmatic biological father, hailing from the Great Xia royal family, wed the sister of Yang Hong, subsequently seizing control of the military forces and inciting rebellion, nearly fracturing the Great Xia.
Yet, in the end, he ultimately failed.
Liu Qian instantly entered a state of supreme focus, initiating a cerebral storm of analysis. Nevertheless, certain enigmas persisted, notably the inexplicable absence of his parents' names.
Surely, such a monumental event from years past would have warranted documentation. Why, then, was there not a single record? It was as if an unseen hand had erased this segment of history. Indeed, how could such a scandal be recorded? Only the elders from that time would possess any knowledge of it.
Thus, it stands to reason that my so-called father must have perished, along with my unknown mother. The Liu family at that time was also within my father's sphere of influence, hiding and raising me as an infant until recently, when my identity was finally revealed.
Leading to a pursuit. Was my identity not that of the emperor's son, but rather the grandson? Could this be the so-called truth? Liu Qian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If that were the case, how had Yang Hong survived?
According to the previous words of the ghostly healer, the Great Xia had nearly faced obliteration,
indicating the terror of that battle.
It was likely that the emperor of the Great Xia had come perilously close to demise.
Such actions are life-threatening. The emperor would hardly be merciful.
Furthermore, if my father had instigated a rebellion with this brother-in-law, how had Yang Hong managed to survive after my father's death?
The emperor of the Great Xia could execute his own son. Would he hesitate to eliminate Yang Hong? Additionally, how had the Liu family managed to protect themselves for so long under such pressure?
If the emperor truly had the intent,
this so-called grandson would have had no chance of survival.
There would be no need for such convoluted schemes to orchestrate his downfall. The adversary could easily dispatch dozens of celestial beings or even take matters into their own hands.
Who could withstand the might of a true immortal on land? Moreover,
it was utterly astounding that Liu Ruyue and the forces behind her would dare to risk offending the emperor of the Great Xia, this immortal on land,
in their pursuit of guidance from him.
Furthermore, why would Liu Ruyue assert that Yang Hong could protect him, allowing him to live? Something felt profoundly amiss. The situation was far from the simplicity I had envisioned.
What had truly transpired back then?
Just as Liu Qian had begun to peel away the veil of obscurity,
he found himself ensnared in yet another layer of confusion.
You appear to be in a daze, enveloped in uncertainty, as though the sudden circumstances have rendered you bewildered.
Reminiscent of an unsolvable enigma from the past.
You turn to your uncle, seeking to inquire about your parents. Uncle,
could you share with me the stories of my father and mother?
My dear child, it is best that you remain unaware of such matters.
They are beyond your realm of involvement.
Here with your uncle, rest assured that I shall ensure your safety for a lifetime.
Yang Hong's gaze lowered, deliberately evading the topic, clearly reluctant to discuss it.
Having spoken, before you could utter another word, he issued an unmistakable dismissal. You may take your leave now. Whatever you desire here, you can simply ask your dog uncle, and he will see to it that you have it. What you must focus on now is to live well.
Survival is paramount above all else. This is my solemn vow to her. Chapter 77, Advancement. 6th Rank Talismancer. Since time immemorial,
the vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to the significance of an uncle. Under normal circumstances, Yang Hong, as your uncle,
would be justified in his protective demeanor towards you.
In the absence of your parents, he stands as your sole remaining kin.
Yet,
he appears reluctant to disclose any details regarding the events of the past,
withholding even the slightest information about your parents. Now that you are safe, why does he persist in concealing the truth? Could it be that the events of that year harbor untold secrets? Moreover,
he seems to perpetually emphasize the importance of survival. Just survive.
This series of peculiarities fills your heart with bewilderment.
As you contemplate voicing your inquiries,
You find yourself tugged away by the large yellow dog, which has latched onto your pant leg, leading you outside. Alright, young master, the master is weary and needs rest. Let us depart and not disturb him further. I shall escort you to a place where you can recuperate. Being dragged along by the dog. You have no choice but to follow, yet you cannot resist glancing back at your uncle, young Hong. It is only then that you notice his pallid complexion. Devoid of color, with bloodshot eyes that speak of fatigue. Cough. 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 Yang Hong cannot suppress a cough. And your keen eyes catch a glimpse of blood on the white cloth he holds. What could have rendered this once mighty warrior of the Great Xia so worn and even injured? It is known that he is revered as the foremost figure of the Great Xia Empire. Likely possessing strength that has ascended to the level of a ninth transformation celestial being, a true immortal among mortals. Your mind swirls with countless questions. Yet you are soon dragged out of the city lord's mansion by the dog. Dog uncle, is my uncle injured? I think I saw him coughing blood. I happen to be well versed in talismanic water techniques, you tentatively inquire, hoping to glean some information from the yellow dog. You can discern that your canine companion possesses an extraordinary identity, likely a figure of great authority in this realm. Ah? Is the master injured? Really? The yellow dog tilts its head, feigning confusion. You pause momentarily, turning back for another glance, only to find your uncle seated on the throne, seemingly unchanged. With a rosy complexion, as though the pallor and coughing were mere figments of your imagination. A sudden chill of unease washes over you. An inexplicable sense that something is amiss. However, you have already been pulled outside. From that point onward, no matter how you attempt to extract information from the dog, you find no success. It consistently plays the fool, deftly diverting the conversation. What a cunning yellow dog! You realize that such a dog, with its unassuming hue, is likely the most shrewd of all. It dawns on you that the dog may also be privy to certain truths, yet chooses to remain silent, unwilling to share them with you. The large yellow dog accompanies you as you meander through the city, familiarizing yourself with the surroundings. Everywhere you go, you are met with curious gazes, and every passerby expresses their respect towards you. You have attempted to engage in conversation with them, yet your efforts yield no replies. Only warm smiles and gentle head shakes. The only knowledge you possess is that this place is referred to as the Land of Hidden Dragons. This unfolding scene tightens your heart, instilling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. However, having arrived, there is no evading your fate, you can only proceed step by step. You have been assigned to a grand estate adjacent to the Lord's residence, remaining close to your uncle Young Hong. With this formidable warrior of the Great Xia by your side, your sense of security swells immensely. Seeing the futility in extracting information, you choose to abandon your inquiries and instead focus solely on your cultivation. Since your uncle has assured you that any needs can be communicated through the dog, you decide to be unreserved in your requests. You directly ask the large yellow dog for talismans of the 5th tier or higher, as well as new cultivation techniques, martial skills, and spells. You have long struggled to find high-tier talismans, finding yourself stuck at the threshold of becoming a 5th-tier talisman master. Your primary cultivation method, the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, feels insufficient when faced with formidable adversaries. As for talisman techniques, your master has previously slain several talisman masters, leaving you with a wealth of inheritance in this domain, alongside some techniques acquired through past conquests. The large yellow dog shakes its head and promptly leads you to a hidden vault within the city, allowing you to select whatever you desire. Young master, these are the master's accumulations over the years. Take what you wish, it encourages. You swallow hard, gazing in awe at the array of powerful techniques before you. Although you were already aware of your uncle's extraordinary prowess, you had never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Among the treasures are the 8th-tier talisman illustrations, the Blood Demon Array Dispersal, the Eternal Life Technique of the Greenwood, the Immortal Mystique, the Nether Demon Codex, and more. The techniques laid out before you are nearly all aimed at transcending to celestial realms, their might surpassing that of your primary cultivation method. It is evident that their former wielders were immensely powerful, yet they ultimately fell to your uncle's hand, their techniques now preserved as part of this collection. In the end, you select the 8th-tier talisman illustrations, the Greenwood Eternal Life Technique that enhances longevity, the defensive celestial artifact known as the Qian Shield, and a multitude of cultivation resources.
The Greenwood Eternal Life technique can significantly extend one's lifespan during pivotal breakthroughs, making it an ideal supplement to support the consumption required for the 9 steps to heaven.
Upon returning to the courtyard, you commence your cultivation.
You discover that after consuming certain elixirs, your cultivation speed accelerates, and the return of the celestial debt occurs more swiftly, until the celestial debt is fully repaid. You intend to focus on the path of talismans rather than the Greenwood Eternal Life technique. In the blink of an eye, half a year has elapsed. Unlike previous simulations that demanded caution and meticulousness, you find yourself in the hidden Dragon City, where you can cultivate without a care in the world, surrounded by countless resources and cultivation techniques. During this period, you have not refrained from exploring your surroundings. However, that large yellow dog has always appeared mysteriously, akin to a ghostly shadow, trailing behind you as if it were perpetually watching your every move. Under such circumstances, should you choose to abandon your quest for discovery? Over the past 6 months, your cultivation has made no discernible progress, yet the 2-year celestial loan you possessed has dwindled to merely 1 year, its repayment speed having doubled. Simultaneously, you have comprehended numerous 5th-tier talismans, compensating for the Soul Fire Dragon talisman you previously had,
and have even begun to experiment with inscribing 6th-tier talismans.
You have successfully inscribed the 6th-tier talisman for thunder control. You have triumphantly become a 6th-tier talisman master.
Chapter 78, You have fallen into a coma.
A 6th-tier talisman master, comparable to a transcendent of the 6th realm if adequately prepared, can overpower several peers of equal strength, becoming invincible among equals. With the augmentation of the purple talent known as the Talisman Dao Seed, my mastery over talismans remains significantly superior to my cultivation level. Having broken through to become a 6th-tier talisman master, you are overwhelmed with emotion, unable to resist continuing to immerse yourself in the ocean of talisman knowledge. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable chill suddenly washes over you, abruptly pulling you from your state of enlightenment. You suddenly realize that, at some point unbeknownst to you, a shadow has appeared behind you in the room. An exceptional mental acuity is the foundation of becoming a talisman master, and you have qualified in that regard. A familiar voice suddenly pierces the silence. Upon hearing the voice, your taut nerves instantly relax, and as you turn to face it, you behold your long-missed uncle, Yang Hong. He stands behind you, his gaze calm as he observes you, hands clasped behind his back, casually offering a remark. You are quite impressive, Uncle. You call out somewhat awkwardly, for it has been quite some time since you last encountered this simultaneously familiar yet strange relative. In the past 6 months, he has not visited, remaining within the city lord's manor. During this time, you have contemplated seeking him out again, yet each attempt was thwarted by the large yellow dog, who claimed his master was in a critical stage of cultivation. However, every night, the manor reverberates with the feral howls of beasts. Perhaps sensing your discomfort, Yang Hong's expression softens, his gaze suddenly lingering on your chest. During our last meeting, I failed to notice, but you seem to be in a peculiar state, as the spiritual energy of your cultivation dissipates, returning to the cosmos. Clearly, this formidable warrior of the Great Xia has discerned the anomaly within you. You had not anticipated your uncle to possess such keen insight. After a moment's hesitation, you disclose the matter of the 9 steps to heaven. You can distinctly observe a fleeting glimmer of emotion in your profoundly mysterious uncle's eyes upon hearing about the effects of the 9 steps to heaven. But it is quickly overshadowed by a sense of disappointment when he learns of its confidentiality. However, he swiftly regains his composure. Such a technique indeed seems capable of seizing the heaven's creations and possesses a certain Taoist essence. Let me see if I can assist you. A pure and invigorating spiritual energy suddenly surges into your body. You begin to realize that the debt to the heavens is being repaid at a terrifying pace. Incredible! You seem to have grasped the true application of the 9 steps to heaven. It can indeed be utilized in such a manner. As long as a powerful individual channels spiritual energy to you, the side effects can be preemptively mitigated. Before long, you discover that the debt to the heavens is entirely repaid, allowing you to continue your cultivation and enhance your prowess. The Qingmu longevity technique you desired was intended to aid the 9 steps to heaven, but it seems unnecessary now, for your uncle possesses something superior. Yang Hong presented an ancient tome from his spatial ring, placing it before you. As you accepted it, 5 prominent characters caught your eye: Qingdi Chang Jing. This tome was indeed a profound longevity technique that could lead one straight to the ninth realm of terrestrial immortals. It was an artifact acquired by your uncle during an extraordinary opportunity, rumored to be linked to the ancient Qing emperor. Its effects were exceedingly formidable. Each breakthrough could enhance one's lifespan by several times at the same level, yet the difficulty of cultivation was immensely high.
Listening to your uncle's explanation, you couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
The prospect of extending one's lifespan by several multiples at the same level was a perfect complement to the treading the heavens 9 steps.
Once you embarked on this cultivation path, wouldn't it bolster the endurance of your techniques? With sustained power, what could you possibly fear?
Thank you, uncle. You expressed your heartfelt gratitude. By bestowing such an intricate technique upon you, Yang Hong clearly regarded you as family.
No need for thanks, I am your uncle.
Focus on your cultivation and survive, that is more valuable than anything, Yang Hong replied, his gaze laden with complexity.
However, at that moment, you were engrossed in the tome, oblivious to any underlying nuances.
Soon after, Uncle Yang Hong took his leave. Without the presence of the celestial loans, you commenced further cultivation.
A month later, you successfully condensed the 8th step of the treading the heavens 9 steps talisman.
2 months later, you began to shift your focus to the Qingdi Changsheng Jing.
However,
this scripture, designed for ascension to terrestrial immortality, was exceedingly profound, resulting in a slow progression, and your Supreme Imperial Bone began to manifest its effects.
3 months later, you successfully entered the first layer of the Qingdi Changsheng Jing, extending your lifespan by 30 years. 5 months later,
your remarkable talent allowed you to break through to the 3rd layer, increasing your lifespan by a century. A year later, you reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer,
achieving a lifespan of 1,000 years, nearly double that of your peers.
You had ascended to the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm. Achieving such heights so swiftly prepared you for a breakthrough into the extraordinary realm.
The gains from this villain simulation were indeed significant. 6th-tier talisman master, celestial talismans,
the Qingdi Changsheng Jing, and the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm.
While this appeared splendid, an unsettling feeling lingered.
Lu Qian observed the simulation of himself within the villain simulator, his brow furrowed, devoid of the anticipated excitement.
Something felt amiss.
He recalled the peculiarities of his elder brother,
Lu Shou, and the unusual words of Liu Ruyue.
Furthermore, his uncle Yang Hong exhibited some oddities as well. Yet, the simulated version of himself seemed to have grown complacent. The subsequent villain simulation began to veer toward a peculiar direction. For the first time, you experienced the true joy of cultivation. There is no peril, no pursuers, no persecution.
Only a sanctuary for cultivation.
All the resources you require are readily available, allowing you to strive relentlessly towards greater heights.
Under such circumstances,
I could easily linger here until the end of time, awaiting the completion of my divine skills, and upon achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal,
emerge to sweep across the world, invincible.
At that moment, the orchestrators behind the scenes and those who sought to hunt me down would meet their demise one by one. In this moment, your confidence swells, vigilance wanes, and you have completely forgotten previous events and warnings. The next step involves breaking through to the 6th realm of the extraordinary, necessitating a visit to your uncle for some resources.
What is happening?
Why do I feel somewhat lightheaded? Just as you prepare to venture out, an unusual fragrance wafts through the air, instantly causing you to feel dizzy.
And you collapse to the ground.
You succumb to unconsciousness.
Chapter 79, Uncle, do you wish to dig my bones as well? Indeed, trouble has arisen.
Lu Qian's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the unfolding events within the villain simulator. It seems that the one daring to act within Hidden Dragon City could only be.
Bang!
The door swung open.
Someone entered. Unconscious.
You were taken away by the newcomer and placed onto a carriage, unaware of your destination.
Silence ensued. In a moment of haze, a domineering force surged from your spine, instantaneously dispelling the fog within, awakening your slumbering mind.
As your consciousness gradually returned, an inexplicable chill gripped you. The Supreme Imperial Bone within you seemed to emit a warning, urging you to save yourself.
Something has gone awry. I have been captured. Yang Hong is indeed suspicious. What transpired? I had maintained my vigilance before, why have I suddenly relaxed during this period? Could it be that I fell prey to some scheme? A surge of anger and alarm filled your heart. For the only one capable of striking against you in Hidden Dragon City was your own uncle, the great warrior of the daxia, Yang Hong. Moreover, you could vaguely sense two familiar presences within the carriage. One was the familiar aura of the big yellow dog, and the other, even more recognizable, belonged to your uncle, Yang Hong. You began to reflect on previous anomalies, realizing that you had subconsciously overlooked certain matters, placing immense trust in Yang Hong, even divulging the secrets of the Tianji 9 steps to him. This was not in accordance with your original character. Though you remained unable to move, you could faintly hear fragmented conversations within the carriage. Master, must this truly be done? The young master is your only kin in this world. His veins carry half of the Yang family's blood. Master, perhaps we can devise another plan, although you are injured and have lost your former might. We still have other options. Master, you were once the great warrior of daxia. You must truly dig out the young masters. It is the big yellow dog. It dares to plead for your sake. Yet, in response to the dog's entreaty, Yang Hong remained silent, not uttering a word. Listening to the disjointed dialogue, a chill enveloped you. To your shock, your own uncle, Yang Hong, harbored designs upon your Supreme Imperial Bone? Is it due to his injuries that he seeks to extract your bone to restore his strength? No wonder, during the previous nights, you had heard beastly howls emanating from the Lord's mansion. No wonder, since your arrival in this place, for nearly 2 years, any movement on your part was closely monitored, lest you escape. Indeed, the so-called journey south was an utter trap, with even your own uncle keeping a watchful eye on you. Ironically, it was that cunning big yellow dog who bore goodwill towards you, persistently seeking to intercede on your behalf. Perhaps aware that pleading would be futile, the large yellow dog's demeanor turned despondent as it approached your unconscious form. Gently licking your face, "Forgive me, young master, Uncle Dog cannot assist you." The strange fragrance moments ago had emanated from it. In the depths, Yang Hong was shrouded in shadows, his visage and expression obscured, remaining silent throughout. This man and dog, master and servant, seemed oblivious to the fact that you had been forewarned by the Supreme Imperial Bone, awakening your consciousness and beginning to regain your wits. Soon, the carriage halted before a small courtyard. Yang Hong disembarked first, while the large yellow dog stood upright, its size now imposing, as it cradled you and stepped down into the courtyard. Inside, a wooden bed was set up, occupied by the figure of a butcher radiating a menacing aura, his face marred by a disfigurement. The butcher held a chilling, extraordinary cleaver, stained with the essence of blood. "Greetings, true monarch." The butcher stood respectfully to the side, seemingly awaiting his prey to be served. You were laid upon the wooden bed. Witnessing this scene, your heart plummeted. At that moment, you anticipated the grim events to unfold, entering a supreme mode, striving with all your might to awaken fully. Yang Hong stood expressionless at the bedside, his gaze calmly fixed upon your slumbering form. The yellow dog's face twisted in despair, yearning to plead, yet was ruthlessly dismissed by Yang Hong. "Leave." The dog's tail drooped instantly, its spirit diminished, as it trudged away. "Let the proceedings commence." At Yang Hong's command, the butcher nodded, gripping his cleaver, poised to advance, but suddenly halted, his expression one of astonishment. With a resounding clap, you, who should have remained in a stupor, unexpectedly opened your eyes, seizing Yang Hong's hand. Disbelief etched across your features as you intently regarded him, your voice echoing with a soulful inquiry, "Uncle, do you wish to carve my bones as well?" This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly astounded. No one had anticipated that a mere cultivator of the mountain and river realm could break free from the mesmerizing smoke, a method specifically designed to ensnare celestial beings. Yang Hong, your uncle, remained as unperturbed as a still pond, seemingly unfazed. Yet, you could sense a fleeting tremor in the arm you grasped. Clearly, this valiant warrior of the Great Xia was not as composed as he appeared. As everyone remained in shock, you silently activated the blood escape talisman, enveloped in crimson light, seeking to flee. This was your sole remaining card. You could only hope that Yang Hong did not possess a restraining seal. Crack! In the next moment,
Within your vacant gaze, an arm tore through the fabric of space, disregarding the sanguine light, and instantly crushed the life-exchanging blood escape talisman. The assailant was none other than your uncle, Yang Hong. This once great war god of the Great Xia, with but a mere flick of his flesh, extinguished all paths of survival before you. Such flamboyant methods. With a resounding thud, you were struck down, crashing onto the wooden bed, and in an instant, all sensation faded from your being, leaving your mind an empty void. Only the calm voice of Yang Hong echoed in your ears, excised. A tearing sound followed as the flesh on your back was rent apart, severing the most vital connections. An excruciating pain surged from the depths of your soul. As you were vivisected, the Supreme Imperial Bone forcefully extracted from within you. Chapter 80. The Blood Demon paid his respects to the true monarch. And the sixth prince entrusted me with his greetings. You were vivisected, and the Supreme Emperor Bone was extracted from your very being. It was a resplendent spine radiating a dark golden luminescence, exuding an air of majestic dignity. This was your first encounter with your own Supreme Emperor Bone. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing it, you were inexplicably struck by a bizarre sensation, as if something essential was missing. However, this feeling was fleeting. When it was completely severed from your body, you felt as though you had lost something of utmost importance, leaving you in a state of desolation and emptiness. You watched helplessly as your Supreme Emperor Bone was presented to Yang Hong by the butcher. Yet, Yang Hong did not accept it, merely standing in silence. Not even casting a glance. This was somewhat unexpected. In your calculations, Yang Hong was supposed to take your Supreme Emperor Bone to heal and restore his peak condition. However, the sudden arrival of an uninvited guest stirred tumultuous waves within your heart once more. At an unknown moment, the blood-robed figure that had been pursuing you appeared in the courtyard, bowing respectfully to your uncle Yang Hong. The blood demon pays his respects to the true monarch. The sixth prince has entrusted me to convey his greetings. Boom! Your pupils constricted as an icy chill surged through your heart. They were actually in league with one another. Your uncle Yang Hong was, astonishingly, allied with the very forces that had been persecuting you? All the prior events were merely a ruse to compel you into the 10,000 Great Mountains, into the hidden dragon territory? And could it be that the sixth prince, mentioned by the blood demon, was the true identity of the mastermind behind it all? Was it the sixth prince who had masqueraded as your elder brother Liu Shou to communicate with you? Wait. No. Suddenly, it dawned on you that if this were indeed the case, upon your arrival in the hidden dragon territory, they could have easily captured you and extracted your bones. Why then allow you to live for another year and a half? Thus, it seemed that Yang Hong and the sixth prince were not allies. Perhaps this uncle genuinely wished to protect you? The ensuing scene corroborated your suspicions. In response to the blood demoness deference, Yang Hong appeared to be oblivious. As if he had not heard at all, merely waving his hand, prompting the butcher to present the Supreme Emperor Bone before the blood demon. This moment resembled dismissing a beggar seeking scraps. Ignored in such a manner, a hint of embarrassment and resentment flickered across the blood demoness face. Since becoming a celestial being, he had long forgotten the last time he had been treated with such disdain. Yet, upon contemplating the terror embodied by the man before him, he suppressed the anger swelling within, and with a tone tinged with sarcasm, he reminded, "Esteemed Lord, regarding this transaction, it seems that in addition to the Supreme Emperor's Bone, there remains another matter. The sixth prince has stated that to ensure the Supreme Emperor's Bone does not reincarnate, it is necessary to shatter Lu Qian's dantian and obliterate his cultivation. Should it be inconvenient for you to act, I could take on the task myself." Clearly, the blood demon still harbored intentions of revenge, unwilling to let go, seeking to personally render him powerless. "Are you finished?" Yang Hong inquired calmly. With a resounding thud, Yang Hong struck, shattering his dantian, and the pinnacle of his cultivation dissipated like smoke. His complexion paled, vitality drained in an instant. As if he had aged countless years, barely clinging to consciousness. Witnessing such despair, the blood demon, though thwarted from striking, could not suppress a raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Little wretch, this is your whom?" Yang Hong frowned, his gaze lifting slightly, as a burst of golden light erupted. In the midst of his astonishment, the raucous laughter of the blood demon transformed into a piercing shriek, as his spirit and dantian suffered grievous harm, his celestial cultivation rapidly collapsing. "Ah! How dare you shatter my dantian? The blood demon wailed in agony, resembling a wretched dog as he collapsed and writhed upon the ground. With merely a glance, Yang Hong incapacitated the formidable blood demon, a being of celestial caliber, revealing that his uncle's power vastly exceeded his expectations.
Was he not injured? How could he still possess such strength? Could it be that an internal strife had erupted? Wasn't Uncle Yang Hong initially wary of the sixth prince before taking action against him? Why then did he so boldly incapacitate the blood demon? Begone! Or perish!
Yan Hong's voice was calm yet laced with a chilling intent to kill. The blood demon's face turned ashen, his spirit shattered, hastily grasping the radiant Supreme Emperor's bone.
Fleeing like a frightened animal.
Deprived of the Supreme Emperor's bone and his cultivation, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his consciousness fading into a haze. And he began to succumb to sleep. In the final moments of slumber, he seemed to hear a faint whisper.
To survive is better than anything else. Thus, was all of this merely a transaction? Trading my Supreme Emperor's bone and cultivation for safety and an end to the pursuit?
It stands to reason that a powerless being devoid of threat no longer warrants relentless pursuit.
No wonder Liu Ruyue claimed that I could survive.
It seems this was the method of survival.
It is clear now why her expression was so peculiar. She evidently knew of this transaction long before. Lu Qian closed his eyes, rapidly processing the successive twists and explosive revelations from this villainous simulation.
One thing was certain, his uncle Yang Hong harbored no ill intent towards him, genuinely wishing to protect him. The other party displayed no interest whatsoever in his, Supreme Emperor's bone, from beginning to end. However, he appeared to be injured or perhaps faced certain issues, resulting in a loss of power from his peak condition, leading him to broker a deal with the shadowy mastermind.
Yet, if this were indeed the case, why did Yang Hong intervene to easily incapacitate the blood demon? Was he not concerned about incurring the wrath of the unseen orchestrator, thereby jeopardizing their prior agreement?
It is essential to recognize that a formidable being, one who has transcended the fifth transition of celestial beings, is not something to be trifled with.
Was it the blood demon's derogatory remark regarding a little bastard that incited Yang Hong's ire? Lu Qian had a faint inkling that this statement must have provoked Yang Hong.
It appeared that this uncle placed significant value on familial bonds.
Furthermore,
even in his weakened state, the non-peak Yang Hong could effortlessly subdue the blood demon. One could only speculate how terrifying he must have been at his zenith. In addition to all this, there was also the enigmatic sixth prince, Chen Tai, who seemed to be connected to the elusive mastermind. Chapter 81, Reunion with an Old Friend, Explosive News, the mastermind is killed. Chen Tai, the sixth prince of the Great Xia Empire, is exceptionally gifted and talented. Before reaching the age of 30, he has already attained the sacred realm, earning the title of the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia royal family. He is anticipated to break through to the celestial realm before the age of 50, standing shoulder to shoulder with the elder celestial powerhouses. His mother hails from the renowned Chu family of celestial lineage and is the most favored imperial concubine of the current emperor of Great Xia. Due to his extraordinary talents and exceptional training aptitude, Chen Tai has been the center of attention throughout his life. Deeply cherished by the emperor and regarded by many as the next heir to the throne. He is a true child of destiny, possessing unparalleled family background, status, and qualifications within the Great Xia Empire. Fragments of information about Chen Tai began to emerge in Lu Qian's mind. If it truly is him, then everything starts to make sense. Given his identity and the support from his maternal clan, compelling the ghostly physician and the blood demon, both formidable figures, is not out of reach. Wait. Lu Qian suddenly reacted, instantly realizing something amiss. Lu Qian? Chen Qian. Am I not following the tragic script of the discarded crown prince Li Chengqian? I was exiled to the demon city from the very beginning. And there are so many people wanting to kill me. Because, despite my issues, I am still of the legitimate lineage of Great Xia. And there are still those willing to ally with and support me. Damn it! In a fit of agitation, Lu Qian slammed his hand on the bed, inadvertently waking the slumbering Liu Ruyue. Liu Ruyue? What the heck, did you just smack me awake? Did you have a nightmare? It's all right. Go back to sleep. Lu Qian offered a perfunctory comfort, pressing Liu Ruyue's head back onto the pillow, weaving a web of nonsensical tales to lull her back to sleep. Having dealt with the potential wrath of the irate woman, Liu Qian turned his attention to the villain simulator. Although this round of simulation was rendered ineffective, he unexpectedly found himself free from the whirlpool. He had a premonition that this simulation had not yet reached its conclusion and that he might still acquire a wealth of useful information.
When you awaken once more,
you find yourself placed in a secluded courtyard, akin to a paradise. Having had your Supreme Imperial Bone extracted and your cultivation rendered null, you have now become a mere mortal, if not less than one. The extraction of the Supreme Imperial Bone has had a profound impact on you, nearly draining the majority of your vitality. If it were not for your cultivation of the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture, significantly extending your lifespan, you would have perished long ago.
Wait a moment.
The reason Yang Hong bestowed upon me the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture might have been because he had foreseen this very outcome. You suddenly realize that this indeed seems to be the case. However, in your current state, it appears that you can only live a few more decades.
Akin to an ordinary person.
You have now been confined here, where all your needs are catered to, and anything you desire is provided with utmost effort. Yet you remain estranged from the outside world. Your uncle Yang Hong and that large yellow dog have also not made an appearance. Their preoccupations remain a mystery.
Decades have passed, and this simulation serves as a remarkable opportunity to truly experience life.
Perhaps, after experiencing a downfall, your mindset has shifted to one of tranquility. As if you have let go of all burdens. You begin to live alone in the small courtyard, immersing yourself in books and cultivating half an acre of land to grow vegetables. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have elapsed.
Throughout this decade,
you have lived in solitude, enduring loneliness without succumbing to madness. Instead, your character has been tempered, becoming more resilient and composed, shedding any traces of restlessness.
You often peruse talismanic texts and Taoist scriptures, gradually emanating a hint of Taoist charm.
In this serene state, the long-absent yellow dog returns, accompanied by an unexpected guest. Little master, look who I've brought for you. You are taken aback, for the yellow dog has brought none other than Sume,
whom you parted with a decade ago.
Now, Sume has blossomed from her youthful innocence into a figure of mature allure, resembling a flower in full bloom.
And a hint of transcendent aura surrounds her.
It is evident that this protagonist has grown significantly over the past 10 years.
Lu Gu! Sume exclaims,
her voice filled with the same deep affection she held a decade ago. Mayor, it has been a long time, you reply, feeling a nostalgic sentiment wash over you.
As you reunite with this old acquaintance, the perceptive yellow dog, sensing the intimate atmosphere, discreetly takes its leave. You invite Sume into your home.
Gather fresh vegetables from the garden, slice some meat, and prepare a delightful meal to welcome her. Sume, concerned for you, wishes to assist, but you gently refuse, asserting that a guest should not be burdened. Soon, the fragrant dishes are served, and as you dine, you engage in light conversation. Though most of the dialogue flows from Sume. She shares that after your parting 10 years ago, she followed Liu Ruyue to a small courtyard in the capital, where she was placed without much regard. It is apparent that the forces behind Liu Ruyue did not trust her. However, once her formidable talents as an alchemist and cultivator were revealed, she rapidly ascended to the rank of a 7th-level alchemist and achieved a saintly cultivation level in just a few years, prompting a shift in their attitude toward her. The individuals associated with Liu Ruyue became increasingly cordial, eager to recruit her, offering numerous privileges while simultaneously restricting her freedom. They promised that if she signed a contract to join them, they would divulge everything about her origins, yet Sume hesitated to comply.
Lu Gu, over the years,
I have repeatedly expressed my desire to leave, but to no avail.
It was only recently that the elder dog appeared in the capital, and reluctantly, they allowed me to depart. Then, the elder dog brought me here to find you. Sume revealed the reason for her arrival,
which was evidently a signal from the large yellow dog, or rather, from your uncle. Unfortunately, the dark piece you had placed, Sume, failed to uncover the identity of the forces behind Liu Ruyue. However, she did acquire an intriguing piece of information. It appears that the forces backing Liu Ruyue are predominantly composed of women. You nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about the situation of the Liu family, learning that they were annihilated a decade ago, though some rebellious remnants still eluded capture. Furthermore, Sume brought you astonishing news. 10 years prior, the sixth prince Qian Tai unexpectedly obtained a divine artifact known as the Supreme Emperor Bone, which propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, allowing him to surpass the boundaries of the mortal realm and become invincible among his peers in just a decade. This occurrence sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. However, just 10 days ago, a mysterious secret realm emerged in the Demon City, prompting the sixth prince Qian Tai to arrive in search of exploration, only to be met with an assassination attempt. It is said that the sixth prince Qian Tai was beheaded in broad daylight, and the Supreme Emperor Bone was extracted. The assailant was none other than Yi Qian. Chapter 82, The True Origin of Liu Qian. The sixth prince, the mastermind behind the scenes, has perished? Slain by the hands of the long-vanished protagonist Yi Qian. Gazing at the explosive news within the antagonist simulator, Liu Qian found himself momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Qian Tai, that shrewd old coin, has met such a tragic end? How reckless! A severed head and extracted bones, what enmity, what hatred could justify such brutality? Though somewhat absurd, it is not entirely beyond comprehension. The concept of a destined protagonist is inherently irrational, despite the loss of the step to ascend the heavens. One cannot dismiss the possibility of other fortuitous encounters. Given a decade to develop, one might soon learn the folly of underestimating a youth in poverty. Although Qian Tai, that scoundrel, had acquired my Supreme Imperial Bone, he was ultimately not the original owner and thus could not unleash its true potential. It is hardly surprising he fell at Yi Qian's hands. Yet, did they harbor such deep-seated animosity towards one another? Liu Qian tilted his head, struggling to unravel the causal connections. However, with Yi Qian's peculiar thought process, understanding his motivations is a formidable challenge. From Su Mei's words, it appears that Yi Qian had been lurking within a mysterious realm in the Demon City, suddenly emerging to ambush Qian Tai, who was wielding a bloodied blade at the time. The blood blade. Again, the blood blade. It reminded you of previous simulations where Yi Qian had also possessed such a weapon. You had suspected it was an opportunity within that mysterious realm, a chance you failed to seize. Now, with Qian Tai slain by Yi Qian, the latter has become the most wanted criminal in the Great Xia Empire. It is said that upon hearing of Qian Tai's demise, his mother fainted from grief, and the Chu family raged in fury. Even the long-reclusive emperor of the Great Xia was incensed. Currently, all factions within the Great Xia Empire are in pursuit of Yi Qian, some seeking the bounty, others coveting his fortuitous encounters, and some eyeing the Supreme Imperial Bone. Yet, curiously, this notorious criminal has vanished once more, eluding all search efforts. Reflecting on the fate of the sixth prince Qian Tai, the true culprit behind the scenes, slain by the destined protagonist Yi Qian, evokes a sense of bittersweet satisfaction. In a sense, Yi Qian has avenged your own grievance of the extraction of bones. Brother Liu, there is another matter I forgot to mention. 10 years ago, Sister Liu carried a child for 3 years and gave birth to a daughter. Su Mei's tone was calm yet tinged with an unusual undertone. In these 10 years, Sister Liu seems to have often reminisced about you. Boom! You stood frozen in place, astonished to discover that you still possess a bloodline in this simulated world. 10 years ago, Liu Ruyue indeed succeeded in leaving a legacy for you. It is all a matter of the past now. With a sigh, you acknowledge that your current existence is fleeting. Why concern yourself with such matters? The antagonist simulator, possessing such extensive knowledge, is indeed remarkable. Brother Liu, the esteemed elder dog has said that I can remain here to accompany you through your final journey. Su Mei bit her lip as she expressed her intentions. It was evident that she was aware of your limited time and wished to stay by your side. Observing the resolute woman before you, you understood that refusal would be futile. You nodded in agreement. Having lived in solitude for so long, the presence of a companion was a welcome change. With Su Mei's companionship, life felt imbued with newfound wonder and joy. Despite a decade of separation, there was no hint of estrangement between you. In the blink of an eye, another 10 springs and autumns had passed. Though time flowed relentlessly, you remained as youthful in appearance as ever, untouched by the passage of years. Over the years, you and Su Mei supported each other, sharing a bond that transcended that of mere spouses. Several years ago, Su Mei's belly began to swell, and her favorite pastime became to gently caress her abdomen while engaging in quiet musings. Throughout these years, aside from your interactions with Su Mei, You occasionally heard whispers from the outside world. For instance, Yichen, the fated protagonist, had been making waves throughout the vast realm of Xia, facing perilous situations yet miraculously escaping each time. He resembled an indomitable cockroach, seemingly impossible to eradicate.
Observant souls noted that he appeared to be in search of something.
You found your own body growing increasingly frail, even the simple act of tending to your garden became arduous, as if your final days were drawing near.
Is this the taste of death? You murmured to yourself.
You were acutely aware that your days were numbered, likely not lasting until the child's birth.
Yet,
to spare Sume any worry, you concealed your weakness, maintaining a facade of strength. As usual, you reclined on the rocking chair in the courtyard. Basking in the sun with a sense of languor, it was not that you lacked the will to work, but rather that you found yourself unable to do so. Calculating the time, you anticipated the arrival of the monthly supply delivery. Soon enough, someone appeared, but this visitor was entirely unexpected.
"Uncle!" you exclaimed in astonishment.
It was none other than your uncle, Yang Hong, whom you had not seen in 20 years.
After 2 decades.
Yang Hong still bore the countenance of a handsome and valiant middle-aged man, however, your keen eye detected a few more strands of white in his hair. And a weariness lingered in his calm gaze. "Child, I wish to take you to a place," he said.
"Very well."
You exerted yourself to converse briefly with Su Mei before trailing closely behind him. Together, you ventured forth from the secluded paradise into the world beyond. This marked your inaugural step into the outside realm, yet this time, you encountered no obstructions. The duration of your journey remained uncertain as you followed your uncle, Yang Hong, to a precipice, where a gravestone and a burial site came into view.
The inscription read Yang Xiu's grave. This was the resting place of your mother.
Yang Hong spoke slowly, a hint of sorrow lacing his words. Upon hearing this, your body trembled, and an indescribable wave of emotion surged within your heart. You approached the gravestone with measured steps, your trembling hand brushing against its surface.
The realization dawned upon you that Yang Hong's presence and his decision to bring you here were undoubtedly linked to the knowledge of your impending fate.
He intended to impart certain truths. With your gaze lowered and silence enveloping you for an extended moment, you finally found your voice, raspy yet resolute, "Uncle.
Who is my father, and who am I?"
In this instance, Yang Hong chose to reveal the truth without reservation. Your father is the Crown Prince Chen Qian of the Great Xia Empire, you are the grandson of the Great Xia Emperor.
Chapter 83, The Truth of Filial Piety and Parental Kindness. Boom! Lu Qian's pupils constricted, and his expression froze instantaneously.
Although he had anticipated certain aspects, he was nonetheless shaken by the sudden revelation.
I am the Crown Prince. My father is the heir apparent. My grandfather is the Emperor of the Great Xia.
I also have an uncle, the formidable god of war, who wields military power.
What an extraordinary lineage! There is power.
There are troops.
In contrast, a certain behind-the-scenes orchestrator, the 6th Prince Chen Tai, pales in comparison. According to the etiquette and ethics of the Great Xia Empire, I am indeed the epitome of legitimacy. Yet, how did things come to this dire state? After all, I am the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Empire. What heinous acts did my estranged father commit back in the day that implicated me as well? You are the Crown Prince.
Your heart trembles violently,
clearly startled by the unexpected news. Ultimately, you are the true T0 of the Empire. But how did matters devolve into this wretched situation? Uncle! Could you enlighten me about my father? You are eager to uncover the truth. Given the circumstances, your time is limited.
And you naturally wish to know what transpired back then. You also yearn to comprehend why you were labeled as the most sinful, most wicked, and most insane lineage.
Your father.
Uncle Yang Hong's gaze lowered slightly, a flicker of anger passing across his face, yet upon meeting your desperately weakened gaze, his heart softened. Your father, Chen Qian, was a man of exceptional talent and vision, inherently extraordinary, favored by your grandfather from an early age, and appointed as the heir apparent, becoming the foremost successor of the Great Xia Empire.
Upon becoming the heir,
he took on the responsibility of assisting your grandfather with the empire's affairs, showcasing remarkable abilities, implementing new policies, fervently promoting commoners from humble backgrounds, suppressing the aristocracy, and forging a pathway to greatness for the underprivileged, earning an unparalleled reputation throughout the Great Xia Empire, rivaling your grandfather.
Countless voices extolled your father as embodying the essence of an ancient sovereign. During that time,
matters from across the empire were first submitted to your father for review before reaching your grandfather for approval. In a sense, your grandfather, the emperor of the Great Xia, was overshadowed by your father. In terms of capability, your father ranks among the most distinguished figures in the annals of Great Xia history. When discussing your father's remarkable achievements, Yang Hong's expression grew somewhat complex, for he too was a beneficiary of that era. To rise amidst the entrenched aristocracy of the Great Xia Empire was no simple feat. At critical moments, one must have support.
My goodness! In this moment,
while you are astounded by your father's terrifying prowess, you also realize the precariousness of the situation. As the crown prince, he overshadowed the true emperor.
If no calamity befell him, that would indeed be a rarity. If that were the case, it would be one thing.
But this scoundrel has forsaken his duties as a son. Before your uncle rose to prominence, he shared a deep bond with your father,
often visiting one another and exchanging friendly gestures.
Initially, their relationship was cordial, but as time passed, an unsettling tension emerged.
During that period,
your uncle increasingly gained your grandfather's favor, commanding troops in battle, yet that scoundrel frequently visited your uncle's home. By the time your uncle returned, Xior was already noticeably pregnant with you.
That wretch!
Had it not been for your mother's intervention, I would have surely taken drastic measures against him. Your uncle Yang Hong could no longer maintain his former tranquility. A palpable aura of vengeance began to take shape in his eyes.
What brother could remain sane upon encountering such treachery? That scoundrel! I regarded you as a brother, and yet you sought to become my sister's husband? Furthermore, this knave was clearly pressuring him to choose sides.
Having become the crown prince, he still desired to meddle in military affairs. Lu Qian, it seems you have discerned the true nature of your father, a man of considerable cunning, devoid of scruples, who seizes opportunities in the absence of others.
To claim it was unintentional would be utterly implausible. On one hand, it might have been genuine affection, on the other,
it was unmistakably an attempt to bind the formidable general, your uncle, to his own faction.
Cough, cough, uncle, indeed my father has acted reprehensibly. May we return to the main topic?
You endeavored to placate your uncle and steer the conversation back on track.
In due course,
I learned that your grandfather harbored suspicions regarding your father hoarding arms and nurturing assassins, contemplating rebellion, and preparing to take action against your father. Yang Hong regained his composure and continued to speak. This also indirectly elucidated the rationale behind your father's actions.
All of this merely stemmed from a suspicion? Your countenance darkened. Is that not sufficient? Yang Hong regarded you with a knowing look.
In an instant, you found yourself at a loss for words.
For an emperor, mere suspicion suffices. What need is there for further evidence?
Thus, it was solely based on an unfounded accusation that my grandfather acted,
leading to my father's demise and the disintegration of my family.
Your fists clenched tightly, your body trembling slightly.
Is this the terror of those in power? The so-called familial bonds become trivial in the face of authority. Who says it was unfounded? Yang Hong suddenly interjected, interrupting your thoughts.
You were momentarily stunned,
staring blankly at your uncle.
Do not look at me. Your father, that scoundrel, indeed engaged in such actions, hoarding arms and cultivating assassins.
He was preparing for a coup akin to the Xuanwu Gate incident. Do you genuinely believe he was an honest man? Your grandfather's suspicions were not misplaced.
He had merely anticipated the situation. Uncle Yang Hong patted your head, wearing an expression that suggested you were still too naive and needed to mature further. Your father's actions stemmed from his anticipation of your grandfather's suspicions, foreseeing the threat to himself, and thus sought to preemptively act.
Ah, indeed.
Your father, in a bid to enhance his chances of success, cunningly persuaded several companions to join him in opposing your grandfather,
even expressing his willingness to share dominion with them. Is this truly a display of filial piety?
The elder brother leads the charge,
rallying a few comrades to aid in the insurrection against their own father?
You find yourself utterly bewildered by this series of audacious maneuvers.
Is it really such a dramatic twist? Uncle, are you certain you are speaking in Chinese? Can it possibly become any more absurd? The corner of your mouth twitches. Can this truly be played in such a manner, with rebellion being a casual affair, even against one's own progenitor? Is your father out of his mind? Oblivious to the dire consequences of defeat? This is not as outlandish as it seems. Your grandfather had, in fact, undertaken similar actions in the past. Uncle Yang Hong boldly asserts once more. Otherwise, how do you suppose he ascended to that position? Good heavens, is this truly an inherited trait within the family? Is the entire clan prone to insurrection, even against their own father? Chapter 84, Yang Hong, child, it was I who killed your father. Upon learning about the rebellion and the system of succession in Daxia, I could not help but curse inwardly, thinking them all a bunch of madmen, devoid of any rationality. My grandfather rebelled, my father rebelled, it was only a matter of time before you two would follow suit. On the day of the conflict, I, your uncle, was summoned by the Emperor of Daxia to the border, tasked with suppressing the enigmatic foreign tribes. Clearly, at that time, due to your father's involvement, my grandfather had already begun to distrust me. Sighing, Yang Hong commenced recounting the events of those years. After I quelled the insurrection of the strange foreign tribes and returned, I learned the entirety of the situation. At that time, I was oblivious to what kind of entrancing potion your father had administered to your mother, allowing him to steal my military token and disguise himself as me, infiltrating the capital with a select group of elite soldiers, unnoticed. Your father was ruthless. He acted before your grandfather, using several of his brothers as shields, placing them in the forefront while he lurked in the shadows, awaiting his moment. After incurring great costs and clearing all obstacles, your father finally made his move. He walked alone, stepping over the corpses of his brothers, traversing a path of bones, into the imperial palace of Daxia, to engage in a decisive battle with your grandfather, the terrestrial immortal. That battle had profound repercussions, nearly leading to the annihilation of the Daxia Empire. Listening to my uncle's narrative, I could almost feel the brutality of that great conflict. In that battle, even the so-called celestial beings were mere pawns, with countless of them meeting their demise. During this tumult, many noble families also personally took to the field. In the end, there was a decisive confrontation. Uncle, was my father also a terrestrial immortal? A sudden thought crossed my mind. To engage in a life-and-death duel with the terrestrial immortal Emperor of Daxia, my father must have been of a similar caliber. However, my uncle's subsequent response left me somewhat astonished. No, he was merely at the celestial realm. Yang Hong shook his head, his gaze complex as he looked at me. But he possessed the Supreme Emperor's Bone, enabling him to unleash the combat prowess of a terrestrial immortal. It was the first time the Supreme Emperor's Bone made its appearance in the Daxia Empire. Prior to that, no one was aware of it. Nor did anyone know that your father possessed such a constitution. The details of that battle remain shrouded in mystery, although your father was defeated. The Emperor of Daxia incurred significant losses, reportedly sustaining serious injuries and disappearing from sight for decades. Your father, with his celestial talents, challenged a terrestrial immortal and severely wounded him, yet managed to escape. Since then, the Supreme Emperor's Bone became renowned across the land, regarded as a forbidden artifact in the eyes of many. At that time, rumors circulated that had your father waited a bit longer and enhanced his cultivation, your grandfather might very well have perished at his hands. Boom! As your pupils constrict, you are not surprised by your father's possession of the Supreme Emperor's Bone. Yet you are taken aback by its overwhelming power. It can withstand an earthly true immortal at the celestial realm and inflict severe damage upon it, seemingly without the temporal constraints akin to the 9 steps to heaven. If only your father had succeeded by a hair's breadth, it is no wonder that so many covet your Supreme Emperor's Bone. Even the mastermind behind it all, Gentai, has long harbored unrelenting desires for it. You take a deep breath, striving to calm your tumultuous emotions. Did my father ultimately perish? He did. Did he fall at the hands of the Emperor of the Great Xia? No. He died by my hand. Yang Hong's words were shocking. You tremble, disbelief washing over you as you gaze at your uncle before you. Could it truly be that he had slain his own father? Child, do you understand? Upon my return from the battlefield, I found the Great Xia Empire in disarray, ravaged and chaotic. Your father, that scoundrel, after instigating rebellion, callously abandoned you and your mother, fleeing without a second thought. All the mess was left for you two to contend with. When I returned,
Xiaoer was ailing, consumed by despair. In her final moments, she grasped my hand, imploring me, as her brother, to safeguard you.
Yet with such a monumental upheaval, what could I do? What could I do?
Yang Hong's eyes burned with crimson, his emotions barely contained. It is difficult to fathom the pressure he had faced at that time. Given his status, he must have been ensnared in the turmoil. Though he had not participated, his own sister and brother-in-law were embroiled in it. In such a scenario, it could be said he was irreparably tainted. At that moment, he could barely ensure his own safety while also having to clean up a multitude of messes. You observe your uncle Yang Hong. His emotions spiraling out of control, and you can almost envision the scene from that time. Based on Xiaoer's dying words, I discerned a secret place where they had once cherished one another, and I sought him out. When I discovered him, he had become somewhat unhinged, as if struck senseless.
Evidently having paid a hefty price.
I personally ended his life, carrying his head to the palace, pledging my life and fortune that you were already dead. Listening to your uncle's calm words, a chill runs down your spine, and you are moved. You had never anticipated he would find such a path to protect you. In that bygone era, to safeguard you, your uncle before you had nearly wagered his own life.
Did the Emperor of the Great Xia believe you?
I presented his son's head to him, what more could he doubt? Yang Hong revealed a trace of a sardonic smile. Simultaneously, as a consequence, I was stripped of everything. Relegated to this place, condemned to a lifetime of exile, barred from returning to the capital. Thus, it appears that matters may reach a conclusion. Before my departure from the capital, burdened by the multitude of eyes upon me, I discreetly entrusted you to the care of the Liu family.
The Liu family has always publicly proclaimed their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor of the Great Xia.
Yet who could have anticipated that they had secretly aligned themselves with your father, acting as one of his many pawns? It is through this guise of the Liu family, coupled with the contingencies your father had arranged long ago, that you have managed to survive to this point. As you listen to your uncle's explanation, you begin to comprehend the sheer fortune and luck that has allowed you to endure until now. Had it been anyone else, the grass on their grave would have grown tall by now.
Wait. A sudden realization dawns upon you. How did your exposure occur? You pose this question.
Ultimately, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. Within the contingencies left by your father, there were those who betrayed him, leading to the treachery against the Liu family and yourself.
Chapter 85, The Self-Destruction of the Hidden Card. Yang Hong's peculiar reaction.
Upon learning that someone had betrayed you and the Liu family, your expression instantly darkened as a wave of suspicion washed over you. Clearly, those who sought to ingratiate themselves with a new master would not hesitate to undermine you, viewing your downfall as a demonstration of loyalty.
In your mind,
one particular target emerged with striking clarity: the Gu family.
Indeed.
Yang Hong nodded in approval of your quick wit, recognizing your ability to deduce the identity of the traitor so swiftly. The Gu family had initially been a contingency left by your father, but it seemed that over time, their allegiance had waned, leading them to sell you out to your hidden adversary, Prince Chen Tai, in exchange for personal gain. They were even willing to orchestrate a scheme that lured you to the capital, placing you in a perilous situation with the intent to eliminate you. It appeared that the downfall of the Liu family could not escape the treachery of the Gu family.
As anger surged within you,
you also realized that your late father's contingency plan had become increasingly difficult to navigate, blurring the lines between friend and foe.
Uncle, why, upon the exposure of my identity, has the Emperor of the Great Xia not acted against me?
Instead, it is Prince Chen Tai who is so fervently seeking my demise, you pondered aloud, connecting the dots. Under ordinary circumstances, the first to eliminate you would naturally be your grandfather, the Emperor of the Great Xia.
Why had it transformed into the urgency of Prince Chen Tai? Unless some unforeseen circumstance had arisen.
Yang Hong's subsequent words illuminated your confusion. After the Gu family disseminated your information, the entire Great Xia Empire erupted in tumult, with countless individuals eager to witness the Emperor's reaction and desiring your death.
Yet, unexpectedly, it seemed the Emperor had recalled a paternal affection,
intent on overlooking past grievances to acknowledge you as his rightful grandson.
Rumors emanating from the imperial palace suggested that the Emperor frequently spoke fondly of you, contemplating your potential as his successor. What a revelation! No wonder Chen Tai sought to eliminate me.
He initially aimed to curry favor with the Emperor of the Great Xia using my life as a bargaining chip, only to inadvertently ensnare himself in a treacherous web. Should I be acknowledged, my uncles and cousins would be relegated, as I would become the foremost heir to the Great Xia Empire.
In such circumstances,
it was not merely Chen Tai who would be driven to madness, all other princes would be compelled to eliminate me.
Lu Qian's lips twitched as he finally grasped the true motive behind Chen Tai's assassination plot.
Clearly, part of his ambition was tied to the Supreme Emperor's bone. But even more so, it was driven by the coveted throne of the emperor. No wonder Liu Ruyue had warned of the perilous journey northward, back to the capital, where survival was a tenuous hope. The faint glimmer of possibility hinged entirely on the whims of the emperor of the Great Xia. Previously, the impostor, Liu Shou, who masqueraded as your elder brother Chen Tai, had prohibited your return to the capital, evidently fearing unforeseen complications. However, my esteemed grandfather, the emperor of the Great Xia,
does not seem to possess such benevolence.
If he genuinely wished to acknowledge me, he could easily send someone to retrieve me.
Yet, he remains passive,
watching from the shadows as Chen Tai persecutes me, utterly indifferent. It appears he seeks to play a game of manipulation, exhibiting a chilling coldness. Lu Qian immediately discerned the underlying intricacies, realizing that the so-called paternal affection was likely nothing more than a farce. To believe in it would be sheer folly. It is worth noting that this individual once rose to power through rebellion, the only distinction being that he succeeded while my own father failed. You have become acutely aware of the sinister intentions harbored by the emperor of the Great Xia. Trusting him is perhaps less wise than placing faith in Qin Shi Huang.
Cough. Cough. Cough.
Suddenly, you are seized by violent coughing, blood spilling from your lips. Your body trembling as the vitality within you begins to ebb like the receding tide.
Realizing your imminent demise,
you seek to maximize your interests by inquiring of your uncle, eager to uncover the information you desire. This includes the existence of the enigmatic figure Liu Ruyue and the forces behind him, to which Yang Hong scoffs, dismissing them as mere opportunists. You meticulously probe for details, preparing yourself for the realities of your existence and laying the groundwork for future simulations.
Abruptly,
you shift the conversation to your yet unmet master, Zhuan Fuzi, clearly intrigued by this figure who instills fear in both the revered ghost doctor and Liu Ruyue.
Zhuan Fuzi.
You notice that when Yang Hong utters this name, the previous disdain and contempt fade, replaced by a gravity that demands attention.
From Yang Hong, you learn that this Zhuan Fuzi was once your father Chen Xian's mentor, a figure who is tentatively trustworthy and may protect you in critical moments.
Time swiftly passes, and you glean many secrets from Yang Hong. Perhaps sensing your approaching end, he chooses not to conceal the truth from you. Throughout the conversation, you casually mention Chen Tai, only to observe a flicker of disdain in your uncle's eyes, indicating that he has never regarded the man with any respect.
A sense of unease washes over you. If that is the case, why engage in transactions with him?
Unless there are other underlying issues, and you suspect that Chen Tai's demise may be entangled with your uncle's machinations.
Yet, it is evident that your uncle is reluctant to delve into this matter.
During this exchange, you also inquired about why the Supreme Imperial Bone within you remains sealed and cursed. In response to this inquiry, Yang Hong fell silent,
seemingly unwilling to discuss it, as though bound by some unspoken apprehension. Witnessing this scene, a resolution takes form within you, uncle.
You have unveiled so many secrets to me, now, I wish to share one with you. You suddenly broke the tranquility with your voice, slowly approaching Yang Hong amid his puzzled gaze, and whispered in his ear, "Uncle, I possess a peculiar object. Upon my death,
it can trigger a mechanism that allows me to be reborn in the past. I cannot truly die. In a certain sense, the antagonist simulator indeed serves this purpose." With a start, Yang Hong's pupils constricted, his countenance shifting dramatically,
the previous calm and silence evaporating as he fixed his gaze upon you, seemingly attempting to discern the truth. Your demeanor and the transformation emanating from your very soul conveyed to him the veracity of your words. This was the culmination of your thoughtful deliberation, opting for self-detonation to procure further information while simultaneously startling your uncle, presenting him with a revelation.
However, Yang Hong's subsequent reaction left you momentarily taken aback.
It seems you are merely experiencing a bout of hysteria before your demise, indulging in fanciful notions.
Very well.
Spend some time with your mother, I shall take my leave. He sighed, a look of regret crossing his features as he patted your shoulder and departed alone. Your expression became vacant, for you distinctly sense that, just as your uncle spoke, something silently materialized in your hand.
It appeared to be a note. Chapter 86, Yi Chen, Lu Qian, I have finally found. Wait, you mustn't die. A note? Why did Zhang Hong give you a note?
Why could he not speak plainly? Why did he choose to feign that demeanor? Why, when certain matters were discussed, did he always remain silent?
Unwilling to mention them.
You should have been a corpse by now. Even if you were aware, you would still carry these secrets, buried deep underground. Unless, there exists a pair of eyes that have been vigilantly watching him, tracking his every move, as well as our conversations. Your pupils dilate. And in an instant, the gravity of the situation dawns upon you, a chill swiftly enveloping your heart.
At this moment,
it seems as though you can feel an unseen gaze fixated on the distant figure fading away. It is precisely for this reason that it compelled Yang Hong to resort to such measures, attempting to convey a warning to you. Had you not revealed the secret of rebirth, your uncle would likely not have taken the risk to disclose this matter to you. In the Great Xia Empire, the only entity that could instill such trepidation in the formidable Yang Hong, the god of war, is surely none other than the emperor of the Great Xia in the capital. Wait. If the preceding conversation transpired under surveillance, does it imply that there were also veils of secrecy or underlying issues? For all these years, Yang Hong has been under watch. What are the intentions of the emperor of the Great Xia? Is it possible that Yang Hong harbors undisclosed matters? Considering Yang Hong's subtly disdainful demeanor, could it be that from the very beginning, my uncle was not wary of Chen Tai, the orchestrator behind the scenes, but rather of that figure within the Great Xia Palace? Damn, heading south is a perilous pitfall. Lu Qian's expression shifted. His gaze fixated on the contents of the villain simulator, a palpable chill coursing through him. He, a mere fledgling, had inadvertently stumbled into a high-stakes game? His own uncle seemed to be engaged in a battle of wits against that figure from the Great Xia Palace. Otherwise, why would he, having long resided in the land of the hidden dragon, be privy to all affairs of the imperial capital and the demonic city? Yet, how could a god of war, exiled to the southern mountains and seemingly gravely injured, evoke such fear within the Great Xia Palace, necessitating constant surveillance? Let me ponder. Lu Qian's gaze sharpened, instantly entering supreme mode, transcending the limitations of ordinary thought, delving into the dialogue from the villain simulator, seeking out inconsistencies. He had an inkling that the previous conversation concealed something significant. Wait. His pupils contracted, as if he had realized something. Based on Xior's last words, I discovered a secluded place where they once loved. When I found him, he had become somewhat deranged, as if rendered senseless. I personally killed him, holding his head as I went to the palace. Holding his head. Just severed the head. What of Chen Xian's corpse? What about the Supreme Emperor's bone within that headless corpse? Astonishingly, Yang Hong has concealed a fully developed Supreme Emperor's bone. Your mind races. Despite the loss of the Supreme Emperor's bone and the inability to utilize the Supreme Mode, you swiftly deduce several possibilities. It appears that your uncle is not as innocent as one might have presumed, and your sudden arrival has seemingly disrupted some of his plans. Wait. Could it be that your presence has been orchestrated as part of a scheme, with someone intending to use you to probe Yang Hong? Faced with certain pressures, Yang Hong opted for restraint, refraining from an explosive reaction. However, upon hearing you unveil the secret of reincarnation, he decisively conveyed a message to you. At this moment, you lean against a gravestone, utterly motionless, your right hand gripping the note until you observe your uncle's figure receding, the eerie feeling of being watched dissipating, allowing you to quietly unfold the note. The slip contains nothing more than a few words, seemingly an address: Imperial Capital, Secret Realm, Dragon Temple. Your gaze sharpens as you commit it to memory, intending to incinerate it with spiritual fire, only to discover that you appear to have been rendered powerless, reduced to the status of a mere mortal. In resignation, you fold the note and swallow it, gradually collapsing to the ground, preparing to close your eyes and await death. The depths of this situation are unfathomably treacherous, constantly presenting you with encounters of high stakes. Thankfully, you have the simulator to support you. Without it, your original self would have perished countless times. Indeed, this simulation should come to an end. As you shut your eyes, sensing the vitality within you swiftly dissipating, Nearing the brink of death and the conclusion of the simulation, you are suddenly jolted by a tremor.
Boom!
With a resounding crash, the ground nearby erupts,
revealing the silhouette of a groundhog emerging from the chaos.
Covered in filth, disheveled, exuding a putrid stench, and clutching a bloodied dagger, the groundhog fixes its gaze upon you, its eyes ablaze with the fury of a long-awaited adversary.
Liu Qian, you scoundrel!
After more than 20 years of traversing mountains and rivers, nearly exhausting the breadth of this vast land, and even daring to infiltrate the imperial palace, perpetually hunted and treated like a dog, deprived of proper meals and restful sleep,
I have finally found you today.
10 years ago, during my time in the bustling metropolis, I encountered a cur that bore a striking resemblance to you. In a moment of confusion, I mistakenly took his life with a single stroke of my blade, even going so far as to unearth his bones.
Do you have any idea how I have spent these past 2 decades?
You will soon come to know. For the vendetta of severed limbs and the anguish of lost love shall be avenged today. Suddenly, the fated protagonist, Qian, appearing quite deranged, wielding a bloodied sword as he approached me step by step. From his words, it seemed he had spent the last 20 years seeking retribution.
Today, I intend to dismember you.
But wait, why have you closed your eyes?
Why does your breath seem to fade?
Do not succumb to death.
I have hunted you for 2 decades, do not leave me now. Ah, do not die just yet.
As I witnessed your fading form, Qian, already unhinged, lost his composure entirely.
What could be more devastating than the imminent opportunity for revenge, only to find your nemesis on the brink of death? Such audacity! Suddenly,
a golden arrow shot forth, piercing through Qian's chest and sending him flying, as the departing young Hong, having sensed the disturbance, turned back.
With a loud thud,
Qian's bloodied sword slipped from his grasp, crashing down upon my head. Just as I was about to succumb to the abyss, I was jolted awake,
instinctively grasping the sword as if it sparked a flicker of life within me. That damned blow to my head.
At that moment, my vitality waned,
and my life drew to a close. Chapter 87, Semi-Divine Artifact, Soul-Devouring Demon Blade, You Are Dead, Simulation Concluded.
Liu Qian could not help but chuckle,
evidently amused by a certain fated protagonist's antics. No wonder that rascal Qian had been running amok for 20 years in the villain simulator. It was all in pursuit of vengeance. Even the elusive mastermind Chen Tai had inadvertently taken the fall.
In the end, when he sought out others, he was struck by an arrow from young Hong, with his fate hanging in the balance.
Qian was truly an enigma.
His thoughts a labyrinth that never failed to surprise me. Even as the narrative reached its climax, it seemed far from over, with a delightful twist emerging.
There was an inexplicable charm to this character. Had I known he would be so endearing, I would have gone easier on him from the start. Throughout 5 villain simulations,
it appeared that the fated protagonist Qian had suffered greatly at his own hands, yet none of those encounters had ever posed a threat to his life.
Instead, there were several critical moments where Qian had unwittingly aided him.
However, while Qian's assaults bore little consequence for Liu Qian, they were indeed lethal to others. Chen Tai, the mastermind, had even met his demise at Qian's hands once, a truly remarkable display of prowess, in contrast to the previous grim experiences.
This simulation had unfolded rather perfectly.
Though his cultivation had been stripped away and the Supreme Emperor's bones excavated, he had ultimately emerged unscathed, garnering numerous rewards.
Now,
all circumstances had become crystal clear.
Liu Qian's gaze flickered, seemingly imbued with a terrifying pressure. The 5th simulation has concluded, commencing final settlement.
The cold, mechanical voice of the villain simulator resonated abruptly.
Boom!
Once more, the familiar river of time cascaded down from above, enveloping Liu Qian in its embrace.
Fragments of all events from the 5th villain simulation were projected within the shards of the time river.
Qian, driven mad, was pierced by an arrow, pinned against a mountain, wailing in despair. Liu Ruyue cradled a hungry infant, her expression vacant as she gazed at a photograph.
Su Mei,
her belly swollen, stood at the door like a statue of longing, waiting for a familiar figure to return home. And there lay the still body of a young man, silent before a grave, clutching a blood-soaked long knife. Liu Qian regarded the memories unfolding before him with a complex expression, as if grasping some profound insight. Swish! The waters of the river of time began to coalesce rapidly. An ethereal figure of a young man, pale of visage, with tranquil eyes exuding an aura of steadfastness and experience, wielding a sinister blood knife, emerged.
Upon this figure, 8 resplendent glimmers manifested, coalescing into corresponding Dao fruits. The bounty from this villain's simulation appeared rather abundant. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself.
In previous simulations, the final tally had yielded merely 6 Dao fruits. Yet now, there had emerged a remarkable total of 8 Dao fruits. Moreover, among them, there are surprisingly 3 orbs radiating a pale golden glow. Commencing the final settlement, the host may choose 4 from the 8 options below. First option, Qing Emperor's Longevity Scripture. Fifth layer, Pinnacle of Mountains and Rivers. Second option, 9 Steps to Heaven, Heavenly Man Talisman. Third option, Fixed Green Talent, Nonsensical Tales, Becoming One's Innate Talent. Fourth option, 6th Rank Talisman Master, Talisman Illustration. Fifth option, Mysterious Turtle Shield, Heavenly Man Treasure. Sixth option, Heavenly Man's Relics, Ghostly Medical Sage. Seventh option, Heavenly Man's Sword Talisman, one-time use. Eighth option, Soul-Devouring Demon Blade, Divine Artifact, Whoosh. A semi-divine artifact. As Lu Qian's gaze fell upon the 8th reward, his pupils dilated in shock. Fixating on the blood-red longsword held by the ethereal figure of the young man before him, emanating an ominous aura. He could hardly fathom that the sinister blood sword carried by Qian was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. The rank of this item seemed somewhat extraordinary. No wonder Qian was able to slay Chen Tai with a single strike. It turned out he wielded a semi-divine artifact. Without the 9 steps to heaven, he was granted a semi-divine artifact instead. The treatment afforded to the destined protagonist was truly enviable. Damn it, it must be the favor of fate. They never lack opportunities. Akin to sheep whose wool can never be fully sheared. Fortunately, at the crucial moment of this simulation, he managed to grasp this semi-divine artifact. Or else it would have been a tremendous loss. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lu Qian resolutely made his final selections. I choose the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 8th rewards. Whoosh! 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 2 pale golden orbs, 1 deep purple and 1 deep green, representing the Qing Emperor's Longevity Scripture, Soul-Devouring Demon Blade. 6th Rank Talisman Master, and Nonsensical Tales, instantly fell. The 4 Dao fruits transformed into streams of light, piercing into Lu Qian's body, rapidly merging. Boom! 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 Lu Qian felt an explosive surge of cultivation within him, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the mountains and rivers realm. An overwhelmingly domineering energy, one that devours vitality, nourishes the self, and prolongs life, enveloped his meridians, consuming other spiritual energies for transformation. In an instant, his lifespan doubled, reaching a millennium. His skin became fairer and more flawless, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. Even his regenerative abilities experienced a transformation, surpassing his previous strength tenfold. The myriad miraculous effects of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Scripture, a true immortal level technique, proved to be more formidable and tyrannical than all previous methods. At this moment, the intensity of the spiritual energy within him was at least 10 times that of an equivalent practitioner. Simultaneously, the various experiences related to talismans from the previous villain simulator fused instantaneously, allowing countless 5th and 6th rank talismans to be inscribed into his soul. 6th rank Talisman Master, achieved. The integration of this verdant talent is remarkably serene, akin to a drop of water merging into a river, creating no ripples. Suddenly, at the last moment, a pale golden Dao fruit erupted. A blood knife, exuding a sinister aura and inscribed with countless tadpole incantations, materialized in his hand. And an inexplicable malevolence surged into his mind. Kill! 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 An intensely pure thought, imbued with an alluring darkness, instantly permeated his consciousness. As if attempting to ensnare him and transform him into a mere puppet of slaughter. A crimson light emanated from the blade, nearly engulfing Lu Qian's eyes. In that instant, Lu Qian seemed to grasp the reason behind Qian's madness, his semblance of a fractured psyche. Suddenly, the Supreme Emperor Bone emitted a crisp sound, as if a slumbering giant had abruptly opened its eyes. Let me see what is happening here. With a swish, the blood light dissipated, and the malevolence vanished. The soul-devouring blood knife in his grasp became instantly subdued, taking on an unexpectedly docile demeanor.
Damn! There exists an even more formidable entity. Soul-devouring demon blade, semi-divine artifact, a wicked blood knife forged from the blood of celestial beings, possessing the ability to consume souls and siphon lifespan. Upon slaying a target, it can devour their soul and steal a portion of their lifespan, temporarily augmenting its wielder's vitality. By burning this stolen lifespan, one can enter an undying blade soul state, significantly enhancing recovery capabilities and combat prowess. This demon blade is inherently malevolent. Subconsciously tempting its host, and consuming too many enemy souls will lead to soul fragmentation, forcing the wielder into madness, losing self-control, until their lifespan is entirely consumed. Leading to self-destruction, Chapter 88, Northward. Return to the imperial capital. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he intently scrutinized the description of the soul-devouring demon blade in his hand. His expression akin to that of a treasure hunter who has stumbled upon a priceless artifact. He held little regard for the so-called immortality-enhancing blade soul that promised to bolster recovery and combat prowess. What truly captivated him was the ability to siphon the life essence of others, albeit temporarily. This power was an exquisite complement to the heavenly steps. The more foes he vanquished, the more life essence he could accumulate, albeit for a brief period. Nevertheless, it could seamlessly transform the heavenly steps, his trump card, into a consistent technique, compensating for his own dwindling lifespan. By utilizing the life essence of others as the primary fuel, with his own serving as a supplement, he could unleash the heavenly steps to harness formidable strength. As for the matter of heavenly loans, if there were individuals willing to continuously supply him with spiritual energy, he could easily disregard it. In such circumstances, the side effects of the heavenly steps would be minimized to an almost negligible extent. The fusion of the soul-devouring demon blade and the heavenly steps was nothing short of a perfect match. Lu Qian's heart surged with elation and exhilaration. And what of the blade's side effects? With the presence of the Supreme Imperial Bone, he could effortlessly suppress them. At this moment, Lu Qian could hardly fathom the extent of his newfound strength when he devoted himself entirely. Should anyone dare to view him as a mere peak of the mountains and rivers, they would surely be taught a lesson in humility in mere moments. Suddenly, Lu Qian's expression grew serious as he lifted his gaze. Before him, the river of time had yet to dissipate, and the youthful phantom stood resolutely, gazing at him with calm eyes. That serene demeanor seemed to come alive in that instant, silently fixated upon him. In the next moment, as Lu Qian looked on with anticipation, the youthful phantom sprang to life, reminiscent of an elder in the third round of villain simulation. With a swift motion, the phantom seized the last shallow golden Dao fruit, nestled at its chest, and cast it forth. That was the heavenly steps, celestial talisman. In an instant, the Dao fruit melded into Lu Qian's brow, transforming into the complete heavenly steps. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, a celestial talisman coalesced, enabling him to ascend to the celestial realm with sufficient life essence to burn. Lu Qian had not anticipated that following the third villain simulation, he would receive yet another unexpected boon. However, the recent action seemed to have drained much of the youthful phantom's strength, rendering it increasingly ethereal as it spoke in a subdued voice, northward. Return to the imperial capital. Excellent. Lu Qian's eyes flickered with understanding. It was now clear that heading south was a treacherous pitfall, embroiled in battles of a higher echelon. Yang Hong was evidently still lying in wait, reluctant to strike, biding his time. To rashly involve himself would yield no benefit. Moreover, he has already come to terms with his true identity and the shifting dynamics of the imperial capital. Given this understanding, why not journey northward, return to the capital, and actively engage in the unfolding events? After all the trials and tribulations that have compelled me to emerge, I shall return and confront you all with vigor. The Liu family, though currently in a predicament, remains unvanquished and can be salvaged, thus averting truly regrettable outcomes. Additionally, I must investigate the meaning behind Yang Hong's note. I am curious to discern the extent of the contingencies left by my late father and whether they suffice to contend with those adversaries. As he resolved to act, the youthful spectre displayed a flicker of excitement upon comprehending his intent. Let chaos reign. With a tumultuous flourish,
his form disintegrated into countless grains of sand, merging into the river of time, becoming ethereal and vanishing from sight. Host, Lu Qian, age, 18, with a lifespan of 1000, occupation, talismancer, 6th tier, realm, pinnacle of the mountains and rivers, cultivation techniques, 5th layer of the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture, true immortal level. 4th layer of the primordial dragon elephant scripture, celestial level, 5th layer of the Thousand Shadows demon art, celestial level, true record of talismans. Illustrated talismans, divine abilities, Qing Emperor's longevity body, dragon elephant overlord body, shadow mimicry, shapeshifting, vast overlord dragon fist, supreme mode, 9 steps to heaven, physique, Supreme Emperor's bone. Talents, greased lightning, blue, you cannot see me, red, talismanic seed, purple, fabricated tails, green, items, soul eating demon blade, semi-divine artifact, life replacing blood escape talismans. Profounding treasure mirror, celestial artifact, celestial legacy, ghostly medical sage, simulation attempts, 0 times, evil points, 58, 500, having gathered celestial talismans.
Stepping into the 8th stride would enable him to attain celestial status.
Coupled with the numerous reserves he has amassed, there are few entities within the Great Xia Empire that warrant his apprehension. Lu Qian's gaze turned frosty as he regarded Liu Ruyue beside him, devoid of any previous trepidation,
replaced instead by an enduring tranquility.
In contrast to before, when he needed to court favor and tread carefully,
Liu Ruyue and the forces behind her were now crystal clear in his perception.
His current strength, too, was markedly enhanced.
Thus, his demeanor towards Liu Ruyue no longer required such cordiality.
From previous simulations, it appeared that the Liu family would face annihilation within a week, thus,
time remains on his side.
For now, he must attend to certain matters, beginning with a visit to the enigmatic realm, which flows at a different pace than the material world, affording him ample opportunity for meticulous preparation. With a swift motion, his figure dissipated like a gentle breeze, reappearing outside the Century Hotel, unleashing a terrifying velocity as he soared through the skies towards the Demon City's coastal expanse.
Below,
Lu Zhong and the others charged with protection remained oblivious. Only Liu Ruyue, sharing the same bed, suddenly opened her astonished eyes, incredulous. The pinnacle of the mountains and rivers. What transpired? Just hours ago, he was merely at the divine ability realm. How swiftly one has traversed such a significant realm. Liu Ruyue's expression fluctuated between light and shadow.
After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely chose to follow.
In the marine expanse of the Demon City, a mysterious figure emerged 2 days prior to the secret realm's opening, suddenly brandishing an ominous blood-red blade. With a casual stroke, the weapon struck at the most vulnerable point. A tearing sound resonated as a rift in space appeared. Whoosh! Lu Qian sheathed his blade, casting a calm glance behind him before vanishing into the void.
Chapter 89, Golden Talent, Heaven's Blessing and the Mysterious Secret Realm.
As Lu Qian's figure entered the realm, he immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy,
far exceeding that of the outside world by tenfold.
In an instant, he felt the pinnacle of his cultivation within him stir, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. The density of spiritual energy here was indeed extraordinary, accompanied by a peculiar flow of time, and hidden within was the treasure known as the 9 steps to heaven,
suggesting a remarkable origin.
A glimmer sparkled in Lu Qian's eyes. During the 5th simulation of the antagonist, had his cultivation not been crippled, he would have almost transcended to the 6th realm. Yet, now was not the moment for such a breakthrough, he had pressing matters to attend to. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, Lu Qian transformed into a fleeting shadow, making his way unabashedly towards the ruins. Along the way, even when faced with bizarre adversaries,
he effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike of his blade.
The souls and lifespans consumed by the soul-devouring demon blade briefly accumulated within him, propelling him into a state of undying blade spirit. However, this accumulated lifespan would soon dissipate rapidly, necessitating further hunts, otherwise, he would begin to burn his own vitality. In the state of undying blade spirit, Lu Qian felt his vitality and mental fortitude amplify to a terrifying degree,
rendering him nearly invincible, like a deity slaying gods in his path.
Regardless of the obstacles posed by the strange adversaries, none could withstand the might of his blade. Such fearsome combat prowess astonished Liu Ruyue, who trailed behind him.
This rogue had indeed concealed his true strength far too well.
While she marveled in silence,
Lu Qian arrived at the ruins.
Without glancing back at his pursuer, he strode directly into the depths.
Liu Ruyue instinctively attempted to follow.
But as her foot crossed the threshold, she felt her cultivation and spiritual energy inexplicably dissipate, returning to the heavens. This sudden change terrified her, prompting her to retreat hastily. What sort of place was this? In disbelief, she gazed at the mysterious figure disappearing into the mist of the ruins, her mind a blank slate.
What was happening? How could he possibly know of this place? How could he enter so effortlessly?
The bizarre surge of his realm and power left her utterly astonished, surpassing all prior shocks combined. It was as if he were enshrouded in a veil of mist, eluding complete comprehension. Within the ruins, a mysterious stone statue stood.
Above it,
a fragment of a parchment scroll hovered. Liu Qian, wielding the soul-devouring demon blade, advanced step by step, extending his senses to their utmost limits, probing the vicinity. He harbored grave suspicions that during the previous antagonist simulation, Qian had come here in advance, lurking in the shadows, too wary to reveal himself. Yet, despite his diligent exploration, he found no tangible results. The remnants of the elder spirit attached to Qian seemed formidable. It was under his guidance that Qian had acquired both the 9 steps to heaven and the soul-devouring demon blade. Such a mysterious presence enveloped him. Even if Qian were a mere waste, with a troubled mind, the thought of ending his life seemed a daunting task. It was not entirely impossible to obscure my senses. However, the advantage lay with me at present. Even if he lurked in the shadows, he would not dare to act. Liu Qian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he gazed ahead. In an instant, the incomplete statue, which held the scroll of 9 steps to heaven,
was seized by a fair hand. Qian's first opportunity for advancement was now within his grasp. Ding!
The host has preemptively acquired the destined opportunity 9 steps to heaven belonging to the protagonist Qian, causing a certain alteration in the future timeline.
Reward obtained, Talent Enhancement Scroll, purple. Talent Enhancement Scroll, purple, randomly elevates any one talent of the host to a purple level, facilitating an advancement transformation.
Liu Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as he stowed the parchment into his spatial ring, eager to investigate the reward of the Talent Enhancement Scroll. It was a scroll radiating a purple luminescence, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. Thus far, he possessed only one purple talent, the Talisman Path Seed, which had proven significantly beneficial.
Now, he could potentially acquire another new purple talent? Though the selection was random and not specified, that was of little consequence. With a rip, Liu Qian tore the Talent Enhancement Scroll purple, and was instantly enveloped in a burst of purple light. Ding! Random selection commencing, selection complete. Enhanced talent target, Tall Tales, green, dot.
Tall Tales, green, Tall Tales, purple. Tall Tales, purple. The fabrications you utter will be believed not only by people but also to some extent by spirits.
The ability to deceive even the spirits certainly enhanced my persuasive power.
Liu Qian raised his brow, eager to find someone to experiment upon. Yet there was not a single spirit in sight.
Very well, it seems I must temporarily relinquish that notion.
With the Liu family's downfall looming in 7 days. And given that the secret realm's time flows at a ratio of 10 to 1, it implies that I still possess ample time to break through to the extraordinary realm. Before officially venturing into the imperial capital, it is prudent to simulate once more and create a commotion.
Conveniently, the remaining villain points are sufficient for another simulation.
At the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm, he prepared to simulate again, requiring 50,000 villain points.
Currently, he could just about afford it. However,
should he attempt to break through to the 6th level of the extraordinary realm prematurely, it would be insufficient. The villain simulator initiated the 6th simulation.
Ding!
5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to exchange for 1 instance of villainous life simulation.
Ding! Commencing the 6th villainous life simulation. Detecting that the host possesses ample villain points. Would you like to spend 5,000 villain points for a temporary 10 draws of talents?
Yes. Although the villain points are limited, talents are not something one can afford to be frugal with.
It is worth the gamble. The moment has arrived for the 10 consecutive draws.
Drawing concluded, the host may select one from the following 10 temporary talents.
Innate wealth, red wealth flows abundantly, fortune is overwhelming.
Master of formation, green. Your understanding of formations has reached a genius level. Unyielding as a mountain, green, your physical body is as sturdy as a mountain, possessing remarkable efficacy in body cultivation techniques. Sword and blade prodigy, red, your comprehension of swords and blades has attained an unimaginably powerful level, marking you as a natural talent far beyond the ordinary.
Indestructible kidney, blue, you possess an indestructible kidney, though its utility remains a mystery.
Enslavement trainer, red, targets subjected to your discipline may choose to submit, becoming your slaves, albeit with a certain likelihood of rebellion. Brother, one of us, green, when you utter the phrase brother, one of us, those around you instinctively regard you as one of their own. The fewer the number of people, the greater the chance of success. Peach blossom luck, red, you possess an innate charm towards the opposite sex, embodying the characteristics of a natural flirt. Perhaps you require an indestructible kidney.
Heavenly blessing, gold.
Chapter 90, Liu Ruyue, inform your benefactors that I am still in need of a few more dispatched hounds. Heavenly blessings, gold, you have received a boon from the unseen forces, which will bestow upon you fortuitous blessings, ward off evil, avoid calamities, escape curses,
and enjoy good fortune. Heavenly blessings. Golden endowment.
Liu Qian's pupils dilated as he momentarily disregarded all the preceding talents, fixating intently on the last extraordinary endowment enveloped in golden radiance.
To his astonishment, this tenfold draw had yielded a legendary golden talent? Could it be that he was the fabled lucky sovereign? I choose heavenly blessings.
Prior to the emergence of heavenly blessings, he might have contemplated other options, especially given the presence of several red talents this time. However, upon the revelation of heavenly blessings, a golden gift, Liu Qian did not hesitate.
This endowment,
intricately tied to the ethereal concepts of fortune and blessings, was evidently extraordinary, akin to the destiny of a protagonist marked by fate.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the temporary golden talent, heavenly blessings.
Commencing the sixth simulation.
Liu Qian sheathed the soul-devouring demon blade and sat cross-legged before the fragmented statue, seemingly in a meditative state, completely unguarded. The peculiar nature of the ruins ensured that none would dare to tread lightly, rendering it a sanctuary of sorts. Of course, he had not forgotten the existence of a certain fated protagonist. Should that individual dare to ambush him while he was in a meditative trance, he would not hesitate to deliver a surprise in return. Having begun with a golden talent, he was keen to uncover what perilous depths the imperial capital harbored.
Why?
Why must that wretched scoundrel be here, having preemptively claimed the fortune that rightfully belonged to me?
In the shrouded mist,
the dismembered Yi Chen lay concealed behind a crumbling wall, cloaked in a shadowy soulfire, his presence entirely erased, as though he were non-existent. He glared with clenched teeth at Liu Qian, who was seemingly in a state of deep meditation, wishing fervently to flay him alive.
Just as Liu Qian had surmised,
the destined protagonist Yi Chen had indeed entered the mysterious realm ahead of time, but due to his limited strength, he could only explore cautiously. Witnessing Liu Qian's sudden intrusion and reckless advance, he hurried to follow, yet ultimately arrived a moment too late.
The opportunity had been snatched away. Master, did you not say that this fortune was unknown to anyone else?
Yi Chen's voice, tinged with resentment, communicated with a lingering spirit within him, yet he received no reply. It was as if the enigmatic spirit within him was pondering the same question.
Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes brightened as if struck by a revelation. Master,
that scoundrel appears to believe this place is secure, meditating without a care. If I were to strike now, the advantage would be mine, and I could emerge victorious,
delivering a crushing blow and humiliating him thoroughly.
Just as Yi Chen was lost in this fantasy of advantage, he was abruptly interrupted by a somewhat exasperated ancient voice resonating in his mind.
The impending demise.
With a sudden rush, Yi Chen's expression darkened, as if doused with icy water.
I refuse to believe it.
Outside the desolate ruins, Liu Ruyue seemed to have made a resolute decision, remaining outside without leaving. Alas, the journey to seek wisdom is both arduous and protracted.
Simulation commences.
As the most notorious scion of the imperial capital, you have come to realize your true identity and have begun to orchestrate your plans, preparing to head north, back to the imperial capital, to cause a commotion. To this end, you arrived early at a mysterious realm, acquiring the 9 steps to heaven, along with some ethereal blessing. Due to the differing flow of time within this enigmatic realm, you commenced your cultivation of the Qingdi longevity scripture.
You began to consume elixirs. activating the Supreme Imperial Bone, hastening your cultivation.
10 days later, you broke through to the 6th level of the Qingdi longevity scripture,
achieving the 6th stage of the extraordinary.
Your corporeal and spiritual essence began to undergo metamorphosis, entering the realm of the extraordinary. With your Qingdi longevity Qi amplified 20-fold and your lifespan extended by 500 years. 20 days later, your cultivation advanced further, reaching the 4th stage of the extraordinary, and you gained a new ability from the Qingdi longevity scripture, enabling you to forcibly siphon the spiritual energy from others to replenish yourself. You discovered that this ability could seemingly counteract the side effects of the 9 steps to heaven, filling your heart with delight. 30 days later, your cultivation broke through to the 6th stage of the extraordinary. 40 days later, you successfully ascended to the 8th stage of the extraordinary, encountering no obstructions to your progress. Throughout this period, no one came to disturb your cultivation. Meanwhile, 4 days had elapsed in the outside world, and today, the esteemed ghost doctor has arrived in the devil's capital.
The time has come. It is time to commence the plan.
You halted your cultivation, yearning to continue, yet the plan takes precedence.
Should you delay a few more days?
The Liu family may face impending doom, which would be detrimental to your scheme. On one hand, you harbor considerable feelings for the Liu family, on the other hand, their downfall would not only deprive you of vital support but also instill hesitation and fear in the hearts of those remaining from your deceased father's legacy.
Considering all factors, the Liu family cannot falter.
Regrettably, Yi Chen, with his cunning intellect, has yet to make an appearance.
With a tinge of disappointment,
you rise and walk towards the desolate ruins, coincidentally spotting Liu Ruyue lying in wait outside.
Regarding Liu Ruyue's background,
you had already gleaned a general understanding during your previous simulation. She belongs to a hidden faction known as the Misty Rainsword Pavilion. Members of this clandestine organization are all women of exceptional lineage, each with distinct identities. There are female rogue cultivators, matriarchs from esteemed families, and commercial magnates, all harboring ambitions and a penchant for opportunism, seeking to reap substantial benefits.
The so-called Liu family of the Devil's Capital is merely a controlled faction under their influence.
As Yang Hong aptly stated,
this is merely a group of opportunists who seek to maximize their gains with minimal investment.
However, the collective power of these speculators is considerable, bolstered by a substantial network of connections. It is rumored that certain members within their ranks have ties to some noble figures in the imperial palace of the Great Xia. These individuals aim to subdue her, compelling her to place her bets in their favor for their own purposes, naturally employing less than cordial methods.
Liu Qian, Liu Ruyue obstructed the path, intending to speak, but was abruptly interrupted.
Inform those behind you that I intend to stir up some commotion in the imperial capital, to take lives and contend for that position. Currently, I still require a few loyal hounds for my endeavors. Those who wish to speculate should act swiftly. For if I rally the remnants of my father's old guard, there won't even be hounds left to employ.
Chapter 91, Return to the Imperial Capital.
The Liu family's grim news.
How could this be? Has he truly discerned my true identity and the forces that stand behind me?
Gather the remaining old guards.
The discarded Prince Qin Xian has indeed left behind numerous loyal subordinates.
My master spoke the truth, there is not merely one Liu family.
Listening to your defiant words, Liu Ruyue's expression froze.
Rather than displaying anger, she was instead taken aback by the sudden and dramatic shift in your demeanor. Your previous actions had already left her profoundly shaken, compounded by the advanced purple talent that enables you to weave elaborate tales.
At this moment,
despite her fury at your audacious comparison of the forces backing her to mere dogs, she found herself instinctively beginning to trust your words.
Do you truly intend to return and vie for that position? Liu Ruyue bit her lip.
The situation seemed to have far exceeded her expectations. You, who were supposed to be a pawn in the schemes of various factions, unexpectedly aspired to transcend the board and become the player.
A fickle ally.
Swaying between two sides, yet easily inviting trouble, the accounts of your previous conspiracies have yet to be settled.
You regarded Liu Ruyue with a cold smirk,
delivering a heavy slap to her face, leaving several crimson marks. The individuals supporting Liu Ruyue harbor aspirations to replicate the Supreme Emperor's essence. Yet they also seem to entertain the notion of elevating a puppet descendant to power.
Whether Liu Ruyue is truly a pawn, you do not know.
Yet you cannot acquiesce to such matters. As you struck her face, you sensed something amiss with Liu Ruyue. Her cultivation appeared not to have reached the celestial realm, and her character seemed somewhat feeble. Yet, she had previously exhibited combat prowess equivalent to that of a 5-turn celestial. You realized that Liu Ruyue might be concealing some secret. Indeed, a 20-something with 5-turn celestial capabilities is quite extraordinary, surpassing even the so-called pride of the royal family, Chen Tai. However, at this moment, you had no time to delve deeper. Ignoring her dazed expression, you strode purposefully toward the exit of the secret realm. Remember, you have but one chance. As Liu Ruyue observed your retreating figure, her expression fluctuated, and the aura of her cultivation constantly shifted, as if two souls were engaged in a heated dispute within her. Yet ultimately, she refrained from acting against you, driven by an inexplicable premonition that should she strike, it would lead to her demise. You departed the secret realm, silently arriving outside the Century Hotel. At this juncture, the Century Hotel was besieged. The battle was fiercely intense, yet the cloaked figure of the ghostly physician had yet to make his entrance. Behind him stood the patriarch of the Li family and Xinzhong. Meanwhile, Liu Zhong, having received your orders in advance, did not impede the assailants, allowing the assassin to eliminate your stand-in, Su Meng. Success! The ghostly physician rejoiced upon hearing the cheers from the Century Hotel, overwhelmed with delight. You approached silently, unseen, drawing forth the soul-devouring blade. With 2 swift strokes, you instantly vanquished the patriarch of the Li family and Xinzhong, consuming their souls and briefly augmenting your own lifespan. You willingly ignited your vitality, entering the state of the undying blade soul. Who goes there? The ghostly physician, a formidable celestial being, suddenly detected the scent of blood, his hairs standing on end, poised to retaliate. Despicable cur, how dare you not kneel before me? A sharp rebuke rang out abruptly. The ghostly incantation, with its purple talent, proved to be 10-fold, 100-fold in effectiveness, manifesting instantaneously. A flicker of bewilderment flashed across the ghostly physician's eyes, quickly replaced by terror as his knees buckled, compelling him to kneel. Your Highness, spare me. In that moment, a crimson blade glimmered, and a head was severed from its body. Until his last breath, the ghostly physician's countenance remained one of confusion. You, having slain the ghostly physician, a 3-turn celestial being, without employing the heavenly step, found the power of the ghostly incantation increasingly formidable. Reflecting upon your prowess, you regarded the once menacing ghostly physician, who had repeatedly forced you into dire straits, now appearing no more formidable than a mere hound. With the greatest threat, the ghostly physician, eliminated alongside the patriarch of the Li family and Xinzhong, the surrounding assault crumbled into insignificance. Before long, Liu Zhong, who had vanished, reappeared, wielding the power of a 7th-tier saint, dispatching all the assassins present. First, I shall dispatch a few curs to calculate the interest. Next, it is time to journey to the imperial capital. You turned away, conjuring a talisman ship, preparing for your voyage. This time, you chose not to engage with Su Mei, as you were en route to a high-stakes gathering in the imperial capital. In this context, the still maturing Su Mei would offer little assistance, and would only serve as a liability. The events in the Demon City would likely not remain concealed for long. Soon, the imperial capital would become aware of the turmoil. However, it was unlikely that anyone could match your speed. Guiding the 6th-tier talisman ship, you surged towards the imperial capital with unprecedented velocity, reaching your destination in just a few hours. At this moment, the sky turned dim and hazy as you transformed your appearance, silently stepping onto the soil of the imperial capital. In that instant, none were aware that the once notorious scion of the imperial capital had returned. Upon your arrival, you had not gleaned any news from the Demon City, clearly indicating your swiftness. However, you did receive another exceedingly grim tidings. Have you heard? It seems that the venerable elder of the Liu family has encountered a calamity. Allegedly, he was besieged by a mysterious and hostile race within a secret realm, sustaining grave injuries. Ultimately, he managed to return, but has since fallen into a deep unconsciousness. A few days ago, unusual activities were reported at the Imperial Beast Gate. According to the regulations of the Great Xia, all celestial families are required to dispatch their celestial warriors to maintain order. It is said that the head of the Liu family, a 1st-tier celestial being, personally went forth, only to meet with a tragic demise. Now,
The once mighty Liu family is in disarray, some have perished, others are gravely injured, and some remain in a state of unconsciousness.
At present, it falls upon the young master,
Liu Shou, to oversee the family's affairs.
It seems the Liu family has indeed incurred the wrath of others, as such misfortunes have befallen them in quick succession.
Currently, the Liu family is undeniably weakened.
Moreover, not long ago, the Gu family came to insult Liu Shou, a stark reminder of how times have changed. Observing the discussions around you, your expression grows increasingly grim. You were already aware of the Liu family's precarious situation, but you did not anticipate it had deteriorated to this extent. The entire Liu family is being deliberately targeted. The pillar of support, the elder, has met with misfortune. The family head has fallen, and other celestial beings have encountered calamities as well.
Ultimately, it is left to the eldest brother, Liu Shou, a 7th-level saint, to bear the burden. One can only imagine the immense pressure he has faced in recent days. Alas, let us refrain from discussing such unfortunate matters.
I have heard that tomorrow marks the birthday celebration of the elder of the Gu family.
Chapter 92, Liu Qian, the more monkeys there are,
the more valuable the chicken from the Gu family becomes. The incident involving the Liu family, a prominent lineage of the celestial realm, has reached such a level of urgency that even some ordinary citizens in the imperial capital have become aware of it.
In recent days, to safeguard you, the Liu family must have borne an unimaginable amount of pressure and sacrificed countless lives, approaching their limits. It seems I have arrived a tad too late.
You furrow your brow, realizing that the Liu family is now nearly in shambles.
Had I arrived a bit earlier?
It might have been possible to save the head of the Liu family and a few of its celestial warriors. I must return to the Liu family to discern the true situation. Silently, you set off, moving as if you were a specter, heading towards the Liu family. In your unseen presence, those around you instinctively overlook your existence. The Liu family is one of the 24 dukes of the Great Xia Empire, a position of great prestige, residing in the core region of the empire, not far from the imperial palace.
You are naturally familiar with the path home. However,
just as you are about to approach the Liu family, you suddenly perceive several distinct auras lurking in the shadows around the estate. 2 first-tier celestials and 1 third-tier celestial. Perhaps it is the powerful perception granted by the purple talent of the talisman path that allows you to instantly detect the hidden observers surrounding the Liu family.
Moreover, these spies seem to lack any inclination to conceal themselves, exhibiting a brazen demeanor as they watch.
This reveals just how weakened the Liu family has become. You frown but do not raise an alarm. Instead, you stride confidently into the Liu estate, quickly locating your elder brother, Liu Shou.
At this moment,
the once vibrant figure of your brother is now clouded with sorrow, his face marked with several scars.
Elder brother, you have chosen to reveal your presence to him.
Liu Shou's expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend your sudden appearance, instinctively doubting your authenticity and preparing to act. You produce your identity token to validate your claim, and he instantly relaxes, though soon grows anxious again, urging you to leave.
Aren't you in the demon capital?
You must go quickly. The matters in the imperial capital have yet to be resolved.
Elder brother, I am fully aware of everything.
I have returned to address the issues at hand.
To be frank, I have inherited the legacy left by father and awakened the imperial bone.
I possess the ability to settle scores now. You decisively interject, crafting a plausible reason. Under the influence of your fabricated tale, Liu Shou quickly accepts your words. It must be said that this talent indeed streamlines many matters. However, upon realizing that you are aware of your true identity,
he alters his address from second brother to your highness. The Liu family, as one of the contingencies left by your father, Qian,
and the family that nurtured your growth, remains steadfastly loyal. You wish for brother Liu Shou to change his stance, yet he remains resolute.
Subsequently,
Liu Shou begins to recount the circumstances of recent times. The continuous misfortunes befalling the Liu family are attributed to the traitor from the Gu family leading the charge, while the Chu family stirs trouble from the shadows, alongside that vile wretch Chen Tai. The collaboration of 2 celestial families, compounded by the influence of a powerful prince,
has rendered the Liu family utterly defenseless. If it were solely the traitor Gu family, the Liu family could have vanquished them without hesitation.
Listening to Liu Shou's indignant words, you finally grasp the crux of the matter,
at the heart of it lies the traitorous Gu family, who, in their quest for recognition and favor from their new master, have been causing chaos. Initially, the Gu family contemplated selling you off in exchange for wealth and prestige. However, with the shifting stance of the emperor of the Great Xia, who declared that the crown prince could inherit the throne, the Gu family was nearly struck with terror. Yet now, having already turned traitor, they are left with no option but to walk a treacherous path. Meanwhile, the sixth prince Chen Tai and the Chu family conspire in the background, gradually devouring the Liu family's resources. The Chu family, being the maternal faction of the sixth prince, possesses strength that surpasses that of the Liu family. Throughout this ordeal, the Liu family had contemplated bringing you back, but they felt powerless to protect you, fearing potential repercussions. Additionally, the myriad traps laid by the deposed Crown Prince Chen Qian were exceedingly clandestine, with most individuals being strangers to one another, making collaboration difficult for the Liu family. What is more perilous is the uncertainty surrounding whether any among them, like the Gu family, have similarly turned their allegiance. The situation has indeed deteriorated to a considerable extent. As time passes, the hearts of men have scattered almost completely. Liu Qian furrows his brow, his gaze lowered, a cold sneer rising within him. Years have gone by, and aside from the loyalists of the Liu family, it seems that most of the traps set by his deceased father have led others to entertain ulterior motives. Otherwise, there would have been someone to lend a hand to the Liu family, alleviating their burdens. Indeed, human hearts are ever-changing. The reason those individuals once willingly followed his father was their desire for advancement. Now that the patriarch is gone, naturally, the warmth of camaraderie has faded. In this world bustling with activity, all are driven by profit. In a world rife with turmoil, all seek gain. Without fundamental interests, who would engage with you? Unless you can demonstrate sufficient value. You deeply comprehend that human hearts cannot withstand scrutiny or testing, even in the absence of the Gu family. Others like the Lin or Li families would emerge. All of this stems from your diminished value and power, which has stripped away the reverence once held for you. It appears that returning to the imperial court this time will indeed be advantageous. A cold smile graces your lips as thoughts of setting an example and cleansing the ranks begin to form in your mind. The Gu family, in this scenario, is nothing less than the sacrificial fowl. Without sacrificing the Gu family's prized hen, the other monkeys will not obediently flock to crown you as their sovereign. Your Highness, the venerable ancestor has succumbed to a deep coma, leaving only the second uncle, a mere third transformation celestial, within the entire clan. In contrast, the Gu family's ancestor is a sixth transformation celestial, accompanied by several others of celestial rank. The upcoming birthday banquet will attract all the notable figures of the empire, including the Chu family and the sixth prince. Liu Shou seems to have discerned some of your intentions and intends to incite a disturbance, hoping to persuade you to exercise restraint. However, in response to his counsel, you remain remarkably composed. There is no need to speak further. The greater the number of monkeys, the more valuable the sacrifice of the Gu family's hen becomes. Tomorrow, I shall attend the Gu family's birthday celebration alone. Chapter 93, From this day forth, beneath the true immortals of the land, I, Liu Qian, shall be invincible. The imperial bone shall awaken. The Gu family, despite being one of the 24 dukes of the Great Xia, occupies the lowest tier, yet, in the eyes of common folk, they are still a formidable entity. Recently, the Gu family's notoriety surged when they divulged the existence of the only remaining bloodline of the deposed prince and aligned themselves with the sixth prince, Chen Tai. This action has either elevated their reputation or cast them into infamy, despite reaping numerous benefits from the Liu family during this period. The stain of betrayal is inescapable for a family that seeks glory through treachery. Nevertheless, the grand banquet for the Gu family's ancestor has stirred considerable excitement in the imperial capital, prompting numerous celestial families to dispatch envoys. Among them, the Chu family sent a celestial powerhouse bearing lavish gifts. At this moment, within the Gu family estate, the elder of the Gu family was engaged in discussion with a celestial envoy from the Chu family. Accompanying them were the head of the Gu family, several core members, and the instigator, Ao Shang. The Liu family, already on the verge of collapse and stripped of celestial power, found that the remnants of the deposed prince's faction had not come to their aid, each harboring their own intentions. The elder of the Gu family, with a ruthless demeanor, waved his hand. Rest assured, elder of the Gu family. Upon my return,
I shall consult with His Highness the Sixth Prince and devise a means to brand the Liu family as traitors, thereby seizing their title and paving the way for their demise, the celestial envoy from the Chu family replied with a smile, casually sealing the fate of the Liu family. With the combined efforts of two celestial families and the pressure exerted by a prince, the outcome for the Liu family was all but certain. The elder of the Gu family, with a hint of flattery in his expression, revealed the true origins of the Liu family's tragic plight, attributing it to the Sixth Prince's significant influence in the military affairs of the empire. Since the failed rebellion led by the deposed prince, Qian, power had been redistributed among the remaining princes. The sixth prince, Qian, favored by the emperor of the Great Xia, held sway over military matters, systematically dismantling the Liu family. Moreover, the elder of the Gu family had received confidential news that the emperor of the Great Xia had suffered grave injuries in his battle with the deposed prince and was not long for this world, with his lifespan dwindling. Qian was a strong contender for the next emperor, which elucidated the Gu family's reckless choice to ally with him. They were desperate for advancement. The celestial envoy from the Chu family laughed heartily, masking a hint of disdain in his eyes. Elder of the Gu family, your humility is unwarranted. Were it not for your meticulous planning in sending that wastrel to the demon city, diverting the Liu family's attention and revealing their secrets, our endeavor would not have been so effortless. For those who seek glory through deceit, no one will hold them in high regard, nor will they extend their trust. The elder of the Gu family, seemingly oblivious to the disdain of the Chu family's celestial being, offered compliments while subtly establishing the division of benefits from the Liu family. Once both parties reached an agreement, the respectful Gu Ao interjected, "Grandfather, the guests have nearly all arrived, the majority of the 24 dukes are present, and the remaining have sent gifts, except for the sixth prince who has yet to arrive. I heard that there are issues in the demon city that the sixth prince needs to address. Let the banquet commence," suddenly remarked the celestial being of the Chu family. Evidently, news of the situation in the demon city, particularly the demise of the revered ghost doctor, had begun to circulate back to the imperial capital. The elder of the Gu family nodded and, inviting the Chu celestial being, strode towards the front courtyard. Addressing the numerous envoys from prominent celestial families, "Thank you all for attending my 300th birthday banquet. There is no need to elaborate on the reasons for our gathering. May you all enjoy the feast." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the Gu family's door was flung open, toppling tables and leaving countless guests in disarray and covered in dust. This unexpected scene astounded everyone present. A flamboyant figure, draped in lavish attire and bearing a bloodied blade upon his shoulder, swaggered into the room, his piercing gaze surveying the crowd. "Still eating? I'm here to kill you all. Except for the Gu family, everyone else should perish, my blade shows no mercy." "Liu Qian. It's you!" Someone recognized his identity and gasped in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted as some envoys, their faces contorted with anger, stiffened and suppressed their fury. Liu Qian, once the most notorious dandy in the imperial capital, was now known throughout the upper echelons of the empire as the true identity of the Grand Prince of the Great Xia. No one could have anticipated that you, who should have been in the demon city, would suddenly return to the imperial capital at such a critical juncture, directly approaching the Gu family's banquet with intentions to disrupt it. In an instant, many tactfully cleared a path. At that moment, the elder of the Gu family wore an unmistakably grim expression, acutely sensing the ominous aura surrounding him. As a traitor, he was already plagued by guilt, and now he feared the bloodline of the discarded prince more than anything. Your unexpected arrival raised suspicions of potential backing. "You young wretch, how dare you? I am but an old man." Yet before he could finish, you interrupted coldly, striding through the Gu family's threshold, "Old fool. The grievances of the past are of no concern to me. Today, I am here for one purpose only, to cleanse the house." Today, there is no longer a need for the Gu family to exist. The members of the Gu family, enraged to the point of laughter, were clearly incensed by your audacious words. "Ha ha ha, with you, a mere cultivational failure, you dare to extinguish my Gu family." Gu Ao laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with disdain. Even the celestial being of the Chu family could not help but join in the ridicule. In the entire imperial capital, who did not know that you were a cultivational failure? In the face of scorn and derision, you remained unfazed, resolutely advancing towards the onlookers of the Gu family.
The extraordinary aura of the 8th tier gradually emanated from your being as you laughed boisterously. The Gu family? What significance do they hold? Today,
let me demonstrate the might of the Supreme Imperial Bone. From this day forth, beneath the realm of terrestrial true immortals, I, Liu Qian, shall be invincible.
Imperial Bone. Awaken! With a resounding roar, an unparalleled pressure of supremacy erupted from within you, soaring skyward and rending the heavens asunder. Your cultivation began to ascend at an astonishingly unreasonable pace. Chapter 94, The Annihilation of the Gu Family.
The capital trembles. A terrifying pressure from the realm of the celestial enveloped the entire Gu family, eliciting panicked cries from countless witnesses. A horrifying crimson light of slaughter erupted from the soul-devouring demon blade, casting a sinister aura over you, as your once ebony hair began to glisten a deep scarlet,
resembling droplets of blood.
In that moment, you appeared as a deity of death, emerging from the depths of a hellish purgatory.
Under your overwhelming supremacy,
the offspring of the Gu family were instantaneously crushed, their forms bursting into clouds of blood, meeting their demise on the spot.
Unbeknownst to anyone,
their souls and fragments of their lifespans were absorbed by the soul-devouring demon blade, enhancing your own power.
In an instant,
the elite forces of the Gu family were roused, and several celestials surged forth, intent on your destruction.
Ha ha ha, today
I shall make the entire capital of the Great Xia tremble in fear of me, Liu Qian. You recklessly consumed your own lifespan, fervently activating the celestial talismans hidden deep within your soul to their utmost potential. Amidst the multitude of horrified gazes, your cultivation surged beyond the first transformation of celestial,
continuing to rise uncontrollably. You have awakened the Supreme Imperial Bone. At that moment,
it seemed as though ancient figures recalled the terror of being subject to the Supreme Imperial Bone's dominion.
Once,
the discarded Prince Chen Xian battled against terrestrial immortals as a celestial, nearly achieving victory. Now, his bloodline had also awakened the Supreme Imperial Bone.
Could this truly be fate? Impossible. How can this be?
The elder of the Gu family, eyes ablaze with madness, trembled with sheer terror. As a former retainer of the man from that era, he understood the dread that the Supreme Imperial Bone instilled.
Ah!
Quickly, strike!
Kill him!
A first transformation celestial from the Gu family, unable to contain his fear, was the first to attack.
Ah!
A horrifying scarlet blade of light erupted. The Gu family celestial stood no chance and was instantly slain, his soul and lifespan plundered.
Boom!
Your power surged, reaching the second transformation of celestial. Fourth uncle is dead.
Boom!
Another third transformation celestial had their head effortlessly severed.
Ah, second uncle is dead. Boom!
Your cultivation broke through to the third transformation of celestial.
Too weak.
All of you are worthless. You erupted into maniacal laughter, wielding the soul-devouring demon blade, a semi-immortal weapon, slaughtering the Gu family as if slicing through mere vegetables. In the midst of countless terrified gazes, the celestials fell before you like fragile fowl, their heads rolling effortlessly. Your cultivation soared as if unbound, breaking through continuously.
Fourth transformation celestial. Fifth transformation celestial.
The voice, brimming with arrogance and almost madness, reverberated throughout the Gu family and the entire Xia imperial capital.
A terrifying pressure causing the very heavens to bleed.
In an instant, countless celestial warriors of the empire were stirred, appearing one after another, gazing at you in disbelief.
It is Liu Qian. No, it is Chen Xian. It is the Crown Prince, he has awakened the Supreme Imperial Bone.
Such was the terrifying might of the Supreme Imperial Bone, rendering the concept of cultivation realms as mere trifles, easily surpassed. This was the power that once belonged to the discarded Crown Prince, its limits seemed boundless. The Gu family was doomed, this was the fate of traitors.
Ha ha ha.
Their eyes have been blinded, they have worshipped the wrong true Buddha. As you activated the Imperial Bone, unleashing an awe-inspiring power, the hearts of the great celestial families trembled. At that moment, they seemed to see an invincible figure manifesting from you. Some fickle allies began to sway with the wind.
In the brief span of mere breaths, the Gu family was nearly annihilated, leaving only the old ancestor Gu Ao and a celestial from the Chu family.
You dare!
I am from the Chu family. Ah!
The Chu Celestial let out a terrified scream. With a swift strike, the Chu Celestial was beheaded.
Why? Why didn't you say earlier? Why didn't you reveal you had already awakened the Imperial Bone?
Had I known, I would never have betrayed.
How could the Gu family have faced such calamity?
The Gu family elder, a six-turned celestial, his eyes blood-red, gazed upon the bloody scene with madness,
howling like a defeated dog.
Had he known of your immense power, he would have willingly submitted, becoming your most loyal hound.
At this moment,
he harbored grave doubts that you had long awakened the Imperial Bone but had concealed it to test the loyalty of the discarded prince's retainers.
What a cruel heart you possess.
At this moment, amidst the many celestial families observing this massacre, some felt a chill in their hearts.
Enough with the nonsense.
I have no desire to listen. You sneered, the reason for sparing the Gu family elder until the end was to create the most exemplary lesson.
Now, it is time to kill. Old fool, you may die. Liu Qian. How dare you? Stop this at once.
A voice emerged from afar.
A middle-aged man exuding nobility.
His face ashen, was followed by a towering figure. This middle-aged man was none other than Chen Tai, the sixth prince of the Great Xia Imperial capital. He had been the mastermind behind the attempts on your life, and upon witnessing the near-total annihilation of the Gu family, he could no longer remain passive. If the Gu family, having defected to him, were to be slaughtered entirely, who would dare to ally with him in the future? Even if one cannot retain their subordinates, what authority do they possess as the emperor? The Duke of the Slaughter Empire, no one can protect.
You wish to save your old tree? Who do you think you are?
Ignoring the clamor behind him, he laughed arrogantly, and the blood-soaked blade in his hand erupted, transforming into a crimson light.
Boom!
The blood light blossomed, and a head soared into the air.
The ancestor of the Gu family. Perished. Those whom I wish to eliminate cannot be safeguarded by anyone. Not even the Heavenly King.
Chapter 95, The 9 Transformations of the Celestial Being Madman.
Madman.
As you beheaded the elder of the Gu family for all to see, a profound silence enveloped the imperial capital, chilling even the most formidable members of the aristocracy who had come to spectate.
The sixth prince, Chen Tai,
wore a countenance ashen with dread, his gaze fixed upon you as if you were a total stranger. To brazenly execute an imperial duke was an act that could rend the heavens asunder. Even Chen Tai would not dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor. This transgression was fraught with peril, for a single misstep could invite catastrophic repercussions. Otherwise, why would Chen Tai, the puppeteer behind the scenes in dealing with the Liu family, methodically push them into a corner, seeking to frame you with the accusation of rebellion? At such heights, one must adhere to decorum. To deviate from this code invites calamity. Yet here you were, boldly entering and annihilating the Gu family without hesitation. Such actions were akin to the folly of commoners. Such brazen displays were unheard of among the elite. You wretched cur, how dare you? Blade slave, eliminate him! Chen Tai roared in fury, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of terror. Your sudden outburst had cast a long shadow over him. Once, you were merely a disposable pawn, now, you had risen unexpectedly, embodying a palpable threat of death. It is essential to recognize that although the Gu family betrayed you, Chen Tai had been the mastermind orchestrating your downfall from the shadows. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable premonition: if you did not perish, it would be he who met his demise.
Yes, Your Highness. Without hesitation.
The towering blade slave beside Chen Tai unleashed the terrifying pressure of the 7th transformation of the celestial being, drawing forth his massive blade and launching an assault upon your unguarded back. Seizing the opportunity presented by your slaughter of the Gu family elder, he aimed to strike you down in one fell swoop. Having just slain the elder, your soul power and lifespan surged dramatically, enhancing your aura. Yet, you soon felt the chilling intent of the incoming attack.
Do you wish to kill me? With you? A haughty,
disdainful smile graced your lips as you turned to face Chen Tai, your eyes ablaze with light as your aura surged once more.
8th transformation of the celestial being. Just as you sought retribution for the Gu family elder, the true puppeteer, Chen Tai, had appeared at an opportune moment. Sure as soul-devouring slash. Boom!
A blood-red blade of light ascended into the heavens, reminiscent of the river of the underworld descending from Shura's realm, sweeping forth and instantly engulfing the blade slave.
In an instant, the seventh transformation of the celestial being, the blade slave, was slain. The ominous blood-red river of blades surged forth, undiminished, hurtling towards Chen Tai, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of slaughter. "Bring your father!" "No!"
Chen Tai, the architect of this scheme, screamed in terror, as if driven to madness. He could scarcely fathom your strength had escalated to such extraordinary heights. Moreover, you dared to strike at him, a prince of the empire. After all, he was your own uncle. Boom! In a critical moment, the life-saving talisman bestowed upon Chen Tai manifested, withstanding the terrifying blade's light. However, he was then violently hurled aside like a rag doll, crashing into the ground and carving a massive trench. This entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that the onlookers were left in a state of shock and disbelief. My goodness! The sixth prince has been struck. The lethal blow seemed intent on extinguishing life itself, had it not been for the emperor's granted protective charm. First, targeting the duke, and now preparing to attack the prince. Has the crown prince lost his senses? Yet, wait, His Majesty has yet to officially acknowledge Liu Qian as the crown prince. His lineage remains unrecorded in the royal genealogy of the Great Xia, still in the midst of name changes and ancestral recognition. How dare you? I am your sixth uncle. Chen Tai spat blood, his disheveled appearance devoid of the previous dignity befitting a prince, resembling a beggar instead. By the heavens! It must be said, he possesses an incredible fortune to still be alive. Liu Qian thought to himself, silently mocking the unfolding scene. The power of that strike could have felled 100 esteemed ghostly physicians. Even the blood demon would have perished. Yet, Chen Tai, the mastermind behind the scenes, remained unscathed. However, it made sense. Chen Tai was the most favored son of the current emperor of the Great Xia, possessing life-saving cards. This was not entirely outrageous. But one strike was insufficient, thus two would suffice. This time, as the antagonist simulation unfolded, the plan was to return to the imperial capital, creating chaos and washing away prior grievances. Simultaneously, he aimed to witness the reaction of the Great Xia Emperor and uncover the truth behind past events. Ah! The esteemed crown prince is to inherit the great legacy, is he? Very well. Your esteemed crown prince has arrived. I shall first take the opportunity to hone my skills on your beloved son. I am eager to see if you can maintain your composure. And what schemes lie beneath your facade? Seeing that Chen Tai had not been slain with a single blow, Liu Qian contemplated the resilience of the Great Xia royal family. Yet he did not cease his assault. The flames of conflict still burned insufficiently bright. The Great Xia Emperor had yet to show his face, indicating that current events remained within the bounds of their tolerance. Then let us stoke the flames further. Humph. To dare send someone to the demon city to assassinate me, let it be known, even if it were my own father here today, he too would meet his end. Transforming into a specter of bloodlight, wielding the soul-devouring demon blade, Liu Qian charged toward Chen Tai with unrelenting ferocity, showing no mercy. Protect the prince! Protect the prince! Chen Tai, gripped by terror, lost all composure, crying out in madness. Crown Prince, stop! That is the King of Wu, the Emperor's most cherished son. Your uncle, do not commit regicide. Bold Liu Qian. His Majesty has yet to acknowledge your status as Crown Prince. To murder an imperial prince, what audacity gives you the right? Cease this at once. Little bastard, do not harm my grandson. Young Master Liu, calm down. Do not act impulsively, killing is not an option. As the imminent bloodshed loomed, powerful celestial presences emerged, striding to halt the impending violence. Among them are the maternal clan of Chen Tai, the Chu family. Those who have allied with Chen Tai, loyalists to the Great Xia royal family, individuals with ulterior motives, and those who remain neutral. In contrast to your sudden emergence as the crown prince, Chen Tai, who has diligently cultivated his power for many years and possesses a formidable maternal lineage, undoubtedly boasts a significant number of supporters. Among these individuals, there are not a few who harbor intentions to strike at you from the shadows. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanating from over a dozen celestial beings surged forth, accompanied by various celestial treasures, some of which posed a subtle threat to you. Humph, do you truly believe that you wretched creatures dare to obstruct me? A glint of cold light flashed in your eyes as you regarded the powerful auras descending upon you, and you resolutely stoked the flames of your invincibility, intimidating all present.
I have proclaimed that today, beneath the realm of terrestrial immortals, I, Liu Qian, am invincible. Ignite. In the supreme mode, you defiantly ignited your lifespan.
Channeling the celestial talismans deep within your soul to their utmost potential, radiating with a resplendent array of colors.
Boom! A terrifying crimson pressure erupted instantaneously,
sending all the celestial beings that sought to suppress you flying, causing the entire imperial capital to tremble violently, the sky tearing apart as if heralding the end of days.
In this moment, your cultivation soared to 9 transformations of celestial beings. Chapter 96, Liu Qian, where there is a son of Fei Wu, there is also a father of Fei Wu.
I am the 9th-cycle celestial, who can stand in my way?
Is there anyone else?
A terrifying crimson light erupts from your being, overwhelming the entire scene, as you proclaim an invincible declaration.
In this moment,
you seem to have touched the pinnacle of existence in this world.
Everyone present is struck with disbelief, their faces pale, and an eerie silence envelopes the atmosphere.
The aura of the 9-cycle celestial surrounding you, combined with the enhancement of the purple talent known as endless whispers, seemingly rendered all present acutely aware of your invincibility beneath the realm of the true immortal.
The 9-cycle celestial, no.
Even Chen Tai stands frozen in shock, paralyzed with fear, feeling as if doom approaches. As you advance step by step, preparing to eliminate Chen Tai, an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a true deity suddenly descends upon you. You feel an immense burden, as if a mountain has been placed upon your shoulders.
Enough!
The source of this voice emanates from the Great Xia Imperial Palace.
It is the Emperor of the Great Xia.
This profoundly mysterious and seldom seen true immortal of the Great Xia Empire can no longer contain himself.
Is this the power of the true immortal? Your pupils constrict,
and you sense your body stiffening, immobilized. Beneath your seemingly arrogant exterior lies a growing seriousness.
With but a single utterance, he can suppress the 9-cycle celestial that is you.
At this moment, you can distinctly perceive the pressure originating from the Great Xia Imperial Palace, overpowering you by 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Deep within your soul, the celestial talisman begins to tremble, struggling against the overwhelming force, on the verge of plummeting into the abyss of despair. In this instant, you finally grasp why your uncle Yang Hong, the god of war of Great Xia, has been relegated to the hidden dragon territory, remaining inactive. The true strength of the Emperor of Great Xia, your grandfather, seems to be far more terrifying than you had imagined. Moreover, alarmingly, this may not even be the peak of his power.
He may still be in a state of injury.
How formidable must the father, who once gravely wounded this elder, have been?
Boom!
A surge of warmth suddenly erupts from the Supreme Imperial Bone, instantly liberating you from your constraints, restoring your freedom.
However, in this moment, you do not press on. You are acutely aware that with the intervention of the Great Xia Emperor, your attempt to slay Chen Tai today is futile. Does it not involve flesh and blood? Is this the bottom line? Or are there other reasons? Liu Qian's gaze sharpens,
and a look of solemnity crosses his face as he gazes towards the north, seemingly peering through the secrets of the realm to glimpse a certain presence within the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Through the simulation of the antagonist, he has gleaned some insight into the true strength of the true immortal. It appears to be an existence from another realm. Given his current capabilities, there is truly no chance of victory in a direct confrontation. However, according to Uncle Yang Hong, there are still allies in the imperial capital who could provide support in critical moments. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, as if a terrifying presence from the shadows had sensed his probing gaze and turned its attention upon him. How could it be that, even from the depths of the secret realm, he could feel this presence from thousands of miles away? Liu Qian's expression changed drastically as he hastily activated the Supreme Emperor's Bone, entering the Supreme Mode, his aura completely retracted, resembling an inconspicuous stone. Crack! Crack! A stream of chilling air emanated from the Qian treasure mirror, encasing him in ice, transforming him into a frozen sphere that cut off all life and sank into the earth. Master, what on earth has that rascal Liu Qian done? Hidden in the shadows, Yi Chen, sensing no opportunity for action, was momentarily stunned, gazing at Liu Qian, who had suddenly transformed into an ice sphere and descended underground. Filled with astonishment. What is happening? Not good. The consciousness of a true immortal has descended.
Run!
The mysterious remnant spirit seemed to sense the impending danger, instantly enveloping Qian in a pale white soul fire, which then erupted, allowing it to escape. In the Great Xia Empire, within the Emperor's hall. Deep within the hall, upon a jade bed veiled in purple gold gauze, a regal figure with an indistinguishable visage and closed eyes seemed to sense something,
slightly opening a gap to glance towards the south. Yet, after failing to detect anything further, he once again sealed his eyelids. Outside the ruins.
That was indeed the consciousness of the Great Xia Emperor. Liu Ruyue collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, her eyes wide with terror, clearly shaken. A sword spirit radiating brilliant cold light hovered beside her, safeguarding her. Although that consciousness merely brushed past the ruins, not even sparing her a glance, it nonetheless instilled in her a suffocating sense of mortality. Had it not been for the protection of her sword spirit sister, she feared the outcome would have been dire.
Lu Qian, what on earth have you done to attract the attention of His Majesty the Emperor?
Once the consciousness departed, a resounding explosion erupted from the ground, revealing a melting ice sphere that unveiled Lu Qian's true form.
His expression was somewhat grim as he lowered his head, murmuring to himself, "Damn it, is this the power of a true immortal?"
Merely glancing from afar, and it can perceive across thousands of miles.
What manner of creature is this?
Just moments ago, had he not possessed numerous hidden cards, he might have been captured by the other party.
In the villain simulator,
he could act with reckless abandon. Yet in the real world, he must tread carefully.
Furthermore,
Lu Qian had not forgotten that his uncle Yang Hong was also under constant scrutiny.
At this moment,
he could roughly grasp the immense pressure Yang Hong had endured during the last simulation as a villain. Some have grown overly arrogant, in my current state.
I am clearly still far from my counterpart.
As Lu Qian regained his composure, he redirected his focus towards the developments within the villain simulator.
Humph.
With a dismissive snort, you halted your steps, allowing the effects of the sky-treading 9 steps to dissipate, your aura plummeting back to its essence. As the intervention of the Emperor of the Great Xia unfolded, many felt a sense of relief, even the 6th Prince, Qian, who had been paralyzed with fear,
regained his composure and laughed heartily. "Ha, with Father Emperor intervening, you cannot kill Fei Wu." You disdainfully scoffed, laced with sarcasm. What a trivial matter to be frightened to such an extent. Look at your gaunt appearance, how devoid of the Emperor's bearing you are. Where there is Fei Wu's son, there is also Fei Wu's father.
Unlike certain cowards in the real world, the version of you in the simulated realm is audacious to the extreme, unflinching, even daring to cast a blatant glance at the Great Xia Imperial Palace, as if to ensure everyone knows precisely whom you are addressing.
Chapter 97, Lu Qian, the Crown Prince?
I did not come to be a grandson, but to be a lord. In the past, lacking strength, one might endure, however.
Now that I possess power, to remain subdued is utterly unacceptable. Was my previous simulation merely a futile exercise? Although you are indeed the Crown Prince of the Great Xia, but upon entering the capital, you are not here to play the role of a grandson. What of the Emperor of the Great Xia?
Merely an old man nearly defeated by his own kin.
What is there to fear? If you possess the capability, shatter the simulator and confront me directly. Lu Qian? Moreover, I am blessed by the heavenly officials.
My fortune is flourishing, it would not be so simple for me to meet my demise.
Your gaze is fixated on the direction of the Great Xia Imperial Palace.
Your eyes radiating unabashed defiance, and an aura of supreme authority emanates from you. Strangely, the Emperor of the Great Xia appears to exhibit a peculiar tolerance. Seemingly unconcerned, offering but a single remark before falling silent.
Could it be that this is the fabled generational favoritism? The old man doting on the young? Gulp. The celestial beings in attendance are left dumbfounded, astonished by your audacity.
However, considering your previous plight being cast out, concealed, and even targeted for assassination by Qian, your resentment is somewhat understandable.
Yet, one must admit, it is rather overbearing, is it not? But it seems you possess the means to be so audacious. You! How dare you?
Qian, caught off guard, turned ashen. His eyes wide with disbelief, a single denial of his imperial bearing could obliterate his future prospects.
Coupled with his earlier disarray,
his chances of ascending the throne must be significantly diminished. And this wretched little beast dares to insult his own father and grandfather. It is simply outrageous. To demean the sovereign without a shred of royal decorum is to utterly disregard the law. I shall report you to the palace."
Chen Tai rebuked.
Initially, he intended to hurl more insults, but upon noticing the blood-stained blade in your grasp, still glistening red with the blood of the Gu family, he felt a twinge of trepidation. With that, he cast a venomous glare and stormed towards the Great Xia Imperial Palace, an air of fury surrounding him. "Ha! The coward is going to complain. Go home and drink your milk." You, wielding the bloodied blade, could not help but laugh heartily, laced with mockery. In previous simulations, I had speculated on the depths of Chen Tai's machinations, believing them to be fearsome, yet, in hindsight,
it is no more than that.
The prior illusion stemmed from his elevated position and overwhelming power, while my own capabilities were lacking.
Now,
having gained strength and backing, he has laid bare his inherent weakness. Indeed, the world is but a makeshift stage.
Step.
Chen Tai paused, trembling with anger, nearly bursting with rage, yet he still dared not confront you. He feared you, indeed, he was terrified. Fei Wu, utterly useless. Observe Chen Tai's choice of restraint with a cold laugh, as your gaze swept across the assembly, where numerous prominent figures of the Great Xia Empire dared not meet your eyes. Among them, you spotted a familiar figure, Liu Ruyue.
Did someone just call me grandson?
Let it be known, I am not here to play the role of a grandson, I am here to claim my rightful authority.
With that declaration,
the crowd was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, instantly grasping the underlying implication of your words.
Is this a proclamation of sovereignty? Liu Shou, seize the Gu family's assets and bring them back.
Their remains shall not be buried, their estate will be converted into a public restroom. I want the entire imperial capital to tread upon their bones.
This is the fate of traitors, a stench that will linger throughout history.
I can hardly wait. You saw Liu Shou and others in the crowd, and you spoke without hesitation. A sharp intake of breath was heard. It was clear that your thoughts had sent shivers down their spines.
How utterly ruthless, not even sparing the remains.
There was no shred of dignity left for the Gu family, a slaughtered chicken that had frightened many a monkey.
Yes, Your Highness.
Liu Shou dispatched individuals to carry out your orders, and then, accompanied by several strong members of the Liu family, moved to escort you home.
Given your actions today, it was evident that your name would soon resonate throughout the Great Xia. Let us return home. With Liu Shou and others surrounding you, you strode confidently back to the Liu residence, reminiscent of the flamboyant young master you once were.
At 18, you stood as a mere pawn,
forced to flee the magic city.
Now, at the same age, you returned invincible, while those once considered great stood as mere pawns beside you.
If you did not move, neither would they.
Suddenly, you raised your gaze, as if sensing something, locking eyes with an unassuming middle-aged man in the distance.
He stood among the crowd, seemingly insignificant,
accompanied by a delicate-looking man who appeared to be his servant.
Members of the Great Xia royal family.
Your brow furrowed slightly, feeling a kinship resonating from the ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The effeminate servant beside him bore a striking resemblance to the ghostly physician, yet exuded an even more terrifying aura. Clearly a formidable being. Your Highness, that is the Crown Prince Qian, your uncle Liu Shou whispered in your ear, revealing the identity of the ordinary-looking middle-aged man, the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Empire, who was also your father Chen Xian's elder brother.
It was him.
You regard the individual before you with a sense of surprise, imbued with significance, recalling the rather limited information you previously gleaned from your uncle Yang Hong regarding this person. Although this individual is the eldest prince, he has remained largely inconspicuous, akin to a specter, devoid of any remarkable distinction. However, during that fateful battle, aside from a few unborn princes, the deposed Crown Prince Chen Xian, and numerous adult princes who perished, this eldest prince emerged unscathed, having abstained from participation, and has continued to exist in the shadows. In that tumultuous period, as the emperor of the Great Xia was incapacitated and withdrew from public life, it was Qian who bore the weight of the empire's administration, only relinquishing authority later while still maintaining an air of invisibility and extreme discretion. Reflecting on the past, the royal lineage experienced a significant rupture, leaving only one surviving heir, which, upon deeper contemplation, carries a profound implication. It seems your uncle is not as straightforward as one might initially presume.
Chapter 98, The Disappearance of Su Mei and a Visitor Arrives.
To have emerged unscathed from that fateful battle, reaping benefits while momentarily grasping the reins of the Great Xia Empire, my uncle seems to harbor profound secrets.
More importantly,
even my late father was unable to deceive him back then. Lu Qian's gaze momentarily faltered, yet he displayed no semblance of contempt. The mere fact that Chun'ang managed to avoid being ensnared by his own father during the upheaval at Xuanwu Gate speaks volumes of his extraordinary nature.
In stark contrast,
the mastermind behind it all, the sixth Prince Chen Tai, appears rather feeble.
Yet, why has this typically discreet and seldom seen prince suddenly made an appearance?
Just as you come to realize that your uncle Chun'ang is not as simple as he seems, he offers you a friendly smile before turning to leave.
As if his sole purpose for being here was to cast a glance in your direction. A frown creases your brow, a nagging sense of unease enveloping you.
Though you cannot quite discern the source.
Best to return home, you decide. If clarity eludes you, there is no need to dwell on it.
You choose to retreat to the Liu family for the time being, where Lu Shou and others await you without issue. Upon arriving back at the Liu residence,
you find solitude in the room you once inhabited.
Hastily, you employ a formation to shield against prying eyes.
With a thud, you collapse onto the bed. Breathless and drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly depleted.
It is evident that the recent explosive confrontation has taken its toll, though you had persevered through sheer will. Even though the soul-devouring demon blade possesses the ability to consume souls and extend its wielder's life, it pales in comparison to the terrifying consumption wrought by the 9 steps to heaven. Moreover, the depletion caused by this semi-divine artifact is significant. What exacerbates the situation is the choice you made moments ago to ignite your own lifespan in a bid to instill terror,
propelling yourself into the realm of the 9 transitions celestial.
This endeavor has consumed nearly a millennium of your life force, leaving you feeling somewhat weakened. While drawing upon an abundance of celestial energy from the universe, requiring the essence of several celestials to repay this cosmic debt. Nevertheless, it has solidified your unparalleled dominance. From this day forth, none within the imperial capital will dare to strike against you lightly, thereby sparing you from countless troubles.
Fully aware that reliance on others is far less prudent than self-sufficiency,
you recognize that your presence as a great-grandson in the imperial capital will inevitably provoke innumerable tests from others. Instead of enduring the slow torment of gradual attacks, it is far better to resolve matters all at once.
Currently, the Liu family has suffered significant losses. The family patriarch lies in a coma.
Another celestial is gravely injured, and the rest have perished, offering little assistance to you. Fortunately, you have vanquished the Gu family and acquired numerous valuable items,
which should aid in revitalizing the Liu family's strength.
You refrain from summoning the remaining 3rd transition celestial from the Liu family to provide you with energy. Instead, you retrieve medicinal pills from your storage ring, swiftly consuming them to replenish your energy and recover from your injuries.
Being a person of cautious disposition, you are reluctant to reveal any vulnerabilities, and you have not forgotten a certain matter. Within the confines of the Liu family, it appears there exists a traitor. This revelation stems from your initial encounters during the villain simulations.
Had it not been for the betrayal of this internal spy,
the Liu family would not have been so thoroughly exposed, targeted, and brought to ruin in such swift succession. It is likely that following this battle, visitors shall soon arrive at your doorstep.
Father, please take a stand for your child.
The furious Chen Tai,
having lost face at your hands and suffered the demise of his loyal servants, along with the slaughter of the allied Gu family and a member of his maternal clan,
felt utterly humiliated.
Thus, he ventured into the palace, seeking an audience with the emperor of the Great Xia to lodge a complaint. He believed that his father's favoritism would guarantee him a satisfactory resolution, yet this time, he was met with a resounding slap in the face. The emperor dismissed his grievances with a mere remark, suggesting it was merely a child's quarrel, thereby trivializing your actions.
Chen Tai could only swallow his indignation and depart in disgrace.
Several hours later, you encountered the first visitor to the Liu family, surprisingly none other than Lu Zhong,
whom you had left behind in the Magic City.
The reason for his presence was to keep a watchful eye on Su Mei, the destined heroine, while also passing on the alchemical legacy of the ghostly physician to him, instilling various thoughts of loyalty towards you. However, he bore ill tidings, young master. There has been an incident. Miss Su has suddenly disappeared.
Su Mei has vanished? Your immediate suspicion fell upon a certain destined protagonist. Yet, as Liu Zhong recounted the details, it became clear that Su Mei had silently gone missing, leaving behind a powerful and eerie aura of a foreign entity. It seemed she had been taken by a formidable and enigmatic race. What transpired? This scenario had not arisen in previous simulations. Could it be a consequence of my butterfly effect? You furrowed your brow in confusion. You were not overly concerned for Su Mei's safety, with her fortuitous destiny. She was unlikely to come to harm, especially considering her bloodline contained a significant portion of non-human heritage. Perhaps that very trait was the reason for her abduction. Lacking further clues, you could not gather additional information, so you chose to suppress this matter, offering a few comforting words to the guilt-ridden Liu Zhong. Presently, you found yourself in the imperial capital, facing a far more intricate situation, making it difficult to allocate much energy towards searching for Su Mei. Under Liu Shou's guidance, you entered a secret chamber, where you beheld the gravely injured and unconscious elder of the Liu family. This venerable guardian, who had sheltered you for 18 years, bore a purplish hue, indicating he was afflicted by a fearsome poison. Your Highness, the elder was ambushed by a mysterious foreign race in the secret realm, resulting in the introduction of a terrifying toxin. Until now, we have been unable to procure an antidote. However, among the treasures looted from the Gu family's treasury, we have discovered a suitable antidote. The elder's condition has stabilized. With further rest, he should awaken soon, Liu Shou explained. You nodded. A sense of quiet joy blossoming within you, partly due to the camaraderie of the Liu family, but more significantly because of the esteemed position of the Liu family's ancestor. The mere fact that the Liu family was chosen to nurture your existence underscores the weight that you hold in the heart of the discarded prince, Qin Xian. The ancestor of the Liu family must undoubtedly be among Qin Xian's most trusted confidants, privy to a wealth of knowledge that could illuminate many of your uncertainties. Your curiosity about the matters concerning your unofficial father was piqued, yet previously, Yang Hong had been reluctant to share too much. Perhaps the Liu family's ancestor could unveil some delightful surprises for you. You instructed Liu Shou to spare no effort or resources in ensuring the survival of the Liu family's ancestor, pledging to avenge the deep-seated grievances of the Liu family. The life of the sixth prince, Chen Tai, would inevitably be claimed by your hand. Loyal subjects like the Liu family must not be allowed to feel disheartened. At this juncture, Liu Zhong appeared, announcing that guests from the Liu family had arrived to seek you out. Clearly, some individuals, frightened by the demise of the Gu family, had begun to approach you in a bid for allegiance. Chapter 99, Liu Qian, you are all loyal subjects, devoid of treachery. You have often pondered the extent of your venerable ancestor's legacy, and just how formidable he was in his prime, yet, a direct comparison eluded you. However, now, as you gaze upon the guests who have come to pledge their allegiance, a clearer understanding begins to crystallize. The director of the imperial capital, Tong Cheng, hails from the distinguished Tong family, a branch of the celestial lineage, possessing the cultivation of the fourth transition. By Long, born of humble origins, a rogue cultivator. Formerly the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, embodies the cultivation of the second transition. Among the 24 dukes of the empire, the head of the 19th ranked merchant family possesses the cultivation of the third transition. Another of the 24 dukes, the head of the 18th ranked martial family, boasts the cultivation of the fourth transition. The revelation is startling, the truth is indeed astonishing. At this moment, the 8 celestial powerhouses stand before you, akin to humble minions, their respect palpable, backed either by their own intricate networks or by the might of noble clans. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. You recline nonchalantly in the grand chair, exuding an air of ease, your gaze lowered slightly. Flanked by Liu Shou and the remaining third transition celestial from the Liu family, casually appraising the assembly before you. No wonder your ancestor dared to act in the past, he truly had a formidable entourage behind him. And this is merely the initial batch revealed. The true heavyweights likely remain concealed, biding their time. Nonetheless, it cannot be ruled out that among these individuals lie those akin to the rebellious Gu family or spies from other factions. Or perhaps, they all are? In this era, one can place bets on multiple sides. Who can discern loyalty from treachery with ease? You harbor a cold disdain, reclining in your chair as if oblivious to their presence. When the Liu family faced adversity during the simulated chase, not a single one of them dared to speak up. Now that you have returned in glory, they all emerge. Whoosh!
the atmosphere shifts to one of palpable awkwardness. These individuals, also of notable stature within the Great Xia Empire, exchange glances, astonished at each other's identities. Yet constrained to exchange wry smiles as they stand, too intimidated to take a seat. Given them 100-fold courage, they would still not dare to act rashly before you, the cautionary tale of the Gu family etched in their minds.
Your Highness.
The Crown Prince once instructed us to remain in hiding, forbidding any reckless actions.
Your Highness, I, by long,
have greatly benefited from the Crown Prince's past kindness. Over the years, I have discreetly resolved matters regarding your faade as a dandy in the imperial capital. Your Highness, I must confess, the Liu family has encountered a crisis, and the Shang family has covertly lent our assistance. It was indeed one of our own who retrieved the Liu family's elder.
The prominent figures among us quickly expressed their grievances,
asserting that they too were involved, not mere spectators, but loyal subjects. As they spoke until their throats were parched and beads of cold sweat trickled down their brows, you merely nodded slightly, aware that their admonishment had sufficed.
Ha ha ha, why all the nervousness? I have not accused any of you.
You raised your hand, and the crowd fell silent, interrupted only by a poorly timed jest. I see now that you all are loyal ministers, none disloyal among you.
Please, be seated.
With the atmosphere lightening, those who had been standing in penance breathed a sigh of relief and hastily found their seats, albeit perched on the edge,
their spines rigidly upright.
Once, a shadowy assassin of extraordinary prowess could corner you with no escape, yet now,
those of the heavenly realm seem mere lackeys before you.
You are acutely aware that part of this is due to your so-called princely status, but more so because of your unparalleled strength beneath the terrestrial immortals,
capable of dispatching them with a single stroke. Strength precedes authority. With a heavy hand and a sharp blade, who dares defy? Since you are all loyal ministers, there is indeed a task I require of you. I recall that previously,
in collusion with the Gu family, a woman named Liu Ruyue Liu, the belle of the Imperial Capital University, ensnared me, correct?
The conflict with Gu Ao,
which led to him receiving a sound thrashing, stemmed from this very woman. At that time, you were merely indulging in drink,
momentarily swept up in emotion, resulting in your clash with Gu Ao. In retrospect, it appears to have been a trap.
Both the Gu family and the enchanting Liu Ruyue Liu must have employed some form of allure against you. Now that the Gu family has been dealt with, only she remains, and she cannot be spared. After all, you have gained a reputation for seeking vengeance.
If memory serves, Liu Ruyue Liu seems to lack any significant backing, merely a renowned socialite?
Then you shall handle her. Do not go overboard, a complete extermination of her family will suffice, the 9 clans can be spared. You casually indicated to an individual, calmly issuing your command.
Smack!
The individual you pointed to, a member of a collateral branch of a noble family and a first transcendence heavily being, trembled slightly, his face betraying uncertainty as he stammered, Your Highness, this poses some difficulty, as Liu Ruyue Liu is already betrothed to Qin Jian, son of King Wu,
and is his fiancée.
It was evident he was reluctant to offend Chen Tai.
Thud. Your movements stilled.
A flicker of surprise crossed your languid demeanor as you smiled at him. To request the death of a young heir's fiancée is not to demand the slaying of Chen Tai's venerable mother.
How is this so daunting? In a display of feigned loyalty, he professed himself a devoted minister, yet as discussions commenced, he began to retreat.
No! Your Highness the Crown Prince, that day, the expression of the celestial being shifted slightly. I needed to argue and decline, not wishing to offend anyone.
Such actions, if truly enacted, would undoubtedly invite enmity.